Under the gloomy sky, the scene unfolded like a never-ending nightmare. Piles of skulls were stacked into stark white, cold mountains, as if telling the story of lives that had vanished. A lifeless hand tightly gripped a weapon stained with crimson blood, resting motionlessly upon the pile of bones, its legs dangling limply, devoid of any life. In the distance, a knight-like figure, its body splattered with crimson, sat leaning against the pile of bones, its eyes empty, showing no signs of life. Beside them was a woman in a brilliant red dress, now mottled with blood, her hand clutching the sword that had struck down countless foes, a whisper echoing in her mind. If it weren't for the others, the scene would shift, another person appearing, their body also covered in blood, the bandages on their hands torn to shreds. The sword beside its owner was broken in two, their breath gone, their hopes scattered to the wind, all leading to a place where destiny is decided. The scene changes to DM Min. In a cold, dark space, his gaze was sharp, filled with unshakable determination. He told himself, his voice low but firm, "After 99 attempts, I've finally made it here. This time, I'll witness the end with my own eyes." The 20th trial, the final battle, awaited him. Before him stood a troop of golems in gleaming armor, the glint of metal flashing in the darkness. DM Min frowned, muttering, "The guardians of the 20th trial are golems?" He scanned past them, his eyes focused only on the door behind them, the door that led to the secret they were protecting. The metal giants stood tall, weapons at the ready, like living walls blocking any intruder. DM Min stretched out his hand, and mana surged around him, materializing into a pitch-black scythe that gleamed with a deadly light. "They won't let me pass easily," he thought, hoisting the weapon onto his shoulder and taking step after step toward the golems. Their eyes glowed brightly, as if they had activated combat mode. With a roar, they charged, swinging their weapons to smash a nearby stone pillar, attempting to block DM Min's path. But he was too fast. With a frightening composure, DM Min circled behind the golems, his voice as cold as ice. "Death mark." A glowing red skull appeared behind a golem, mana exploded, and he flash-stepped, swinging his scythe, slashing straight at a golem's neck. A crack appeared, but it remained standing. DM Min smirked, confident that if he cast Deathmark on the enemy, the next attack would be a perfect hit. The skull above the golem glowed brightly, increasing the damage by 100%. A loud crack echoed as the golem's head flew from its body, its metal frame shattering. DM Min leaped up, ready to face the rest. The golems rushed forward, swinging their weapons wildly. DM Min brandished his death scythe, his eyes radiating a chilling killing intent. Dead of night! A series of thuds rang out as each golem fell, darkness enveloping the area, but DM Min could still see his enemies clearly. In the dark, they can't see a thing, he thought, taking advantage of the opening to take down two golems at once with a decisive slash. But then, a colossal figure appeared, its pressure weighing down on the space. "Damn it!" DM Min cursed inwardly, his body tensing at the new threat. A surprise attack came rushing in as sparks of fire and blocks of ice flew continuously toward him. DM Min fell back, dodging the fire and ice magic with sharp reflexes. "So fast," he exclaimed, his heart pounding, but his eyes were sharp, his killing intent flaring. In an instant, DM Min vanished, splitting into a series of afterimages that surrounded the golem. It drew its bow and fired tens of thousands of fire arrows, destroying every illusion, but DM Min's real body remained unharmed. He chuckled softly. "Hitting me isn't that easy." Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet. DM Min froze, realizing the danger. From the magic circle, a tower of ice shot up, trapping him in a thick layer of ice before he could dodge. DM Min lamented inwardly. "I couldn't dodge it." The giant golem stepped forward, raising its blade for the finishing blow. But in that very moment, DM Min's eyes lit up and the Moonlight of Destruction erupted. A thunderous explosion rang out, shattering the ice block as a slash tore through the golem, splitting its metal body in two. The necklace floating beside him glowed. The item had saved his life. DM Min let out a sigh of relief. That was a close call. If I had faced that head-on, even I would have been severely injured. The last golem swung its sword, creating another magic circle. The icy surface cracked, and DM Min stomped his foot, activating Blood Moon with light-speed movement. He dashed forward, slashing through the enemy. One by one, the golems fell, and the battle was over. DM Min landed on the ground, breathing lightly. Finally dealt with all of them, he stepped through the gate, full of anticipation. Now, it's time to see what those guardians were protecting. On the other side of the gate was a dark space, eerily silent. DM Min looked up, wondering, what is this place? He felt like he was standing in an ancient temple. Should I go through that door, or will something appear? Following his intuition, he stepped through the gate, thinking to himself, I'll find out once I go in. Suddenly, a magic circle lit up brightly beneath his feet. DM Min looked up, his heart pounding. Can I finally end this game? The system displayed a notification. The boss room entrance is here. entry conditions have been met. But right after, a line of text made him freeze. To open the boss room, a minimum of 5 players are required. Dio Min was stunned. What? The system continued to confirm that 1 player had arrived at the boss room. Since the conditions have not been met, the player will be eliminated in 5 seconds. A blinding light enveloped and trapped Dio Min. He screamed in panic. What do you mean? The system began the countdown. 5. Dio Min slashed wildly, but it was useless. 4. He watched helplessly as his body began to disintegrate. No way. Is this how it all ends? 3. His hands trembled and dissolved. 2. Dio Min gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it." 1. After Dio Min vanished, the system announced, "You have died. You have met the conditions to activate the ancient rune of time reversal. You will return to the time before round 1." But then, a cold line of text appeared. Number of times the ancient rune of time reversal has been used, 100 out of 100. You have used up all your attempts. The ancient rune will automatically disappear. The scene changed to a festival space, brilliant with lights, as an announcer's voice rang out. It's finally time. Everyone, when there are 5 seconds left, please count down with us. The crowd cheered, the atmosphere electric. 5. A flash of blue light appeared. Dio Min appeared, his hair covering one eye, his gaze weary but sharp as ice. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it." Looking down at his body, he couldn't believe he was back. Right before being dragged into this damn game, his hands trembled as he clenched his fists, filled with indignation. Even though I made it to the final round, the countdown continued. 3. Dio Min wished that if possible, he wanted time to stop. At that moment, the system displayed, uses of the ancient rune of time reversal, 100 out of 1. A loud bang echoed. He made up his mind. Tsk. Anyway, this is my last try. I will end this game. He adjusted his hood, his eyes scanning the crowd. To do that, I need 4 more people to reach the final round with me. Taking off his hood, Dio Min searched for suitable faces to form a team. Not far away, a group of young friends were laughing and joking. A boy with a shaved eyebrow, Dong Min, looked bored standing in the crowd. We're finally adults now. One person cheered. We don't have to use fakes anymore, right? Another laughed in reply, while someone else sighed. What should I do after graduation? Should I try doing food delivery? The other 2 pointed and joked. Hey, that girl looks just like Sei Ein. The actress Sei Ein? Dong Min, the boy with the shaved eyebrow, smirked. Haven't I told you guys? I'm gonna be a gangster. His friends were stunned. Are you crazy? One mistake and you could get killed. Dong Min scoffed. Screw it. You only live once, right? I want to live my life my way. His friends shook their heads, thinking to themselves, this psycho bastard. I'm cutting contact the second we graduate. Another one asked, so, after graduation, what are you gonna do about your errand boy? Dong Min smirked, remembering a certain figure. Ah, you mean that poor bastard. The one who's always so gloomy? I can't just let him go because I'm graduating. His friends laughed along. Man, that poor guy. He probably thinks it's all over after graduation. Dong Min grinned maliciously. He doesn't get to decide. I have to mess with him as much as possible. Suddenly, a friend looked in another direction, surprised. Huh? Wait a second. Isn't that your errand boy? Dong Min followed his gaze and saw Dio Min standing in the sea of people, his eyes sharp and cold. The announcer's voice rang out again. It's finally time. Everyone, when there are 5 seconds left, please count down with us. Dong Min smirked. Yeah, that's my errand boy. The countdown began. 5, 4, 3. A blue light flashed around Dio Min. He adjusted his hood, his sharp blue eyes staring straight ahead. Sensing something unusual, Dong Min frowned. Huh? That bastard. The Happy New Year cheer echoed, but Dong Min was annoyed. Is he crazy? Why is he staring at me like that? His friends tried to calm him down. Hey Dong Min, it's New Year's Eve, just let it go. Yeah, you'll have plenty of time to bully him later. Dong Min said spitefully. You bastard. I'll let you off for today. The group of friends put their arms around each other, laughing and talking. I'm finally an adult. Happy New Year. Yeah, all the best to you too. Suddenly, a cold voice cut in, shattering the lively atmosphere. Humans are so funny. They celebrate the new year without knowing what a perilous situation they're in. Dong Min frowned and snapped. What did you just say? Your friend said, I didn't say anything. Another person looked confused. What? I'm sure I just heard something. The voice spoke again. This time it was clearer. An angel with pure white wings whose entire body radiated light hovered in the sky. She smirked mockingly, as if she were watching monkeys in a cage. The crowd looked up, stunned. Damn, is that an angel? Is the TV station holding a New Year's event? She's so beautiful. Yuman watched silently, his heart heavy. She's appeared. Even after 99 times, this is still unpleasant. The angel covered her mouth and laughed. He says it seems all you trashy humans have fallen for my beauty. But don't get any strange ideas. I have no intention of associating with insects like you. The crowd was stunned by her arrogant words. One person couldn't take it and pointed, shouting, Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you cosplaying as an angel or something? What do you mean by insects? What are you trying to say? You witch. Yumin lowered his head, thinking to himself, how humiliating. The angel smiled, but her eyes flashed with killing intent. Suddenly, the head of the man who had just shouted exploded, sending red stuff splattering everywhere, and the crowd was horrified. Screams erupted as everyone scattered in chaos, and Yumin couldn't believe his eyes. Damn it. What the hell was that? The white angel, her face filled with killing intent, snarled, how dare a lowly human speak to a higher being like me with such an attitude? You humans have no right to question me, unless you want your brains to explode like that last guy. The crowd panicked, and whispers broke out. Whispering. What is that sound? The angel stood high above, arrogant. I'm sure you're all very confused by the current situation. You inferior humans, how could you possibly understand what's happening? I will explain it in a simple and easy-to-understand way, so listen carefully. Yumin sighed and mumbled, I have to listen to this explanation again, the angel enthusiastically announced. Now, we will begin a game. We will play 20 rounds. On the first day of every month, human souls will be brought to a new dimension to participate in the game. The crowd listened intently. The angel continued, humans only need to do one thing. Complete the mission. If you complete it, you will be returned to reality with a reward. Yumin stood still, confused. Someone whispered, what is she talking about? Another replied, it seems like she'll let us live if we complete some missions. The angel smirked. You might think so, but not everyone will survive just by completing the mission. The crowd was stunned. Only half of the participants would be spared. Everyone's eyes widened in panic. No way! How can that be? The angel laughed loudly. Don't worry too much, I won't take all of you. Someone shouted, what do you mean? But was immediately shushed by someone else. Be quiet over there. Yumin lowered his head, his heart heavy. The angel declared that only those between the ages of 15 and 29 would have to participate. Those outside the age range cheered. So I'm safe. I'm going to live. Yumin's friend growled, grabbing a man by the collar. Are you that happy to be alive? Why are you mocking us? The other person was scared. What? Yumin yelled. Stay put. Didn't you see the guy whose head just exploded earlier? The angel thought for a moment and smiled. Let's see. The total number of participants will be 1,829,290. Now that I'm done explaining, let's start the game. She waved her hand, and a brilliant light engulfed the area. Yumin stood in the light and calmly opened his eyes. In front of him was a mirror-like reflection of himself. The angel's voice rang out. Before transferring your souls, you need to create a customized body. Yumin placed his hand on the barrier, and the illusion on the other side mimicked him. The angel warned, you only have one chance, so choose carefully. Yumin stood silently, his cold, sharp eyes watching the figure in front of him gradually fade away. He thought to himself, tsk, I'll just do what I always do. He made his decision, his voice low but firm. My nickname will be Black Hook. The illusion vanished completely, revealing a lush, green meadow, vast like a newly created world. Yumin's new body was engulfed in flames. As he stepped into that space, his face was sharper, more mature, and the name Black Hook appeared above his head. He thought to himself, this will be my 100th regression. I will succeed this time. He tried moving his hand, getting a feel for the new body. I've used the same appearance, and this is the 12th time, so it feels like my real body. Around him, other people started appearing in this world one by one. Some were amazed, others were confused. What is this place? A plane? Someone exclaimed, their voice filled with astonishment. Huh? My body really changed. Another said excitedly. I tried using a celebrity's face. How is it? Damn, it actually worked. Yaomin watched in silence, smirking inwardly. Everyone is trying to make themselves look as good as possible this time too. But if you had a brain and knew how to think, you wouldn't do that. He looked at the happy girl in front of him, thinking of the cruel truth. This world belongs to the fittest. If you're too attractive, you'll just become an easy target. Dying here means dying in the real world. Suddenly, he glanced to the side. There he is. Dongmin appeared with a brawny, muscular body, causing everyone around to stare in amazement. Yao Min smirked. He chose a muscular body again this time. Just then, an angel appeared out of nowhere, her white wings glittering, her arrogant voice echoing. Looking at you all, you must really like your new appearances, huh? I love seeing your terrified expressions. She paused, her eyes sweeping over the crowd. Let's see. In total, there are 1,129,290 people. That's the total number of people in SE. The crowd looked up in disbelief. 1.8 million doesn't seem like that many, someone exclaimed. The angel clutched her head and burst out laughing. What a bunch of inferior humans. Then she snapped, her voice ice cold. Do you think this is the only space? Humans will be divided among different planes with other angels to conduct the rounds. Focus on yourselves. She waved her hand and announced, before we really begin, I'll give a simple explanation. Think of the words status window in your head. A yellow window appeared before Yao Min's eyes, visible only to him. He immediately thought, status window. Information appeared on the window. Name, Yao Min. Nickname, Black Hook Apprentice. Level, 1. Class, none. Title, none. Stats, Strength +3. Intelligence +3. Agility +3. Luck +3. Stat points, none. Normal skills, none. Special skills, none. Ancient language, none. Additional skills, unlocked at levels 10, 20, 40, 60, 99. Yao Min looked at it and sighed internally. Just looking at it made him want to sigh. The angel continued, her voice full of mockery. Now then, have you all looked at your status windows? You'll understand just how trash you are if you've ever played a game before. Dong Min was stunned, but the angel didn't stop. Get stronger. If you survive until the very end and conquer round 20, not only will you be set free, but you will also be granted one wish. Her words caused the crowd to murmur. A wish? For real? No way. The angel smirked, a cunning glint in her eyes. However, you must be the first one to obtain it. She continued her instructions. Finally, say inventory and look inside. I've prepared a gift for you. Dong Min immediately thought, inventory. A random ancient language stone fragment appeared before him. He reached out and touched the glowing red stone. He thought, use. The stone shattered. Red light flared from his palm. Dong Min let out a cry of surprise. The angel laughed loudly, seeing his expression. It seems you're not happy. Regardless of the outcome, you must accept it, because that's your luck. Now that the ancient language imprinting is done, shall we begin? She snapped her fingers, and a mission notification board appeared before everyone. Round 1 mission. Each person must defeat 100 goblins. Safe zone. Participants T. 90 have been eliminated out of over 900. 14,645. Area S45. Participants 10,286. Eliminated. 0 out of 5,143. Suddenly, giant green goblins appeared, wielding gleaming weapons. The crowd saw them from a distance. Are those goblins? One person exclaimed, their voice a mix of shock and excitement. It feels just like playing a game. Are we really in a virtual world, kidnapped for an experiment? The angel sneered. It's still too early to get excited. I haven't released all the goblins yet. Another wave of goblins appeared, and the crowd backed away in fear. Wait, all of them? Why are there so many? The angel, with a bloodthirsty and gleeful expression, announced, each of you will fight 50,000 goblins. Fight to the death. The goblins, with ferocious faces, razor-sharp teeth, and blood-red eyes roared and charged towards the players. The crowd panicked. They're running towards us. Don't come any closer. Screams echoed everywhere. But while everyone else fled, Yao Min's eyes radiated killing intent. He leaped up, spun around, and delivered a powerful kick straight to a goblin's head. Whether in a group or an organization, the first impression is always crucial, he thought, his gaze icy. The kick sent the goblin flying, its head slamming into the ground. The weapon flew into a corner. Yao Min bent down to pick it up, thinking to himself that to keep these annoying flies from bothering him, he needed to show his strength. And most importantly, he looked up at the sky, his eyes locked on the angel, was to attract her attention. The angel let out an amused cough, and Yao Min gripped his weapon tightly, facing the horde of aggressive goblins charging at him. With just a few moves, he slipped past them, landing 2 fatal blows on each goblin's back as the crowd watched in awe. Did you guys see that? Who is that person? Is he some kind of special forces soldier? Black Dog. That's a cool nickname, they murmured. Aren't these goblins usually the weakest monsters in games? Seeing Black Dog take them down so easily, we can probably do it too, right? If we fight seriously, it shouldn't be too hard. But before he could finish his sentence, a goblin lunged forward, pounced on the speaker, and pinned him to the ground, its dagger piercing his body, sending blood flying everywhere as the crowd was stunned and someone screamed, his face pale, help me. The scene descended into chaos. People ran for their lives, screaming, get out of the way, more of them are coming. Yao Min calmly continued to eliminate the goblins one by one. Blood splattered onto his arm, but he paid it no mind. With a situation like this, no one would mistake this for just a game anymore, he thought while observing the panicked crowd. Now they only had one thought in their minds: survival. A girl witnessed the massacre, her face deathly pale, her survival instincts kicking in fiercely. Everyone was running, but a girl ran into a yellow barrier, punching it hard and yelling, what is this thing? Yao Min watched silently, thinking to himself, I also chose to run the first time. It was only on the second try that I realized running away in this desolate field was pointless. A man shakily held his weapon, facing a goblin that was also trembling, but it suddenly became calm. It knocked the man aside and counterattacked. A cry for help rang out. Help me! The angel laughed loudly. Ho ho ho! This battle between humans and goblins is so interesting. What's wrong? She covered her mouth, chuckling. Even though they're only the size of children, if you don't fight back, they can take you down with their bare hands, let alone with daggers. She paused, her amused gaze turning to the fiercely fighting Diumin. Just what is that human? She checked Black Dog's quest progress. Goblins defeated, 70 out of 100. She mumbled, Black Dog? But when she checked the system information, she grew frustrated. Damn it. Besides the quest progress, all of the player's information is hidden, she exclaimed excitedly. Oh well, whatever. Guiding these pathetic humans is beneath my dignity, but it seems there are a few interesting ones. I'll stick around and enjoy the show a little longer. Diumin swung his weapon, splitting a goblin's face in two. The system announced, you have defeated a goblin. EXP plus 4%, gold plus 10, you have leveled up. Quest progress. Goblins defeated 75 out of 100. Required actions 25 out of 100. Diumin swiftly dodged the attacks, slipping past 4 goblins. Each one took a fatal blow, blood splattering on his hand, but he spun his dagger confidently. The remaining goblin backed away, terrified by his aura, but it couldn't escape. Diumin put his strength into a powerful thrust, sending blood splashing onto his face. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he stared directly at the goblins. A challenge. Anyone else? Blood dripped from his dagger onto the ground. The goblins retreated, horrified at the sight of their comrades being slaughtered. Diumin wiped the blood from his face and sighed. Looks like I can take a short break. The status window appeared with some changes. Level 4, 6 stat points. He thought to himself, I'm already level 4 in the blink of an eye. I get 2 stat points every time I level up, he calculated, putting all his points into agility. Besides increasing evasion rate, agility also boosts attack and movement speed. In the early stages, this is the most important stat. He swung his weapon and threw it hard, hitting a distant goblin in the face and stunning it. Diumin issued a cold challenge. Come on, get over here. The goblins were furious but still hesitated. He sighed. Ah, so you won't make a move? He leaped forward. He dashed straight toward the goblin that was hit by the dagger, picked up his weapon, and growled, Then I'll come to you. The goblins went berserk, but before they could react, Diumin's powerful slash cut down 4 of them at once. The system notifications came in continuously. EXP plus 4%, gold plus 10, you have leveled up, Goblin Hunt quest 100 out of 100. Round 1 quest complete. A golden circle of light surrounded Diumin as he stood proudly in the safe zone, thinking to himself, so that's the end of round 1. After taking down all these goblins, I've definitely caught the angel's attention. The system announced, Congratulations, you are the first to complete the round 1 quest in this area. Congratulations, you are the first to complete the round 1 quest in all areas. The leaderboard appeared, showing first place in the region and the entire server in 10 minutes and 21 seconds. Diumin thought, I got first place. The higher the rank, the better the reward. The top 3 ranks will receive the best rewards. The system continued. Congratulations, you have completed the first round mission as the first in this region. You will receive a weapon of choice. The special reward for this region and all regions is, Congratulations, you have completed the first round mission as the first in all regions. You will receive a treasure chest. Diumin thought to himself. The rewards I've received are probably the most out of everyone. He chose a weapon from the regional reward, and the system announced, You can choose one of the following weapons. A longsword, a dagger, a spear. Diumin hesitated, then decided. It's not a big deal, but I'm lucky to have gotten this early. The system reported, Dagger acquired. Classification, rare weapon, attack, 15. Effect, agility plus 115. Durability, 150 out of 150. Requirement, rookie or higher. Description, the best dagger a rookie can use. Diumin threw the weapon he took from the goblin onto the ground, thinking, I can finally toss this piece of junk. He closed the weapon information window, muttering to himself, For now, I'll hold on to the treasure chest from the special reward. He opened his status window, calm while everyone around him struggled to fight the goblins. He looked at it thoughtfully, thinking back to the title he had before, Final Traveler. This is something I've never seen in my 99 regressions. He took out the ancient rune fragment, placed it in his hand and said, Use. The stone shattered, emitting a brilliant red light, and the system announced, Congratulations, you have obtained the time reversal ancient rune. The ancient rune will automatically be engraved onto the player's body. Diumin clenched his fist, his eyes thoughtful. The system continued. A trace of the ancient rune already exists in the player's soul due to a special attribute. The engraving has failed, Jin thought, an obvious result. If it had been engraved again, I could have regressed an infinite number of times, the system announced. Based on the trace of the ancient rune in your soul, you are recognized as a time traveler with 100 journeys. Diumin was startled as a voice rang out. You have obtained the title Final Traveler. He was stunned. What? The status window displayed the title, Final Traveler, Unlock Condition, Obtain 100 Time Reversal Ancient Runes. Effect. After death, maintain a soul state at that location for 1 minute. If you wish, you will be reborn and recover all of your health. A one-time use ability, the title disappears after resurrection. Dio Min thought to himself, resurrection is an exclusive skill for priests, and even that skill only restores 30% of maximum health. So this title allows me to resurrect with full health. He laughed with delight. Looks like I just got an incredible title. Dio Min broke into an excited smile, thinking to himself that he now held a valuable card in his hand. He glanced over the system window, his eyes lighting up as he read the information. With this in hand, things will be much easier, he told himself. On the system window, the text clearly showed the title, Final Traveler. Display stats, public or private. If private mode is selected, the title will not be displayed under your name, but its effects will still apply. Dio Min stretched, a sense of relief spreading through his body. He guessed to himself, the others must have finished the mission by now. I wonder how Dong Min is doing. He turned to the side, his eyes landing on Dong Min fighting fiercely against the monsters. A sense of excitement welled up inside him. Dio Min exclaimed in his mind, "Oh, there he is." A satisfied smile appeared on his lips, but right after, brilliant pillars of light suddenly appeared in the sky, cutting off his train of thought. High above, an angel was hovering, its cold eyes observing the chaotic scene below. Its voice rang out, full of sarcasm. No wonder it's getting more and more boring. It looked down at the struggling humans, its tone dropping with contempt. Pitiful humans. You will all be wiped out just fighting the remaining goblins. My apologies. This is my fault. The angel spread its wings, and a powerful surge of energy stirred the air. Return now. A nearby girl heard those words and panicked, her trembling gaze falling on the person in her arms. He was slowly fading away, his body turning into specks of light. She screamed in despair. What's happening? The people around were just as confused, exclaiming in unison, "What's going on?" From above, the angel smiled devilishly, its sinister voice echoing, "I've given you all another 50 lives. Surely that's more than enough for you to slaughter each other. Right?" Instantly, the ground shook as bloodthirsty monsters appeared, charging forward in ever-increasing numbers. The humans panicked. Screams echoed, "Damn it!" Blood splattered as humans and monsters clashed in a fight to the death. The system coldly announced that the quest requirement was 1,021 out of 5,143 complete. On the brink of life and death, people started using each other as human shields, but they were not weak. Their strength was on par with the monsters. It created a grueling battle. The system continued to announce that the quest requirement was 2,120 out of 5,143 complete. Geo Min was sitting inside a pillar of light with his eyes closed, resting and feeling the calm amidst the storm outside. Another player, his hands covered in blood, touched the pillar of light. He watched in agony as his comrades drowned in a sea of blood, fighting relentlessly against the monsters. The system continued its regular announcements. Quest requirement 3,532 out of 5,143 complete. The angel clasped her hands, watching the fierce battle below with amusement. Geo Min looked up, his sharp gaze meeting hers. But he said nothing. The pillars of light in the sky grew denser. Suddenly, the system blared its final announcement. Quest requirement complete, 5,143 out of 5,143. The goblins suddenly vanished, leaving everyone stunned. The goblins, they're gone. Where did they go? The angel glanced at the system panel, a faint smile on her face. Only half had completed the quest. Now that her work was done, she turned to the survivors, her voice cold. The others will have to die. After all, those are the rules of the game. The crowd panicked, and desperate cries rang out. Huh? Die? Wait, angel. I only needed to kill one more, please! Those inside the pillars of light watched as their comrades outside slowly faded away, trembling in fear. The angel spoke. Her tone was half concerned, half mocking. Why the long faces? Shouldn't you be happy to be alive? It's all right. You've survived. You can go back now. She gave a slight smile, but her eyes held a chilling look. Congratulations on clearing the first stage. I hope you'll try harder next time. Now, shall we announce the rankings before you leave? The system displayed the results for the first round of the entire region. Black Hook, level 5, 10 minutes and 21 seconds. The Fools, level 5, 16 minutes and 15 seconds. Heavenly Demon, level 5, 17 minutes and 7 seconds. Current Sector S45. Ho, level 5, 10 minutes and 21 seconds. Life is a Movie, level 5, 23 minutes and 55 seconds. Black Dragon in Hand, level 5, 24 minutes and 43 seconds. The system has registered Ho as first place in the entire region and the current sector. Ranking reward, lowest grade rare weapon voucher has been awarded. Special optional reward has been awarded. Quest completion reward, 1,000 gold, not yet awarded. Geo Min read the system notification. A separate message appeared. You have received 1,000 gold for completing the quest. Congratulations. You can use this gold to purchase items in the shop. The equipment purchase feature will be unlocked at level 10. Min noticed the surprised stares from those around him. He turned his head and gave a confident smile, thinking to himself, I guess everyone knows I'm number 1 now. The angel then spoke up, her voice a mix of admiration and suspicion. To think the number 1 spot in the entire region is from my jurisdiction. It's hard to believe. Black Hook, is it? Answer me, Min replied. Angel, you can just look at my status window to find out. The angel was flustered but maintained her composure. Ah, well, of course I can. An angel like me can obviously see that information. I was just testing you. But inwardly, she bit her lip and cursed. That damn brat. Min gave a fake smile, thinking to himself, stop being ridiculous. He spoke up, his voice calm yet challenging. Angel, may I make a request? A request? Min said bluntly. Yes. It seems the reward for first place is a bit lacking. Dongmin and the others were stunned, their eyes wide as they stared at Min. The angel frowned, her voice tinged with anger. What? What did you just say? Min crossed his arms. Unafraid, I was hoping you could give me something more substantial. The atmosphere froze. The angel gritted her teeth, a wicked smile spreading across her face. A mere mortal dares to make demands of me? She thought. I took an interest in him because he was proactive, but he dares to look down on me after killing just a few goblins? She raised her hand, her voice dangerous. I'll make your head explode. She recalled a previous event, hissing inwardly. Damn it, I already used my one-time use killing ability. You arrogant human. You think I can't kill you? But then the angel paused, a smile slowly forming. Yes, I know just what to grant him. His tone shifted as he spoke. You want a better reward? He stepped down to the ground, his eyes sharp. I usually reject such requests on the spot, but he stood before Min, his voice dropping. I've reconsidered. Let's speak privately. The rest of you will wait. The crowd stirred, and whispers rippled through it. Is he really going to give in to him? I can't believe you can actually bargain with a celestial. Maybe I should give it a try? I want a different reward too. It must be because he got first place. To send us away like this, just how precious must that reward be? I'm so jealous. But Min wasn't pleased in the slightest. He glanced at Dongmin with a slightly perplexed look. Caught in his gaze, Dongmin was bewildered, not understanding what was going on. Min turned and followed the celestial into the forest. The celestial turned back, his voice sharp. Why aren't you coming closer? Do you intend to make me keep looking back? Walk beside me, Min replied. Yes. The celestial gritted his teeth, fuming internally. Foolish humans, they only know how to obey when given a direct order. A disobedient and greedy species. He turned his head forward, his irritation mounting. Why should I have to change what the system granted him? Even if I could, it would set a precedent. The celestial's expression slowly twisted into a malicious one. He glanced back at Min, who was walking behind him, and thought, he should have just taken what was offered. I'll show him the consequences of his greed. The celestial continued walking, calculating in his head. I'll kill him the moment we pass that boulder. He mused. Of course, it's highly likely I'll run into trouble if I kill a player over a personal grudge without using a single ability. What if the player files a complaint about unfairness? What if they rebel? If that happens, the higher-ups will hold me responsible for my actions breaking the game's rules. The celestial approached the boulder, lost in thought. I need a place where no one can see. A smug smile crept onto his lips. You foolish bastard. If you had just kept your mouth shut, no one would ever know what happened here. He turned around, his voice cheerful but laced with malice. You wanted a reward, didn't you? Tell me, what is it that you desire? But before he could finish speaking, a fist from Min came flying. The celestial was punched squarely in the face, with no time to dodge. The unexpected blow sent him staggering. He stumbled backward, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and fury. As he fell, the celestial was still dazed, his gaze filled with utter disbelief at the incredible scene before him. Min's punch had sent his head snapping to the side, the force so powerful it knocked him flat on his back with a cry of pain. He lay sprawled on the ground, while Min simply stood there, as calm as if nothing had happened. Golden blood trickled from the celestial's nose, dripping onto the ground. He was bewildered, his voice trembling with rage. What is this? Did that wretched human just strike me? He snapped his head around, his eyes blazing with fire. You damned human. But as he scanned his surroundings, the celestial realized with a jolt of panic that Min was gone. The area was dead silent, leaving only the sound of his own heart pounding in his ears. He's gone, he thought. But before he could even gather his wits, Min had silently appeared behind him. With lightning-fast speed, he seized the celestial's wing in a tight grip. The celestial flinched, feeling the terrifying strength in the boy's hand. He screamed in a panic. Wait, what are you trying to do? Stop! But Yumin's face was a mask of ice, and without a moment's hesitation, he pulled hard, ripping one of the Celestial's wings clean off. Golden blood spewed from his back as a piercing scream of agony tore through the silence. The excruciating pain caused the Celestial to black out for a moment, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yumin calmly held the blood-soaked wing, his voice steady yet chilling. "Don't be such a crybaby." Without pausing, he planted a foot on the Celestial's back, pinning him down. With one decisive motion, Yumin ripped off the other wing. "Now you can't run away," he taunted, a cruel glint in his eyes. The Celestial, in utter agony, shrieked, "Of course it hurts, how could it not?" But for Yumin, everything was already crystal clear. He said nonchalantly, "If I had waited another 5 minutes, you would have been the one asking that obvious question, right before letting out that disgusting, condescending laugh of yours." The Celestial's voice trembled with a mix of rage and fear. He screamed, "Are you insane? Human, what in the world are you talking about?" Yumin didn't even flinch. He held up the severed wing, revealing a dagger hidden within the feathers. "You were planning to use this to kill me, weren't you?" He cast a sharp glare that left the Celestial speechless. The Celestial tried to deny it, his voice stammering. "Kill you? What are you talking about? I never intended to do such a thing." But Yumin simply gave a faint smile and stepped closer. "There's no use in lying. I can tell everything just by looking at your face." The Celestial was flustered, pure confusion showing in his eyes. How could a mere human possibly know my name? Jumin pulled a dagger from his inventory, its metallic gleam flashing in the dim light. The angel panicked, shouting, "What are you doing? Why did you suddenly pull out a weapon?" Jumin looked at the dagger as if inspecting a weapon before an execution. "You're in no position to kill anyone anymore," he said, his tone certain. The angel, caught in his lie, was speechless, but still tried to threaten him to save its life. "Do you think you can get away with this? My companions will certainly not stand by." Jumin sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. "Companions? What companions? You angels are just a bunch of selfish beings. They couldn't care less about you. Even if you die, they won't bat an eye," the angel stammered, unable to form words. Jumin didn't want to waste any more time and said coldly, "Well, that's enough. Let me send you on your way." The terrified angel backed away. "Wait, you have nothing to gain from this." But Jumin just replied, his voice devoid of emotion. "Oh, but I do, you just wouldn't know it." The angel, in a last-ditch effort, switched to negotiation. "If you kill me, you will regret it. You won't be able to return." Jumin spoke coldly. "This system will automatically send me back after everything is settled." The angel was stunned, thinking to itself, how does he even know about that? It could no longer maintain its noble facade, its voice trembling, "I'll give you any information you want, just give me a chance." But Jumin, "No need. If I wanted information, I would have tortured it out of you already." He looked straight into the angel's eyes, his voice lowering. "In this game, you're just a pawn playing the role of a guide." The angel was too shocked to process it. A pawn? Before it could finish, Jumin's cold blade pierced through its chest. The angel felt the blade slice through its heart. Its body trembled before collapsing to the ground with a thud, its eyes vacant. Jumin stood there indifferently, watching the angel's corpse slowly lose its light. The system immediately chimed with a notification. "You have defeated an angel. It has been confirmed that you are the first player to defeat an angel. You have been awarded the title, First to Kill an Angel. You have been awarded Angel's Blood for your first angel kill." Jumin held the reward, thinking to himself, "So I really am the first one." The system continued. "You have been awarded the ancient rune of slaughter for your first angel kill." Then, a golden aura from the reward enveloped his body. The ancient rune automatically engraved itself onto Jumin, making him feel a new power flowing through every fiber of his being. He recalled from his past life that this reward was only for the first person to kill an angel. The system displayed, title, First to Kill an Angel. Condition, be the first to kill an angel. Effect, when fighting divine beings, all stats are doubled. Ancient Rune of Slaughter effect. Every time a target is killed, all stats increase by 1%, up to a maximum of 100%. Jumin smirked. If those angels knew I got this rune, they'd probably be trembling in fear. He looked at the vial of angel's blood in his hand and read the system information. Angel's blood. Type, unique grade consumable item. Effect, can change class to Reaper. Usage limit, level 10 or higher. Description, a reward item for the first player to kill an angel. Only this person has the right to change their class to the natural enemy of angels. Jumin thought to himself, starting from level 10, every player can get a class. There are a total of 30 classes, and changing classes is usually easy with special items. But the Reaper is an exception. It's a special class only for those who meet the harsh conditions. The Reaper symbol appeared along with the vial of angel's blood. exuding a powerful aura that far surpassed any ordinary class. He analyzed the stat bonuses, the ancient rune, and the skill system, all of which were nearly perfect. Jumin looked into his inventory and realized he had returned without even finishing round 1. In that case, I'll make the most of this first-place reward. The system announced, you may choose one of the following rewards. A 3 times experience effect maintained for round 2. Information about round 2, Jumin calculated. The important thing is to reach level 10 quickly to change his class. He chose the reward. The system confirmed. You have selected the 3 times experience effect. Round 2 will now begin. The effect has been automatically applied. He looked down at the angel's corpse without a shred of pity. This is the last time. There are no other options. I must get stronger, no matter the cost. The angel's corpse began to glow before vanishing. The system announced, Round 1 for the entire region has concluded. Total survivors, 900 out of 514,645. Current sector S45, 5,143 survivors. Souls will be transferred back to their bodies in the current dimension. May 1st, 2023. Round 2 is beginning. Congratulations on surviving. The scene shifts back to the real world. Dongmin jolted awake, drenched in sweat. The sun was up. It was no longer midnight. He looked around and saw everyone else slowly waking up, their faces filled with confusion. Happy New Year! A voice rang out, but it only sent a chill down Dongmin's spine. What's happening? He looked at his phone. It was 5:20 a.m. Time here passed just like it did in the dream. Dongmin's 2 friends also woke up, clutching their heads in pain. Oh, my head. My whole body is sore, Dongmin asked. Are you guys awake? One of them replied, his voice trembling. Dongmin, did I just pass out? He nodded. Yeah, and not just you. Everyone here did. The other 2 were startled. What? Did we all just doze off for a while? I just had a really weird dream. Yeah, me too. Dongmin looked at them, his voice lowering. I had a dream too, but I don't think it was a dream. He observed the surrounding crowd. People were shouting in confusion. Are we back? Back from that hellhole? I'm alive! I'm alive! But a goblin. Dongmin concluded that it wasn't a dream. The other 2 were bewildered. So it was all real? Those goblins from round 1. All of it? Are we going to be dragged back there again next month? Damn it. He suddenly realized that one person in their group was still unconscious. A friend shook him, calling, Hey, Kim Taeshik, wake up! But Taeshik lay still, his face deathly pale, his lips and eyes turning purple like a corpse. The one shaking him checked for a pulse with trembling hands. Holy crap, he's not breathing. I can't feel a pulse. Dongmin was stunned. Taeshik is dead? The other guy muttered in a panic. No way, right? Did he die because he didn't survive the game? The remaining friend was in disbelief, but when they looked around, dozens of people were lying motionless. The horrific sight left all 3 of them speechless. Dongmin. Even though he tried to stay calm, his hands were shaking uncontrollably. One friend was so panicked he felt sick, while the other muttered, This is insane. Only half survived. Will the next round be like this too? Dongmin's expression was a mix of fear and a strange spark of excitement. This is insane. He was ecstatic, his eyes flashing with a mix of excitement and a hint of smugness. Doesn't this mean that no matter what starting line you're born on, everyone is now on equal footing? Now there's no need to whine about how unfair life is. He turned to his 2 panicked friends, his voice full of mockery. It simplifies things to an absurd degree. Calm down, you bastards. All we have to do now is survive, so why are you freaking out? One of his 2 friends, his face pale as a sheet, shook his head, unable to believe what he was hearing. It's so unfair, to die without even a chance to try. Dongmin was unfazed and continued, his voice full of defiance. It's not just us. Everyone else has been dragged into this situation, so what's there to complain about being unfair? The other 2 heard this, but still couldn't accept his mindset. One spoke up, his voice trembling with indignation. Damn you. You've just spent your whole life as a thug. So, of course, you feel like you have nothing to lose by dying here. I'm different. I still have things I want to do. Seeing that Dongmin didn't care about his argument, the friend asked angrily, What are you looking for? Dongmin frowned and snapped back irritably. I can't find that son of a B times TH anywhere. Who? You mean your errand boy? He muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with suspicion. Where is that damn brat? I'm pretty sure I saw him in that direction before I passed out. Could it be he didn't even make it past the first round and died in some corner? Dongmin thought smugly. That must be it. How could a weak little punk like him possibly survive? Suddenly, his gaze landed on a figure in the distance. A person wearing shoulder armor stood in the middle of the deserted street, looking mysterious. Unable to contain his curiosity, Dongmin thought, what's with that guy? And where the hell did he get all that armor and equipment? A wave of suspicion washed over him, as if he'd just realized something important. He silently called out in his head, Status window. Immediately, a glowing screen appeared before his eyes. Dongmin was stunned, his heart pounding. A status window really appeared. His 2 friends beside him also seemed to notice something was off. One of them stammered, A status window? No way, stuff like that can't be real. But as soon as the words left his mouth, their own status windows appeared. The other guy exclaimed in utter amazement. It's real! The three of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with both wonder and confusion. Why the hell are you staring into space? One asked. The other replied, his voice still laced with shock. Aren't you doing the same thing? It probably only shows up for each person individually. The three of them suddenly realized something amazing. Isn't this something that can be applied in the real world too? What the hell? So does this mean we can use stat points and items too? Dongmin said nothing more, bending down to pick up a rock. He clenched his fist and the rock shattered, bursting into tiny pieces. Looking at what was left in his hand, it was now just dust. Dongmin was stunned. His expression slowly turned into a cunning smile, his eyes sparkling with ambition. Isn't this awesome? Moving on to today's news. A horrifying incident occurred in the square in front of the New Year's common area. More than 10,000 people suddenly lost consciousness, plunging the entire area into chaos. A mysterious woman dressed as an angel appeared right in front of the bell. She said something to the crowd below. And not long after, a mysterious explosion occurred. A citizen pointed at her, shouted something, and was immediately killed. The woman spread her arms, causing over 10,000 people to collapse unconscious. According to police reports, most of the victims were between the ages of 15 and 29. This phenomenon didn't just happen in this country, but on a global scale. On social media, many people were skeptical. What the hell? Are all the reporters on drugs or something? Why are they broadcasting this nonsense? Over 1.8 billion souls have been kidnapped. It's truly unbelievable how much the scale of fake news has grown. Back to Jamin. He silently read the news and comments on social media, his eyes pensive. It has begun, and this is only the beginning, the newscaster continued to report. Around dawn today, about half of the unconscious people have woken up, while the other half remain in a vegetative state. At the event site, they have been confirmed to be clinically dead. A certain celebrity, A, was found dead in the square. Over 11% of the world's population has perished in this crisis. Jamin was lost in thought as the news of deaths continued to be updated. The real problem isn't just the number of casualties. He picked up his backpack and looked into the distance. The survivors are called players. And what's even scarier is that the abilities they've acquired have been brought into the real world. Jamin calculated to himself that no player had reached a truly high stat score yet, so the impact wasn't significant for now. But as their levels increase, they will become powerful entities, whether it's modern weapons or an entire army. Nothing will be able to suppress them. Uncontrollable people will emerge. He clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with determination. I have no intention of letting the world fall into chaos. If left alone, the world will fall to ruin before we even reach the 20th round. There is only one solution. Jamin resolved to control all the players with overwhelming power. This time, I will use a different method than in my previous regressions. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. To open the door to the boss room, you need at least 5 players. Jamin gave a faint smile. I already have a few potential candidates in mind, and a way to recruit them. But now was not the time. He returned to his apartment in the dim light of dawn. Stepping into the dark apartment, Jamin recognized the familiar scene. This kid had cup noodles for dinner again. Then he cracked open the bedroom door. He saw his younger brother, Jae-gun, still sound asleep. Jamin chuckled to himself. He can still sleep so soundly even when his older brother isn't home yet? Jae-gun, Jamin's younger brother, will be a junior in high school next year. Their family was nothing special. Just an ordinary family until their parents passed away in a traffic accident. Everything changed overnight, and Jamin became Jae-gun's sole guardian. Seeing the bandaged wound on his younger brother's hand, Jamin felt a sharp pang in his heart. The light in the room switched on, startling Jae-gun awake. Dazed. Hyung? Jamin stood by the bed, his voice low but firm. Time to get up, gun. It's morning. Jae-gun looked at the clock, frowning. What? It's only 6 in the morning, Hyung. Jamin yanked the blanket off his younger brother, his voice urgent. We don't have time to sleep anymore. Jae-gun was confused. Huh? What's going on? Jamin simply replied, I'll explain later. Get dressed. We're leaving. Jae-gun, still yawning, grumbled. Where are we going? Hyung, if you're going to say we're watching the sunrise, I'd rather just sleep in, Jamin replied seriously. Listen to me, Gun. Now is not the time to relax or sleep. The world has already fallen into chaos. Jae-gun was puzzled. Didn't you say you were going to the New Year's festival? What happened? Jae-min just said, just come with me for now. I'll tell you on the way. Before the sun was even fully up, the two brothers had already left the apartment. Dae-gun noticed something different about his older brother, a rare seriousness. He wondered what could be making him so serious. Finally, Dio-min spoke up. Gun, you don't know about the current global situation, do you? Dio-gun was confused. Why would you say that? You're scaring me. Did something happen while I was asleep? Dio-min simply replied, check the top search results. Dio-gun nervously opened his phone, his eyes widening as he read the news. What is the meaning of this? An angel suddenly appeared and abducted people to another world? Dio Min corrected him in a calm voice. More accurately, their souls were taken. Dio Gun was bewildered, looking worriedly at his brother. Don't tell me you too. Dio Min nodded, still composed. That's right, only after I hunted 100 monsters called goblins was I able to return alive. Dio Gun panicked. What? Is that true? Are you hurt anywhere? Dio Min smiled lightly and patted his younger brother's shoulder. Don't worry about me. But Dio Gun raised his voice trembling. How can I not worry? He recalled his parents' funeral, painful memories flooding back. He's the only family I have left. Looking at Dio Min's steady back, he knew that no matter how strong he was, his brother was still human. Killing 100 monsters, that wasn't something a normal person could do. Dio Min interrupted his brother's train of thought. I know what you're thinking. Over there, they have a system with stats, just like in a game. My physical abilities weren't that important, so you don't need to worry. Gun was still uneasy. If that's the case then, but Dio Min confidently cut him off. If you saw me in the future, you wouldn't think that way anymore. Dio Gun frowned. What do you mean? Dio Min didn't elaborate. If you want to know, just follow me. Dio Gun was stubborn. I won't. I'm not taking another step until you tell me where we're going. Please tell me. Dio Min looked at the wound on his younger brother's hand, an unpleasant feeling welling up inside him. Suddenly, he said a name that made Gun freeze, and the atmosphere became heavy. Dio Min declared boldly, We're going to the Tegel Gang's hideout, the place of the thugs who have been bullying you. He looked directly at Gun and got straight to the point. The Tegel Gang is threatening you, aren't they? Dio Gun flinched as if his heart had been squeezed. How? How did you know? Dio Min was calm, the corner of his mouth turning up slightly. Why would you think I didn't know? Dio Gun lowered his head, a wave of guilt washing over him. He's already been through so much, and yet I hid this from him. Dio Min silently drifted into a flashback. I'm sorry, Gun. In my previous life, I knew nothing about what my younger brother was enduring. Just a few hours after returning from the first round, the painful truth was revealed. The memory came flooding back, as clear as if it were yesterday. Dio Min was sleeping when the ringing of his phone pulled him from his dream. Hello? On the other end of the line was the cold voice of a stranger. Hello? Is this the number for the guardian of student Gun? Before he could answer, the voice continued. You need to come to Hospital 20 immediately. Dio Min was stunned and hastily threw on a jacket and rushed out of the house. But by the time he arrived, it was too late. Dio Gun couldn't be saved. He clenched his fists, anger and regret burning inside him. He was blinded by the Tegel Gang, all because I was too stupid and weak. I'm sorry, Gun. Dio Min silently blamed himself. But things are different now. No one will ever be allowed to bully you again. No one. The scene changes to an abandoned warehouse. Strange sounds echo from within as a person is kicked hard, groaning in pain on the floor. The blonde-haired guy who just attacked roars with fury. You want to die? Didn't I tell each of you to bring 200,000 won here? The person on the ground was weak, but the blonde-haired guy didn't stop. Oh, you dare to ignore me? He viciously beat him again and again. The other gang members stood by, snickering, whispering, That's the Tegel Gang for you, merciless even to his own subordinates. Another one chimed in. Yeah, even the upperclassmen from other schools don't dare to mess with him. There's no way I'd ever want to go against him. After the beating, the Tegel Gang leader walked over to his cronies, annoyed. Son of a gun, I was planning to buy a car today, but these useless bums are ruining my business. Suddenly, he got an idea, a cunning glint in his eyes. Hey, you guys know any place to make some money? Hearing this, one of them panicked, afraid he'd become the next target. Huh? A place to make money? The Tegel Gang leader ordered. Yeah, think fast. The cronies racked their brains to avoid being targeted. One of them timidly spoke up. There's that one errand boy of yours. Tegel frowned, pretending not to remember. He'd probably bullied so many errand boys he couldn't keep track. The other guy continued, the tall one with short hair. Why don't you call him? Tegel suddenly remembered. Oh, that kid June? I was planning on calling him today to beat him up and celebrate the new year. His cronies quickly chimed in. Yeah, let's get some money from him. Sounds good, Tegel boasted. That kid's actually homeless. The other guy was surprised. He continued. He can't cough up any money even if I kill him. He doesn't have a damn thing to his name. Hearing this, the cronies felt a slight pang of sympathy, but Tegel remained unfazed. He doesn't have any other relatives, just lives with his older brother. Before he could finish, he looked into the distance, his expression suddenly changing. His confused cronies turned around. Huh? What is it? Tegel, what's wrong? Just then, the two brothers, Jae-min and Jun, had arrived. Jun was timid, fear clearly showing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Jae-min stood firm, as confident as a fortress wall. Tegel sneered. Isn't that Jun? Damn, you scared me for a second. He puffed up his chest and shouted, Speak of the devil. You're not the devil, you're just a dog. Jun trembled, clinging tightly to his brother. Taegil noticed Jaemin and frowned. What? Who's that guy? His face is really pissing me off. He turned to Jun. Hey dog, who's that with you? Did you bring another errand boy because you were lonely? Jun was too scared to speak. He's my... But Jaemin just gave a sinister smile, his voice low but powerful. I'm Jun's older brother. Taegil was stunned for a moment, then put on a tough act, cracking his knuckles. Look at this guy. Didn't I tell you to watch your mouth? And now you're defying me? You're dead today, and so is your brother. He signaled to his cronies, and two of them stepped forward confidently. The sun must be rising in the west. For an errand boy to dare stand up to Taegil now, one of them got right in Jun's face. Hey dog, you want to run now? Before he could do anything, Jaemin landed a devastating punch on him, caving his face in. The guy collapsed to the floor. The other goon got aggressive, rushing in to throw a punch. You son of a B times tsh. It was all for show, as Jaemin easily dodged it. He threw a punch that dislocated the guy's jaw and sent him flying into a pile of barrels. The crash echoed through the warehouse as two more thugs charged in at once. You bastard! You're dead! But in the blink of an eye, Jaemin took them down with two straight punches to the face. Taegil watched, a shaky smile on his face, but his eyes began to show worry. Trash, he muttered to himself, still trying to act confident. Looks like you learned to box somewhere, but you think you can fight me with just a little skill like that? He stood before Jaemin, a full head taller, his voice dripping with arrogance. Hey, Jun's brother, you think you're hot stuff just because you know a few moves, huh? Haven't you learned that physique is crucial in a fight? Jaemin wasn't bothered, just sneering. Haven't you seen the news? Taegil was confused. What news? Feeling disrespected? Taegil charged forward aggressively, swinging his fist. What news? You son of a B times ch! But Jaemin dodged it effortlessly, his movements lightning fast. Taegil continued with a flurry of attacks, shouting as he swung. Slippery bastard! But after a while, he started to get tired, his vision blurring and his breathing heavy. Something's wrong. Why can't I hit him? He wondered, his heart pounding. Suddenly, Jaemin's fist began to glow brightly. He said coldly, if you'd seen the news. A critical blow landed squarely on Taegil's face. You would never dare to fight a player like me. He only staggered for a moment, still on his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. You. But as soon as he recovered, Taegil roared and charged straight at Jaemin. You bastard. Suddenly, right before his fist could land, Jaemin's figure vanished. Where'd you go? He turned, but before he could see clearly, a left hook from Jaemin caved in both of his cheeks. Taegil was furious beyond reason, blood pouring from his nose along with a dislodged tooth. He screamed, his voice trembling with pain and rage. You dare hit me! I'll kill you! He charged in again. Die. But Jaemin with his swift movements dodged easily. He grabbed Taegil's arm with his left hand, holding him tight, while his right hand relentlessly hammered his face with punches. The two remaining cronies stood by, staring wide-eyed as Taegil took a brutal beating, unable to believe the scene before them. Taegil was now beyond furious, thinking, this bastard is only aiming for my face. Seeing Jaemin's calm expression only enraged him more. Just one punch, please. But not only did he miss, Jaemin closed the distance. A precise kick to the throat sent the large Taegil flying several feet, crashing to the ground as he clutched his neck, groaning. Jaemin walked over, his eyes icy cold. Does it hurt, you bastard? Inside him, a wave of excitement was building. No matter how many times I'm reborn, I can never forget this feeling. He remembered the scene of Yugun being blinded in his past life, the pain and regret tearing his heart apart. I won't let that hell repeat itself. Gil, the guy who was so arrogant just moments ago, was now cowering on the ground, his eyes filled with panic. Don't come any closer, stop. Yuman gently grabbed his hand, a murderous smile on his face. This is why you shouldn't have touched my little brother. A sharp crack echoed. The gang leader Gil screamed in agony, all his fingers broken. Yuman then grabbed his other hand, and Gil panicked. I'm begging you, it hurts so much. His blood-curdling screams echoed, loud enough for those outside to hear as his terrified cronies scattered and fled. Get out of here, fast. Yugun witnessed Gil screaming in pain and turned away, unable to watch. Yuman stood tall, his voice cold. Gil, if you ever dare to touch my brother again, you know what will happen, right? Gil, having lost all will to fight, whimpered, I know, I won't do it again. Yuman flashed a wicked grin. That's right, but I still have to teach you a proper lesson. Just in case you relapse, he squeezed the guy's hand again. Gil screamed, his agonizing cries echoing throughout the warehouse. On the way home, Yugun was bewildered, his eyes still wide with astonishment. Bro, how did you do that? When did you learn to fight? Yuman answered calmly. Didn't you notice? Players can also use their skills in the real world. Yugun wondered how. As they walked, Yuman took an item from his inventory, and a dagger materialized out of thin air. Yugun's eyes widened in admiration. A dagger just appeared from nowhere. Yuman smiled. Pretty cool, right? You can also summon weapons you've obtained just like this. Yugen recalled the fight. So is that how you were moving so fast earlier? That guy couldn't land a single punch on you. Yumi nodded. That's right. My agility stat is 11. Yugen was curious. A stat? You mean like in the game? Yumen replied. Yep, a normal person has about 3 points. An athlete might have up to 10 agility points. The two brothers talked as they walked. Yugen asked again, what happens if you level up? How do you know all this? Yumen hesitated for a moment, a painful memory flashing in his eyes. I have to lie. I can't reveal that I'm a regressor. In the 11th regression, Yugen was kidnapped by another player because I told him the truth. Even though I managed to save him, Yumen didn't want Yugen to suffer any more humiliation. He looked at his little brother with determination. I have to prepare to protect him in the battles to come. Suddenly, he changed the subject. Wanna eat? Yugen, you must be hungry, right? Yugen's eyes immediately lit up. Yes. The two brothers walked into a convenience store. Yugen saw his brother walk over to the ATM and asked curiously, where are you going? The instant noodles are over here. Yumen quickly replied, yeah, just a sec. He inserted his bank card into the machine and looked at the screen. 133,200 won. This is all the money I've saved. He withdrew 100,000 won. Yugen was surprised. You're taking out that much money? Yumen smiled. I need to buy a few things. He turned to the ready-made meals section. From now on, we'll be eating this stuff. Yugen was puzzled. This stuff, bro? Everything here costs over 5,000 won. Yumen waved his hand like a rich CEO. It's fine. You can have whatever you want. Seeing his brother still worried about the cost, he smiled. It's the new year. Are you really planning to eat nothing but instant ramen? Yugen was still hesitant. I know, but this is really expensive, bro. Yumen wasn't concerned. Don't worry about it, just pick something quickly. Yugen did a complete 180, his eyes sparkling. In that case, let's get this, the spicy beef bowl. He looked at it with longing. I want to eat this too. It looks so good. Yumen didn't just stop at convenience store food. He excitedly suggested, let's go to a restaurant once in a while, for some real Hanwoo beef. Yugen was shy. Why would we do that? This is already more than enough for me, bro. Yumen thought to himself, just wait a few more days. I'll feed you so much meat you'll get sick of it. Yugen placed a piece of canned meat on his rice and put it in his mouth, exclaiming with delight, this is so delicious. Yumen, sitting next to him, felt happy too. Really? Eat up. Seeing his brother stand up, Yugen asked, bro, thank you so much. Where are you going? Yumen just replied, wait a second, and went to find something. A moment later, Yumen slammed a pen down on the table. Yugen looked at the pile of lottery tickets his brother had bought, stunned. Wait, you withdrew all that money just to… Are you planning to gamble it all away? Yumen said confidently, you bet. Yugen asked, hold on, how many did you buy? Yumen said nonchalantly, 20 tickets. Yugen got angry. What? Why would you spend 100,000 won on lottery tickets? You don't even know if you'll win anything. Yumen said, just you wait and see. Yugen wondered. What? What are you doing? Why do you keep picking the same numbers over and over? Yumen replied confidently. You ask why. These are the winning numbers. The two brothers sat nervously in front of the screen, waiting for the results of the 1049th lottery drawing. The announcer's voice rang out. We will now begin today's drawing. Yugen panicked, his voice trembling. We're screwed. We've wasted 100,000 gun. The results were slowly revealed. Yugen was filled with regret, almost despairing. We could have bought better food with that much money. Yumin, on the other hand, remained calm, his gaze unwavering. Can you stop biting your nails? The numbers appeared on the screen, and Gun's expression slowly changed from shock to disbelief. The first lucky number is 3, the second lucky number is 18, the third lucky number is 9, the fourth lucky number is 38, the fifth lucky number is 21, and the bonus number is 5. The announcer summarized once more. The winning numbers for the 1049th lottery are 3, 18, 9, 38, 21, and the bonus number is 5. Yugen couldn't believe his eyes, his voice cracking. This is insane! We won first prize! He jumped up, tears of joy streaming down his face. Pinch me! Yumin felt a bit awkward seeing his brother so emotional, but remained calm. Do it yourself. Yugen was still in disbelief, as if afraid it was all a dream. This isn't a dream, right, Hyung? Yumin teased. Would you prefer it to be a dream? Yugen shook his head frantically. Of course not! Yumin reassured him in a calm, deep voice. Don't worry. It's not a dream, Yugen asked again, as if wanting to confirm one more time. It's not a dream, right? Yumin smiled lightly. I told you it's not. Overjoyed, Yugen shot up and screamed. We won the lottery. Yumin lowered his voice to remind him. The neighbors will hear you, he asked gently. Are you that happy? Yugen was ecstatic, his eyes sparkling. Of course! Aren't you happy? Yumin just nodded, but he thought to himself, of course I am, but I've experienced this feeling too many times already. He remembered his past life. The first time he won the lottery, he had also screamed with joy, but after so many regressions, it had just become a normal occurrence. Yumin knew that with over 900 million people dead, the world economy was in a recession. Items traded between players would become more valuable than ever, and everyone needed money to acquire them. I have to make money quickly after each regression. Yugun was curious. I can't believe we actually won the lottery. I wonder how much it's worth, Yumin answered nonchalantly. Who knows, but deep down, he knew full well it was enough money to shake the world. The scene changes to the Nongyup Bank. Yumin walked in, his eyes confident, without a hint of worry. I've won the lottery countless times, there's nothing to be nervous about anymore. He went to the reception desk. I'm here to claim my winning ticket. The receptionist smiled. Oh, is that so? Congratulations, sir. But in his mind, he was skeptical. He won the lottery, but he looks like a student. He asked, can you tell me where you bought the ticket? Yu Min answered concisely. Seoseo, 24, the Yeonhui branch. The receptionist was startled, thinking to himself, what? He recalled a conversation with his colleague. Did you hear? There were 115 winning tickets this time. What? 115? That many? Yeah, it's crazy. But the craziest part is that all 115 of those tickets came from the same place. Don't tell me one person bought them all. Anyway, if anyone says they bought a ticket from the Yeonhui branch, call the chairman immediately. That's the VIP. Yumin interrupted his train of thought. Excuse me. The receptionist hurriedly said, I'm sorry, but could you please wait a moment? Yumin nodded. Sure. A moment later, a distinguished-looking man in his 40s approached. Thank you for waiting. I am Gunjun Go, the chairman of Nongyup Bank. Yumin introduced himself briefly. Yumin. The chairman smiled. So you're the one who won. Congratulations, Yumin replied. Thank you, the chairman suggested. Why don't we move to a more private place? Please follow me. He led him to the lottery business department. The receptionist saw the chairman and quickly stood up to greet him. She wondered to herself, who's that next to the chairman? Is that his son? The chairman introduced him. He's a VIP guest here to claim his prize. Please make sure he's as comfortable as possible. The receptionist was shocked. A VIP. He's the one who won with 100 tickets. The chairman said politely. Now, please make yourself comfortable. Yumin replied. Yes, thank you, sir. The receptionist calmed herself down. I have to stay calm, she thought, and began to attend to him. Welcome, sir. Please have a seat here. Would you like something to drink? We have coffee, tea, or juice. Yumin interrupted. I'm fine. More importantly, I'd like to claim my prize. The receptionist was a little flustered but remained professional. Oh, I see. First, I need to verify the winning tickets, sir. Yumin handed over a thick stack of lottery tickets, and the receptionist's eyes widened in disbelief. He bought them all with the same number. Can he see the future or something? After a moment of checking, she announced, I've finished confirming everything is valid. It's the grand prize. Jaemin asked bluntly. So how much do I get? She calculated, breaking out in a sweat. Yes, sir. The prize is about 22.5 billion G, but the taxes are pretty steep, so after deductions, you'll have about 15 billion. Everything happened quickly. After receiving his winnings, Jaemin had already planned his strategy. First, I'll find a new place to live, and tonight I'll open a trading account. Bitcoin is going to jump 500% next month, so I'm going all in. Arriving at the new apartment, Jaemin asked Gun, what do you think of the new place? Do you like it? Gun was thrilled. Of course I do. It's amazing, bro. I've never seen a place so big and beautiful. I have to take a picture, Jaemin continued. This was the best place we could move into immediately. The security is good too, Gun wondered. But bro, why are we renting? With that much money, we should have just bought it. Jaemin stunned his younger brother. He didn't have much money left. He had already invested over 14 billion in Bitcoin. Gun's eyes widened. You what? Jaemin was nonchalant. I know what you're thinking, but this wasn't some brain-dead move. I can always make more money from the lottery. I've already dreamed of 4 more numbers. The gullible June was full of admiration. I've only heard rumors about people who dream of winning numbers. You remember them all, right? Don't forget them, Jaemin chuckled lightly. Don't you worry. In his heart, he thought, there's no way I could ever forget. Having done this countless times, he changed the subject. Let's go get dinner. Get ready to go out. Gun was curious. Where are we eating? Jaemin replied. Didn't I tell you? We're moving today. The scene shifts to Dongmin, who is smashing a wall with his fist, looking at it with excitement. I knew it was the right move to dump all my stat points into strength. He continued punching, thinking, I still have the strength rune. It can even double my power. I really lucked out with that random rune drop. Looking at the cracks on the wall, Dongmin thought smugly. I bet even a horned ear would be jealous of this punch. He grinned like a psychopathic killer. That's enough testing for now? Why not test it in a real fight? In the neighborhood, a loud banging echoed, shattering the morning silence. Dongmin stood in front of an apartment, pounding on the door relentlessly. He roared furiously. Jaemin! He paused for a moment, clenching his fist until his knuckles cracked. He muttered, "That bastard can't be dead." But he wasn't answering his phone. Dong Min's brow furrowed, his eyes blazing with fury and his face radiating killing intent. "Min, you arrogant bastard, you think I'm just going to let you go?" He gritted his teeth, remembering Jae Min's contemptuous gaze. "After you looked at me like that, I'm going to kill you." One hand continued to hammer on the door, while the other twisted the handle, trying to force it open. Even though we're both players, a loser is still a loser. "I have to teach you a lesson," he wondered to himself while still pounding on the door. "That bastard is obviously hiding inside, so why isn't he coming out?" Suddenly, Dong Min paused, a cunning glint in his eyes. He deliberately spoke loudly. "Ah, I guess the bastard isn't home after all. Well, no choice but to head back." He pressed close to the door, whispering provocatively, "Jae Min, you make one sound and I'll tear this door down." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, young man." A bald, middle-aged man approached with a stern look. "What are you doing at someone else's door?" Dong Min answered insolently. "What do you care? Are you the landlord or something?" The man calmly adjusted his glasses. "I am the landlord." Dong Min was stunned. "Huh?" The man asked again. "So what are you doing here? Are you here to see a friend?" Dong Min stammered, trying to lie his way out. Yes, a friend. Could you open the door for me?" "I lost contact with him." The landlord sighed. "Oh dear, it looks like your friend left you behind." Dong Min was flabbergasted. The landlord explained that the apartment was now empty, as the student who lived there had already moved out. Dong Min lost his composure and demanded, "What? When did he leave? Where did he go?" The landlord replied, "He just moved out today. I don't know where he went." Dong Min clenched his fists, cursing under his breath. That bastard ran off without a word. Elsewhere, Gun stood before a luxurious skyscraper, his eyes wide as he gazed at the magnificent architecture. It was his first time in a place like this, and he was completely overwhelmed. Walking inside, he was even amazed to see a revolving door. Watching Jae Min check in with a key card, June was even more astonished, his jaw dropping. "They even have key cards here." When the security guard confirmed Min's identity, he thought in admiration, "There's even security." He turned to his brother excitedly. "Bro, this place is incredible." Jae Min led him up to the 43rd floor, saying in a low voice, "Let's go." Gun quickly replied, "Yes." The space was vast, with comfortable furniture sparkling under the lights. Gun asked curiously, "How big is this place anyway?" Jae Min replied, "About 3,500 square feet." Yo Gun's jaw dropped. 3,500, he wondered. "It's just the two of us? Isn't this a little too big?" Yo Min smiled smugly. "We have plenty of money, so it should be at least this big." Yo Gun then asked, "How much is the lease?" Yo Min calculated. "The security deposit is $360,000 and $16,000 a month." Hearing this, Yo Gun's head spun. $16,000 a month for rent. He remembered how just a few days ago, he was worried about whether spending 5,001 at a convenience store was a waste. He anxiously tried to back out. "Hyung, this place is way too expensive. Wouldn't it be better if we found a cheaper place?" Yo Min calmly inspected the apartment, nodding. It's nice." He turned with a firm voice. "Gun, we have to spend at least this much. The more expensive it is, the better the security," he explained with a serious expression. "On the first day of every month, all players fall into a deep sleep. That's when we're most vulnerable to disasters like fires, earthquakes, or even assassins hired by other players. We have to be in the safest place possible." An image of a cold, emotionless Yo Min flashed by. Devoid of emotion. "No matter how good you are in that other world, it's all over if you die in the real world," Min asked Gun. "You don't like the house?" Yo Gun replied, "It's a really nice house, but why do you ask?" Yo Min didn't answer, only smiling. Asterisk, "Good, I'm glad he likes it." Asterisk. Yo Gun was confused, not understanding what his brother meant. He turned away, his face tinged with sadness and worry. "I'm sorry." Yo Min gave him a questioning look. Yo Gun said guiltily, his voice heavy. "Next month, you'll be dragged back to that other world to fight. But I'm just here enjoying everything like nothing is happening. I feel so useless. I'm sorry." Yo Min patted his brother's shoulder to comfort him. "Why are you so gloomy? Don't you think I'll win the next round?" Yogun hesitated. "Well," Yo Min quickly cut him off. "Don't worry about that. Let's go grab a bite. I heard the Korean restaurant on the second floor is delicious." Yogun nodded. "Okay." Suddenly, Yo Min's phone started vibrating. He glanced at the screen and smiled when he saw Dong Min was calling. Asterisk, he must have found out I moved. I'll just ignore him. Asterisk, Yo Min slipped the phone into his pocket, thinking he had no intention of meeting him in the real world again, though they might cross paths in the other world. The day after they moved, Yo Min woke up, and yawning, he stepped out of his room to find Yo Gun already dressed with a bag in hand, about to head out. He asked, "Gun, where are you headed?" Yo Gun looked surprised. "Oh, you're up? I ordered some rice cakes and was about to go pick them up." Yo Min looked blank. Rice cakes? He pondered. Asterisk rice cakes. I don't think this happened in the past. Regressing doesn't guarantee everything stays the same, but this is the first time he's ever gone out to buy rice cakes, isn't it? He asked. Why are you buying rice cakes? Yo-gun explained excitedly. Since we just moved in, I thought I should give some to our neighbors. It's the polite thing to do, right? Yo-min nodded, thinking to himself, asterisk, being a good neighbor isn't a bad idea. That's my little brother for you, asterisk. He suggested, we should go greet them together, right? Let me get changed, just a minute. A moment later, they were at a neighbor's door. Gun's voice rang cheerfully through the intercom. Hello, we just moved in next door. We came to say hi. A woman opened the door with a smile. Oh, hello. She looked at the two of them and commented, you two look so similar. You must be brothers. Yo-gun replied warmly, yes, we are. He held out the rice cakes. We brought these for you. They're best while they're still warm. The woman smiled affectionately. Oh my, thank you both so much. I'll be sure to enjoy them. Yo-min bowed politely. Thank you. We'll see you around. They continued on to the other apartments, with Yo-min introducing them. We just moved into Unit 4302 yesterday. Yo-gun offered the rice cakes with a radiant smile. Here are some rice cakes for you. Yo-min added, it's nice to meet you. We look forward to being your neighbors. At another door, a mother smiled as she accepted the gift. Thank you. We'll enjoy these. She then nudged her son. What do you say? The little boy bowed politely to Yo-min. Thank you, Hyung. The brothers continued making their rounds. By the time they reached the last house, Yo-gun was exhausted but still mustered up some energy. Hyung, just one more to go. Let's get it done. Yo-min agreed happily. Yup. Let's greet them and then head back to rest. On their way to the final apartment, Yo-min told Gun, you know, there's a penthouse on this floor. The owners bought the entire 44th and 45th floors. Yo-gun was amazed. That means they're crazy rich, right, Hyung? Yo-min guessed, I'm not sure, but they're probably someone wealthy or famous. They rang the doorbell, but after waiting for a moment, no one answered. Yo-gun wondered, huh? Maybe they're not home? He pressed the button again, but still nothing. Turning to Yo-min, he said, I guess they're out. Just as he said that, something caught their attention. Yo-gun turned his head, his eyes widening in surprise. Standing before them was a beautiful girl with blonde hair, wearing a designer dress. Stepping out of the elevator was the actress, Seol-ain. The girl looked towards the two brothers with a surprised expression. Yo-gun couldn't help but exclaim, she's so beautiful, like an angel. Suddenly, an arm blocked their way. Sang-chun stepped forward and questioned them sternly. Who are you? Fans? While Yo-gun was flustered, not knowing how to respond, Yo-min answered casually, huh? We're the people who live downstairs. Yo-gun then stepped forward to offer the rice cakes, stunning Sang-chun. You live downstairs? I was wondering who you were, Yo-gun quickly offered. Please, have some rice cakes. Sang-chun coldly refused. She doesn't need them. Besides, she doesn't eat things like that. The two brothers felt awkward as Sang-chun swiped a card and invited the girl inside. Go on in, she replied, oh, and entered, not forgetting to glance back at the two brothers. Yo-min was annoyed by Sang-chun's attitude. Who was that guy to be so rude? He told Yo-gun. Don't pay any mind to that jerk. Yo-gun was still dazed and startled. Huh? It's nothing. His eyes lit up with excitement. Did you see her? She's so beautiful. Yo-min was confused. Why? Yo-gun was shocked by his brother's question. What do you mean? You just saw her too. Yo-min still didn't get it. Yo-gun grabbed his shoulders and shouted, It's Seol-ain! Seol-ain! Yo-min looked blank. Who's Seol-ain? On social media, the news was spreading like wildfire. Actor Kwon Hyuk had suffered a heart attack. Fans were in tears over this shocking news. Kim Gun-woo and many other major actors were gone forever. A survey revealed that only 58% of celebrities had survived. Another article reported that actor Kwang Min-ho was suffering from panic and anxiety disorders, halting the filming of Urban Crime. In her living room, Seol-ain read the news and sighed. How is the world even working right now? Her face showed stress and fear. Her phone vibrated with a message from Hong X. Ain, did you see the news? Kwon Hyuk is gone. She typed back a reply. Yeah. They texted back and forth, arranging to go to the actor's funeral. Are you going to the wake tomorrow? Of course. He took care of us so much. Then let's go together. Okay. Ain put her phone down, her heart heavy with shock. She couldn't believe someone even more successful than her had died on the very first round. She was terrified that if she hadn't obtained a good ancient language, her name would have been in the headlines too. She closed her eyes to calm herself. I've grown so much. I can't believe I was even thinking about what kind of articles would be written about me. She wondered if she could have gotten this strong without the company's sponsorship. This penthouse was also bought by the company. Sang-chun walked over and asked, What are you thinking about? Ain replied, Are you hiding something? It's nothing. He sat down calmly. It's okay. You can tell me anything. Ain let down her guard and confessed, I was just wondering why the world has become like this. How am I going to survive the next round? Sang Chun said gently. Don't worry, I'm here. What's there to worry about? He turned his face away and reminded her, You're worrying too much. Just trust me and get some rest. Ain smiled. Of course. Who else can I trust? She recalled how wary she was when the company assigned him as her assistant and bodyguard, feeling like they just wanted to keep an eye on her. She remembered fighting alongside Sang Chun. If it weren't for him, she would have died in the first round. Sang Chun comforted her. I will protect you at all costs, so don't give up. Ain felt more at ease. Thank you so much. She changed the subject. They brought me rice cakes. They must have just moved in. They looked pretty good too. Sang Chun said sternly. If you eat that, you'll gain weight again. Ain defended them. They went to the trouble of greeting us. They must be sad. Sang Chun dismissed it. Just ignore them. It's just a greeting. He thought to himself suspiciously. They just want to use her. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. Ain recalled the two brothers' appearance. They didn't seem like bad people, she deduced. Our neighbors are over 15 years old, so they must have killed 100 goblins to survive, right? Sang Chun gave a non-committal reply. Probably. Ain mused. How interesting. That people who've gone through such a dangerous situation can act like nothing happened, Sang Chun said smugly. You think killing 100 goblins is hard for them? Only idiots would lose. Ain wasn't pleased with his attitude, thinking to herself. That's because your skills from the other world are outstanding. She recalled the powerful young man from the first round. Compared to Sang Chun, he wasn't as skilled as that guy. Black Dog even made me feel a little sorry for the goblins. She grew curious about Black Dog's identity. He must have some kind of job in the real world. I wonder what he does. She calculated that she could survive the second round if she teamed up with someone skilled. She hugged her arms, remembering the first round. I only survived thanks to luck. Will I be able to survive next time? Tuesday morning, November 31st. At the brothers' home, the sound of a vacuum cleaner whirred. Yo-ji, who was vacuuming, heard a noise and looked toward the door. Yo-min walked in. Welcome home, big bro. Yo-ji was overjoyed. You're back. He turned off the vacuum and asked, Were you successful? Tapping on his phone, Yo-min replied, Yeah, I didn't make that much this time. Probably about 15 billion. Last time it was 17 billion, though. Yo-ji was shocked. Are you kidding me? Didn't the bank say anything? This is the fourth time you've won. Yo-min was nonchalant. He recalled his time at the bank. The bank employee was stunned. You're back again? He asked. What's your secret? Yo-min replied, just like before. I already told you last time. I had a premonition in a dream. The man marveled, a hint of jealousy in his voice. That's incredible. I wish I could have dreams like that. Yo-ji was speechless at his brother's story. He changed the subject. Tisk. Anyway, are you planning to dump all the money into Bitcoin again? Yo-min said confidently. Yep, it's already grown to 150 billion. Yo-ji grew worried. Big bro, shouldn't we cash out now? I'm scared we're gonna lose it all. Yo-min refused. Not yet. He comforted his brother. Don't worry so much. I can handle it. He then suggested they go grab a bite to eat. The two brothers went to a Western-style restaurant for dinner. As night fell, they bought some groceries and headed home. On the night of Tuesday, November 31st, at 55 minutes past the hour, Yo-min was in his bedroom, ready to fall into a deep sleep. Yogo sat beside him, watching over him and holding his brother's hand, his eyes filled with fear. Big bro, you have to survive and come back, okay? Yo-min reassured him. You saw me crush the Taegil gang, didn't you? Yo-ji was still uneasy. Yo-min affectionately patted his brother's head. Don't worry, just go to sleep. When you open your eyes, I'll wake up with you. Yo-min followed a golden stream of light into another world, appearing in his combat gear. All around him, other players materialized in a forest under a gloomy sky. They were terrified. We're back already? So soon? A woman clutched her head in fear. We're here again. Another person looked around. Where are we? This place doesn't look like the first round. Another woman turned her head in astonishment. Huh? It's him. All eyes fell on Yo-min, who went by the name Black Dog. He was ranked number 1 in the last round. They whispered, he's the one who massacred the goblins, right? Number 1, huh? Black Dog Yo-min walked forward, noticing the fearful gazes of the others, the way they kept their distance. It seems they recognized me. He scanned the crowd. It looks like everyone has gathered. When is it going to show up? His red eyes grew sharp and cold as an angel appeared, shimmering with a radiant aura. Everyone stared in amazement. That's right. What happened? The angel announced. The angel in charge of the first round had an accident and will no longer be appearing. Everyone was surprised. An accident? The angel calmed them. Do not panic, humans. It gave a bewitching smile. I will be guiding you with the utmost care from now on. It looked down and declared, since you're all here, I might as well announce the mission for the second round. Shouldn't I? As it finished speaking, a system window materialized in front of every player. Everyone read the notification carefully. The screen displayed, second round main mission. Select a regional representative within 3 hours. Total participants in the entire region, 900,514,645. Number of completions, over 900,514,645. Current area, ESK 45 participants, 5,143. Completed, 5,143. One person exclaimed, "What the hell is a regional representative?" Another person, hand on their hip and rubbing their chin, said, "I'm guessing they'll ask us to fight a few monsters." Before they could finish, the person next to them pointed frantically at the panel. "Wait, look at the number of completions." The first person was stunned. "Does this mean everyone can survive this time?" The angel's lips curled into a smile, its eyes twinkling with amusement. "You all look so confused. Allow me to explain." It pointed a finger. In a melodious voice, it said, "You see, this trial has nothing to do with fighting. You simply need to choose a representative, and that's it." The angel crossed its arms and continued. "The regional representative has the authority to command others. If they tell someone to drop out, that person must drop out. If they command someone to die, that person will lose their life." It laughed with glee. "Isn't this kind of power just wonderful?" The crowd below grew pensive. A man covered in tattoos frowned, his expression one of contempt. The angel looked down and reminded them, "In 3 hours, you will all receive a ballot. On the ballot, you just need to write the name of the person you want to elect as the regional representative." Someone raised their hand, skeptical. "Is that it? Are there no other rules?" The angel smirked. "That's right. Simply by voting, you will complete the mission and be able to go home. Just think of it as a coffee break." The crowd erupted into a relieved uproar. "We just have to vote and we're done? We're saved. I don't have to fight anymore. This is way too easy compared to the first round." Yeomin stood at the back, his expression pensive, not joining in the celebration. The angel was enveloped in a shimmering light. Before leaving, it raised its voice. "Well then, for the next 3 hours, you all discuss who will become the regional representative. Time remaining, 2:59. A girl smiled. "Seriously, just doing that makes survival a piece of cake. If you become the regional representative, you even get to hold power." Dong Min crossed his arms, grinding his teeth and cursing, "Damn it! All that effort preparing to fight was for nothing." The person next to him heard this and ran over to suck up. "Dong Min, let it go. What's wrong with surviving by a vote?" Dong Min was annoyed. "I put all my stats into strength and didn't even get a chance to show it off. That's what I'm mad about." Jae Min, standing behind, watched Dong Min's back, thinking to himself that he focused on strength like that. Did the ancient rune of strength appear this time too? He turned his head, his gaze sharp and cold. Huang Dong Min's ancient rune and this situation were exactly the same as in his memories. Jaemin watched the crowd heatedly debating who to choose as representative for the next 3 hours, but that didn't matter. He turned and headed into the forest, sword in hand. His eyes were as cold as ice. When there's a main quest, it means there will be side quests. The side quests and hidden quests of the second round are to level up and acquire a class. Jaemin tightened his grip on the sword, thinking he had to reach level 10 as fast as possible. From behind, a hobgoblin approached, holding a bone club. Its eyes were vicious. Jaemin beckoned tauntingly, "Come here." The hobgoblin growled and charged forward. Without hesitation, Jaemin zipped past it, his sword drawing a perfect arc. Blood splattered everywhere. The system announced, "You have defeated a hobgoblin. Current kill count, 1 out of 100. Triple experience buff applied. Experience plus 9%, gold plus 15. All stats plus 1% due to the effect of the butcher's ancient rune." Jaemin continued to think. Going deep into the forest to hunt was the right decision. He gripped his blood-stained sword tightly. He predicted that where there was one hobgoblin, there would be a whole pack. Just as he expected, countless hobgoblins emerged from the bushes, holding sharp swords, their eyes ferocious. Jaemin smirked in satisfaction. Good. Jaemin's face was now covered in hobgoblin blood. He forcefully knocked one aside, his sword piercing through another. The system chimed. "You have defeated a hobgoblin. Current kill count, 50 out of 100. All stats plus 50% due to the effect of the butcher's ancient rune. You have leveled up. Discussion time remaining, 2:24. Jaemin wiped the blood from his face, surprised. Only 30 minutes had passed. He called up his status window. The screen displayed, name, Jaemin, nickname, Black Dog, rank, novice, level, 9, class, none. Titles, time, traveler, hidden, first to kill an angel, hidden. Stats, strength 4, intelligence 4, agility 18, luck 4, stat points, 6. Jaemin looked at the panel, thinking, level 9 already. He chose to upgrade agility. Early on, it's always best to choose agility. If he had imprinted the ancient rune of strength like Hong Dong-min, increasing strength would be more effective, but putting everything into strength makes it hard to survive. Agility increased to 24. No matter how strong you are, if you can't dodge a critical hit, you're done for. The status window updated. Name, Jaemin. Nickname, Black Dog. Rank, Novice. Level, 9. Class, None. Titles, Time Traveler, Hidden. First to kill an angel, Hidden. Stats, Strength 4, Intelligence 4, Agility 30, Luck 4. Stat points, 0. Skills, Common Ancient Rune. Agility, increases attack speed. Movement speed, and evasion rate. Luck enhances critical hit rate and item drop rate. Jaemin narrowed his eyes, thinking that no stat was useless. Remembering the scene of holding a spear, he swung it powerfully, his gaze sharp, especially against the Grim Reaper. Using both physical and magical damage by increasing all stats evenly is the most ideal. He sensed a gaze on him, turned his head, and a flash of killing intent glinted in his eyes. Someone was watching. I was so focused on hunting that I didn't notice. Jaemin pointed his blood-soaked sword towards the hiding spot and growled, "I don't know who you are, but show yourself. If you don't state your intentions, you'll lose your life." The forest was dead silent. Someone stepped out, crunching on dry leaves. It was Seo Ain. She raised her hands hesitantly. It's me, Jaemin wondered to himself. The actress Seo Ain is following me? She spoke up. "I'm sorry for following you." A young man stepped out from behind her. "Please forgive us." He gestured with a conciliatory tone. "We don't have any ill intentions. Please don't be angry." Jaemin recognized Sang Chun. He glared, thinking, "Isn't he Mahjong Locke's right-hand man?" In a mysterious blue space, Jaemin's train of thought unfolded. Mahjong Locke, the eldest son of the country's largest corporation, nicknamed the Heavenly Demon, appeared with an air of authority. A giant black snake coiled in the darkness, signaling danger. Jaemin calculated that recruiting Mahjong Locke would be very helpful, but his real goal was to recruit the priest associated with him in round 20. He looked at Ansang Chun and Seo Ain. He wondered why Ansang Chun was with Seo Ain. He recalled a rumor that Mahjong Locke was sponsoring a celebrity. "It must be her," Jaemin spoke up. "How long have you two been following me?" Seo Ain replied in a worried tone. "From the very beginning. When you headed into the forest, I saw you and followed. I'm sorry if I bothered you." Yeomin was annoyed. "Why were you following me?" Seo Ain was flustered. "It wasn't with any ill intent. We just wanted to propose something." Yeomin furrowed his brow. "A proposal?" Seo Ain clasped her hands and gave a forced smile. "You ranked first in the first round, right?" Seeing that Yeomin was about to lose his patience, she quickly said, "I was wondering if we could possibly team up?" Yeomin smirked mockingly. "Team up? Isn't that a word you use only when both sides need each other?" Seo Ain crossed her arms hesitantly. "That's right," Yeomin said coldly. "But what do I need from you guys? I can fight just fine on my own. Don't waste my time, go back." He turned and walked away. "I have no intention of partying up with you two." Seo Ain and Sang Chun silently watched Yeomin's retreating back. Sang Chun was irritated. What's wrong with that bastard? Just how big is his ego? Suddenly, Seo Ain collapsed to the ground. Sang Chun panicked. "Miss Ain!" she gasped, lifting her head. "He's not number one for no reason." The pressure coming from him was intense. Sang Chun was puzzled. "What pressure?" "It's only natural to be scared when he glares at you like that." Seo Ain was downcast. "I wanted to team up with the first-ranked player, but this didn't go as I expected." Sang Chun nodded. "I told you so. A guy like him is too arrogant. He doesn't need allies." Seo Ain agreed. "Yeah, it's a bit of a shame." Looking at the hobgoblins lying scattered about, Sang Chun said, "Let's not waste any more time following someone like that." Seo Ain stood up and dusted herself off. "But I didn't know these monsters were in the forest. We should spend the remaining time hunting too, right?" Sang Chun nodded. "Not a bad idea," Seo Ain said cheerfully. "Let's go, my bodyguard." Deep in the silent forest, a hobgoblin was on the move. It looked around cautiously. Yeomin dashed in from behind, extending his hand and thinking, "I'm already swamped, and they want to team up?" He stabbed straight through the hobgoblin. "The top priority is to level up. Going solo is faster for gaining experience." The monster sprawled on the ground. The system announced, "You have defeated a hobgoblin. Current kill count, 60 out of 100. All stats increased by 60% due to the effect of the Slayer's ancient rune." From the bushes, 5 strange gnomes emerged, holding weapons. Yeomin was intrigued. 5 gnomes at once? I've hit the jackpot. They charged forward, preparing to unleash a powerful blow. Yeomin tightened his grip on his sword. The blade flashed, and the 5 gnomes fell one by one. The system chimed. "You have defeated a gnome. Current kill count, 65 out of 100. All stats increased by 60% due to the effect of the Slayer's ancient rune. You have leveled up. You have reached level 10. Yeomin looked up, his gaze sharp and cold. "I've met the conditions for a class advancement." Notifications flooded the message board. "You have leveled up. You have reached level 10. You have qualified for a class advancement. You can now use the shop function." After all his hard work, Yeomin was justly rewarded. He had finally advanced his class. He looked at the rules on the message board for the Round 2 subquest. Advance your class before the voting period. Obtain a class advancement item and receive a class. If successful, you will receive a 50% discount coupon for daily items. Yeoman thought. Everyone seeing a subquest for the first time would be confused. As expected, the other players were in a panic. A class advancement item? Isn't just leveling up enough? Where do we get it? Doesn't it tell us our class? The notifications continued to appear. Everyone knew that getting a class was a good thing, but no one knew how to obtain the class advancement item. The system displayed a message. The class advancement item can only be obtained by fulfilling special conditions. A warrior needs to raise their strength stat to at least 10 and kill 30 monsters within the time limit. A berserker must hunt and shed blood. An assassin needs to successfully assassinate monsters multiple times. Each person must complete activities related to their potential class to receive the class advancement item. Yeoman recalled his past life. Back then, when he fought the hobgoblins, he was injured and had to hide behind a tree. I continuously hunted monsters while hidden in the forest, so I obtained the hunter class. But now, he looked at the strange glowing object in his hand, affirming, after learning about the Reaper class, I immediately chose this mysterious floating object. He commanded, use. The system displayed a message. You have used a class advancement item. The class cannot be changed. Please choose carefully. Do you wish to advance to the Reaper class? Yes, no. Yeoman touched yes without hesitation. The strange object glowed brightly, enveloping Yeoman in a stream of red light. The system announced, you have advanced to the Reaper class. The notifications continued. Class advancement reward. Ancient Rune of the Reaper. Daytime effect. Weapon attack power is doubled. At night. Attack speed increases by 50%. When resting at night, the chance of being detected by enemies is greatly reduced. The ancient rune has been automatically imprinted onto the player's body. The system displayed the class advancement reward. Reaper's Scythe. Yeoman was ecstatic. I've got both the ancient rune and the weapon now. The notifications continued. You have received a 50% discount coupon for daily items for completing the subquest. His rank increased from newbie to apprentice. He looked at the message board, the status window, name, J-Min, nickname, Black Ball, rank, apprentice, level 10. Class, death, god. Titles, hidden time traveler. First to kill an angel, hidden. Stats, strength 4, intelligence 4, agility 31, luck 4, stat points 6, skill, ancient language, bonus to agility. The system explained that players are divided into 6 ranks. Grandmaster at level 99, Master at 60, Adept at 40, Regular at 20, Apprentice at 10, and Newbie at 1. Ranking up grants, bonuses, and new skills. System update. You have learned a class skill, Death Mark. Effect. Creates a mark. The caster can see the target's remaining health. The target takes 100% additional damage when attacked. It only affects a single target, but you can now equip higher-level items. Death Scythe. Type. Rare weapon. Attack. 25. Effect. Plus 1 attack power with each swing, with a maximum of plus 5. Durability, 200 out of 225. Requirement, apprentice or higher. Description, a giant scythe, rumored to be used by the death god, difficult for a newbie to wield. Jaemin stood proudly amidst a pile of defeated monsters, thinking that if he didn't rank up, he'd be a newbie forever. Ranking up quickly is the best way. System notification. You are the first player to rank up. Reward, random gold pouch. Jaemin guessed that being the first to rank up wasn't unexpected. The system continued. You have learned a neutral skill. Tracking. Effect. Detects the location of a desired target, but their face and nickname must match. Cost. 20 gold. Jaemin smiled as he looked at the skill board. 20 gold. Should I try it? He activated tracking. The system displayed Hoang Dongmin's face. Name match confirmed. Tracking target's location. Hoang Dongmin is 190 meters away. Follow the arrow to track. Jaemin considered the 190 meters. So, he's in the forest too? He rested his chin on his hand, pondering. From 2 kilometers down to just 190 meters. Should I follow him secretly? Elsewhere, Saein and Sang-chun were fleeing through the forest, breathing heavily. Saein collapsed, clutching her knees and panting. I can't run anymore. My leg. Sang-chun cut her off, encouraging her. We have to keep going. If they catch us. He helped her up, worried. Even if your leg hurts, you have to endure it. Saein trembled. I'm sorry. The spot where the arrow hit stings so much. Sang-chun gritted his teeth and explained, it's just a theory, but even if we get hurt in here, our real bodies are fine. If we survive, you'll go back home. Saein gritted her teeth against the pain and stood up. I understand. I'll try. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Where do you think you're going with an injury like that, huh? Saein and Sang-chun looked back in alarm. Dongmin and his cronies appeared, smirking contemptuously. I guess it doesn't hurt enough, right? Sang-chun gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it. He glanced at Se-Ain, blaming her. This damn girl is too slow, and now we're all caught. Sang-chun gripped his dagger, resigned. The only option left is to fight. Dong-min whistled mockingly. Oh ho? He tilted his head arrogantly. You want to fight us, old man? He pointed to his three cronies, one drawing a bow, two holding daggers, and laughed triumphantly. Open your eyes and look. How many of us are there, and you still want to fight? Sang-chun shouted. Why are you doing this? What did we ever do to you? Dong-min thought for a moment, then laughed arrogantly. Of course, you didn't do anything, Sang-chun stammered. Then why did you attack us? Dong-min replied. I just want this one thing. He paused, piquing their curiosity. What thing? Sang-chun asked. Dong-min pointed at Se-Ain, stunning her. The girl with you, old man. He gave a wicked smile. We're all men here. I don't care about you. One of the cronies wondered, is that girl really Se-Ain? Another one looked at him like he was an idiot. Can't you tell just by looking? You can tell it's Se-Ain with just one glance at her face. The last one added, or it could be someone copying her appearance. These vile words made Se-Ain's face turn pale, as if her soul had left her body. Dong-min offered a deal. If you agree to leave Se-Ain behind, I'll let you go. How about it? Sang-chun was conflicted. If their target was Se-Ain, they should have said so from the start. If that were the case, I would have abandoned her already. He looked at Se-Ain with frustration. I don't plan on dying for that girl, but if I can't protect Se-Ain, Director Ma Ong-el will be very disappointed. Sang-chun prepared to attack. Dong-min was surprised, then laughed scornfully. Huh? What's this? You want to fight, old man? Sang-chun threatened them. Do you guys know that what you're doing is a crime? Dong-min couldn't believe his ears. A crime? They all burst out laughing like immature kids who just won a game. Dong-min's voice rose. Go ahead and try. But what proof do you have, old man? This face might not even be my real face in the outside world. Sang-chun thought angrily. He's right. This is so frustrating. He realized that just talking wasn't enough to make them back down. He had to fight. Sang-chun looked up at a tree in surprise. Dong-min turned his head to follow his gaze. Jae-min was standing on a high branch, arms crossed, observing them. He stepped forward, asking suspiciously, What are you two doing here? Dong-min didn't know anything but still wanted to act tough. Why don't you mind your own business? Jae-min retorted. I'll talk to whoever I want. What's going on here? Sang-chun spoke bluntly. Those guys were targeting Se-Ain, so they ambushed us. If you help, I'll be forever in your debt. Radiating a murderous aura, Jae-min glared at Dong-min. Is what he said true? Dong-min acted clueless. So what if it is? Jae-min stepped forward menacingly. This isn't your business. A red aura flared up around Jae-min. Sang-chun was surprised. What do you mean? He said. I know these people. Dong-min panicked. What do you think you're doing? The red light surrounding Jae-min gave off an imposing presence. I won't let them get hurt. Dong-min gritted his teeth, glaring at him ferociously. Se-Ain and Sang-chun were overjoyed, as if they'd found their savior. Jae-min, thank you. Jae-min clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, Tsk, there's something in this for me too. He glanced at Sang-chun and began to calculate. If I help them, the Ma-own group will have a good impression of me. If a corporation like that owes me a favor, the rewards will increase significantly, and I'll be handsomely repaid. Jae-min stared intently at Dong-min's group, and besides, I don't like these bastards anyway. They were scared, cursing as they backed away. Jae-min, what the hell do you think you're doing? You bastard. Get lost. I'll kill you if you take another step. Jae-min maintained his icy expression. He paid no mind to their words. He taunted them. What's wrong? Don't want to fight me anymore? Dong-min glared at him, annoyed. Damn it, what are you talking about? You tore those goblins to shreds in the blink of an eye last time, and you're ranked number 1. If you were me, would you want to fight a monster like that? Suddenly, he had a thought. Jae-min spoke bluntly to the group. If you don't want to fight, just say so. Dong-min asked hesitantly. If I'm honest, will you let me go? Jae-min crossed his arms smugly and said, I'll consider it if you get on your knees and beg for your life. Dong-min was stunned. It seemed he realized Jae-min's intention. So you're asking me to humiliate myself. He looked at his comrades, worried about his own pride. In front of my friends and right in front of Se-Ain, Dong-min sneered at Jae-min. I didn't want to fight him if I could help it, but you've really pissed me off now. You son of a B times T. Suddenly, he remembered something. Wait a minute. He recalled the last time he went to Jae-min's house. Wasn't I strong enough to shatter a wall with my bare fist? If I'm lucky, I might even be able to take him down in a single punch. Dong-min smirked contemptuously. He made a fist in front of his chest and arrogantly threatened Jae-min. You've crossed the line, you bastard. He rolled his shoulders and challenged Jae-min. You want me to do what? Get on my knees and beg? Are you asking to die? Dong-min gleefully imagined the scene of landing a punch on Jae-min's face. I'll get close like this and punch him straight in the face. Even he won't be able to survive that. A normal person can't take a punch that can shatter a wall, right? Jae-min used his power to make his scythe disappear. Dong-min asked in surprise, what are you doing? Did you just toss your weapon aside? Jumin spoke while teasing Dongmin. If you're fighting me with your bare hands, and I have a weapon, that would be a little unfair, wouldn't it? Winning that easily would be boring. Hearing this, Dongmin felt his ego had been bruised. His blood boiling, he said, "What? You're a ridiculous bastard." Jumin immediately rushed forward. Dongmin was stunned. Jumin charged at Dongmin like a bolt of lightning. In that instant, he also threw a punch at Jumin. "You dumb bastard. You tossed your weapon aside just to leave your head exposed like that?" He aimed his fist at Jumin's head. "Die!" But in a flash, Dongmin couldn't see Jumin anywhere. He had swiftly dodged the punch. He kneed Dongmin hard in the gut, causing him immense pain. The blow was so powerful it sent Dongmin flying 100 meters. Dongmin writhed on his knees, groaning, "Ugh, you son of a b-times." He looked up at Jumin, who said contemptuously, "Stop with the cursing." He kicked Dongmin again as he spoke. "It's filth to my ears." Dongmin could only scream. "Ugh." Terrified, he scrambled backward. "Ugh." Jumin grabbed Dongmin by the collar and lifted him effortlessly. He mercilessly punched Dongmin in the face again and again. Dongmin was in excruciating pain. This wasn't a punch. "Ugh, it feels like I'm being hit in the face with a sledgehammer." He looked at Jumin as if he were a cold-blooded demon. "Is this bastard as strong as me? He doesn't have an ancient rune of strength like I do." He couldn't believe it. How is he this strong? Jumin looked cold but incredibly badass with his blood-red eyes. Dongmin's friends shakily raised their bows, wanting to shoot Jumin. "Shoot that bastard." An arrow flew straight toward him. Se-in saw it and screamed, "Jumin, dodge it." He immediately leaned to his left. After missing, Dongmin's friend cursed at him. "Just die." In an instant, Jumin turned and dashed toward him. It was as if he had the powers of Sonic the Hedgehog. He closed the distance to the guy in a flash. He mocked and provoked the guy. Getting to hunt monsters and receiving a bow must have been pure luck, huh? The guy's face turned deathly pale as he stared at Jumin. He excitedly used the power of the ancient language to summon his scythe and swung it at the guy. "Too bad for you." He swung the blazing red scythe, "because now you've run into me." He landed a single slash on the guy's arm. The guy fell to the ground, screaming in agony. "My arm!" The others, though terrified, still raised their weapons and acted hostile toward Jumin. "Hey, you bastard! You think you can just start a fight with us and then walk away?" The bald guy desperately charged at Jumin, screaming, "Die! Go to hell!" Jumin smirked and said to him, "You really think so?" He chanted the death mark spell, and a red symbol appeared on the guy's back. Jumin gripped his scythe as the power of the ancient language converged within it. He raised the scythe, planted his feet firmly, and launched a powerful attack. Before the guy could even strike, Jumin's slash connected squarely with his legs. They were completely severed, and he let out a horrific scream that threw his comrades into a panic. The last guy's face went pale, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Before he could even process what was happening, Jumin charged at him like a whirlwind. He appeared at his side, his voice cold and provocative. "To dare attack me with a weapon. You must have some nerve, huh?" The man panicked and cried out in agony as his arm was severed. Jumin glanced back at his fallen enemies, thinking to himself that the deathmark skill was truly impressive. Double damage, a single hit tearing through armor. Watching them writhe in pain was so satisfying. It was too easy. But then he became thoughtful, knowing he couldn't just end it like this. Jumin tightened his grip on the death scythe, his gaze turning ice cold. He had to carve fear so deep into them that they would never dream of approaching him again. The man with the severed legs whimpered and trembled. His face was ashen as he pleaded desperately, "Please stop. I'm dying. Spare me." Jumin swung his scythe, terrifying the man to his core. He then said coldly, "Enough. You've only coughed up a little blood. You're not going to die." With that done, Jumin let out a sigh of relief, but then he suddenly realized something and whipped his head around. His sharp eyes locked onto Dongmin, who was hiding. "It's useless to hide." Raising his scythe, Jumin declared there would be no exceptions. With a slash as fast as the wind, he cut off Dongmin's right hand. The man screamed at the top of his lungs. Jumin's face was like ice as he said, "Stop crying like a child." He didn't stop there, slashing off the other hand too. "This is nothing." Jumin recalled the vile faces of his past bullies. Compared to the pain they inflicted on him, this was nothing. Nearby, Se-in and Sang-chun watched with concern at Jumin's ruthlessness. Sang-chun was shocked. Jumin had mercilessly taken both of his opponent's hands. Even though they had already lost their will to fight, he was still so ruthless. But a part of him admired that cold decisiveness. He said in a serious tone, "That's Dark Scythe." One of them turned to Dongmin and yelled, "You dare oppose the guildmaster?" Jumin suddenly turned back, his voice calm. "Are you two all right?" Sang-chun came to his senses. "Yes, thanks to you." Jumin gestured towards the fallen enemies. "You don't need to worry about them anymore. As you can see, they're completely disabled. We should get going to the vote." Se-in bowed her head, her voice shaking. "Thank you so much for helping us." Sang-chun also added his thanks. "Dark Scythe, Se-in asked timidly. Won't they just die soon? She was taken aback by Jumin's indifference. So what? They're worse than beasts. Jumin glanced at Se-in's look of disbelief, thinking to himself how soft she was. Why should he care if these bastards lived or died? She was acting like some kind of saint, probably to protect her public image as a celebrity. His thoughts were cut short by Song-chun. Mr. Dark Scythe. He raised his hand timidly. Could I ask you a question, if you don't mind? Jumin responded. What is it? Sang-chun wondered aloud. Why did you let them live? In a world like this, killing them isn't a huge issue. Hearing this, Dongmin's eyes became empty voids, and filled with utter terror. Jumin remained calm. My reason? He mentally commended Sang-chun, truly befitting of the squinting wasp demon's right-hand man. Looking at their terrified expressions, as if they were staring death in the face, he answered, It's simple. There's no benefit in killing them, Sang-chun repeated, skeptical. No benefit? Nope. Jumin glanced at the defeated men while Sang-chun fretted, but leaving them alive could cause problems for us later. Jumin looked at the men cowering on the ground with complete indifference. Problems? He let out a scornful laugh. What can they do? Then he got serious. Besides, reducing the population isn't a good thing. If the number of successful participants decreases, the number of spots for those who clear the stage also decreases. Sang-chun suddenly understood and nodded. Ah, he was right. If the number of successful people decreases, the available spots will also shrink. He even considered these aspects. His understanding of the game is on a completely different level. Truly impressive. Sang-chun sighed and followed Dimin's advice. I understand. We'll stop paying attention to this trash. Dimin turned around. Then I'll be on my way. Sang-chun quickly stopped him. Wait a minute, he asked hastily. If you give me your account number, I'll send you a reward in the real world later. Dimin paid him no mind and turned away. Don't bother. Se-in and Sang-chun watched Dimin's figure fade into the distance. Sang-chun marveled to himself, helping someone without asking for a reward. His face was filled with surprise. I'll report this to the guildmaster immediately. Dongmin's painful groans drew Sang-chun's attention. Although he wanted to kill them, he held back, thinking just as Black Hook said. Killing them brings no benefit. Dongmin bit his lip, unwilling to accept it. Sang-chun spat at him. You scumbags. He called out, Let's go, Se-in. She replied, Understood. Elsewhere, the sounds of bickering erupted. Please give all your votes to me. Vote for me. If I become the area representative, I'll do a great job. A crowd had gathered around a man vying for the position, not him. I'm confident I can do better. Two men argued aggressively, on the verge of a fight. The smaller one grabbed the other's shirt. Huh? You fat pig? The fat man was furious. What did you say? What did you just call me? Someone tried to mediate. Don't fight. We're still weak even if we team up. What's the point of fighting? Another person agreed. That's right. Then another guy jumped into the fray. You're too easily provoked to be a worthy representative. Let me do it. Another man cut in. Hold on. Raise your hand. He pointed to himself confidently. My father is a congressman. Wouldn't that make me more suitable? The crowd pointed and murmured suspiciously. Huh? Your father is a congressman? How can we believe that? A voice cut through the noise. Everyone turned their heads. The mint chocolate boy spoke up. There are only 2 hours left before the voting ends. Don't waste time. Someone wondered, then how do we decide who to vote for? Another asked. What's your idea? He replied confidently. I have a very good one. The crowd buzzed. Really? Who is it? A reminder cut in. Quiet down. The boy flashed a strange smile, his eyes gleaming and his mouth curving into a sinister grin. This bunch fell for my ancient rune of persuasion again. The mint chocolate boy still vividly remembered holding the sparkling turquoise magic stone. His first thought was, what is this? The information had instantly appeared in his mind. The stone was the ancient rune of persuasion. Its effect increased the user's ability to persuade their conversation partner, but it didn't work on targets of a higher level than the caster. Standing in a vast open field, surrounded by people and demons, the mint chocolate boy wondered how the ancient rune of persuasion could possibly work on monsters he couldn't even talk to. Even so, he reassured himself that he had already figured out a proper way to use it. Suddenly, an unexpected noise from behind made him whip his head around. Before him was an intense scene. A group of humans had the upper hand, repeatedly slashing at several goblins with their knives, while one pinned another down to stop it from moving. But when his gaze fell upon a girl surrounded by 3 goblins, he spoke to the others in a flustered voice. Everyone! That woman over there is in danger! Leave those goblins and go help her. Under the control of the ancient rune of persuasion, the young men in the middle of the fight immediately obeyed, changing course to rescue her. Huh? Okay. Coming. Let's help her first. Seeing them rush off, the mint chocolate boy dropped his flustered act and stood up straight. The cunning boy thought that by repeating this trick, he could poach the nearly dead goblins and easily kill 100 of them. He smirked. If I'm lucky, I'll easily become the area representative. How clever. After everyone had dealt with the goblins, the mint chocolate boy stepped forward like a leader to guide them. We should choose the candidates first. We should narrow the choices down to about 5 people to make voting easier. Because this proposal was reasonable, and with the added effect of the ancient rune of persuasion, no one objected. That's not a bad idea. That's reasonable. We won't get anywhere if we just keep telling people to vote for ourselves, the boy continued. Then let's narrow down the choices first. If you want to nominate someone, please raise your hand and point to that person. The fat guy excitedly raised his hand. Who is it? The boy continued. Ah, you can't nominate yourself. Otherwise, everything will just go back to the way it was. The fat guy reluctantly clicked his tongue and lowered his hand. The people around him agreed. He's right. There's no other way. The mint chocolate boy covered his mouth, laughing to himself. It's so easy to persuade these lowlifes. Ha. In the end, nominating someone is quite a challenge. But who should we nominate now? I don't know anyone here. I don't want anyone but myself to be the representative. The boy's eyes curved into a smile. Just as expected, only the prominent ones were nominated. Just as predicted. Someone spoke up. I want to nominate Mint Chocolate Boy as the representative, he explained. The representative should be rational and have leadership skills. Despite his excitement, he asked his comrade, the boy seems wary of me, doesn't he? The other person nodded, turning to his team. You're still controlling the situation well, right? His teammate nodded. The boy thought to himself, ha, another fool. He placed a hand on his chest and smiled. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Before he could finish, someone cut in. I want to nominate the Black Dragon. The boy fell silent, not angry, just smiling. That's reasonable. How could the person who ranked first in the previous round not be nominated? Several people chimed in. Then I'll nominate the person who ranked second last round. Life is a documentary. I nominate the third ranked person. Black Dragon, the boy asked. So we have 4 candidates. Is there anyone else? No one answered. He clapped his hands. Then let's settle on 4 people. Before we vote, can each person give a speech? With my confidence, persuading these pathetic losers will be a piece of cake. He volunteered. I'll go first. As soon as he opened his mouth, if I become the regional representative, I will. He was cut off. Stop spouting nonsense. The boy turned his head in surprise. The one who interrupted was the second-ranked player, Life is a Documentary, whose real name was Dung Shish, a brutish man with a scarred face. He picked his ear, grinding his teeth. I don't want to hear any more of your crap. The boy frowned. What are you doing? He tilted his chin up. Hey, Mint Chocolate Boy, huh? He raised an eyebrow and bared his teeth. You think this world is so simple that everyone will just do whatever you say? The boy's eyes widened in horror. Did he figure out my skill? He thought. No way, he must be bluffing. Dung Shich grew angry. Who the hell do you think you are to decide the regional representative? Despite being cursed at, the boy remained calm. You're crossing the line. Your words reflect your face and personality. Is it necessary to be so insulting? He encouraged himself. This should work. But Dung Shish wouldn't let up. This son of a dog, he gritted his teeth. You dare lecture me? You got a death wish? Realizing his persuasive ancient language was ineffective against Dung Shish, the boy staggered back a few steps in shock. The skill has no effect on him. Don't tell me it's impossible. Dung Shish didn't attack right away, instead roaring at the crowd. Hey, screw the candidates. Vote for me, or I'll kill every last one of you. Got it? Faced with the terrifying threat, no one dared to make a sound. The boy sighed. You're truly a lost cause. Despite his fear, he continued. You think people will listen to you when you talk like that? Stop humiliating yourself and back down. Dung Ekshich lowered his head in silence. Then, quick as a flash, he gripped a knife and swung it at the boy. Blood splattered everywhere. The boy froze, coughing up a mouthful of blood, his trembling hand touching the deep wound in his throat. The killer's gloating voice rang out. I told you, messing with me is a death sentence. He had reached his limit. The boy's eyes rolled back. Thud. His body collapsed, blood soaking his clothes and staining his face. Dung Shich arrogantly declared, If you don't vote for me, you can dig your own grave. A life was snuffed out in seconds. Many people screamed in fear. He's dead! That guy killed Mint Chocolate Boy! He's insane! Dung Shich pointed his dripping, bloody knife and said coldly, So what? Anyone got a problem? Step up. One person bravely pointed at his face and shouted, You psycho! Are you out of your mind? Dung Shich bared its fangs. If you don't swim, I'll come get you myself. True to his word, he moved like a berserker with superhuman speed and strength, cutting down one person after another. Ignoring their desperate screams, Dung Shich gripped the hilt of his dark red, blood-soaked knife. He savored the metallic smell of blood, thinking, This is amazing. No police, no reports, no cameras. This freedom. After killing nearly a dozen people, Dung Shich calmly brandished his knife and threatened, Don't vote for me, and you'll be next in the following round. Many turned pale, too scared to speak. Dung Shich was satisfied. baring his teeth. They're scared of being killed, so they'll vote for me. Then I'll become the regional representative. He thought of the famous Ji-min, the black dragon, and resolved, I'll kill that annoying bastard first. Once he's dead, I'll be number one. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the sharp sound of slashing echoed continuously, along with a system notification. You have defeated a good luck. Kill count, 265 out of 100. All stats increased by 100% thanks to the ancient language. Butcher. Experience points multiplied by 3 is now in effect. Then he saw the notification. You have leveled up. You are now level 16. Jimin stopped. I just hit level 16? Looking at the pile of corpses scattered in the forest, his handiwork, Jimin understood that the higher his level, the slower the leveling speed. Even after killing over 200 monsters in 2 hours, he had only leveled up 6 times. It was quite exhausting. But he thought monster hunting was easier because he possessed the ancient languages of death and butchery, doubling his damage and stats. Jimin held his staff and used a destruction spell. It's time to leave. A brilliant, blinding pillar of golden light shone down around him as the system's voice echoed. Voting time is over. Summoning all regional players to the starting point. Following the system's command, all players in the area were summoned to the starting point. Upon setting foot on the empty plot of land, they were stunned to see unfamiliar faces. All of them were wearing identical outfits, and a sense of confusion made them exchange glances. They whispered, "What's going on?" But what horrified them all the most was the sight of Dungshich standing imposingly amidst a pile of blood-soaked corpses, his cold eyes exuding the aura of a ruler. One player, unable to contain their fear, exclaimed, "The corpses of players. What the hell happened here?" Aindimin stammered to the person beside him. "Don't tell me he killed all of them." Only Jae-min, with his sharp intuition, immediately realized what had just happened. He silently observed Dungshich, who was standing there with an arrogant and smug demeanor. Although his lecherous gaze and scornful smile made Jae-min uncomfortable, he calmly recalled information about his opponent. Dungshich, the infamous gang leader, the second strongest warrior in the region. His personality was just as the rumors said, so trashy it gave people goosebumps. Jae-min sighed in frustration, muttering, "It's best to defuse this bomb before it goes off." But before he could act, Dungshich took the initiative and walked over, flashing a fake smile. "Hey, black dog, where are you off to?" "I've been waiting for you for a long time." His friendly demeanor made Jae-min suspicious. He frowned and got straight to the point. "What do you want?" Dungshich laughed loudly, confidently replying, "It's nothing. I just want to ask one question." He paused, a cunning glint in his eyes. "Come work under me," Jae-min coldly asked back. "Work under you?" Dungshich nodded, twirling a menacing cleaver in his hand. "Yeah, I'll spare your life if you do." But his only reply was a scoff from Jae-min, who stood casually with his hands in his pockets. He said bluntly, "So, do you want to start fighting right now?" Then he smirked, commanding in a challenging tone, "Get down on your knees and beg me, and then I'll spare you." Jae-min's audacity stunned Dungshich. He gripped the hilt of his knife, roaring, "My God, look at this psycho bastard. You still don't get the situation, do you?" But before he could finish, "If I become the regional representative," Jae-min cut him off. "Is it that hard to understand me?" He opened his hand, using magic to conjure a sharp scythe, the metal glinting in the light as he spoke with a proud voice. He asked if he'd prefer to die here. Even though Dungshich knew Jae-min was strong, he hadn't anticipated this move. Sweat poured down his grimy face, revealing his panic. "Wah, what is that? Where did he get that weapon from? Damn it, I messed with the wrong guy." Jae-min narrowed his eyes mockingly. "What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?" Dungshich gritted his teeth. Trying to stay calm, after a few seconds of thought, he growled, "Hey, I'm Dungshich, leader of the Dungshich gang. You think I'd kneel before someone like you? I can't stand this humiliation in front of everyone." He furiously challenged, "Grab that weapon of yours and come on then, you bastard." Jae-min just scoffed, remaining calm. He knew that showing off his power now would just complicate things. A plan had already formed in his mind to use Dungshich, making him the representative so he could be manipulated in the next round. Jae-min's fiery red eyes narrowed slightly, as if anticipating an imminent incident. And just as predicted, less than 1 minute later, an angel appeared, its voice echoing, "Are you all gathered? You humans." While everyone was marveling at the angel's appearance, Jae-min just coldly said to Dungshich, "You're lucky." He gestured dismissively, his tone instructive. "Next time, before you challenge someone, make sure you know who they are, unless you want an early grave." Watching Jae-min's tall, slender back recede, Dungshich could only grit his teeth, thinking angrily to himself, "Damn it, I almost had a heart attack. I'll let you off this time, but just you wait. I'll make you pay 100-fold." The angel, with a mysterious smile, began to speak. "Have you chosen a representative yet?" When no one answered, it continued, "I see. It seems you haven't just been idly chatting for the past 3 hours, have you? Of course, I couldn't care less if you pieces of trash die. It raised its index finger and asked with a smile, "Shall we begin the vote now?" Immediately, a notification window appeared in front of each player. The official vote for the representative will now begin. You each have only one vote, and the person with the most votes will become the representative. The rules stress that anyone who fails to vote within 5 minutes will be eliminated and will disappear. As the clock began to count down, all eyes fell on Dung Shish. He crossed his arms, thinking smugly, just as I thought. They're all looking at me. But when he looked up, he was startled to see one girl who wasn't voting for him. He pointed and roared, "Hey, you, the chubby steamed bun girl, the confused one." "Me?" Dung Shish yelled. "Do you want to die? Why aren't you looking at me?" The girl quickly clarified, "Sir, I already voted for you." Yao Min, standing not far away, muttered in frustration, "He's just like a madman." Dung Shish continued his threats. "If you don't look at me, you can all consider yourselves dead." When the countdown hit 0, a chime rang out, signaling the end of the voting session. The angel laughed loudly. "Time's up. Luckily, you foolish humans managed to finish voting in time." He clapped his hands, and a giant screen appeared, displaying the results. Life is a Documentary, 2,412 votes. Black Hook, 2,077 votes. Black Dragon in My Right Hand, 249 votes. Chubby Steamed Bun, 6 votes. Lovely Little Bird, 5 votes. Dung Seech was stunned. "I'm number 1, but with only 2,412 votes? Black Hook was even in second place," he thought hatefully. "These bastards, I told them to only vote for me. And yet they dared to vote for Black Hook." The angel flew up and announced, "The results are in. Life is a Documentary is the regional representative." He granted the command authority to Dung Shish, followed by a system notification. "You have become the regional representative. You will be granted command authority." Dung Shish smirked smugly. "Heh, I'll make you regret not killing me, Black Hook." But his joy was short-lived. The system continued. Command authority. You can issue commands and control other players. They cannot resist. Limit, 10 uses. Can only command one person at a time. Skill does not apply to A-rank players. Dung Seech was deeply shocked. What? Only 10 uses, and it has no effect on A-ranks? He realized in a panic that people like Yao Min could completely ignore him. The angel, with a sinister smile, continued. "You all thought the voting part was over, didn't you?" Not at all. This round also had a hidden quest. Ascend to A-rank before the vote and find the rank-up item to receive a 50% off coupon. Ain's group looked bewildered. Huh? An item to rank up to A-rank? The angel laughed heartily. The quest window has been available since level 10. But none of you noticed, right? A tired player responded. Without any monsters, how could we level up? The angel frowned. What do you mean? Hold on. Monsters? Seeing them fall silent, he clicked his tongue. Don't be so gloomy. Only 50,000 people can advance to A-rank in this round, and someone in this very region has already done it. Everyone buzzed. Who is it? The angel snapped his fingers, and the screen displayed the side quest results. Black Hook, Death God, level 16. Time, 39 minutes and 42 seconds. Heavenly Demon, Night of Darkness, level 10, 2 hours, 36 minutes, 15 seconds. Stupid Mage, level 10, 2 hours, 37 minutes, 17 seconds. Region ESK 45 had only one name, Black Hook, the Death God. All eyes turned to Yao Min, the young man with perfect hair and a tall, slender build, who stood with his hands in his pockets, calmly gazing into the distance. Seemingly unconcerned by the attention, the crowd was astonished. He was the first one to rank up, a death god. Yao Min's excellence struck a heavy blow to Dung Shish's pride. It left him speechless, nursing a deep grudge in his heart. The lively atmosphere of the competition area was still filled with the sound of hushed whispers. The moment they learned Yao Min was a death god, the crowd erupted in excited whispers. A death god? What kind of class is that? It sounds totally overpowered, doesn't it? Ah, so that's why he carries that huge scythe around everywhere, huh? Their voices were filled with a mix of curiosity and excitement, as if they had just uncovered a fascinating mystery. Dung Shish, standing nearby, felt the spotlight being stolen by Yao Min. He gritted his teeth, thinking angrily, damn it, I was just about to use my command authority to get my revenge on Black Hook. But who would have thought Black Hook would change his class at this exact moment? The anger in his heart smoldered like a hidden flame, but he couldn't let it erupt in front of the buzzing crowd. Just then, the angel, with a radiant smile, pointed toward the gleaming announcement board, his voice ringing with excitement. In round 2, rankings were rewarded based on the order of side quest completion. He nodded, his eyes scanning the announcement board as he continued. So, the player who changed their class in our region is player Black Hook. Suddenly, as if realizing something, the angel looked surprised and amused, asking, You didn't just take first place in this region, but you're also leading the rankings across all regions? He looked down at Yao Min with an appreciative gaze. Impressive, Black Hook. Your Death God class is quite unique, and your nickname even fits it perfectly. Tell me, how did you come up with it? He prodded with more curiosity. Did you know beforehand that you would receive the Death God class? Yao Min looked up, his voice cold yet filled with confidence. I had no idea I'd get a class that matched my nickname either. When the angel asked again, their voice was filled with interest. So perhaps becoming a Death God was destiny? Yao Min simply nodded in reply. Yes. The private conversation between the two of them caused a stir in the air. A few players furtively exchanged bewildered glances. Noticing the angel's genuine curiosity, Yao Min smiled faintly, thinking to himself, even the angels don't know how to obtain the Death God class. They only know it's a special class. This isn't as boring as I was worried it would be. The angel seemed captivated, covering their mouth as they laughed heartily. Is this destiny? How interesting, they continued to ask, their voice brimming with excitement. To think there's someone in this area who has already completed a class change. Does that mean you're the only one unaffected by the command authority? The angel's question immediately drew the attention of the crowd. A few nearby youths started murmuring, he won't be affected by the command authority? What does that mean? With a mischievous smile, the angel explained. Since we're on the topic, I suppose I should explain it. The command authority cannot be used on humans who possess a class. Therefore, the area representative can't order Black Hook to do their bidding. That's all there is to it, they added, their voice full of amusement. Besides, you can only use the command authority 10 times. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and burst out laughing. It can only be used 10 times? Ha! So that's how it was. This was a secret that only Rongqi knew, and he had intended to keep it under wraps. Who knew the angel would launch such a preemptive strike, causing him to grit his teeth in hatred? Damn it, you wretched angel, you can't just tell them that. But the angel paid no mind to Rongqi's hostility, remaining composed with a radiant smile. Now then, we must give Black Hook his reward. You were the first one to get a class, weren't you? As they finished speaking, they snapped their fingers, and the system immediately displayed a congratulatory message. Congratulations on completing the mission ranked first in the current area. Congratulations on completing the mission ranked first across all areas. The screen displayed the rewards. You have received the reward for placing first in the current area. Low-grade rare armor selection. You have received the reward for placing first across all areas. Special reward selection. Yao Min quickly clicked on the reward. The system displayed, please select one of the following rare armors. The reward list showed 3 items. A medieval warrior's metal armor, a professional hunter's leather armor, a mage's breathable robe. Without any hesitation, Yao Min raised his hand and selected the professional hunter's leather armor. He thought to himself, the first option is too heavy, and the third one offers almost no defense. It was a quick decision. The system moved on to the next reward. The system continued. Please select one of the following special rewards. This time, the 3 options were a 3x experience effect, applicable only to round 3, 3,000 gold, and information about round 3. Yao Min frowned in consideration. Round 3 will be swarming with monsters, so experience is the key factor. With that in mind, he chose the 3x experience effect. A brilliant golden aura enveloped Yao Min, prompting the angel to nod and say, very well. The rewards have now been distributed, they continued, their voice full of excitement. All of you may now return. The next round, round 3, is going to be very interesting. Before the light of teleportation whisked everyone away, the angel slyly asserted, I guarantee it. The summary for round 2's results appeared. All areas have 8,735,255 survivors. The current area, ESKS-45, has 4,988 survivors. Souls will soon be transferred to their bodies in the existing dimension. The mechanical voice repeated, signaling the end. In the real world, Dong Min woke up as if he had just escaped a horrifying nightmare. His arm was still reaching out into the air. He panted, looking down at his unharmed hand. Dong Min let out a sigh of relief. Just as I thought. As long as you don't die, your body is perfectly fine when you return. He told himself with a determined voice. I will never mess with Black Hook again. Never! Damn it, I don't want anything to do with a heartless bastard like him. Meanwhile, in a cozy living room, Ain sat on the sofa with a sad look in her eyes. Sang Chun stood before her, saying gently, you went through a lot. Ain lowered her head, her voice soft. What did I do? You're the one who shouldered everything. Then she looked up, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Thank you for protecting me. Sang Chun was a bit flustered. He adjusted his collar and cleared his throat. Ahem. I'm your manager and your bodyguard. It's only natural that I'd do that. Ain asked hesitantly. And I also want to thank Black Hook again. Is there any way to do that? Sang Chun mused. We don't know his real appearance, so it's hard to find him. It seems Black Hook doesn't want to reveal his identity either. Ain was surprised. He doesn't want to? Sang Chun nodded. I asked him for his account number for compensation. right? But he refused immediately. Black Hook must know that his real identity can be traced through an account number. Disappointed, Ain turned away. Seeing this, Sang Chun suggested that if she wanted to thank him, why not find him during the next round and give him an item as a gift? Ain nodded, her eyes lighting up. That's a great idea. I have to think of a worthy way to repay him. Sang Chun smiled. Then get some rest for today, and I'll see you tomorrow. Ain waved. Yes, goodbye. Just as he stepped into the elevator, Sang Chun received a call and answered it. It was Chairman Ma on the other end of the line. Ma Guirok answered, Department Head, and Sang Chun. Noticing how late it was, Sang Chun asked, You're not asleep yet? Ma Guirok chuckled softly. I just got back and was having a little whiskey. Sang Chun remembered something and immediately reported. I've seen the final results. Congratulations on your class change to Shadow Knight. Ma Guirok laughed heartily. What's there to congratulate? Did anything happen on your end? Stepping into the parking garage, Sang Chun replied, Ain and I only reached level 8, plus she got injured and can't hunt anymore. Ma Guirok sounded concerned. Injured? Sang Chun continued. Actually, I was about to report this incident. Is now a good time for you? Ma Guirok requested. Come to the hotel. I'll hear it in person. Sang Chun replied respectfully. Yes, sir. I'll be there within 20 minutes. After hanging up, Sang Chun opened his car door, unaware that he was being watched. Jin hid behind a pillar, watching the car roll out of the garage. He thought to himself, just as I predicted, he's going to see Ma Guirok. 10 minutes ago, when the system requested that he think of a target and say their name, Jin had immediately thought of An Sang Chun. The system announced a match between the name and the face. The target An Sang Chun's location has been found 9 meters away. Jin nodded. He's quite close. Is he still on an upper floor of the Ben Hauser building? But the 9-meter distance quickly changed to 23 meters, then 56 meters. Jin wondered, why is his location changing so fast? He must be using the elevator. A thought flashed through his mind. Could he be on his way to see Ma Guirok? Without hesitating, Jin grabbed his jacket and ran out of the room. He told himself, it's a good thing I investigated immediately. This decision was definitely worth it. Under the dim moonlight, Ma Guirok was lost in thought. Darkness obscured the light, and he knew tonight was the perfect time to tail someone. Holding a glass of wine, he sat down on the sofa, muttering, Black Hook, what player doesn't know who he is? The one who ranked first in both round 1 and round 2? He frowned, tapping his fingers on the armrest. Something about this number 1 ranker gives me a bad feeling. Thinking about the possibility of Black Hook causing trouble for his subordinate, Ma Guirok paused as a wave of irritation washed over him. He crossed his legs, resting his chin on one hand, while swirling the wine in his other hand, exuding an air of unpredictable danger. He made a silent resolve, telling himself, I won't let anyone who gets in my way off easy. I don't care who it is, not even the number 1 ranker. In the dimly lit room, Ma Guirok sipped his wine, its potent flavor seeming to stir his deepest thoughts. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, followed by Sang Chun's familiar voice. Are you in there, sir? Mr. Chairman, it's Sang Chun. Ma Guirok smiled, setting his wine glass down, his voice deep and warm. Perfect timing, come on in. He stood up and walked over, adding, It's good to see you again, leader. Sang Chun entered and bowed respectfully. You as well, Mr. Chairman. With a voice full of enthusiasm, he said, It's all thanks to you, sir. Ma Guirok humbly waved his hand. I didn't do anything. We weren't even in the same zone, but Sang Chun kept his head bowed, his eyes filled with admiration. Just your presence alone is enough to fill me with motivation. Thank you, sir. Ma Guirok motioned for Sang Chun to sit down, a knowing smile playing on his lips. You're quite the flatterer. Sang Chun didn't sit down immediately, instead smiling sincerely. It's not flattery, sir. It's the absolute truth. Though it's a bit late, congratulations on your survival. Ma Guirok said, his voice laced with a hint of sarcasm. Survival? Round 2 was like taking candy from a baby. Sang Chun tactfully replied, I also wanted to congratulate you on leveling up, but Ma Guirok maintained a nonchalant attitude. Not at all. I just got lucky. Sang Chun smiled, his tone persuasive. People say that luck is a type of skill too. And again, ranking 2nd and 3rd across all zones is no easy feat. It's my greatest honor to serve someone like you. Ma Jianlok just smirked, his sharp eyes full of hidden meaning. He set his glass of wine down on the table and said, Hearing you praise me to the high heavens, I'm guessing you want something from me, he asked bluntly. Let me hear it. You have a question for me, don't you? He hit the nail on the head. Sang Chun hesitated for a moment but didn't hide it. In that case, could you tell me where to find a level-up item? Ma Jianlok slowly closed his eyes without answering immediately, just smiling faintly. Oh, it was nothing. It just dropped while I was hunting monsters. The truth was, only he knew it was all thanks to the random rune, the Dark Knight's ancient rune. He still remembered the moment the heavenly demon and heavenly god appeared, its voice echoing, and for the final matter, look in your item inventory. I have a gift for you all. It was in that very inventory that Magian Locke found the ancient rune, which increased all his stats and enveloped his weapon in a dark aura, dealing terrifying damage. When he reached level 10, he became a Dark Knight, a special class. The feeling at that time made him ponder. I got lucky in round 1. That random rune was practically a cheat. But Majin Locke didn't reveal this to Sang Chun. To him, even a trusted subordinate who was like family couldn't know all his secrets. Human nature can change in the blink of an eye. To avoid more questions, he changed the subject. Unit Chief Ann, let's get back to the main topic. Who was it that injured you? Was it Black Hook? His expression turned dangerous, his eyes cold as ice. Sang Chun quickly waved his hands, flustered. What? No, it wasn't him. He's actually the one who saved me. Majin Locke narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with suspicion. Saved you? Tell me the details. After Sang Chun recounted everything, from the thugs targeting Sayin to the moment Black Hook appeared, Majian said, So, because some thugs were targeting Actress S, you almost died? Sang Chun nodded. Yes. If Black Hook hadn't shown up, both of us would probably be dead. As for Sayin, she might have survived but would have suffered psychological trauma, unable to continue working in the entertainment industry. Majin Locke frowned, thinking he had not only almost lost a valuable subordinate but also a business venture. Feeling a bit relieved, he asked, So what happened to those guys? Are they dead? Sang Chun replied. Although Black Hook made them taste a pain worse than death, he didn't kill them. He said killing them would be pointless. If the total number of people decreases, the number of survivors who pass the round also decreases. Majin Locke nodded. He agreed that the guy wasn't wrong, but who knows what kind of trouble they'll stir up in the future. Taking a sip of wine, feeling the spicy tingle on his tongue, he thought to himself, Thanks to Black Hook, my subordinate and my asset are still intact. It seems I owe him one. Voicing his thoughts, Magion Locke said, I should compensate him. Sang Chun added, I mentioned that too, but he said it wasn't necessary, and left right away. Magion Locke mused on the refusal of compensation. Is he afraid of revealing his identity? He's quite cautious. He stood up, his voice decisive. If you see him in the next round, thank him on my behalf. I'm genuinely grateful to him for saving you two. Sang Chun stood up respectfully. I will definitely let him know. Majin Locke added a careful reminder. Keep an eye on him. See if there's any way we can help. You know I don't like being in anyone's debt. Sang Chun nodded. Of course, I will do as you wish. Suddenly, Majin Locke paused, one hand in his pocket, the other holding his wine glass, his voice turning cold. I forgot to ask one important thing. What were the nicknames of those thugs? At the same time, in front of Magian Locke's hotel, Yuman was hiding behind a tree, his sharp eyes observing. Seeing the room light was still on, he thought, what a loyal dog, running straight to Magian Locke this late, right after returning to reality. Having followed him here, Yuman was satisfied with what he'd found. He decided he should head back. After all, he had confirmed his destination. Lingering any longer would only arouse suspicion. Taking off his hood, Yuman hailed a taxi, his train of thought continuing. The celebrity sponsored by Magian Locke lives in the same apartment complex as me. I should thank my younger brother for that. He recalled the time his brother dragged him along to give out rice cakes to greet the neighbors, where he ran into Sayin and Sang Chun. Yumin considered himself lucky, otherwise he would have never known about their relationship. Opening the taxi door, Yumin calculated using the neighbor excuse as leverage. I can easily gain Majin Locke's trust, but should I bring him along for round 20? He was hesitant because of Majin's Dark Knight's ancient rune, but it also had a disadvantage. To use the dark aura, one needs to accumulate dark mana, something that can't be gathered through normal means. Yumin thought, this skill is perfect for a psycho like Majin Locke, but teaming up with a lunatic like him is also dangerous. Getting into the car, he told himself to consider him a candidate for now. After all, there were many other talented people besides him, especially that girl. Watching the hotel recede into the distance, Jaemin resolved to get right to work the next morning. Early in the morning at the Soso 24 convenience store, a weary sigh echoed. The owner slumped over the counter, lamenting. At this rate, my sales will be cut in half. The door chimed open, and his daughter Julie walked in, calling out cheerfully, Dad, I'm here. The owner quickly hid his gloomy expression and forced a smile. Oh, hello, sweetie. Good girl, Julie. Julie beamed. Hi, Dad. Why the long sigh? You can't hide it from me. He recounted sadly. They've completely stopped selling lottery tickets. Julie was surprised. Huh? Why so suddenly? He explained. The government gave a plausible excuse, but it seems it's because of the players. They don't know what kind of skills the players might use. Julie let out an O. She recalled the KMS news report from that morning. A man had won the lottery grand prize 4 times in a row, pocketing $62.7 million. The owner fretted. Rent, labor costs. Things are so difficult now. What should I do? Julie said gently. Don't worry, Dad. I'm graduating soon. I'll help you. She asked seriously, would it help if I got a part-time job? The owner was touched but didn't want it to affect her studies. Julie, let me worry about the money. You just focus on your studies. Your grades are good. Aren't you planning to go to college? Your dream was to become a doctor. But to his surprise, Julie replied, Dad, I've given up on that dream. With the way things are now, what's the point of school? The owner was stunned, feeling like a failed father. He lowered his head and said, You're right. Money doesn't matter now. If something bad happens, you could lose your life in the next round. Unable to bear it, he covered his face and cried, I've been having all sorts of thoughts lately. I'm sorry, Julie. Julie's heart ached. Dad, what are you sorry for? This isn't your fault. He was still hesitant, but she smiled. I'll be fine. I promise I'll survive the second round and even get a class. Seeing her father's confusion, she aimed her palm at his forehead. Just a moment. A faint green light emanated from her hand, enveloping him. Feeling the change, he touched his head in bewilderment. What was that just now? Julie said cheerfully. It's a blessing skill I got from my support class. It slightly increases a normal person's vitality. The owner, now full of energy, shot up from his seat, rubbing his biceps and praising, This skill is amazing. I feel so invigorated. Julie was delighted. I'll use this skill on you often. So cheer up, okay? As a father, he was moved beyond words. Just then, the door opened and a customer walked in. Seeing Jaemin, he froze, stunned by this particular customer. Realizing her father seemed to know Jaemin, Julie whispered, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. You know him, Dad? The convenience store owner whispered back, his voice full of awe. He's the winner. He elaborated, as if to emphasize the point. The winner who guessed the same number for 100 tickets. Jaemin approached the cashier with a friendly smile. Hello, sir. Do you remember me? I bought 100,000 won worth of lottery tickets. The owner nodded, his eyes warm. Yes, I remember, but he asked curiously, but what brings you here? Jaemin suddenly bowed low, his voice sincere. First of all, I want to apologize. His earnestness flustered the owner. Huh? Why are you suddenly apologizing? Jaemin explained, his tone somber. I saw the news. Because I kept winning the grand prize, the store was forced to stop selling lottery tickets. He bowed his head again. I'm sorry for inadvertently causing damage to your store. Standing beside them, Julie saw this side of Jaemin for the first time, feeling too awkward to know how to intervene. The owner waved his hand and laughed it off. Don't worry, it's not your fault. Not selling lottery tickets isn't going to make me starve. But Jaemin still felt guilty, rummaging through his bag, pulling out an envelope of cash, and handing it to him. Even so, I still feel bad that you were affected because of me. The owner was taken aback. What is this? Jaemin replied. I want to compensate you, even though it's not a huge amount. When he mentioned the figure of 10 million won, both Julie and her father were stunned. The owner waved his hands, refusing, You don't have to do this. Take it back. But Jaemin was insistent. Please take it, sir. It's true that I caused you trouble. Fearing another refusal, he turned to leave. I'll be going now. The owner called out in a fluster. Huh? Hey, young man? Looking at the envelope full of cash, he still couldn't believe it. Oh my goodness, how can I accept this much money? After a few seconds of shock, Julie called out, Dad, she said quickly. Let me go return it. The owner handed her the envelope. Yes, give it back to him. Luckily, Jaemin hadn't gone far, so Julie quickly chased after him, waving her hand and shouting, Wait a minute! Jaemin stopped and turned around, his curious gaze asking what was wrong. Julie, panting, asked, You're Jaemin, right? Seeing that she knew his name, Dio Min thought she looked familiar, but he frowned. As for her, despite being a little sad that he didn't recognize her, Julie still smiled. You don't know me? It's me, Min Julie. We're in the same class, Dio Min replied coolly. Same class? Julie was stunned and hesitated. Don't tell me you really didn't know we were classmates? Dio Min answered softly. I'm sorry. I'm not very good with faces, he thought to himself. Of course. I'm lying. He knew very well that Julie was the daughter of the convenience store owner and that she possessed a special buffer class, specializing in supporting teammates. Realizing she was his classmate had surprised him, making him secretly believe in fate. His goal today was to get Julie on his side, but she had no idea. Julie invited him, Hey, let's go somewhere to talk. Dio Min smiled. Sure. Instead of a coffee shop, the two chose a wooden bench under the bare trees in a nearby park. Julie handed an envelope of money to Dio Min. Here, take this. Dio Min was surprised. Isn't this the money I just gave you? Julie nodded. We can't accept such a large amount of money, so please take it back. Dio Min thought to himself, Tsk, accepting 10 million warder is indeed a bit much for them. I knew they wouldn't take it. Understanding Julie's strong-willed personality, he remained firm. No, I already told you. It's compensation. I have to do at least this much, so my conscience can be clear, Julie protested. But the amount is too large. Dio Min shrugged. No matter how large it is, I want you to take it. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty forever. Julie tried to persuade him. Even so, this amount is too much. It feels like a burden. Dio-min's eyes curved into a smile as he thought, "That's why I gave it to you." He said, "Please tell the owner too. That amount isn't much to me, so please feel free to take it." Julie turned away, helpless. "Are you always this stubborn?" Seeing that he considered the matter settled, Dio-min stood up. "We're done talking, right? I'll be going then." Julie was startled. Wait a minute." She opened the envelope, awkwardly counting the money. 10 million is really too much. I'll just take 1 million. That should be enough, right? Dio-min laughed. "Do you have the authority to decide? You should go ask the store owner." Julie hesitated. "But I'm sure my dad won't be comfortable with this amount." Dio-min acted surprised. "The convenience store owner is your dad?" He heard Julie hum in agreement. He feigned interest. "Oh, I go there often. That's really interesting." Julie gave a forced smile. "I find it interesting too. The person who won the lottery is my classmate." Her use of the word classmate caught Dio-min's attention. She continued, "But you really didn't know we were in the same class? The moment you walked into the store, I recognized you." Dio-min stuck to his story. "Sorry, but I'm really not good with faces," he asked. "Besides, this is the first time we've ever talked like this, right?" Julie nodded sadly. "That's right." She lowered her head. "So this is the first time you've heard my name then?" Dio-min smiled. "Yeah, sorry about that." The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Julie's face turned red, and she turned away to hide her embarrassment. Dio-min smiled quietly, thinking, "I feel a little guilty for pretending not to know her, but I have to do this to get her interested in me." Unable to stand the awkward atmosphere, Julie stood up. "I already said it. My name is Min Julie, and I'm your classmate." She suddenly pointed to her own blushing face and said loudly, "And this is my face! Do you remember now?" Dio-min almost burst out laughing and replied, "I'll remember it." Realizing she had made a fool of herself, Julie turned her back, scolding herself in embarrassment. "What the heck am I doing? Introducing myself to a classmate when we're about to graduate." With his sharp hearing, Dio-min clearly heard her and chuckled, clicking his tongue. "Well, at least I know now. It's not like we can't keep in touch after graduation, right?" Seeing Julie's surprised expression, Dio-min took the initiative. "By the way, can I have your number?" Julie's voice faltered. My number?" Dio-min said casually. "Yeah. What's so weird about asking a classmate for their number?" Julie held out her hand, her face growing redder. Okay, give it to me." After entering the number, she handed the phone back. "Here." Dio-min smiled. "Meeting like this must be fate. Let's keep in touch from now on." Julie nodded. Okay. Getting Julie's number exceeded his expectations, making Dio-min even happier. He said his goodbyes. "Well, I'm off. I have something urgent to do." Julie replied, "Okay." Although she wanted to say more, she could only watch him leave. As she watched Dio-min wave, Julie foolishly realized she hadn't returned the envelope of money. She felt dejected. "I still haven't given it back to him." Recalling the moment he asked for her number, her heart fluttered. "He just asked for my number out of the blue. It's so strange. My heart is pounding so fast." Even though she knew Dio-min probably just saw her as a classmate, Julie couldn't help but feel excited and shy. The first time she saw him, she witnessed a thug kicking Dio-min. The thug was aggressive. "You bastard! I told you to bring the money. Did you think we were kidding?" Julie was terrified, covering her mouth to stifle a scream and quickly calling the police. "Hello, police?" Following Dio-min afterwards, she wondered if it was because she felt sorry for him or because she felt a sense of responsibility for having called the cops. Seeing Yumin go to his part-time job as if nothing happened, Julie realized he was much stronger than he looked. From then on, she became interested but lacked the courage to talk to him. The heart can't be deceived. Her feelings for Yumin were real, and Julie clenched the wind scar. She closed her eyes in gratitude. "Who would have thought we'd meet here? I'm brave now. This is a God-sent opportunity." A bold idea flashed in her mind. She smiled, watching the direction Yumin left. Tsk. "So should I ask him out to eat?" In his small room, Yumin lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone, the screen's light reflecting on his face. A message popped up. "Have you eaten yet? I have a few things I want to talk about. Can we meet in Zone 1? I'll treat you to a meal." Yumin smiled and replied, "Sure, I'll pay." The other side responded, "Just let me pay." He texted back jokingly, "Ha, I have a lot of money." The other person played along, "But I don't like to freeload like that." "All right, what do you want to eat?" Yumin thought to himself, his gaze sharp. "As expected, she feels indebted to me. And she's suddenly asking me to a meal? That's a good sign." He looked at the screen, thinking, if I befriend her naturally, it'll be easy to make her an ally. He shot up from the bed. Yumin was determined to help Julie reach the 20th round. At the same time, Yu, who was eating pho, was surprised to see Yumin. He spoke up. "Bro, where are you going?" Yumin replied nonchalantly as he walked. "Just going to meet a friend." Yu was curious, his eyes sparkling. "A friend, not a girlfriend, is it?" Yumin smirked. "Why? Can't your big brother meet a few girls?" He added in a cheerful tone. "I'll be eating out, so don't skip your meal. Got it?" Yu obediently replied. Yeah, got it. Watching Yumin leave, Yu muttered in a daze. No way. Is he going on a date? At the Staker Hauser restaurant. The atmosphere was luxurious, with soft, melodic music playing. Julie E spoke. Do you like steak? Yumin didn't hear clearly and asked. Huh? What was that? Julie E repeated in a cheerful voice. Do you like steak? Yumin nodded. Ah, yes, I like it a lot. Then eat up. Julie E gently wiped her mouth. Her heart fluttered. She couldn't believe she was having a private meal with Yumin. What a lucky day. The two continued their meal, surrounded by warm lighting. But the atmosphere gradually grew quiet, making Julie E think to herself, this is so awkward, I have to say something. Mustering her courage, she asked, how did you win the lottery so many times in a row? A full 4 consecutive times. Yumin said casually, oh, that? My ancestors told me in a dream. I'm pretty lucky, huh? Julie E imagined a god holding a piece of paper saying, remember these numbers. She looked incredulous. In a dream? So how much have you made from that dream? Yumin beamed. Looks like I won't have to worry about money for the rest of my life. Although I still have to worry about staying alive, Julie continued. Ah, that reminds me. I'm very curious. What was your first kill like? Killing a goblin must have been tough, right? Yumin replied. It took quite a while. She asked again. What zone were you in? Yumin lifted his glass and took a sip. I don't remember anymore. I just remember the last digit was 5. Julie E chuckled softly. Ah, mine ended in 7. What a shame. So we didn't meet. In Yumin's mind, he thought, no need to be disappointed. My friend, we'll meet eventually, because the zones will merge as the number of survivors decreases. The conversation continued. Julie asked curiously, what level are you? Yumin hesitated. Level? 10. Julie was surprised. Huh? I'm level 10 too. Do you have a class yet? Yumin replied. Not yet. What about you? Julie E said excitedly. Luckily, I got a class change item. It's called a buffer. Yumin asked in surprise. Buffer? Does that mean you can buff your allies like in a game? A thought flashed in his mind. It's a good thing she's a buffer this time. Julie E was enthusiastic. Do you want to see? It has a blessing effect. It boosts all stats. Yumin played along. Oh, really? Let me see. Julie E immediately cast it. The system window appeared. Blessing has boosted all your stats by 50%. Duration, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Witnessing the effect, Yumin was inwardly amazed. As expected of a special class, the effect is really good. He continued to ponder. If she reaches max level, the effect could double to 100%, but I'll have to wait until she reaches that level. Looking at Julie, he gave a thoughtful smile. It's a good thing she buffed me from the start. This was my goal all along. The image of a bag with a phoenix wing pattern appeared in Yumin's mind. He recalled the reward from the first side quest. A random gold pouch yields an amount of gold depending on the luck stat. He told himself, the higher the luck stat, the more gold he'd receive. Back in reality, Yumin said the effect was great. Thanks, Julie, she beamed. If you ever need a blessing, just ask. Using this skill doesn't drain me at all. Yumin suddenly remembered. Didn't you say you had something to tell me? Julie was startled. Oh, right. I was going to talk about that first, she continued. Thank you so much for the 10 million. My father also asked me to pass on his thanks. Her voice was firm, and I'll do my best to pay it back soon, no matter what, Yumin said casually. Is that all you wanted to talk about? I already told you not to worry about it. But Julie still felt guilty. If you don't need money, maybe you'd like something else? Ah, I know. She conjured an item and gave it to him. Here, take this. Yumin was surprised. What's this? Julie E replied. I got it while hunting. If you don't need the money, I should at least give you this. It's a token of my gratitude. Please don't refuse. The meal ended, and the two of them stepped out of the restaurant. Julie E spoke up. That was a great meal. Well, I'll see you later then, Yumin said. All right. Be careful in the next gate, Julie E laughed cheerfully. Ha ha. Okay, we have to stay alive to see each other again. After saying goodbye, Yumin headed back. The system displayed his inventory. He looked at the purple stone Julie gave him, and its information appeared. Low-grade purple magic crystal. Classification. Asset. Description. A beautiful purple stone containing refined mana, used to sock it into items to increase stats. Yumin was stunned. Who would have thought I'd get something like this from her? Holding the stone in the sunlight, he thought to himself, when I reach level 20, I'll see just how rare it is. The socketing feature unlocks at level 20, and he imagined his axe combined with the stone. The theory is, combining a weapon with a magic crystal can upgrade its options. Magic crystals come in 7 colors: red for damage, orange for strength, yellow for luck, green for agility, blue for intelligence, indigo for damage reduction, and the rarest, purple, which increases all stats. Yumin was thrilled. I'm so lucky to have stumbled upon this. My luck stat in reality is really high. He decided to use it when he reaches level 20. The system displayed a notification. Blessing. Time remaining 30 minutes and 58 seconds. Yumin planned to open the gold pouch before the buff ended. He took out a small bag, thinking 100 mealworms. The butcher's rune increases stats by 1% for every life taken, even insects. He dropped the bag on the ground. He said, "I'm sorry." The system showed lives taken, 45 out of 100. All stats increased by 45% due to the butcher's rune. The number jumped to 67 out of 100, then 100 out of 100. Stats increased by 67%. He checked his status window. Name, Min. Nickname, Novice Black Scythe. Level, 16. Class, Death God. Titles, The Last Traveler, The First Hidden Assassin God. Stats, Strength +9, Intelligence +9, Agility +63, Luck +45. Min was pleased. Luck went from 15 to 45, a significant result. The system showed the inventory. Rare, random gold pouch, provides up to 19,999 gold, affected by luck, must be used before the next round. He shook the pouch, thinking, how much will I get with my current luck? Probably around 36,000 gold. Suddenly, Min froze. Huh? The system displayed the text, you have used the random gold pouch. Min was slightly surprised when the next notification appeared. You have earned 9,999 gold, he mumbled, confirming. 9,999 gold? He smiled to himself. I got the maximum amount, he thought. Getting that blessing was totally worth it. Suppressing a grin, Min checked his gold. A total of 16,249 gold. Enough to buy an epic item now. Closing the system window, he thought to himself, the item I want won't be available for another 2 weeks. I'll just hold on to this for now. Under the midday sun, at Min's apartment, he called out while taking off his jacket, I'm home. Dai, who was scrolling on his phone, looked up and ran over excitedly. Hey bro, he asked curiously. How was your date? Min looked at Dai, confused. A date? Seeing his brother's blank expression, Dai asked again, weren't you on a date with your girlfriend? Min sighed and sat down on the sofa. Stop talking nonsense. Have you eaten yet? Dai sat next to him, his face happy. I ordered black bean noodles. Min rested his chin on his hand, his eyes teasing. You should have ordered something a little nicer. Dee puffed his cheeks. What's wrong with black bean noodles? Do you know how much I've been wanting to eat this? Hearing that, Min recalled their difficult situation last month and thought, that's right, just last month, we were struggling. Watching the TV, he was lost in thought. Thanks to investing in Bitcoin, I now have 150 million, but in 2 weeks, it could drop significantly. That'll be the right time to sell. Dee sat next to him, enjoying the TV. Seeing a car on the screen, Min had an idea. First, I should get my driver's license. At the written test room, everyone was focused on their tests. Min sat in front of the computer, thinking, how many times have I taken this test? Let's just get this over with and get out of here. A man sitting opposite him saw him get up to leave and thought in confusion, what's wrong with that guy? He walked over to Min's computer and saw the screen display. Your score is 95. You have passed the theory test for the commercial driver's license. The man was astonished. How did he score 95 points in such a short time? Meanwhile, Min imagined showing his driver's license to Yi, her eyes sparkling with admiration. He calculated it would only take him 4 days to get the license. I have more driving experience than anyone. Suddenly, he paused, wondering, wait a minute, how many years have passed? How old am I? Then he smiled. After I get my license, I'll buy a Lamborghini Aventador right away. Why a car? Min was working with the manager and asked, how long does a direct import take? The manager replied, if you order today, the car will arrive within 1 month. Min looked at the tablet. All right, I'll sign for it right now. The manager was overjoyed. Rubbing his hands together, he said, Sir, you have excellent taste. Min gave the manager a helpless look and smiled brightly. 2 weeks later, Min looked at his phone, silently deciding it was time to part ways with his Bitcoin. Yi saw him smiling and asked curiously, did something good happen? Why are you smiling like that? Min crossed his legs and replied, I just sold all my Bitcoin. Yi sat down on a chair with a cup of water in her hand. Really? How high did the price go? Min answered nonchalantly, $300 million. Yi almost dropped her cup. $300 million. Your entire lottery winnings were only $60 million, and it grew to $300 million? Min nodded. Of course. Yi remembered advising him against investing in Bitcoin a month ago and mumbled, when you wanted to invest, I tried to stop you, but you ended up making this much. Min thought that last time, the most it reached was $280 million. Yi asked, so are you going to stop now? Min replied, of course. Yi raised her cup in relief. That's great. But when she heard him say it was time to invest in stocks, she choked on her water in alarm. You don't know a thing about stocks. What are you planning to do now? Min said gently. Don't worry. He was confident. I saw it in a dream. Yi was taken aback. You had another one of your prophetic dreams? What stocks are you buying this time? Min replied. Yeah. In my dream, I saw that if I buy now, the profits will be huge later. Yi sighed. Fine, just do whatever you want. Yumin smiled. He thought, I can't blame Yi for being this worried, but I know the future. He scrolled through his phone, thinking the company he would invest in was Cheonma, ranked 85th on the Nasdaq with a value of $900 million. Cheonma is owned by Magon Lock, though it's not famous yet. After the fourth round, it will experience explosive growth thanks to a special system, Yumin told himself. If I know this company will become famous, there's no reason not to invest. I'll put in $280 million, secure a 31% ownership stake, and become the majority shareholder to influence the company. He pressed the buy button as Yi whispered a prayer beside him. Please let his dream come true again. The screen displayed, transaction successful. It's done, Yumin thought. Now I just need to buy items. In the middle of the night, Yumin's room was lit. He opened the shop, and the system screen displayed the word shop with countless items. Yumin scrolled through the list, thinking, I've been saving my gold for this day. He clicked on the equipment tab, telling himself that with gold, he could buy common items and skills. So convenient. Even though they're only common grade, you can still buy rare materials like epic ones. A line of text appeared. Today's item. Yumin thought this function allows him to buy a random item that changes daily, making it usually hard to get what you want, but I already knew that today's item would be the skeleton necklace. He tapped the screen, which displayed an image of the necklace and its information. Yumin was excited. This is it. The skeleton necklace increases intelligence and attack speed, and it's cheap. He opened his inventory and saw the 50% discount coupon from the Level Up quest. He thought if I use the coupon to buy this necklace, the price will be cut in half. He pressed buy, and his gold count dropped to 13,949. Yumin shot up in his seat, surprised. I still have so much gold left. He calculated that he had initially planned to buy a set of common equipment, but if he saved up another 6,000 gold, he could buy a common skill. He was thrilled. A common skill is still better than common equipment. He resolved to earn another 6,000 gold. Yumin thought, luckily, the third round has plenty of monsters. Time passed, and the start of the new round arrived. In a mystical purple light, people from all over were summoned, gathering around a giant glowing crystal in the middle of a square. The space was chaotic, filled with murmurs. Damn it, we've been dragged into the other world again. It's not a forest this time? Where are we? They looked around at the ruined houses and scattered debris. One person muttered, What the hell is this? It's just a pile of ruins. Suddenly, someone shouted, Look over there! There are walls around the village. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn. Their eyes were fixed on the towering stone walls surrounding them. They turned back to the purple crystal, whispering, What's with this crystal? What are we supposed to do here for the third round? Yumin stood in a corner, observing, and thought to himself, This place is strange. Everyone looks so anxious. His gaze then landed on a person standing motionless in the middle of the crowd. Yumin immediately noticed as someone else spoke up about Young-sik. Isn't he our regional representative? Murmurs spread through the crowd. That's right, life is a documentary. That's him. I heard he's a gang leader. He even threatened people with a sword to vote for him. Black Hook should have been the representative, not that murderer. Someone whispered worriedly, Hey, he might hear you. He has authority now. Another person scoffed. So what? He can only use that authority 10 times. Nothing to be afraid of. Young-sik roared in anger. You bastards. Shut your mouths. Hearing his shout, the crowd wasn't scared. They even mocked him. What's he cussing about? As if we don't know how to swear. Young-sik spun around, yelling towards the source of the voices. Who's the one mumbling, huh? He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I knew this would happen. He thought, if only that damn angel had kept her mouth shut. Suddenly, someone approached him. Dongmin bowed his head and said loudly, Hello, sir. Startled, Young-sik turned around. The crowd whispered in confusion. What is Dongmin doing? Dongmin looked up at Young-sik. Your life is a documentary. The gang boss, Young-sik. My senior. Young-sik crossed his arms, confused. Senior, are you one of my underlings? Dongmin replied. Not yet, sir. I'm just a 20-year-old young man whose dream is to become a gangster. Young-sik was stunned, thinking, he wants to be a gangster? Is this kid crazy? Dongmin said excitedly, You're my role model. I really want to join the Young-sik gang. Young-sik was surprised. Why would you? Before he could finish, Dongmin dropped to his knees. He pleaded sincerely, I will dedicate my life to following you. Please, accept me. Young-sik smirked, looking at the boy kneeling on the ground. He thought, I've met a lot of crazies in my life, but this is the first time I've seen one this intense. I like his spirit. He said, Get up. Dongmin quickly complied. Yes, sir. Young-sik pointed a thumb at the gossiping crowd. Are you blind? Can't you see my reputation has gone down the drain? And you still want to follow me? Dongmin answered immediately. I don't care. You are the one I respect. Young-sik fell silent, his eyes scrutinizing. Dongmin continued. As long as you accept me, I don't give a damn what anyone else thinks. Young-sik laughed heartily. I like your answer. All right, I'll take responsibility for teaching you. Overjoyed, Dongmin bowed. Thank you, sir. It's my honor. The crowd buzzed. Did he just join Life as a Documentary's crew? Is he crazy? Someone sneered. Birds of a feather flocked together. From a hidden corner, Yu-min thought, Dongmin is teaming up with Young-sik. This is good. Suddenly, an angel appeared in the sky. Everyone looked up in unison as the angel began to speak. Is everyone gathered? Let's see now. The being smiled. We are short 90 people today. The crowd was confused. Short? What does that mean? The system displayed the mission. Protect the holy relic for 3 hours. Everyone checked but saw nothing unusual. They asked each other, are we really missing people? How could that be? The angel spoke in a superior tone. Impossible. For people to die when everything is peaceful. It seems you've been killing each other in the real world. I was worried about how competitive you'd get. Someone shouted. Wait, everyone look. The number of people who passed this round. The crowd checked the system, puzzled. 1,225 people? What is this? That's only a quarter of us. They were bewildered. Weird angel. Is there some kind of error? The angel laughed. An error? There's no error. You're worried because the number of survivors has decreased. But did you forget? Only half are supposed to survive each round. The being smirked. But since everyone survived the last round, only 1/4 will survive this one. Makes sense, doesn't it? The crowd hesitated, terrified. That. The angel glared, losing patience. There's nothing unfair about it. You just need to work hard to get into the top 25%. Then, its voice returned to normal. All right, then. I'll explain the rules for the 3rd round. Every 30 minutes, monsters from my army will appear at the castle gate and target the holy relic in the center of the village. There will be a total of 4 waves of attacks. You must all work together to protect the holy relic. Everyone looked towards the crystal in the middle of the square. The angel continued, You will receive additional rewards if you protect the relic for 3 hours. Otherwise, the penalty will be severe. Rankings are determined by the number of monsters killed, which he found interesting. But they only have brute strength, so it should be much easier, right? Of course, the gold and experience gained will be reduced accordingly. Hearing this, Young-sik thought, so I just need to kill a lot of monsters. With my authority, this round will be a piece of cake. The angel clapped its hands, its eyes on Young-sik. I almost forgot. The representative from the previous round was Life as a Documentary, wasn't he? Young-sik looked up as the angel flew closer, smirking. From this round on, he can use his command authority. But I bet everyone is curious. What happens if the representative dies? The color drained from Young-sik's face as the angel continued. If the representative is killed by a monster or external factors, the position will become vacant. But if he is killed by another player, Young-sik grew uneasy. The angel smiled. The killer will become the new representative. After receiving the command authority 10 times, the crowd glared at Dung-shish, looking like they wanted to eat him alive. The angel clapped. A monster will appear in 10 minutes. For the next 3 hours, you must cooperate to survive. He smiled brightly, though I'm not sure you all can manage it. The angel disappeared. Dung-shish trembled with rage and cursed. Glancing at the crowd, holding weapons ready to attack, he drew his sword and roared, You scumbags, come at me! I'll take every single one of you on! One person sneered. You're acting tough, but you can only use that authority 10 times. Another person added, The angel said it. Whoever kills this scumbag becomes the new representative. If I'm the one to do it, all the better. Suddenly, Ju-min approached, scythe in hand, making Dung-shish anxious. What are you doing? Ju-min, the black scythe, reassured him. Don't be afraid. I just want to talk. Dung-shish tried to remain calm. What is it? Just say it, he added cautiously. If you're trying to make me submit, Ju-min cut him off. I have a proposal for you. You seem confident. I'm guessing you're in a bit of trouble. How about I protect you? Dung-shish was stunned, unable to believe his ears. He blinked and repeated, What did you say? Ju-min. The light from his scythe reflected on his face, giving him an irresistibly mysterious aura. I'll protect you from the other players, meaning I'll be your personal bodyguard. Ju-min's declaration left the entire crowd stunned, and whispers spread like a chilling wind through a forest. What? The black scythe is going to protect him? Is this for real? Does this mean we have to fight the black scythe now? Someone in the crowd cried out in panic, their voice trembling. Anxious glances were exchanged, and the atmosphere grew as tense as a string about to snap. This is getting out of hand. What do we do now? Dung-shish quietly observed everyone's reactions. He was inwardly astonished, not expecting the black scythe's reputation to have such a massive influence. A single offer from Ju-min had caused the entire crowd to hesitate. It was as if he was a hurricane capable of sweeping everything away. Dung-shish frowned, eyeing Ju-min cautiously, thinking to himself that the offer was indeed tempting. But everything comes at a price, he asked in a cold tone. So what do you want in return? Ju-min replied, his voice steady but laden with implications. Nothing much. You'll just have to follow my every order. That's the condition. What? Deng Shish nearly shouted, blood rushing to his head as he thought to himself. Is he asking me to be his subordinate? Deng Shish clenched his fists, his eyes flaring with rage. Why are you making this offer? Jumin was impassive. I can't say. Deng Shish gritted his teeth, trying to contain his anger. You say I have to obey, but what kind of orders are they exactly? I can't tell you that either, Jumin replied, his voice still icy. You just need to obey me unconditionally. Deng Shish cursed internally. So you want me to be your dog for life? Damn it, he must think I'm some kind of pushover. He took a step back, his mind racing. Wait a minute, what happens if I refuse? He wouldn't just attack me out of the blue, right here in the open, would he? Deng Shish pursed his lips, his eyes flickering between suspicion and worry. Jumin spoke. His voice was steady yet commanding. Make your choice. He stared directly into Deng Shish's eyes as if to pierce through his very thoughts. Everyone else is waiting for your decision. Deng Shish gritted his teeth, feeling completely cornered. Finally, he snarled, I refuse your offer. Upon hearing this, Jumin's eyes flashed with a cold light. He thought to himself, just as I expected, this guy wouldn't swallow his pride so easily. The crowd around them erupted into cheers. It was as if a huge weight had been lifted off their shoulders. He refused. If he'd agreed, he could have just gone hunting without a care. His ego is probably too big to take orders from anyone, right? Several people raised their weapons, eyes glinting with excitement, ready to rush Deng Shish. Jumin watched everything unfold and thought to himself, this is unfolding exactly as it did in my past life. He knew it was time to draw a line. He spoke up, his voice cold. Very well, since you've refused, there's nothing more I can do. I will no longer concern myself with the matters here. Having said that, Jumin turned to leave, the scythe on his shoulder trembling faintly in the wind. Before, he vanished from view. He threw one last line over his shoulder. Whether you live or die is none of my concern. The group of armed players immediately closed in on Deng Shish, their eyes blazing with murderous intent. You hear that? The black scythe isn't protecting you anymore. So, I guess it's time we take care of this tough guy, right? One of the men roared. Raising his sword high, Deng Shish gripped his weapon tighter, grinding his teeth in fury. He cursed internally. Damn it, should I have just accepted his offer? Just at that moment, the system screen appeared with a cold notification. The first wave is about to begin. Prepare for the monster's arrival and protect the relic. The crowd was bewildered. Before they could react, another screen appeared. In 30 minutes, regardless of how many monsters are defeated, the second wave will begin. A shout rang out. Everyone, protect the relic! The system screen continued to display the remaining time, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. The crowd scrambled into position, leaving Deng Shish standing all alone. He looked around, thinking to himself that he couldn't fight alongside these people he had beef with. He decided to act alone, his eyes flashing with determination. Seeing Dieu Min heading off into the distance with his scythe, Deng Shish wondered, where's that guy going? He stealthily followed, hiding behind a house to watch. Is he planning to fight alone too? He was heading toward the city gate when suddenly, a piercing sound rang out and the system screen announced, Wave 1, the gate is opening. The gate slowly creaked open, revealing thousands of goblins with bloodshot eyes and sharp fangs, screaming as they charged out. The screen continued its announcement, Players, 4,900. Weakened goblins, 9,800. A final line of text appeared. Due to the nature of this stage, the goblins only possess 1/3 of their normal strength. Good luck. Deng Shish was horrified, his heart pounding in his chest. 9,800 of them. He quickly ducked into a nearby house, climbing to the top floor and thinking, this is insane. I'll just hide and watch for now. From the window, he looked down to see Dieu Min facing the goblin horde, the scythe in his hand emitting a brilliant red glow. With a single swing, 3 goblins collapsed. Deng Shish's eyes widened in disbelief. Is the black scythe that powerful? Dieu Min's gaze was as cold as steel. 5 goblins leaped at him, but he simply glided past them, his scythe flashing, tearing their bodies to shreds. Watching from above, Deng Shish felt a surge of envy mixed with admiration. Will I be that strong when I reach level 16? He shook his head, telling himself, now's not the time for daydreaming. I need to level up faster. Down below, the battle between the players and the goblins was growing more and more intense. Monster corpses littered the ground, but the living ones kept charging relentlessly. Players were shouting, protect the purple crystal, the stage's relic, block them. The west gate is breached. Don't let them near the relic. Deng Shish charged down, his resolve flaring. He shouted, come on, you walking bags of EXP. A nearby goblin turned toward him, but before it could even lunge, Deng Shish took it down. He smirked, just like with the ancient sword language, predicting their movements is a piece of cake. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed by, tearing off a piece of Deng Shish's ear. He clutched his ear and gritted his teeth. Damn it, goblins don't use bows, so who the hell shot that? He scanned the area. He spotted a player not far away drawing a bow. Deng Shish threw his spear, piercing the archer's head, but at that exact moment, a sword plunged straight into his gut. The attacker roared, I got him! Gritting his teeth, Sheesh pulled out his spear and thrust it back into the man's chest, screaming, Die, you son of a B times tsh! Another arrow flew toward him, but Sheesh was quicker, throwing his spear to finish off the new shooter. He clutched his wound, thinking, Damn it, I never expected the real danger to come from other players. Not the monsters. It hurts. He gritted his teeth. Regional representative my A times S. If I had the choice, I would have passed this crap to someone else. He scanned his surroundings. His eyes landed on a nearby player, Black Dragon, the third-ranked player in the region. Sheesh smirked as an idea flashed in his mind. That's right, him. He approached. The other man turned, frowning. What is it? Who are you? Sheesh pointed his weapon at him and commanded in a cold tone, Black Dragon. From now on, you will protect me. Min swung his scythe, the sharp blade whistling through the air as it cleaved a monster in two. The system's voice rang out, cold and definitive. Effect of the skeletal necklace activated. Attack speed increased by 25%. You have defeated a goblin. Current kill count is 502. Level 3 buff active. All stats and experience gain increased by 100% due to the effect of the golden wardrobe. You have gained 333 gold, plus a bonus of 166. Min stared intently at the system window, a flash of satisfaction in his sharp eyes. He opened his inventory to admire the nearly 2,000 gold he had already earned. The corner of his mouth twitched into a smirk. He thought to himself, with a hoard this size, I can easily earn 20,000 gold during the second wave. In the distance, the monsters growled and advanced menacingly, but Min remained completely unfazed. His mind was racing. In this round, I need to farm a ton of gold, buy 2 common skills, and if I manage that, I'll get the ancient language of the true heart. His blazing red eyes swept over the monster horde. He swung his scythe, landing a critical hit. The monsters behind it howled, suddenly hesitant. Min sneered, his voice dripping with challenge. What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to attack? He raised his scythe and charged straight into the horde. If you won't come to me, I'll come to you. A blinding spell crashed down with a deafening explosion, sending everyone into a panic. What was that? What's that sound? The monster pinning down a young man vanishes, taking the rest of the horde with it. A system notification appears. You have successfully stopped the first attack wave. The crowd sighs in relief. I'm alive. The system continues. Number of surviving players 3,933. Number of deceased players 967. Surviving players receive 500 gold. A young man collapses from exhaustion. I need to rest a bit before the second wave. Min looks at the bodies lying in deep red pools of blood, lost in thought. 967 dead. Even though the goblins were weakened, we can't underestimate them. He scans the area, muttering, Where is he? His gaze lands on Zi, who is gritting his teeth tensely. Min thinks to himself, not surprising, he's still alive, but it'll be tough for him to pass this round. Zi pants heavily, clutching his knife and shouting, Damn it! He doesn't notice enemies sneaking up on him, thinking, These bastards aren't killing goblins, they're only targeting me. One of them lunges, his knife aimed to kill, but before it can reach Zi, he is taken down by 2 others. The commander symbol glows brightly above Zi's head, making him smirk smugly. Thank goodness for them, this command authority is amazing. They acted as meat shields to get me through the first wave. Min steps in front of Sheesh and asks, Are you okay? Sheesh looks at him, confused. This lunatic is still following me, even though I'm not using my authority. The wound on his stomach oozes blood, causing Sheesh to let out a pained groan. Blood drips down his arm, and he worries, I'm losing too much blood. Can I even survive this round? He grits his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it, his forehead drenched in sweat. But Sheesh is determined. I will survive. Getting through this round will be a piece of cake. Suddenly, they both look behind them. A horde of monsters swarms in. The system displays Wave 2, players 393, weakened goblins and hat goblins 786. Due to the round's nature, the goblins only have normal strength. Good luck. Min moves gracefully, his scythe swinging up to tear through the monsters' bodies. He leaps high into the horde, taking them down decisively. The monsters lie in a heap on the ground. Min spins his scythe, cutting a path through the air. Looking up, he reads the system notification. You have reached level 20, rank increased from apprentice to regular. You can now use the combine function. Min wipes his sweat, satisfied. Finally, level 20. Now I can create unique items that can't be bought in the shop. The system continues. Death command has been enhanced. Additional damage increased from 100% to 120%. You have learned the unique skill, Midnight. Midnight has a radius of 500 meters. Uses dark energy to create an artificial night. The caster can deactivate the skill at will. The next skill unlocks at level 40. Min ponders. Death command's damage is up to 120%, and I have a new skill. Midnight is a perfect match for the death god's rune, which gets stronger at night. The system displays the attributes of the death god's rune. During the day, weapon attack power is doubled. At night, attack speed increases by 50%, and the chance of being detected by enemies is greatly reduced. The monsters pour in. Dio-min smirks with delight. Welcome. I just learned a new skill myself. His voice is grim. Midnight. The monsters freeze in panic as a sharp slash descends, felling them one by one. Dio-min's feet land softly on the ground. Behind him is a high pile of monster corpses. A system notification appears. You have stopped the second attack wave. Surviving players 3,343. Deceased 590. Surviving players receive 500 gold. Dio-min puts his hands on his hips, exhaling. The second wave is over. Should I buy some common skills during the break? He touches the system shop, pondering. For the first skill, he chooses a skill that senses the flow of surrounding mana. With this skill, I can identify targets within a 30-meter radius, but there are only goblin corpses around here. Should I save the extra 20,000 gold? The system displays Wave 3. Players 3,343. Weakened hat goblins 6,686. Everyone rushes in, throwing punches at the monsters. The system announces Wave 3 successful. Dio-min grits his teeth and unleashes a powerful blow. The system continues. Wave 4. Players 3,001. Weakened hat goblins 6,002. Everyone is exhausted after defeating the monsters. The system confirms Wave 4 successful. Dung Zi, his face pale and drenched in sweat, struggles to think, just one more hour. If I can endure, I'll survive. He glances at the people in front of him, scheming, even though I've used up all my authority, as long as this mob protects me, I'll be safe. The system displays Wave 5, players 2,700, weakened goblins 10,800, Dung Zi is stunned, 10,000 of them. The system explains, due to the round's nature, the goblins only have normal strength. Good luck. The goblins charge forward, and everyone roars as they fight back. Die! Dung Zi calculates, this is a chance to set a record. I'll become stronger. I'll tear apart those who once looked down on me. A scream startles him. The collaborating group attacked, one of them pointing right at him. There he is, that damn mobster. The representative title is mine. Dung Zi grabbed two men near him, using them as human shields and shouting, you late-game losers are in my way. Guards, stop them. The two guards were quickly taken down, and Dung Zi panicked and backed away. Damn it, I'm screwed. He turned and fled, thinking he just had to survive this. The group gave chase. Hey, he's running! Get him! Dung Zi stopped when he saw Dio-min standing firm against the monsters, and he rushed over. Hakugu! I agree to your offer! I'll do whatever you say, just please protect me! Dio-min stared at Dung Zi thoughtfully. He grew anxious. I said I accept your offer. Haku, protect me! Dio-min's eyes glinted with a cold red light as his voice came out firm. I refuse. Dung Zi was stunned. Dio-min said nonchalantly, I told you before. I don't care whether you live or die. You're on your own. Dung Zi yelled in desperation. Wait, but you're the one who made the offer. I said I would become your subordinate, so what's there to refuse? Dio-min turned and called back over his shoulder. I have no use for a subordinate who doesn't have the command authority in his hands. Dung Zi's face paled, and he gritted his teeth in fury. That damn brat dares to call me useless. I should have just agreed earlier. A voice echoed from the distance. Everyone see that? He refused him. The collaborators menacingly surrounded Dung Zi. What a relief. I was worried Haku was going to help him. It's just like life is a documentary. The wound on Dung Zi's stomach was bleeding, and he was in agony. One of the men laughed. Now we can kill him as we please. Dung Zi gripped his knife tightly and roared. Damn it, even if I die, I'm taking at least one of you down with me. Dong-min stepped forward, pushed a man aside, and said, Senior, you look tired. I'm here to help you. Dung Zi was overjoyed. Right. I still have you. If I get out of here alive, I'll take great care of you. But before he could even finish his words, Dong-min landed a powerful punch right in Dung Zi's face, sending a jolt of pain through him. He fell to the ground, a bloody mess. Dung Zi clutched his face, grimacing in agony, and screamed with a trembling voice. Hey, Senior. Huang Dong-min slowly advanced with a razor-sharp smile, his eyes glinting dangerously as he spoke in a low, menacing voice. I'll just kill you myself and let you rest in peace. Dong-min grabbed Dung Zi's collar and yanked him up forcefully. He roared in anger and helplessness. You bastard! But in an instant, a powerful punch from Dong-min smashed right into Dung Zi's face. A relentless barrage of cruel punches followed, causing fresh blood to gush out. Dung Zi's face felt like it was breaking apart. He lay motionless with his eyes wide open, his mind reeling in panic, managing only a single thought. Damn it, I was betrayed by this scumbag. Dong-min stood over him triumphantly. Smirking, he raised his foot and delivered a powerful, fatal stomp to Dung Zi's body. A cold system notification rang out. The area representative, Life is a Documentary, has been killed. The representative's authority has been transferred to the one who dealt the final blow, Huang Dongmin. He is now the new area representative of S45. He clenched his fists and shouted in triumph, "Now I'm the area representative. I'm the king around here." The system continued to display a message. "You have become the area representative. You have obtained the exclusive command authority of the representative." Dongmin's brow furrowed, his mind working at lightning speed. "If I focus, I can control Sei Adian at will." He glanced at Dungshich's motionless body and thought to himself, "I'll make good use of this command authority, so try not to be too upset. Isn't this what happens when a gang leader just keeps running away?" Dongmin turned his back and walked away arrogantly, his mind filled with sarcastic thoughts. He turned back, pointed at the collaborators, and said arrogantly, "Hey, did you all see that? I beat him to a bloody pulp. Didn't I tell you I had a shot at winning?" The crowd nodded in unison. "Oh, right, that's good." But their eyes revealed their panic as they stared at Dongmin's blood-stained hands. Someone mumbled, "That bastard killed someone with his bare hands. It's giving me the creeps." The crowd began to murmur. A barrage of questions filled the air, throwing the area into chaos. What is happening? Wasn't this son of a bee always sucking up to that thug? Did he plan to betray him from the start? Someone else shivered, utterly terrified. How can a person like that become the area representative? Amid the buzzing gossip, Dongmin quietly wiped his hands, his mind calculating, "Are they thinking of targeting me now? Too bad for them. I know a way to get out of this situation." He ran over to Dimin. Dimin asked, "What's wrong?" Dongmin said urgently, "You saw the announcement, didn't you? I'm the area representative now. I have the command authority." Dimin looked puzzled. "So what?" Dongmin placed a hand over his heart and proposed with a radiant smile. "You told Life is a documentary that. I'll take it. In other words, I will follow your orders. In return, protect me." Jin smirked, his voice cold. "I don't like your attitude." Dongmin was stunned. "What?" Jin continued, his gaze as sharp as a knife. "If you kneel and beg me, maybe I'll consider it." Dongmin, in a state of confusion, pointed at himself. "Aren't you supposed to listen to me? I have the right of command." Jin was indifferent. "So what? What do you want me to do? It seems you've misunderstood something. But the one at a disadvantage here is you, not me." Dongmin fell silent, pondering. Jin smirked. "You want me to protect you? Then get on your knees and beg." Dongmin gritted his teeth, glanced at the people behind him, and then suddenly knelt, bowing his head respectfully before Jin. "I'm begging you. I'll do everything you say, so please let me become your subordinate." His bloodshot eyes trembled. "I'm begging you." Jin assessed him with a dark gaze. "I've seen this scene so many times, I'm sick of it." However, unlike Young Sik, Huang Dongmin is still useful, for now. His voice rang out. "Fine, I accept your offer." Dongmin bowed repeatedly. Thank you. Jin glared at him. "Cut it out. I don't want to see that pathetic face of yours." Dongmin was confused. "What?" Jin casually walked past, not bothering to look back. The murmurs of the crowd rose again. How did things turn out like this? Is Black Scythe going to protect Huang Dongmin? "We're screwed," a man holding a sword retorted shakily. "Have you not seen Black Scythe fight? He can take on multiple people at once. What chance do we have of beating a monster like that?" Jin's cold voice cut in, startling the crowd. "Let me help you all decide." His sharp eyes swept over each person. "You have two choices. 1. Give up your title as a regional representative, go back, and hunt some monsters." He swung his scythe, the glint of steel a menacing threat, "or die by my hand." Jin's face became terrifying, his voice deep, cold, and grim. "If possible, I recommend choosing the first option, but the second one is fine too, because anyone who dares to raise a sword against me is no longer human in my eyes." One frightened man hid a knife behind his back, while others turned and fled in a panic. "I give up. Me too." Dongmin, still kneeling on the ground, stared fixedly at the terrifying scene, thinking to himself, how impressive. With just a few words, Black Scythe made them back down. Jin, his face still calm, glanced at the group struggling against the horde of monsters and thought, so we've cleared the fifth wave safely. But he smirked, a sinister look in his eyes. If it just ends like this, wouldn't it be boring? He called out loudly, "Huang Dongmin." Dongmin approached. "Yes, Black Scythe," Jin ordered coldly. "Do as you promised." Dongmin asked, "What should I do?" "Just give the order." Jin turned, his bloodshot eyes chillingly sharp. "Use the right of command 10 times and destroy the relic." Dongmin was confused. "What? The relic?" He panicked, recalling the angel's warning. "If you fail to protect it, you will face a severe punishment." He gritted his teeth. "But why? If I use the right of command 10 times, I won't be able to make Xiao Jin my slave." Jin didn't explain, simply ordering, "Shut up and do as I say." Dongmin suggested, "Instead of 10, can I use it 9 times?" Jin was indifferent. "I won't repeat myself. Choose if you don't want to die." Dongmin was flustered. "I understand. I'll follow your command." Jin was full of authority. "Next, I will designate the people for you to use the right of command on," he mused. "Shim Sandu, Little Chili Pepper, Chun Ha-chu. Order these 10 people to destroy the relic. Dong-min stared in shock at the group in front of him, which included his own friends. Is he doing this on purpose? He was helpless. I'm sorry, guys. It's an order from Black Scythe. I hope you understand, he muttered. Don't bother me. System characters appeared one by one above the group's heads, leaving them stunned. Dong-min whispered, Little Chili Pepper, Chun Ha-chu, destroy the relic. The system announced a warning. The relic is under attack. A loud explosion rang out as the group surrounded it, raising their weapons to destroy the relic. The distant crowd shouted, Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop it now, they screamed. What are those guys doing? Do they want to be punished? Somebody stop them. Someone rushed forward and tackled a person attacking the relic. Don't destroy it anymore. Stop. But another person swung a knife, slashing right at the group. The relic began to crack. Fissures ran along its surface. Soon after, the relic shattered. The system announced, The relic has been broken. Main quest failed. A new line of text appeared, announcing the punishment. The punishment god's avatar will be summoned in 30 minutes. The crowd panicked. What? What is the punishment god's avatar? The system continued. Survive against the punishment god's avatar. The round won't end until the time is up. Yao Min smirked, his eyes gleaming with interest as he read the system window. Hidden subquest, round 3. Resist the incarnation of the god of punishment and survive. Reward, 3,000 gold. Time remaining, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. The crowd gathered, buzzing with discussion. The system says we'll get 3,000 gold if we survive. Another person nodded in agreement. I told you. Protecting the relic only gets you 2,000 gold. Hearing this, a few people got excited. This is a much better deal, another one added. That's what I think too. Yao Min stood amidst the crowd, his eyes sharp and cold. He thought to himself that the quest reward was even bigger than the reward for clearing the 5th wave. That's why I had Huang Dongmin destroy the relic, but I didn't do it myself. Because suddenly, the system's cold voice announced that the 10 players who attacked the relic would be penalized with a permanent 50% reduction to all stats. The group that was gleefully destroying it froze in shock. An archer, his face purple with rage, pointed straight at Dong-min. What? Our stats are reduced? We were just following orders. Damn you, you bastard. Dong-min, having been called out, stammered. I'm sorry. How was I supposed to know there'd be a penalty like this? Before he could finish his excuse, the system continued. The area representative has failed to protect the relic and will be penalized. All stats are permanently reduced by 50%. Dong-min was stunned, his face darkened, and he furiously kicked the wall. Damn it, Yao Min stood on the sidelines. He smirked innocently. A permanent stat reduction is a fatal blow, directly tied to survival. Now, it's time to face the incarnation of the god of punishment. He opened the system shop, thinking to himself, I'll buy some common grade items with my remaining gold. Even a small stat boost will make it easier to take down the monster. His finger decisively confirmed the purchase. Assassin's Hood, a common grade helmet, defense 20, effect, agility +3, durability, 250 out of 250. Usage restriction, common grade or higher, a hood that reeked of stale blood, as if it had never been washed. Next up, cunning long boots, a common grade pair of boots, defense 15, effect, agility +2, action speed +5%, durability, 250 out of 250. Usage restriction, common grade or higher. A pair of tight-fitting black boots that looked constricting but felt surprisingly light and comfortable when worn. Yao Min switched to the modification window and opened the combination function. He placed an item into the empty slot, then dragged and dropped a mana stone to combine it with the skeleton bone necklace. The system announced, combination successful. Option, +1 to all stats has been added to the skeleton bone necklace. He repeated the process with his other items. Each piece of equipment could be fitted with 1 mana stone, so he applied this method to the rest of his gear. The system continuously announced, combination successful. Option, damage reduction +1 has been added to the skilled hunter's leather armor. Combination successful. Option, strength +2 has been added to the reaper's black scythe. All done. Yao Min closed the screen, thinking that low-grade mana stones weren't much help, but it was better than nothing. Suddenly, dust swirled throughout the hall. The crowd grew restless. So, it's starting? A nervous girl looked around. I'm getting a little nervous. The person next to her trembled. We just have to hold out for 30 minutes, another person shouted. That's right, we just need to run away, Yao Min mused. Running away from the incarnation of the god of punishment won't be easy. He recalled his past life. Out of 2,700 people, only 500 survived. Just staying alive was difficult, let alone confronting the incarnation of the god of punishment. It was a terrifying monster that required 5 level 40 players just to stand a chance. But Yao Min smirked. I'll kill it and claim the huge reward. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky. A brilliant golden light enveloped the area. Yao Min calculated to himself, the first God Slayer title will help me. The system displayed the title, First God Slayer. Condition, be the first to kill a god. Effect, when fighting divine beings, all stats are doubled. From the crack, the incarnation of the god of punishment descended, a colossal creature, towering in the middle of the square, terrifying everyone. Is that the incarnation of the god of punishment? We just have to avoid it to survive? That's easy. Dong Min breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, that thing scared me for a second. But one of his cronies frowned. I can't see a thing. Amidst the noise, the god raised its scepter and slammed it onto the ground. A wave of purple light spread out, enclosing the square like a cage. The system announced, the incarnation of the god of punishment has established a bounded field. The crowd panicked. What the hell is this? A bounded field? The system explained, unless the creator of the area dispels it. You are not allowed to leave, the crowd screamed. We can't leave? We're trapped? The system continued. All players' stats within the field are reduced by 50%. The people outside were begging for help to get out of here. Dio Min watched with a sigh. Nearly 3 people were trapped. It's a shame, but I can't save them. Someone from afar asked, what is that giant orb? The god spread its wings, and countless purple light projectiles shot out like rain. Dio Min held a silent moment of mourning for those people. Screams erupted, many people were injured, and the crowd scattered in chaos. Damn it, does it want us to dodge these things? They're already hard to see. The god didn't care, flapping its wings, unleashing another wave of light projectiles. Dio Min muttered, within this limited area, dodging the arrows of light is nearly impossible, but it's not actually that hard to avoid them. He moved carefully, staying out of the god's line of sight. Just as predicted, while hunting humans, it wasn't paying attention to its back. When the barrier revealed an opening, Dio Min charged in. This was the moment. He leaped, swinging his scythe, 5 meters from the god. From the seal, the scythe aimed for the symbol and struck hard. Dio Min sneered. It's too late to be on guard now. A strike right down the god's face thrilled him. This move was perfect. He pulled back the scythe and jumped away, as the god clutched its face and screamed. Dio Min watched the health bar above the god's head drop significantly. Just one hit reduced its health by 40%. Not bad. He read the god like a book and retreated further. Just as expected, the scepter was raised, and the barrier expanded. The system announced that the incarnation of the god of punishment had established a restricted area. Dio Min stopped. When it realizes the barrier caught nothing, it will give up. This was his second chance. He rushed forward, his scythe flashing with a red light. I've already taken one of its eyes. Now for the other one. A single slash turned the one-eyed god completely blind. The god shrieked in pain as Dio Min retreated. The system announced the restricted area was re-established, and player stats within it were reduced by 50%. He smiled confidently. Without its eyes, it's just a giant punching bag. The scepter was raised, and a rain of light arrows poured down. Dio Min mused, it's firing arrows in every direction to kill me. He slowly approached the god from behind and chanted the command. Midnight. Darkness enveloped everything, and the god looked around in confusion. Dio Min leaped up. Light cannot overcome darkness, because this world system has already decreed it. He swung his scythe down. It's time to end this. Dio Min's scythe slashed down hard, tearing off one of the god's wings. The wing fell to the ground, and the god roared in pain, abandoning magic and switching to physical attacks. The scepter swept horizontally, but Dio Min nimbly dodged, spinning in midair. His scythe swung in a perfect arc, severing the remaining wing. A pained roar echoed as the second wing fell. Dio Min landed lightly, looking at the crippled god, its health bar now down to 10%. He backed away, keeping his distance, thinking to himself, don't kill it yet. The system announced a passive skill had been activated, Final Radiant Aura. The incarnation of the god of punishment is now in an immortal state. Dio Min watched the enraged god. When its health drops below 10%, it enters this phase. If I had beheaded it earlier, I wouldn't have been able to kill it. The god raised its scepter, summoning countless black holes. Dio Min dodged the bolts of purple lightning, muttering, let's see what this final trump card of yours can do. The system started a countdown. Final Radiant Aura, 50 seconds remaining. The scepter swung, and the timer dropped to 30 seconds. A purple beam shot out. System notification, 10 seconds. The god was exhausted, unable to even hold its scepter. 5 seconds, 1 second. Dio Min smirked. Once the buff is gone, so is its strength. System notification, Immortal State has been deactivated. He gripped his scythe and charged forward, swinging it up. This strike will take your head. Feathers scattered as the head of the god of punishment fell to the ground. The system chimed. You have defeated the incarnation of the god of punishment. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Plus 8,200 gold. with a bonus of 4,100. Confirmed. You are the first person to defeat the incarnation of the God of Punishment. Title unlocked. Challenger of the God of Punishment. Dio Min looked at the screen. Title: Challenger of the God of Punishment. Condition: be the first person to defeat the incarnation of the God of Punishment. Effect: reduces damage from divine creatures by 80%. A few items appeared in his hands. You have received a refined essence and the ancient rune of light for the first kill. One item automatically fused. The system announced that the ancient rune of light has been engraved onto the player's body. He thought, just as I predicted, the refined essence is the reason I killed the God of Punishment. He checked the information on the refined essence. Item type: ungraded essence. It glowed with the 7 colors of the rainbow, a material used to craft god-tier items. He looked at the other item, the ancient rune of light. Effect: intelligence +1. And effectiveness of divine-type skills, +1% per level. Dio Min calculated. At level 30, my intelligence increases by 30, and skill effectiveness increases by 30%. I don't need to worry about my intelligence stat anymore. The system announced the completion of a hidden side quest, with a reward of 3,000 gold. The crowd cheered wildly. "It's over! I survived! Oh my god!" they exclaimed. Black Scythe took down the incarnation of the God of Punishment all by himself. What a monster. A delighted voice rang out. "Oh my god, I can't believe it." Tian Shen looked at Dio Min. "I commend you for single-handedly defeating the incarnation of the God of Punishment. This is the first time I, Oliver, have acknowledged a human's strength. You're quite something. Should I interview you for a bit?" Player Dark Reaper: "Why did you want to kill the incarnation of the God of Punishment?" Yao Min replied scornfully and coldly. "Because I wanted to." The angel was perplexed. "You would have received a reward just for surviving, but you risked it all just because you wanted to?" Yao Min replied, "I couldn't just stand by and watch all these people die." The crowd was stunned, then touched. "He stood up for us. I thought someone so strong would be arrogant, but is he actually kind?" The angel stroked its chin, stepping up to save those in the same predicament. "I've heard you humans are strange, and it turns out to be true. You can set aside your conflicts to unite." The angel laughed with amusement. "I simply can't comprehend it." Yao Min smirked inwardly. "Right, what would you selfish angels understand anyway?" The angel looked at the mortals. "You've all tried hard to survive, but now is not the time to relax." It gave a sly smile. "Remember, whether you are eliminated or not depends on your overall performance. Let's see the results." The system displayed the round 3 rankings, all regions. First, Dark Reaper, level 30, kills, 3,631. Second, Mage, level 13, kills, 982. Third, Dark Demonic Knight, level 13, kills, 963. Region S45N1. First, Dark Reaper, level 30, kills 3,631. Second, and Sang Chun, Knight, level 11, kills 687. Third, Ain, Summoner, level 11, kills 576. The crowd exclaimed, "Dark Reaper killed over 3,600 monsters all by himself. Second place doesn't even have 1,000 kills. Is level 30 for real? That's insane." Someone wondered if he got an experience point boost. Yao Min thought to himself, "It's true I got an experience boost, but you only find out about it by ranking first in all regions." System notification: congratulations on completing the mission to rank first in all regions. Special reward: a chest. Congratulations on ranking first in region S45. Reward: rare grade intermediate ring selection ticket. Yao Min was satisfied. An intermediate ring selection ticket. This is it. The system displayed a choice of rings. Ring of the Gale, Blue Magic Ring, and the Resistance Ring. He chose it immediately. The Resistance Ring's information appeared. Resistance Ring. Type: ring. Grade: rare. Effect: luck +4. Resistance +35. Durability: 450 out of 450. Restriction: normal rank or higher. Description: resists adverse status effects. Yao Min pondered. No matter how high your stats are, getting hit with a debuff is a death sentence, and resistance doesn't increase with other stats, so choosing this is the best option. Right now, monsters mainly deal damage and don't have many adverse effects yet. The system prompted for another reward selection, a 50% stat increase applicable only in round 4, or 4,000 gold. Thinking about round 4, Yao Min figured there wouldn't be a 3 times experience buff, because the objective wouldn't be killing monsters. He chose the 4,000 gold. The angel spoke in an enchanting voice. "How is it?" "Oh, humans. Have you seen your rankings? We will be eliminating those ranked 1,225th and below." The low rankers were stunned. "Elimination? Angel, please wait. The system must have miscalculated. I killed a ton of monsters. Why is my rank so low?" The angel sneered. You insects who couldn't make it into the top 1,225 ranks will be eliminated now. The angel lowered its hand, and those below the cutoff burst into flames, screaming, "Sir, save me!" A system notification appeared. Round 3 has ended. All regions, 2,140 out of 7,550 people survived. Region S45N1, 1,225 people survived. Souls are being returned to their bodies in the current dimension. The next round will begin on November 21st, 2023. Congratulations on your survival. Aine opened her eyes in her room, rubbing her face in disbelief. I'm back. I survived round 3. She hurriedly got out of bed. Not only that, but I also obtained the summoner class. She recited the command to summon a spirit. A pure white spirit flew out and coiled around her. Aine spoke affectionately. I made it through round 3 safely thanks to my spirits creating shields and my guardians drawing the enemy's attention. She opened her system window in amazement. I'm in the top 3. She took out a mana stone, wondering if the Dark Reaper would like this magic stone. In another room, Hoang Dongmin violently smashed a lamp, roaring with an ashen face. Son of a bee times tsh. If I had known it would turn out like this, I would have never ordered the destruction of the relic. The system flashed. Penalty applied. All stats permanently reduced by 50%. Hoang Dongmin flinched, picking up his phone and looking at the screen, terrified. I'm so screwed. Hoang Dongmin looked at the caller's name, Kim Seonhan. He thought to himself, I'm finished. He answered the call. His voice trembled. Seonhan. The person on the other end was boiling with rage. Hey, are you out of your mind? Hoang Dongmin sighed. You guys. After that, Seonhan screamed into the phone. Don't you dare play dumb with me. Don't you know that because of you, we're all completely ruined? How could you use your command authority to order your friends around and still dare to call yourself a human being? Hoang Dongmin denied it. Hey, I had no other choice. If I hadn't done it, Black Scythe would have killed me. Seonghan cursed. Then you should have just died. Hoang Dongmin was stunned into silence. Seonghan continued. Instead of hurting your friends, you should have just died. Hoang Dongmin couldn't take it anymore. You bastard. This isn't fair to me either. Didn't you guys see my stats get reduced for being the regional representative? Seonghan retorted. As if you're the only one who suffered a loss. We were betrayed by our own friend. If you hadn't been so greedy for that regional representative position in the first place, none of this would have ever happened. You backstabbing dog, Hoang Dongmin shot back. Hey, Kim Seong wasn't done. Seonghan cut him off. We're done. Don't ever call me again. Whether in reality or in that other world, just act like you don't know me, because if I see your face again, I'll probably go crazy and kill you. The call ended. Frustrated and resentful, Hoang Dongmin called back. What did I do to deserve this? I'm a victim here too. I'll get the others to crush that bastard. But the other end just played a message. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. He furiously threw his phone and gritted his teeth. Those bastards. Veins bulged on his face. That's right, friends. Who needs them? It's every man for himself. He said he'd kill me if he saw my face again. You want to fight? Just try me next time. I'll kill all of you. At a luxurious hotel, a voice called out, Come in. Unit Chief Anne. Sang Chun bowed. Ma Jinlog smiled. Round 3 must have been a bit tough. Are you okay? Sang Chun replied. Yes, sir. I didn't face too many difficulties. Maybe because the monsters have gotten weaker. Mei Jianlog asked, What level are you? Do you have a class yet? Sang Chun answered honestly. Sir, I am level 11. My class is Knight. Oh, and Seyane is the same level as me, but her class is Summoner. Ma Jinlog was surprised. A Summoner? He chuckled. That's amazing. I don't think that's a common class. Sang Chun nodded. I was also very surprised. After her class change, she summons a spirit fairy to create shields. Thanks to her, I'm able to hunt safely. Mei Jinlog nodded in satisfaction. Very good, he smiled. Keep maintaining your relationship with the actress Seyane. If you like her, you can even date her. Sang Chun was confused. Date her? What do you mean, sir? Ma Jianlog gave a sly smile. I just mean it's easier to find someone's weaknesses when you're dating them. I don't mean you should seriously date her. Sang Chun hesitated. So, should I date her then? Mei Jinlog laughed out loud. It's been a long time since I've seen you so flustered. He reassured him. If it's too much trouble, then don't worry about it. Sang Chun sighed in relief. Ah, I understand. Besides, Seyane doesn't like me anyway. Mei Jianlog was intrigued. Why not? You're reliable and masculine. Sang Chun replied. She's still very formal with me. She still calls me Mr. Bodyguard. Ma Jianlog burst out laughing. Is that so? He stopped teasing. Anyway, what was the urgent report you wanted to give me? Sang Chun bowed his head. First, I would like to apologize to you, sir. Ma Jianlog was puzzled. Why? Sang Chun said seriously. I was unable to follow your order to help Black Scythe, and I was unable to relay your message to him. Ma Jianlong nodded. Is that so? I assume you had a reason? Sang Chun replied. Yes, sir. It happened like this. He sat and recounted the entire story. Ma Jianlong listened, deep in thought. The incarnation of the god of punishment? That sounds like a powerful opponent. So Black Scythe killed it. Sang Chun nodded. Yes, sir. He used his skills with overwhelming force, as if he knew exactly how to win from the start. He hesitated. Black Scythe doesn't seem like the kind of person who needs help from anyone. Ma Jianlong was silent. So his stats are beyond imagination. He's so strong, I feel embarrassed for thinking I was powerful with my Dark Rune Knight class. He frowned. Black Scythe. If I get the chance, I want to meet him, he continued. You had your reasons, so I won't hold you responsible for this, Sang Chun replied. I am sorry, sir. Ma Jianlong took a sip of wine. Enough of that. What about the search for those thugs? Sang Chun reported. The first one's nickname is Huang Dongmin. Assuming that's his real name, there are dozens of people with that name in the country. But if we narrow it down to someone in their 20s living in Seoul, there are only about 5 people. Ma Jianlong pressed. And their locations? Sang Chun replied. The detective agency said it will take about 1 month to confirm their home addresses. Ma Jianlong muttered. 1 month? Then we'll only find out after round 4. Sang Chun poured more wine for his boss. Yes, we're not in a hurry, so we can take our time. Ma Guiyong-rock asked. How much gold have you saved up? Sang Chun calculated about 10 gold. Ma Guiyong-rock nodded. That's halfway there. There's a common skill in the shop called tracking. Remember to learn it as soon as you get 20 gold. Sang Chun replied. Yes, sir, I understand. Suddenly, Sang Chun remembered something. Ah, sir, I forgot to mention, last month a shareholder bought a large amount of stock in your company. Ma Guiyong-rock asked, which company of mine are you talking about? Sang Chun answered, the Heavenly Demon Consulting Company, the one you're focusing on. Ma Guiyong-rock nodded, put down his wine glass, and asked, what percentage of the shares does that person own? Sang Chun mentally calculated. Please don't be surprised, sir, but it's 31%. Ma Guiyong-rock was stunned. What? Someone bought 31% of the shares? Sang Chun nodded. Yes. I couldn't believe it myself when I saw the screen. Ma Guiyong-rock thought to himself, the Heavenly Demon Company has a market value of 900 billion G. 31% means that person invested 280 billion. Who with that kind of money is it? Some rich guy I don't know. Or is it one of my brothers? He picked up his phone and dialed, thinking, no matter what, someone who invested 31% will definitely want a seat on the board. He asked Unit Chief, An, what's the contact information for this major shareholder? Elsewhere, Yu Min held his phone thoughtfully. It's about time he contacted me. As the major shareholder, I can't call first. I have to maintain my image. Suddenly, Gun ran in. Bro, what level are you? He was startled, nearly dropping his phone. Why are you suddenly asking me that? Gun said excitedly, there's this super arrogant kid who keeps bragging that his brother is level 11 and already has a class. They're making fun of me. Yu Min scoffed, level 11? I'm a higher level, so don't worry. Gun was surprised. Really? What level are you? Min scratched his head, thinking it would be a hassle to tell the truth. He smiled brightly and lied. Level 12. Gun was full of admiration. Wow, for real? You must have a class too, right? Min nodded. Of course. Gun eagerly asked, what is it? What is it? Min turned away. It's a secret. Gun sighed. Aw, come on. There are no secrets between brothers, right? Despite his whining, Min remained unfazed. Yes, there are. Why not? Now get out. I need to get some more sleep. Dejected, Gun closed the door, and the room became quiet again. Min's phone rang, and he answered it. Hello? The person on the other end asked, is this Mr. Min? Min replied, yes, it is. Who's calling? The person introduced himself. Hello, I'm Ma Guiyong-rock, the CEO of the Heavenly Demon Consulting Company. Min thought, he called, I'll play innocent at first. The more gullible I seem, the more he'll let his guard down. Ma Guiyong-rock waited a moment before hearing Min reply. Oh, hello, he chuckled and continued. Last month, you invested quite a fortune in our company, correct? Min pretended to hesitate. Yes. Is there a problem? Ma Guiyong-rock said sincerely. You've become the largest shareholder of the Heavenly Demon Company, so I'd like to meet you. I was hoping to treat you to a meal. Min froze for a second. Ah, okay. Ma Guiyong-rock smiled. That's great. How about this Friday? Min checked his calendar, thinking Friday is the important day to get the ancient rune of introspection. He refused. I have plans on Friday, so I can't. How about Saturday? Ma Guiyong-rock said cheerfully. Perfect. I'll see you then. He hung up. Min thought, excellent. I knew Ma Guiyong-rock would call. He created the Heavenly Demon Company to get his father's approval. There's no way he'd treat a major shareholder poorly. After hanging up, Min thought, before I meet him, I should go get the necessary ancient runes. Ancient runes? Fragments of gems inscribed with mystical characters. There are many ways to acquire them. They can be found in special places during certain rounds or as rare rewards, like the one Yu Min received after defeating the incarnation of the god of punishment. They can also drop from boss monsters or, more rarely, from regular monsters. But there's a little-known way. Ancient runes can also appear in the real world. In the darkness, Yu Min silently made his way to a warehouse. He panted as he climbed the stairs and hid in a dark corner. It won't be long now until Kang So-kyun appears. He silently recalled the name Kang So-kyun. I'll never forget that name. He's the criminal who kidnapped my little brother, Gun. Painful memories from before his regression flooded back. Kang So-kyun's cold voice echoed as he held a knife to Gun's throat. You want to see him? Then you'll have to pay a fitting price. Give me the hidden information that no one else knows. Yu Min was bewildered. What is this nonsense? How would I know any information like that? Kang So-kyun laughed maniacally, his eyes turning sharp and cold. Don't you lie to me. You're a regressor. Yu Min was stunned. How does he know? Kang So-kyun said casually. You're wondering how I know, aren't you? He revealed. I have the ancient rune of mind reading. I used it to scan your brother's thoughts. Of course, I also know what you're thinking right now. Yu Min gritted his teeth. That memory was etched deep within him. After that incident, he swore to get revenge on Seo Ji-hoon. But from his 11th regression until now, his purpose was no longer about personal vengeance. Wearing a white mask, Yu Min's eyes glinted coldly. Today, right here, I will take the ancient language of inner thoughts from him first. The darkness of the warehouse was pierced as Seo Ji-hoon entered, dragging a woman with him. He roughly threw her to the ground, ripped the tape from her mouth, and threatened, I'm taking the tape off, so don't you dare scream. Got it? The woman trembled. Please, let me go. I'm begging you. Seo Ji-hoon pointed a threatening finger at her. Damn it. I let you open your mouth, and that's all you can say? Try saying something else, the woman sobbed. Help me. I have a young child. I'll give you money, Seo Ji-hoon growled. I don't want to hear that boring crap. The woman clasped her hands. I'm sorry. He threw the piece of tape aside. Sorry for what? The woman pleaded. You're doing this because of the rude way I looked at you the other day. Isn't that right? I'm so sorry. Her words struck a nerve with Seo Ji-hoon. He yelled, That's right. So why would you do something you knew you'd feel sorry for? Do you have any idea how bad of a mood I was in that day? A memory from 2 days ago surfaced. Seo Ji-hoon was walking down the street, muttering, Which girl should I pick today? Just one chick is all it takes to relieve all my stress. A beautiful woman caught his eye. Nice body. He followed her into a small alley. The unsuspecting woman kept walking. Seo Ji-hoon sped up and blocked her path, his body glowing like a light bulb and blinding her. The woman cried out, Ah, my eyes! I can't see anything. Who are you? The phone fell from her hand. Seo Ji-hoon unleashed his beastly nature as the woman screamed, Ah, Ji-han! Satisfied, he left his prey behind, laughing with pleasure. Ah, that felt really good. The way things are now, I can do whatever the hell I want. I love it. He recalled the day he got out of the correctional facility. His life before was boring as hell, and he wouldn't have cared if he died. In the game, he obtained the luminescence ancient language, which made his body glow and blind his opponents, the perfect item for hunting down his fun. Seo Ji-hoon walked into a coffee shop. The female owner smiled. Welcome. Seeing the beautiful woman, he grew interested, his inner womanizer awakening. She's pretty hot, he thought calmly. I'll have a large Americano. The owner replied, Yes, that'll be 5. He handed over the money and probed, By the way, are you a part-timer here? I'm a regular, but you're not the employee I usually see. The woman gave a forced smile. Oh, so you're a regular. I'm so sorry. It's my fault for not knowing. All the part-timers have quit. You know how it is, right? The world has gotten so strange now. Seo Ji-hoon remained silent. Makes sense. They could die at any moment. So why would they waste their time working a part-time job? He leaned on the counter. Are you the owner of this shop? She nodded. Ah, yes, I am. He asked again. How old are you? You look quite young. She hesitated. I'm 32. Seo Ji-hoon smirked wickedly. Oh, so you're not a player, huh? She replied, Yes. And I'm very glad about that. Confident in his handsome looks, he boldly asked, Can I get your number? I'm interested in you. The owner froze. He asked, What's wrong? The woman didn't know how to respond. Seeing her expression, he flew into a rage. Why are you making that face? Do you hate my face that much? Are you disgusted by the spots on my face? The woman was stunned by his outburst. Seo Ji-hoon slammed the table. Damn it, this is so annoying. I'm not drinking this coffee. Give me my money back. The trembling woman handed him the money. Here's your refund. Seo Ji-hoon snatched it and stormed out of the shop resentfully. That damn witch. She dares to look down on me just because she's a little pretty. I'll attack you from behind. I'll make you pay for looking down on me like that. The flashback ended. Looking at the pleading woman, Seo Ji-hoon sneered. You shouldn't look down on people just because of their appearance. Got it? The woman trembled. Yes, I'll never do it again. Seo Ji-hoon sighed. This won't do. You're not sincere. The woman was stunned as he pushed her down, sneering. You think I don't know? You're just pretending to be sorry, so I'll let you go. The woman was terrified. Please, let me go. He only grew more excited. Didn't you say you know you were wrong? If you know, then pay the price for your mistake. The woman tried to fight back. I was wrong. It was my fault, okay? He held her hands tightly. That's right, so just stay still. Suddenly, a voice rang out from a distance. You're the one who should stay still. Got it? Seo Ji-hoon froze, his face turning pale. What the hell? I thought no one was here. Does he think he's some kind of detective? He was speechless. Damn it, who's there? Yo-min casually stepped out, wearing a white mask, his scythe gleaming. Don't curse. After all, you'll be screaming and cursing plenty in a little bit anyway. Seo Kyun looked at him, wondering what that giant scythe was all about. And the white mask? Probably just some show-off. He scoffed. Ha, you psycho. You think this is a playground for your toys? Yoo-min looked down on him like an insect and raised his scythe. It seems you still don't grasp the situation. Does this look like a toy to you? He spun the scythe, kicking up a cloud of dust. A nervous Seo Kyun stammered. Wait a minute, is that thing real? He asked. Are you a player? Yoo-min replied coldly. How stupid. What do you think? He turned to the girl. Miss, you can leave now. This is your only chance. Seeing him dare to let his prey go, an infuriated Seo Kyun charged forward. Yoo-min raised the handle of his scythe and smacked Seo Kyun right between the legs. He clutched the sore spot, screaming, son of a bee times. Tss. Yoo-min laughed. I told you you'd be cursing a lot. He reminded the girl. Go. Leave this guy to me. The girl trembled. Thank you. Yoo-min took another step towards Seo Kyun, his gaze icy. Now it's just the two of us, isn't it? Seo Kyun, still in too much pain to stand, looked at him in terror. Yoo-min smirked. Now, let the real game begin. Seo Kyun screamed like a mad dog. You bastard! I'll kill you! Yoo-min taunted him. That's a pretty good attitude. It wouldn't be any fun if you gave up too early. The taunting words enraged Seo Kyun. You damn bastard! How dare you laugh at me? He swung his knife, each slash cutting through the air, but Yoo-min dodged them all effortlessly. Seo Kyun stabbed repeatedly, starting to panic when none of his attacks landed. What the hell? He dodged all of my attacks? Yoo-min glanced at the dagger and remarked, I didn't expect you to have a goblin's dagger. Tsk, you won't be needing this anymore. He swung his scythe, slashing through the man's hand as blood splattered everywhere. Seo Kyun screamed in agony. Yoo-min said nonchalantly, Does it hurt? Looking at the trembling man, he added coldly, I haven't even started yet. He lunged forward, so fast he left an afterimage, and casually severed his other arm. Seo Kyun, now in twice the pain, could only scream. He trembled, thinking, at this rate, he's going to kill me. If I want to live, I have to blind him. He activated the luminous ancient script, but his body didn't light up. Seo Kyun panicked. What's going on? Why isn't it working? Yoo-min smirked to himself. Try to glow all you want. It's useless. Midnight doesn't allow any source of light to exist. I knew he'd use this move, so I activated Midnight beforehand. He gave a wicked grin. We haven't had any real fun yet, have we? Yoo-min thought that even without Midnight, he would have just cut his wrists and ankles first. The scythe lunged again, this time aiming for Seo Kyun's legs. He screamed in despair, tears streaming down his face. Ugh, hey, you devil, why are you doing this to me? Why? Yoo-min swung the scythe, brutally stabbing it into his thigh and yanking it out. Why? Well, why do people exterminate pests? The scythe stabbed down again. Because letting them live only causes harm. Seo Kyun was hacked to pieces. He whispered weakly, Damn it, you psycho, Yoo-min said coldly. Let's see how long you can keep that attitude. The warehouse was soaked in blood, filled only with Seo Kyun's pig-like squeals of agony. He seethed with resentment. Damn it, why is this guy doing this to me? What grudge could he possibly have against me? It's not fair, damn it, it's not fair! Tears and snot ran down his face as he thought that suicide would be better than this suffering. Suddenly, the scythe was at his throat. A terrified Seo Kyun looked at Yoo-min, who smiled. What's wrong? Thinking of biting your tongue off to kill yourself? You think I'd let you off that easy? The scythe pressed down as Yoo-min spoke coldly. You don't get to die until you're on your knees begging me to end it. Seo Kyun's body, covered in countless cuts, was nearly mangled. He was going insane. I have to make this pain stop, he whispered weakly. Kill. Please, Yoo-min asked again. What did you say? He groaned. Kill me. Please, Yoo-min asked. Are you serious? Seo Kyun couldn't take it anymore. I'm begging you, please kill me, Yoo-min nodded. Casually, he said, you have no idea why I'm doing all this, do you? After all, you and I are strangers. He didn't care if the man was listening. Actually, we're not exactly strangers. Seo Kyun, we've met before. He was shocked and trembling. He knows my name? Don't tell me you're connected to that woman. Yoo-min shook his head. Nope, I have nothing to do with her. Seo Kyun was confused. Then why? Yoo-min replied. You kidnapped my little brother and threatened me to get hidden information. Seok-hyun was bewildered. I did that? But I didn't. Yu-min said nonchalantly. Of course you don't remember. It's something that will happen in the future, something that hasn't happened yet, but to me, it's the past. If I hadn't intervened, you would have obtained the ancient script of inner thoughts. He was surprised. The ancient script of inner thoughts? Yu-min explained. There's an ancient script hidden here. The activation condition is to hear a person's true voice. If I hadn't shown up, you would have assaulted and threatened that woman. She would have begged you with her true voice, and you would have gotten the ancient rune of mind reading to commit more crimes. Kang Seok-hyun trembled in fear looking at the demon before him, while Yo-min smirked to himself. This has been proven through my many regressions. Even without that, your 12 prior convictions are enough to prove you're a scumbag who deserves to die. Kang Seok-hyun was stunned. If I deserve to die, please just kill me quickly, Yo-min said coldly. Hey, I'm not going to lay a hand on you. Kang Seok-hyun was shocked as the head of the scythe slammed down, blocking his mouth. Yo-min sneered. What do you think I've been doing this whole time? I'm waiting for you to suffocate. Kang Seok-hyun writhed and trembled. I begged him to kill me quickly. Why is it still so painful? He thought. Didn't you want the ancient rune of mind reading? And didn't you want to hear a true voice? Why are you stopping me from speaking? Yo-min replied. The reason I didn't let you speak is because I wanted to test the ancient rune of mind reading. Kang Seok-hyun's pupils contracted as Yo-min smiled. Sorry, but I already got the rune. Don't you remember? You begged me to kill you. Sincerely from the heart. At that moment, the rune reacted to your true voice. The system announced, you have made the target use their true voice. Activation condition met. You have discovered the hidden ancient rune of mind reading. The stone automatically vibrated and fused with Yo-min. The screen displayed ancient rune of mind reading. Effect. Read the thoughts of the target in front of you. If observing, you can get a glimpse of their inner intentions. Can only read within a 30-meter range. Yo-min sat down, pressing down hard on the handle. I'm just testing it out, he thought. You got what you wanted, please just kill me. Yo-min replied, no, I can't just kill you that easily. It wouldn't be fair to your victims. Kang Seok-hyun trembled with rage. You damn demon. Not long after, he took his last breath. Yo-min looked at the corpse. He's dead. There are no witnesses, but I still have to clean up. He gave the command to erase all traces. The system displayed, common skill, erase traces. Effect. Erase all traces at the scene, including the body, blood, fingerprints, and footprints. The skill activated. The warehouse was spotless, with no bloodstains left. Yo-min thought, it's definitely effective. It's best not to leave a mess. He took off his mask and left. Now that I have what I wanted, I should go meet Ma Gui-ong-rak tomorrow. Saturday, the sun was shining brightly. Yo-min was neatly dressed in a tie. Yo-gun's eyes widened. Bro, are you going on a date today? Yo-min gave a strained smile. Why would it be a date? You normally never dress so formally. Yo-min smiled. Well, this is an important occasion. I'm about to meet a business partner. Yo-gun was surprised. A partner? Are you planning to get into business? He felt anxious. Just the other day, he took all his money to invest in stocks, and now he's going into business. If he fails, he'll be so sad. Yo-min read his brother's inner thoughts with the ancient rune of mind reading inside. Instead of worrying about our finances, he's worried about me. How cute. He patted his shoulder reassuringly. If this meeting goes well, I'll tell you all the details. You don't need to worry. You trust your big brother, right? Yo-gun's spirits lifted. Of course I do. Who else would I trust? Yo-min nodded. Just wait here for me. It's dangerous outside, all because of the other players. Yo-gun looked worried. Ah yes, I saw the news. They're using their abilities to commit crimes. I even heard that criminals overseas are using their powers to escape from prison. Yo-min's voice grew grave. That's right. If they're the right age, even criminals are given the chance to become players. He thought to himself, players are getting stronger and stronger, while the population decreases every month. If nothing changes, the world will fall into chaos. Yo-min remembered the vision of the future. The day will come when normal people are hunted like animals and treated like slaves. When the players reach the peak of their power, his eyes turned cold. Before the world becomes lawless, I must become strong enough to overwhelm everyone and raise the reputation of Hakkao, he warned his brother. Anyway, be careful if you go out. Yo-gun nodded. Okay, so when are you going to tell me about the business? Yo-min replied curtly. It's a secret. Yo-gun pouted. Yo-min pinched his cheek. I'll tell you soon, so stop nagging. Just wait here and order some food for yourself. But don't buy anything more expensive than black bean noodles, got it? Yo-gun said awkwardly. All right. Yo-min arrived in front of the hotel and muttered, just as I thought. Ma Gui-ong-rak scheduled the meeting here. It's like in soccer, the home team has the advantage. He walked into the lobby. On paper, this is a hotel owned by the OWN group, but it actually belongs to Ma Gui-ong-rak. It's a top secret. I'm probably the only one who knows. Yo-min thought, I have to use this information to raise my value in his eyes. But first, I have to act naive. He timidly approached the front desk. Hello? I'm here for an appointment, the staff member said politely. Are you referring to the appointment with the chairman of Chanma Consulting? Yumin nodded. That's right. The hostess for the chairman will be here shortly. You can have a seat over there. Yumin scratched his head. All right, thank you. He sat down, putting on a clueless act. He just sat there stiffly, pretending to be a country boy in the big city, and looked around. Wow, that chandelier is so cool. A man approached from a distance. Are you Mr. Yumin? Yumin stood up. Ah, yes, the man began. We've met before, haven't we? At the Gallia Forzet Extended Stay Hotel. Yumin nodded. Ah, that's right. I think we met when I was handing out rice cakes after I moved in. You were with the actor, S. Ain. Sang Jung bowed. Yes, I apologize for my rude behavior at that time. He was inwardly terrified. This kid isn't even 20 years old, and he's a major shareholder who invested 280 billion. Yu Min thought, he's definitely suspicious of how someone my age has so much money. It's truly unbelievable. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Yu Min broke the ice. Don't worry about it. We were strangers back then. I never expected the chairman of the Cheonma company to be living right above me. Sang Jung waved his hand. Oh, please don't misunderstand. I'm not the chairman. Yu Min feigned surprise. Sang Jung said seriously. The chairman will be a little late, so I came ahead, he gestured. Let's go inside and wait, Min replied. Ah, all right. Sang Jung led him to a private room and then left. Please wait here. He sent an urgent message to his boss. Chairman, I've met him. There's no way he could have invested that money himself. Someone must have sent him as a proxy. Please be careful. Min sat in the private room, chuckling to himself. Just as I thought, Ma Gyun-rok had Sang Jung scout me out first. A meticulous man like him would never be coincidentally late. A few minutes later, Ma Gyun-rok walked in. Hello, I am Chairman Ma Gyun-rok of the Cheonma Company. He extended his hand, and Yumin waited a few seconds before shaking it. Ah, I'm Yumin, Gyun-rok gestured. Please, have a seat. Yumin didn't hesitate. Yes, Ma Gyun-rok then ordered. Team leader An, you sit next to me. Sang Jung obeyed. Yes, sir. The server brought out a beautifully presented, steaming Korean course meal. Ma Gyun-rok smiled. I've prepared a Korean meal. I hope it's to your liking. Yumin looked at the food. Haha, in a luxurious hotel like this, any dish would be amazing. He picked up a piece of meat. The food is delicious. Ma Gyun-rok smiled amiably. I'm relieved to see you enjoy it. He assessed Min. Team leader An was right. He's too young to have invested 280 billion on his own. There must be someone behind him. Could it be one of my brothers or my uncle? He started the conversation. The first time I saw you, I was very surprised. I never imagined our major shareholder would be so young. How old are you? Yu Min looked up. I'm 20 years old. Ma Gyun-rok froze, pretending to be calm. 20. I'm 29. It's great to meet someone around my age. Yu Min played along. Yes, I'm happy to meet you too. Ma Gyun-rok got straight to the point. How did you earn such a large amount of money at your age? Are you the son of a Cheeble family? Yu Min's eyes widened in surprise. He's certainly blunt. He waved his hand. Haha, of course not. I was just an ordinary student. Until a few months ago, Ma Gyun-rok asked. Until a few months ago? Yu Min nodded. That's right. Have you been watching the news? Ma Gyun-rok hesitated. Yu Min said bluntly, have you seen the news about the person who won the lottery 4 times in a row? The one who became an instant millionaire? Ma Gyun-rok nodded. Ah, I have seen it. Yu Min smiled. That was me. I'm the one who won the lottery consecutively. Ma Gyun-rok was dumbfounded. Why this story? He asked. According to the news, the total prize money was only about 60 billion. How did you make 280 billion? Yu Min calmly replied, I invested a little in Bitcoin. Ma Gyun-rok started questioning his life. Bitcoin, is that all? Min nodded. Yes. Ma Gyun-rok pressed on. What made you invest 60 billion into Bitcoin? I don't think I could have done that. Sang Jung chimed in. I'm impressed. It seems you're very lucky. Yu Min said deliberately. It wasn't luck. Sang Jung nodded. Ah, that's right. I remember the article said you saw the lottery numbers in a dream. If that's not luck, then what is? Yu Min corrected him. I didn't see them in a dream. The two were puzzled. Then how? Yu Min looked at Magi. Gyun-rok. Yu Min steeled his resolve. This is the only way to gain his trust and pull him to my side, he said seriously. This is the first time I'm revealing this. I have a stigma that lets me see the future. The two were stunned. Yu Min smiled mysteriously. This stigma allows me to see several years ahead. In other words, I am a prophet who can see the future. Ma Gyun-rok and Sang Jung fell silent, thinking to themselves, a prophet? What kind of nonsense is this kid talking about? Ma Gyun-rok spoke up. Are you being serious right now? Yu Min smiled. Why would I lie to you? Ma Gyun-rock rephrased, so you're saying you won the lottery by using a stigma to see the future? Yu Min nodded. That's right, and that's also why I invested in Bitcoin to get rich. Since I could see the future, I confidently invested all my money into it. Ma Gyun-rock was still skeptical. If you don't mind, could you prove it to me? Predict what I'm going to do next. Jay thought it would be easy to guess what he would do since he could read his mind. But to avoid trouble, he needed to set limitations on his ability. He feigned confusion. I'm very sorry, but I can't use this ability freely. It activates automatically and unexpectedly. It's not under my control. Magi Onglok nodded, thinking it was understandable for an ancient power that sees the future to have such restrictions. Suddenly, he was startled and sat up straight. Mr. Jae-min, about your 280 billion investment in our company. Jae-min nodded. Yes, I invested because I know the Chanma company will grow tremendously in the future. Mei Jianglok asked, how tremendously? Jae-min stated firmly, within half a year, you'll be able to get listed on the CBY without any problems. Ma Jianglok was shocked. The CBY is the Korea Composite Stock Price Index. He went from skeptical to hopeful. If this comes true, I'll finally get my father's recognition. I might even get the chairman's seat on the board. He told himself he was getting too excited over unverified information. Jae-min knew the fish was on the hook and added, but if you want to succeed, you must completely change your business model. Sang-chun slammed the table. What? The business model? That's outrageous. You might as well ask us to change the company's name. Magi Onglok glanced at unit leader On. Rin took a bite of food. Since the type of business will change, of course, the name must change too. Sang-chun's face turned black as thunder. Huh? Are you serious? Jae-min glanced at him. You still think I'm joking at this point? You're both players. You should understand that revealing an ancient rune is very disadvantageous and harmful. The atmosphere in the private room grew tense as a drawn bowstring. Jae-min continued. I considered it carefully but still revealed my ancient rune as a major shareholder and future partner. Because I want to help the company grow, he concluded. Otherwise, why would I invest 280 billion in it? If you want the company to succeed, you have to cooperate with me. Sang-chun looked at his boss worriedly. Mr. Chairman, you don't actually believe him, do you? Magi Onglok remained silent. Jae-min sighed. It seems you don't believe in my ability. Sang-chun was blunt. To be honest, I don't. Jae-min looked at him. Unit Leader An, have you ever wondered why I moved in right below the penthouse? Don't tell me you think that was just a coincidence. Sang-chun was startled, and Ma Jianglok turned to him. Wait, below the penthouse. Unit Leader An, what does he mean? Sang-chun nodded. Ah, sir. About 2 months ago, Mr. Jae-min moved into the floor below actress Se-in's penthouse. Jae-min added, that's right. That was a few days after I acquired the Rune of Foresight. Ma Jianglok was surprised. Unit Leader An, why am I just hearing about this now? Sang-chun stammered. Until today, I didn't think it was important. Ma Jianglok calculated. If it was in January, that was before he invested in Bitcoin. Moving near someone related to the company, unless he could see the future, it's impossible. He grew suspicious. It's also possible he knew I was sponsoring Se-in. Jae-min chuckled. It seems you still don't believe me. All right then. How about this? He began revealing secrets. This hotel is your property, isn't it, Chairman Ma? As for your identity, you're the eldest son of the On Group. The Cheonma company was secretly established to seek your father's recognition. Am I right? Sang-chun lost his cool. Hey you, how do you know information that only his relatives would know? Ma Gyonglok told him to calm down. Unit Leader An, Sang-chun sat down. I apologize. Ma Gyonglok fiddled with his fingers. Yes, everything you said is correct, he said bluntly. However, if you're saying you know these things by seeing the future, it's still not enough to convince me. As Unit Leader An said, my relatives also know this information. Ma Jianglok looked at Jae-min with suspicion. Actually, I suspect you were sent by a third party to lead me into a trap. In this situation, you're still asking me to trust you and change the business. He gave a placating smile. I want to believe your Rune of Foresight exists to help the company grow. Who wouldn't? But what you've said makes it hard for me to believe. He concluded, thank you for the investment, but I'll need to hold a shareholders meeting to consider this proposal. You'll have to convince them. Ma Jianglok stood up. I'm sorry, I can't help you. I'll be leaving now. Jae-min was silent for a long moment, then spoke. Please wait a moment, Mr. Chairman. Ma Jianglok looked back. Is there something else you want to say? Jae-min looked down, thinking, this really is the only way. He began to speak. All right then, how about this? I'll give you information about round 4. Magi Onglok was shocked. Round 4. Jae-min, the Rune of Foresight lets me see everything. I know what kind of tragedy will occur. Is this information enough to prove my ability? After Jae-min left, Sang-chun bowed his head. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I was too emotional earlier, yelling in front of you. Ma Gyonglok waved his hand. It's all right. You were just worried about me. Sang-chun hesitated. I just remembered something. May I speak? Ma Lok turned back. Say whatever you want to say, Sang Chun argued. Honestly, I'm very suspicious of Yeoman. If he can see the future, why not just keep quiet and enjoy a comfortable life? Why would he want to help us? Ma Lok countered. Didn't he say he wants to grow with the company, that he seems to want to make more money? Sang Chun was skeptical. Why would he do that? 280 billion is a colossal amount of money, enough to relax for a lifetime. Ma Lok replied, I guess it's still not enough. Human greed is bottomless. Sang Chung disagreed. Even so, an ancient language that unbelievable, whether it's real or not, is still questionable. Ma Lok nodded. I agree. But if he really is a prophet, we need to make him our ally. He stood up and smiled. Just think about it. If we always have information about the next round, how useful would it be to be prepared? And if it also helps the company grow, that's a huge benefit. Sang Chun worried, but is he really a prophet? Ma Lok smiled. We'll just have to wait and see, won't we? Elsewhere, Yeoman left the private room, calculating as he walked. After the 4th round ends, he will know I'm a prophet. He looked at the skyscraper, but I didn't reveal important information like side quests or how to climb the rankings. Recalling what he said, some upcoming issues, the 4th round's mission isn't about killing monsters. Instead, there will be a massacre among the players. You can't let your guard down for a single moment. Yeoman thought that would be enough to prove he was a prophet. He smirked. After this, their attitude will change. They'll treat me well and try to protect me. Because I'm the prophet. He opened his contact list. I've already played the part of the prophet, so should I see it through to the end? First, I should contact. On the street, Julie E. was running in a hurry. She groaned inwardly. At this rate, I'm going to be late. A red light blocked her way. She grew impatient. Come on, turn green. Suddenly, a car parked obnoxiously in front of the store. Julie muttered, what kind of car is blocking the storefront like this? So inconsiderate. The car window slid down, and Yeoman waved. Julie was surprised. Oh, Yeoman? The light turned green. She quickly crossed the street, stammering. Is this your car? Yeoman said. Yeah, sorry for stopping in front of the store. Get in. We can talk while we go for a drive. Julie, still stunned, agreed. Okay. The car sped off, Julie exclaimed. Wow, this is my first time riding in a car like this. Yeoman smiled. Is that so? Me too. I just bought this car. Julie nodded curiously. How much does a car like this cost? Yeoman estimated not that much. About 900 million. Julie was shocked. 900 million isn't much? Do you know how many convenience stores I could open with 900 million? Yeoman said coolly, compared to the lottery winnings. That's really not a lot. Julie leaned back in her seat and sighed. You're right, huh? You're rich now. With 60 billion, it's like we live in 2 different worlds. Her face flushed. This feels like a date. How embarrassing. Yeoman spoke up. To be honest, I have something to confess. Julie E. was flustered, steam practically coming out of her ears. A confession? She waved her hands in misunderstanding. No way. What do you want to confess? Inside, her mind was a whirlwind. She wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Yeoman said nonchalantly, I said before that the lottery results appeared in my dream, right? Julie nodded. Yeah, that's right. He confessed. Actually, that's not it. I knew because of an ancient language that lets me see the future. It wasn't a dream. Thanks to it, I know future events. So, I have the prophet class. Julie was stunned, then delighted. Wow, that's so cool. Isn't that a special class? Yeoman scratched his head. I guess so. Julie was genuinely happy. That's great then. An ancient language that lets you see the future sounds amazing. Thanks for telling me. Even between friends, this must have been hard to talk about. Yeoman gave a fake laugh. It's nothing. He said his class is support, so it's only fair. Julie remembered and smiled. Fair. She hesitated. How can that be? I haven't told you about my ancient language. Then she got excited. Since we're on the topic, I'll tell you. In the first round, I got a protection type ancient language with a 10-meter radius. However, many people are inside it. I get that many thin layers of protection. For example, 5 people means 5 layers of protection. She let out a sigh of relief. It feels good to get that off my chest. Yeomin smiled. Ha, right? Julie wondered. But why did you suddenly tell me about your ancient language? Yeomin answered. Keeping it a secret was bothering me. Besides, if I didn't confess, you wouldn't believe what I'm about to say. Julie was curious. Huh? What is it? The conspicuous red car sped on. What Yeomin said next startled Julie. Huh? That's the mission for the 4th round? Yeomin nodded. Yeah, so you need to be careful. He warned her to always be on guard, because you never know what the players around you will do. Julie nodded. Okay, I'll remember. Her heart fluttered. He told me because he's worried about me, and he even called me first. She glanced at Dimin, wondering if he had some feelings for her. She hoped so. The evening sun cast a pink glow over the buildings. Min sat in his room, restless, unable to believe Julie had liked him all this time without him knowing. Having read her secret thoughts through the ancient language of inner thoughts, he felt flustered. No wonder she was always so nice to me. Min became pensive. Although it was a bit awkward, this would make it easier to turn her into an ally. Julie would be more likely to believe his prophecies. He put away his phone and drifted off to sleep. With one matter settled, it was time for a little rest. There wasn't much to do this month. At 5:55 p.m. on the night of November 31st, the city was bathed in the light of its buildings. Min sat on his bed and opened his system inventory. Before entering the other world, I bought some epic-grade equipment. The screen displayed the dark gauntlets, a pair of epic-grade gauntlets. Effect: strength plus 10, agility plus 10. The weapon becomes semi-transparent, effective only at night. Restriction: usable by normal grade or higher. Description: gauntlets shrouded by the night, capable of turning a weapon semi-transparent. Min assessed them. The stats are high, and the semi-transparent feature is useful. And when combined with midnight, the effect will be even greater. A knock sounded at the door, and Gun walked in. "It's time," he said worriedly. "Are you confident you can conquer this round?" Min simply replied, "We'll know when I try." Gun stammered, "You're a prophet, right? You said you had information about round 4. Min answered, "Having information is one thing, but how you act on it is another." Seeing his brother's indifference, Gun yelled, "You have to come back alive, you hear me? You're really—" Min tapped his brother's head. "Don't jinx it." As if jinxed, he lay down and drifted to sleep, thinking that round 4 could be the round of death. Elsewhere, Huang Dongmin was pulling his hair and grinding his teeth. "Damn it, not again," the system announced. "Penalty applied. All stats permanently reduced by 50%. He screamed internally. "Damn it, this is the price for betraying an ally. I don't even have 10 uses of my command authority left. How am I supposed to clear round 4? He glanced around nervously, worried about those who wanted to steal his position as regional representative or old friends seeking revenge. His nerves stretched taut. Huang Dongmin looked up at the sky, only to see a completely white expanse, not the familiar stars. "Where is this? Just my luck to end up in this damn situation," he muttered. What kind of mission starts in a bizarre place like this? The surrounding white void felt like a lab rat's cage when suddenly he saw a familiar figure. Black Hook. That evil bastard definitely knew things would turn out this way. Hong Dong-min recalled how Min had ordered him to waste all 10 uses of his command authority and destroy the artifact, to charge in and fight a god, and even kill the god's incarnation. It was all too suspicious. His eyes were sharp as knives. If I were strong enough, I would have smashed that bastard's face in. But there was no chance. So he had to swallow his immense frustration. But to save his own life, he had to join forces with that devil. He approached him. "Hey, Black Hook," Min asked. "What is it?" Huang Dongmin forced a smile. "Is our deal from the last round still valid? Didn't you say you'd protect me if I became your subordinate?" Min nodded, then said coldly, "I no longer need a subordinate like you." Huang Dongmin froze. "What?" Min replied. "You don't have any uses of your command authority left. What's the point of keeping a regional representative who has no authority? Besides, most players have classes now, so the command authority isn't that effective anymore." Huang Dongmin stammered, but Min just smiled. "You have absolutely no value left. You're just a moving target." Huang Dongmin's face went pale. A moving target? After hearing that, Huang Dongmin looked all around, his heart filled with dread. Min, knowing what he was worried about, reassured him, "Don't worry too much. You're just a target in name only. Not many people will actually want to kill you." Huang Dongmin was confused. "Huh? They won't target me?" Min nodded. "You already know the fate of a regional representative. Everyone understands that being a representative is no picnic, and as you level up, the number of people you can use your command authority on becomes smaller, and the risk just isn't worth it." Huang Dongmin nodded, thinking that Black Hook was right. If he could, he'd want to give up the command authority too. From a distance, Se Ain and Sang Chun approached, having spotted someone they knew. Huang Dongmin's face darkened. Why are those two here? But neither of them paid him any attention as Se Ain stepped forward. "Hello, Black Hook." Sang Chun chimed in. "Hey, do you remember us?" Min replied. "Of course. What's up?" Sang Chun said with a blunt jab. "Well, you saved us from the thug standing right here. We wanted to thank you again." Hong Dong-min was furious. "Thug." But before he could finish, Min cut him off coldly. "Thanking me once was enough. There's no need to seek me out again." Sang Chun smiled. "We're still grateful to you. Our company's chairman also wanted to extend his thanks for saving us. He remembered his boss's instructions." "Ah, that's right, about the chairman." Min cut him off. "Stop right there. I'm not interested." Se Ain respectfully held out a stone. "Dark scythe. This is a small token of my gratitude. Please accept it." Min stared at the item, stunned. A low-grade purple magic stone. What an unexpected windfall. Seeing his silence, Sei-ein explained, I felt that just saying thank you wasn't enough, so I wanted to give you this. It would be a waste not to take it. Dau Min accepted it immediately. It's good that you thought of this. Thanks. He chuckled to himself. She's offering such an incredible item. There's no way I'd refuse. I'll have to try making a low-grade magic stone when I get back. Sei-ein was anxious. Does he like it? She wondered to herself. Will he think I gave him a useless stone and get angry? Dio Min read her thoughts through his inner thoughts' ancient language. Speechless. Just as I thought, she has no idea what this magic stone is worth. If she knew, she never would have given it to me. Hong Dong-min watched, thinking to himself that he had something similar. Dio Min was surprised. He has a magic stone too? Hoang Dong-min scratched his head. I think it's called a black gold power stone, Dio Min thought. A black gold power stone. An item with an extremely low drop rate from monsters, even rarer than a magic stone. It's impossible to actively obtain one at this point in time. He smirked. I can't believe this guy has such a rare item. Is this good luck or bad luck? Sei-ein spoke again. Dark Scythe, do you need a protective shield? Dio Min was curious. A shield? Sei-ein nodded, a bit embarrassed. I've advanced to a summoner, so I can summon a spirit to create a shield for you. Dio Min refused. Thank you, but I don't need one. Sei-ein looked disappointed. Oh, I see. She bowed. Well, we'll be going then. Good luck in this round. Dio Min replied politely. Good luck. Watching the two of them leave, Hoang Dong-min felt there was no reason for him to stay. But suddenly Dio Min called out, Wait! Hoang Dong-min was confused. Dio Min said, If you keep this up, you're going to regret it. Hoang Dong-min was bewildered. What do you mean? Dio Min replied. I told you that you're a walking target. Hoang Dong-min asked, But you said no one would target me. Dio Min smirked. I said not many people would, not that absolutely no one would. The benefits of being a regional representative haven't completely disappeared yet. He analyzed that, while most have reached the required level and obtained a class, there are still a few who haven't, which means there are still targets for the command authority. Hoang Dong-min wavered. Dio Min continued. Just think about it. Among thousands of players, you think no one will target you? Hoang Dong-min was flustered. So what should I do? Dio Min said with feigned concern. I'll help you avoid becoming an easy target. Hoang Dong-min's eyes lit up. Really? But Dio Min cut him off. I never said I'd do it for free. You'll have to pay me. You saw the stone Sei-ein gave me, right? If you have something like that, give it to me. Hoang Dong-min understood. He opened his system and took out the black gold power stone, handing it to Dio Min as the information appeared. Black gold power stone. Item type, description. A hard, black stone with a glossy surface. Dio Min nodded. All right. Do you have any other items? Hoang Dong-min was terrified. No. I've already given you everything I can. Don't take my gear. Dio Min glanced at the useless guy. Don't worry. I wouldn't take it even if you offered it to me. Hoang Dong-min asked. I've given you the item. So will you help me now? Dio Min said coolly. Yeah. I'll keep my promise. Suddenly, an angel appeared in the middle of the sky. Oh, humans! You have all gathered here today, but your numbers have decreased, the crowd murmured. The numbers decreased? Did people fight in the real world? Dio Min sneered. It would be more surprising if a whole month passed without anyone getting into trouble. The angel waved its hand. Now that everyone is here, I declare the 4th round mission. The system displayed, 4th round, main mission. Slaughter each other for 3 hours. Total participants, 181,964. Number of completions, blank. Production area B5, 1,042 participants, 521 completions required. Everyone was bewildered. Kill each other? The angel looked bored. Humans really are slow on the uptake. Like I said, you just need to stab, slash, and kill the player next to you. It's simple. The crowd was confused. Kill them? The angel giggled. Let me explain further. The goal is to reduce the number of players by having you kill each other, unlike the previous round. This time, there are no monsters. The players were in disbelief. No monsters to level up on? A young man asked. Sir, if half are meant to survive, does that mean each person only needs to kill one other person? The angel wagged its finger. That's a secret. If I told you everything, where would the fun be? Dio Min thought. Fun? She's just relaying orders from her superiors. These angels are just messengers in this damn survival game. The fact that she's hiding the specific rules means she's taking orders from the game master. The angel said excitedly, It's not as simple as just killing someone to pass. Only the top 521 in the rankings will survive. What the rankings are based on is a secret. The golden pupils under its hood revealed a hint of madness. Even the person who gets the first kill won't necessarily be ranked first. The angel spread its wings. That's all the explanation you get. Now, start killing. A countdown timer appeared. 2:59. The crowd panicked. What do we do now? Kill other people even though we have no grudges against them? Huang Dongmin stood in a corner, smiling. Killing other players. Perfect! I also wanted to kill a few bastards, Ji-yoon thought. Just as I suspected, he plans to kill his friends. Huang Dongmin hid a twisted smile. If everyone else hesitates, it'll be easy for me to win. He gritted his teeth. I'll kill all you sons of B times chiz. Ji-yoon suddenly stepped forward, startling Huang Dongmin. Whoa, you scared me, he stammered. Black Scythe, what is it? Ji-yoon replied. I said I would help you avoid becoming a target, right? Now I'll fulfill my promise. He summoned his scythe. Huang Dongmin looked bewildered. Before he could process it, Ji-yoon's scythe swept across his neck. One clean slice. He collapsed. The system announced round 4. Side quest. Eliminate the area representative within the given time. Reward. 1 lowest grade Mana-stone draw ticket. Next. You have completed the side quest and are awarded 1 lowest grade Mana-stone draw ticket. Item information appears. Lowest grade Mana-stone draw ticket. Item type. Rare consumable. Effect. Randomly provides 5 lowest grade Mana-stones in the next round. Usage restriction. Apprentice level and above. Description. A time-limited item that automatically disappears after the next round. Influenced by the luck stat, Ji-yoon retracted his scythe, thinking to himself, great, I got the reward I wanted by killing Huang Dongmin for the side quest. Although that wasn't the only reason. The witnessing crowd panicked. Someone's dead. He killed him. Curses began to fly, but Ji-yoon showed no reaction. He thought, weren't they all targeting the area representative just a moment ago, wanting to kill him? Such hypocrites. Now they act all righteous. A few people rushed forward to condemn him. Hey, Black Scythe, you can't just kill someone like that. Have you no humanity? Another person chimed in. Murderer. You're a murderer, Ji-yoon thought to himself. A murderer. They're not wrong. I killed Kang So-kyun, and I'll kill countless more people before I reach round 20. His face remained cold, but I never kill without reason. In this round, you can't pass without killing. Whether I want to or not, he recalled the rules for round 4. Main quest, slaughter each other for 3 hours. Total participants, 181,964,180. 418 completed out of over 90 million. Production Area 45 has 1,042 participants, with a completion limit of 521. Ji-yoon smirked coldly. He knew they would criticize him regardless. The crowd was scheming. If everything goes well, I can incite everyone to kill Black Scythe to ruin his reputation, and then we'll attack him as a group. He won't be able to do a thing. We can't let him become the area representative. Ji-yoon, reading their thoughts with his skill, sneered. They think this is a golden opportunity? Hilarious. A few people, provoked by his smile, yelled, What do you think is so funny, you psycho? At that moment, the system announced that player Black Scythe had become the new representative for Production Area 45. The crowd was dumbfounded. What? Black Scythe is the representative now? That's like giving wings to a tiger. Ji-yoon provoked them further. What's the matter? Why aren't you screaming anymore? Now that I'm the area representative, are you all scared? He laughed. Aha. If you're afraid of the command authority, I bet you haven't changed your class yet, have you? Someone denied it. What are you talking about? Suddenly, a chubby guy pointed in panic. Look over there. The crowd saw that Ji-yoon's nameplate, Black Scythe, had changed color. Why is he the only one whose color changed? Ji-yoon figured it must have gone from bright yellow to red. He recalled the rule about killing. Your nickname turns red, and the more you kill, the darker the shade. A red name is the mark of a murderer. You become a target for everyone else. He laughed inwardly. A player with a yellow name kills someone, turns red, and becomes prey for thousands of others. And by killing a murderer, they too become murderers, and in turn, new targets. The crowd was still hesitating, struggling with their conscience, but this very hesitation would be the cause of many deaths. Ji-yoon fanned the flames. What are you all doing? I'm sure you don't have time to dawdle. The crowd erupted. You stop! Murderer! Ji-yoon said nonchalantly. You're all acting like I was the only one who wanted to kill the area representative. What about all of you who swarmed Huang Dongmin last round? Were you planning to give him a kiss? His words effectively silenced the crowd. As Ji-yoon walked away, he taunted them. It's kill or be killed. Don't tell me you've survived this long without figuring that out. Stop being so hypocritical and face reality. If your lives were on the line, you'd all point your knives at whoever threatened you without a second thought. Ji-yoon added coldly. Now is not the time to sit around doing nothing. If you're that worried, just keep arguing like you did in the last vote. He left silently, thinking that they would fight among themselves anyway, but if they wasted too much time, they wouldn't reach the required 521 survivors. A woman spoke up. Like Black Scythe said, we can't just stand here, we have to do something. A scar-faced man sneered. And what do you propose we do? Have a friendly chat? The woman retorted angrily. Why are you being so sarcastic? I was just trying to talk about what to do. The scar-faced man taunted. Then how about we just have fair one-on-one duels? The man beside him looked completely fed up. How is a fight to the death fair? This isn't a game. And we don't even have enough time. Scarface gritted his teeth. What did you just say? Seine watched worriedly from the sidelines. Mr. Bodyguard, what should we do? Do we really have to kill people like Hack Cow said? Sang Chun nodded. Of course. If we don't, we'll be the ones who get killed. Why should we care about the lives of strangers? I agree with Hack Cow, and you should make up your mind. Killing is no fun, Seine mumbled. You talk as if you've killed someone before. Sang Chun deflected. Of course not. I was just guessing. She asked, so, who should we kill? Sang Chun replied, it depends on the situation. The small groups were arguing loudly among themselves. Let's decide who to kill. Those who have already killed are perfect targets, someone objected. Who gave you the right to decide? The guy with the ponytail said bluntly. You mean we should kill Hack Cow? Another guy scoffed coldly. Are you insane? How could we possibly kill a level 3 player? Another agreed. Even if we all jumped him, we couldn't take him down. A timid guy was afraid Hack Cow would overhear. He told everyone to keep it down. What if he hears us? Human thought. I can hear everything. A young man stepped forward. What the hell are you all talking about? Life is precious. Even a murderer shouldn't be killed. The mage agreed. If we kill, we become murderers ourselves. The guy with the mushroom cut shot back. So what? Are you trying to guilt trip me? Someone has to die for me to live, right? A woman chimed in. Stop arguing and let's just agree to kill the criminals. The blue-haired girl retorted. And how are we supposed to know who the criminals are? Ask everyone with a criminal record to raise their hand. The other guy rushed at her. Who the hell are you to look down on me, you bitch? Come up with your own idea then. The blue-haired girl yelled, Why are you cursing at me? You damn dog, you want me to kill you right now? The guy sneered. Go ahead and try. A guy watching the drama unfold egged them on. Stop talking, just fight. The two of them shouted in unison. Who the hell are you to instigate us? You despicable bastard. The guy who was called out got pissed. Damn it, I'll kill you all. The blue-haired girl summoned her weapon. Bring it on, you idiot. Human was exasperated. It's total chaos. All this talk and nothing happens. Suddenly, Huang Dong-min, who had just died, woke up, stunning everyone. Didn't he just die? Human smirked to himself. This is the hidden rule of this round. After 10 minutes, players are revived. Hoang Min was bewildered. Why is everyone staring at me like they've seen a zombie? He looked at Minang and asked Hack Cow, What's going on? A guy turned pale. He came back to life, like a reincarnated god. His bored friend replied, What god? It's just the system's respawn. The crowd was shaken. If the dead can be revived, then killing is fine. A few people raised their weapons. If they come back to life, then there's no problem. The woman with the ponytail advised, Calm down. We don't know for sure if we can be revived, but before she could finish, someone stabbed her from behind. And so, the massacre began. Ain was slashed across the back by someone. She immediately collapsed. He yelled, Why don't you take a nap first, you bitch? Die. He looked down at his blood-soaked claw weapon, panting heavily. Without even taking a break, he called out, Come on, revive already. You and I still have to fight. Seeing Ain's corpse on the ground terrified the onlookers. A young man stepped forward and asked worriedly, But she's not reviving. The person next to him replied, We should wait a bit. Maybe she won't revive. Then the first guy said, Now that I think about it, that other guy revived after 10 minutes. The blue-haired guy shouted, Hey everyone, let's wait for her to revive. Everyone there said in unison, I agree, me too. 10 minutes later, Ain's body began to glow. The wounds on her back gradually healed. She struggled to her feet. Ain sat up, stretched, looking incredibly relaxed. Then she suddenly realized something. Ain stood up. Which one of you bastards was it? Who sneak attacked me? From behind, a guy charged forward to slash her in the back again. It was me, you bitch, before he could even touch her. He was blasted into oblivion by a black dragon flame. Hack Cow arrogantly remarked, So, they revive after 10 minutes, is that it? The people present who witnessed the scene couldn't believe their eyes. At this moment, Hack Cow was standing behind the crowd, observing everything. He thought to himself, even though the ability to revive has been proven, they'll still find it unpleasant to kill someone. But people are often influenced by their circumstances and reveal their inner madness. Suddenly, another person lunged forward, running their sword straight through someone else. Ah, screw it. Likewise, another person swung their sword, leaving a clean slice across someone's back. Whatever, I don't care anymore. Another pair also started fighting. Die, you're all insane. A silver-haired young man, who had been stabbed in the stomach, stood there cursing, while the one who stabbed him was a brown-haired guy. The brown-haired guy said, Sorry, I have nothing personal against you. The silver-haired guy rushed forward without a second thought. How about you get a taste of your own medicine? The brown-haired guy screamed. Just do me a favor and die! Stop resisting. You'll just respawn anyway. The silver-haired guy landed a clean slash, sending the brown-haired guy's blood splattering everywhere. If you're so tough, why don't you go ahead and die right now? The scene was chaotic, with everyone rushing to kill each other. Around 1,000 players were savagely slaughtering one another. Basically, this was a battlefield. Hack Cow began to make his move. A scythe materialized in his hand. Hack Cow thought to himself, I guess it's time for me to make a move too. As Hack Cow approached, everyone there was stunned. With a swift swoosh, Hack Cow slashed at them with his scythe. From behind, a group of people witnessed Hack Caw's power. They nodded to each other, seemingly giving some kind of signal. They charged forward, yelling, "This is our chance." But before they could even finish their sentence, Hack Cow had already dealt with them. He thought to himself, I have a detection skill, so there's no way you can sneak up on me. Over on the other side, a guy was relentlessly beating someone lying on the ground. Die! Hack Cow glanced over at him. Oh, right. There's still him. He watched the guy pummeling the other person, lost in thought. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that round 4 was made specifically for Hack Long Hoa. With the ancient language of devouring in his hands, this situation was nothing less than a feast for him. Hack Cow surveyed the battlefield, continuing his train of thought. Judging by how dark his name is, he must have killed around 10 people already. That guy needs to be taught a lesson a few times over. That Hack Long Hoa guy burst into maniacal laughter. He thought to himself, I can't believe my stats go up every time I kill a player. What a sweet deal. I knew stats increased when you kill monsters. But I never imagined it would have the same effect with players. A system window appeared in front of him, detailing the effect of the ancient language of devouring. The progress bar increases every time you kill an enemy. Once the progress bar is full, you will receive a random stat point. The level of your enemy will correspond to the amount the progress bar increases. Hack Long Hoa got back to work. His business of sending people to their graves. He was like a madman, repeatedly chanting, die, die, die. The progress bar for Hack Long Hoa's ancient language of devouring steadily rose. He thought, the progress bar is really filling up. Is it because of their levels? Hack Long Hoa looked at the progress of his ancient language of devouring and smirked. He's the same level as me, yet the progress bar went up by that much. Hack Long Hoa thought about what would happen if he killed Hack Cow. If I kill Hack Cow, how much will the progress bar fill up? It would probably fill up instantly, and I'd get a stat point. He turned his head, angrily looking for something. Forget it. If I mess with a big shot like him, who knows what kind of disaster will follow? Hack Long Hoa looked at the nobodies fighting each other. I should just take care of this trash and level up more. Hack Long Hoa walked over and struck someone down. Sorry, buddy, nothing personal. He continuously hacked at the person lying on the ground with his scythe. He smirked to himself. This is a great way to blow off some steam. Wherever Hack Long Hoa slashed, blood went flying. Because of that thug, I couldn't even hunt in peace. As he was laughing to himself, thinking this round was made for him, a guy with a sword stealthily approached from behind. But Hack Long Hoa was no pushover, and the attacker was instantly detected. The other players don't get any benefit from killing each other. He took that guy down in the blink of an eye. But my stats increase, allowing me to get progressively stronger. The bar for Hack Long Hoa's ancient language of devouring went up again. He looked around as people slowly began to respawn. Best of all, my prey just keeps respawning and serving themselves up on a platter. Hack Long Hoa quickly moved in front of one such prey and raised his scythe. What better opportunity could there be? A sickening thud echoed. Hack Long Hoa watched as everyone else continued to slaughter one another, wondering just how many he had killed already. I need to kill as many as I can to climb to the top of the rankings. Maybe I'll head that way now? Suddenly, a pair of feet stepped into his view, startling him. It was Hack Cow, walking toward him with a scythe in hand. Hack Cow spoke. Midnight. The sky instantly turned dark, causing everyone present to look up in confusion. What is this? What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Hack Long Hoa broke out in a cold sweat watching Hack Cow approach. His scythe had become translucent. Whatever this is, I have to be on my highest guard. A swooshing sound rang out, and suddenly Hack Long Hoa's perspective shifted to a view from above. That's because Hack Cow had just lopped off his head. He thought to himself, so I'm dead. As expected of the Black Scythe, I should have known better than to face him. The jarring clash of swords echoed across the brutal battlefield. There were constant screams of, just die, die, die already. The person lying next to Dong Min slowly sat up. She yawned as if waking from a deep sleep. Dong Min watched her and thought, did she just revive? Is it true that everyone comes back to life after 10 minutes? He smirked. Excellent. Dong Min clenched his fist, a rather terrifying smile on his face. He mused, they set up this round to make us slaughter each other. This is my chance to get revenge on the bastards who backstabbed me. I'm going to kill every last one of you. Dong Min began to search the area. Kim Seo, where are you? Where is he? Suddenly, he spotted something. There he is. That guy Seo was fearfully aiming his bow and arrow at the people in front of him. Dong Min thought, the fool looks scared out of his mind just because of the stat reduction penalty. And there's the other one. Dong Min approached cheerfully and said, hey, Kim Seo Han. Seo turned around fearfully, stammering. Dong Min suddenly landed a powerful punch right in his face. So good to see you, you son of a B times tsh. Just that one punch sent Seo flying 100 meters. He groaned in pain, clutching his face. Dongmin walked closer. Kim Seo-han, you damn bastard. Dongmin grabbed Seo by the collar and hoisted him up. You said you'd kill me if we met again, right? Dongmin raised his fist, preparing to strike Seo's face. So why don't you go ahead and try to kill me now? What followed were the agonized screams of Seo-han. After the beating, Dongmin dropped him to the ground. Finally done. How refreshing. He glanced back with a savage smile. Where's the rest of you? On a battlefield where people were endlessly slaughtering each other. If hell existed, would it look like this? The people there slaughtered one another without a hint of remorse. Screams of die echoed everywhere. But Ain sat to the side, clutching her sword in fear. A place rife with violence, where people only knew mutual hatred. Sang-chun spoke up to check on her. Miss Ain, are you all right? She replied. I'm still okay. I'm not tired. But it's taking a toll on me mentally. Sang-chun worried, thinking, I can endure this for a while, but this must be very difficult for Miss Ain. If this affects her mentally and gets in the way of her duties, I won't be able to face the chairman. Suddenly, he noticed something, a hand reaching to grab Ain's hair. The hand gripped her hair tightly. Its owner, holding a knife, screamed, Die! Sang-chun quickly lunged to save her. In your dreams! He began to fight the attacker. Sang-chun raised his sword high, stabbing straight through the other man. Sang-chun turned and called out to Ain, ignoring the attacker as he collapsed to the ground, groaning. Ain trembled, looking at the bloodstains on her sword. Although she was still shaking, she bit her lip hard. Ain gripped her sword, rushed toward the man, and delivered another stab to the one who had grabbed her hair. A while later, the sky was unchanged, still holding a gloomy and sorrowful aura. Sang-chun looked at Ain and thought, if I tell her to do something, she'll still listen. Ain stood up and asked, Mr. Bodyguard, how much longer do we have to fight like this? Sang-chun replied. There's at least 1 more hour left. Ain's face was etched with sorrow, saying, I can't even stand to watch them die anymore. I don't understand how people can just slaughter each other like this. Sang-chun observed her fragile appearance and thought, too weak. She's far too weak. It seems she's been too sheltered, he advised her. If you are tired, please rest. Haven't you already killed about 50 people? Ain replied. I suppose so. Sang-chun turned away, saying, that should be enough to make it into the rankings. Please leave the rest to me. Ain stammered, thank you so much. Sang-chun gave a small smile, thinking, I'm the one who should be grateful. I no longer have to serve up kills for you. He then resumed fighting. Now I can focus on my own score. The system window displayed a notification. Time remaining until the round ends. 10 minutes, 21 seconds. Black Scythe was still fighting furiously. Seeing the notification, he thought to himself, about 10 minutes left, huh? Round 4 is always so draining. The figure of someone running approached from behind him. Unfortunately, Black Scythe had already detected them. He spun around, raising his scythe. Black Scythe took the person down in an instant, sending them flying 100 meters. I can't let the reward for first place in all zones slip away. I have to use every means necessary to grow stronger and make it to round 20. He ran with incredible speed, moving like the wind. He wiped out everyone in his path, causing anyone who saw him to flee in terror. I have no idea how strong that final, looming boss will be. And so, no one could escape Hakko, so he knew he had to become as strong as possible. Hakko charged toward a guy who looked at him in terror. Hakko thought that guy was a goner, but he just passed him by. The man collapsed to the ground, fearfully saying, I'm alive. Hakko thought to himself, there's no need to kill someone I've already killed again. On the battlefield, everyone was still trying to kill each other. The rankings for round 4 weren't just based on killing the most people possible. You needed to kill as many different people as possible. Even if you killed the same person twice, it would still only count as a single kill. Hakko glanced over at 2 guys who were fighting. He thought this meant he couldn't just keep killing the same people. The person he was watching was Dongmin, who was punching someone on the ground. Die! Die! He raised his 2 bloody hands and laughed with satisfaction. Watching from a distance, Hakko thought to himself, he's just been killing his 3 friends over and over. Those guys are going to have a hard time passing this round. Dongmin turned his head, saw his friend had revived, and immediately charged in to punch him again. Hello? Try to revive a little faster next time. Hakko thought that if they kept dying right after reviving, they'd never get a chance to score points for themselves. The system showed a notification. Time remaining until the round ends. 1 minute. Hakko continued to scan for prey. He thought, only 1 minute left. There isn't much time. I have to get the highest score I can. He mentally checked off his targets as he moved and saw a silver-haired guy. I've already killed him. He saw a guy hugging his girlfriend. Him too. He saw a guy holding a knife whose name he didn't remember. This will be a first. Hakko quickly approached him. There's no time left, so I'll end this in a single strike. In just a flash, the guy was sent to the afterlife by Hakko. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped all the survivors. An angel appeared, and she spoke. Did you all have fun killing each other? Everyone looked up at her. Hakko thought to himself, we had to kill other people. How could that possibly be fun? The angel said. Oh, look at this disgusting mess of blood. This once clean space is now a total mess, the angel continued, twirling a lock of her hair. In any case, you all did an excellent job at killing one another. Before we look at the results, let's revive those you've killed, shall we? Hakko looked at her and thought, she says that as if we're the ones reviving them. In reality, it's a system ability. A man who had lost an arm was made whole again. The golden light healed everyone's wounds and even revived those who had died. Diegun, surprised to find himself resurrected, immediately screamed, Huang Dong-min. Others behind him also started cursing, I'm gonna kill you. Dong-min just smirked, hearing Jun taunt him. You're only second to Deng Shih. Dong-min looked furious. What the hell are you talking about? I'll kill you bastards. The angel, seeing their intense bickering, spoke up to silence them. She revealed a terrifying glare. From now on, any human who dares to speak will have their head blossom. After she spoke, everyone fell silent. Not a single word was uttered. The angel's gentle demeanor returned, now that it's a bit more peaceful. Since everyone has been revived, let's look at the results, shall we? The angel continued. But before that, we should review this round's mission, shouldn't we? Everyone below was confused. There was a side quest this time? The angel snapped her fingers. Of course there was. Did you really think there wouldn't be a side quest? Are you all idiots? The system window appeared. Round 4 side quest. Eliminate the regional representative within the time limit. Mission completion reward. 1 lottery ticket for a lowest grade mana stone. One of the men read it and asked aloud in confusion. Eliminating the regional representative. That was the mission? The angel immediately replied, that's right, you foolish human. Only one person in this region completed the side quest, and that person is Hakko. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to him, and they began to murmur amongst themselves. Hakko. Now that I think about it, wasn't he the one who killed Hong Dong-min right at the start? Hak Long Hoa glared at him angrily, while Hakko thought to himself, so that means becoming the regional representative in this round was actually a good thing. Meanwhile, Dong-min stood there silently, staring at the system window. If I'd known about this, I would have killed Hoang Dong-min myself. Dong-min fearfully wondered if he had been killed by Hakko. Meanwhile, a notification about a temporary skill appeared on the screen. Hakko himself thought nothing of it. I've lost my temporary command authority. Dong-min recalled what Hakko had told him. I'll help you so you don't become an easy target. He thought to himself he said he'd help me not become a target, but then he stole the representative position from me. The angel began to speak. Now then, let's see the results. Ah, that's right. You're all curious about how the results were calculated, aren't you? The angel smirked, quite sinister. The angel continued its speech. The rankings will be based on the number of unique people you've killed. Even if you kill the same person multiple times, it will only count as 1 kill. The people below were quite surprised to hear that. Unique people. So it's not just about killing as many as possible? The angel chuckled lightly. Such simple-minded fools. How could it be that easy? It pointed its finger down. There you go. Here are the results. The final results for round 4 appeared. All zones. First place is Hakko, second is the Fool, third is Magi Onglok. Current zone. Number 1 Hakko, number 2 Cute Little Bird, number 3 and Sang Chun. The angel gave a rather terrifying smile. Oh my, Hakko is first place again this time? Hakko looked up at it, his eyes filled with a hint of anger, while gasps of awe echoed throughout the grand hall. I can't believe he killed over 700 people. Is that even humanly possible? Aren't there only about 1,000 of us in total? So he killed 70% of the people in the dimension all by himself. That's insane. The angel clapped enthusiastically and said, wow, you killed 722 people all by yourself? Very impressive. This certainly deserves a reward, doesn't it? Congratulations, you have ranked first in this mission in your zone. Congratulations, you have ranked first in this mission in all zones. The reward for ranking first in your zone is an intermediate rare armor selection ticket. The reward for ranking first in all zones is an intermediate special reward selection chest. Jimin thought, an intermediate armor selection ticket? Great, it's about time I changed my armor. The system announced you may select one of the rare armors below. Reward selection. Choose the reward you want. Bright bronze armor, blood-soaked assassin's tunic, cloak of darkness. Jimin clicked on the blood-soaked assassin's tunic. He thought I'll choose the second one. Blood-soaked assassin's tunic. The system updated the information. Blood-soaked assassin's tunic. Type armor grade, rare, defense. 60. Effect. Agility +4, attack speed +8%, movement speed +5%. Durability, 600 out of 600. Restriction, normal grade or higher. Description, a blood-colored tunic worn by an assassin. At times it reeks of blood. He continued to think seriously. Next is the special reward. You may select one of the special rewards below. Reward selection. Choose the reward you want. 1. A buff that increases all stats by 50%. 2. 2,000 gold. 3. Information about Round 5. Ji-Min thought the side quest rewards for Round 5 are very valuable, but the difficulty is a bit high. He clicked on the buff that increases stats by 50%. He thought, considering the difficulty, the stat increase would be more helpful. The angel pointed a finger and said casually, "You've all seen your rankings, right? Let me tell you something. In our zone, there are 30 people tied for rank 521, and everyone ranked lower than that will be eliminated." She laughed sinisterly, speaking in a savage tone. "Now then, let the extermination process begin." A yellow light appeared on some people's bodies. Their body parts began to slowly disintegrate, and many of them screamed in fear. People began to beg. "Wait a minute! Oh, Angel, are we really going to die this time?" Someone wailed. "I don't want to die. Angel, please help us. Please give me a chance. Help me." Dongmin sighed in relief, having survived the cut. He thought, "I made it, but that was a close call." Among those who remained, some just stood and watched coldly, while others closed their eyes and tightly covered their ears, as desperate screams continued to echo all around. "Please help me. I don't want to die." Ji-Min also closed his eyes as it all happened. Suddenly, he opened his eyes with determination, and the system announced the end of Round 4. All zone survivors, 90,953. Your zone survivors, 521. In a moment, your soul will be transferred to your body in the current dimension. Round 5 will begin at midnight on a future date in 2024. See you in the next round. Congratulations on your survival. The sky brightened. At a certain hotel, someone was running in a hurry. Sang-chun burst through the door in a panic, hastily saying, "Sir!" Ma Gyeong-lok, who was lying face down on the bed, began to stir. He hugged a pillow, pushing himself halfway up and running a hand through his hair as he asked. Ma Gyeong-lok sat up and said, "What are you doing here? I don't recall summoning you." Sang-chun replied, "I couldn't get in touch with you, sir, so I took the liberty of coming in. I thought something terrible had happened to you." Sitting on the bed, Ma Gyeong-lok gave a rare, cheerful smile and said, "Of course not. Did you think I'd die in Round 4? Didn't you see the results?" Sang-chun scratched his neck and spoke sheepishly. "I saw your name on the rankings, sir, but I was still worried. After all, that last round was completely insane, wasn't it?" Meiji Olak covered his face and said, "That's why I passed out on the bed as soon as I got back. I'm mentally exhausted." Sang-chun added, "That's right, 433 people died." Magiolok's expression changed as he said, "If you count the repeat deaths, the number is probably even higher. I'm already this strong, so what kind of monster is Black Dog? Is he even human?" Sang-chun brought a fist to his lips and probed, "Do you think he's an active-duty Special Forces soldier? Is there really someone with that kind of skill and courage in South Korea?" I kept thinking about it. Maji Olak didn't answer, lost in thought. Black Dog. The more I think about it, the more I admire him. Whatever his true identity may be, if I could partner with him, I'd feel much more secure. I'll have to ask the Prophet about Black Dog later. Sang-chun looked worried and said, "But sir, the fact that Round 4 happened exactly as that Prophet said is truly astonishing. To be honest, until I saw it with my own eyes, I was very skeptical of him." Majayolak replied, "Me too." When the two of them were talking with Min, he had stated firmly that the mission for Round 4 wasn't monster hunting, it was a massacre among the players. Majayolak had asked in shock, "A massacre?" Min had said, "That's right. It's a catastrophe where players have to kill each other. You need to stay on your guard." Back in the present, Sang-chun asked for Magi Olak's opinion. "What should we do, sir?" Magi Olak asked. "What do you mean?" Sang-chun said, "About the Prophet, Min. Do you really want to make him a business partner?" Magi Olak picked up a towel and said, "Of course, he's the major shareholder with 31% of the shares. What right do I have to object? In fact, the company is practically in Min's hands already." Sang-chun asked, "So you're going to do as he says and switch to a different industry?" Maji Olak confirmed, "There's no point in arguing about it. This way, the company can grow even further." He walked to the window saying, "Besides that, we need to get him on our side. Don't look down on him or get arrogant just because he's young." Maji Olak stood before the glass, looking at his reflection in a partially open robe that revealed his six-pack abs. He said, "Even if you don't like his attitude, you must flatter him and do everything he says. Only then." Maji Olak turned around and continued, "Can we extract all the sweet benefits from this honeypot called the Prophet? Got it?" Sang-chun bowed and replied, "Yes, sir. From now on, I will be more careful when dealing with Yo-min." As dawn broke, Maji Olak said, "Good, call him immediately." Sang-chun asked, "What should I say to him?" Maji Olak instructed, "Tell him we should throw a party tonight to celebrate our survival, and tell him to bring his family if he has any." "Oh, should I invite Miss Seo to the party too?" Sang-chun asked. "You mean Miss Ah-yeon?" Maji Olak smiled, put his hands in his pockets and said, On occasions like this, we should have a celebrity join us, shouldn't we? The sun was fully up. Yo Min stood scrolling on his phone next to a cafe. He waved to someone and said, "Over here." Julie came over and said, "Min, you look well." Yo Min replied cheerfully. "You too," Julie asked. "Are you okay? Asking me to lunch all of a sudden like this." He just shrugged and said, "I just thought we should get a meal to celebrate successfully passing the round." "Don't worry, it's my treat," Julie replied casually. "Well then, I'll take advantage of my rich friend. If you don't mind, of course." A red car sped down the road. Yo Min was driving Julie, who said gratefully, "Thanks, Mr. Prophet. Because of you, I was able to prepare for round 4. Yo Min asked, "Hey, you didn't think I was lying?" Julie replied with trust. "But you would never do that. What would you gain by tricking me?" Yo Min said, "Thanks for trusting me." Suddenly, Julie said a bit awkwardly, "Thanks? Stop it. I'm the one who should be grateful. If you hadn't told me I needed to kill at least 30 people, I'd be dead by now. Thank you." Yo Min thought to himself, "She really has no reason to be grateful to me. Even if I don't reveal anything, she'll survive thanks to the ancient language of protection. She's also quite talented. More importantly, compared to Celian, who's like a flower protected in a greenhouse. She's more like a weed growing outside." The car stopped at a restaurant. Jiyu and Julie sat across from each other. He gestured with his hand. "Let's eat," Julie replied. "Thank you. Enjoy your meal." Jiyu Min gave a resigned smile, picking up a piece of food, thinking about how many times she had thanked him already. Julie hesitantly picked up her chopsticks, anxiously wondering if a murderer like her should be doing this. "I only came because Jiyu Min called me, but having a peaceful meal like this feels so wrong." Jiyu Min noticed and asked, "Julie, why aren't you eating?" He thought to himself, "It seems she's still feeling guilty." Julie snapped out of it and replied, "Oh, I'm not feeling very well." Jiyu Min asked, "Is it because you killed someone?" He comforted her, "Don't overthink it, and don't blame yourself. You have to survive." Julie still said worriedly, "That's true, but..." Jiyu Min continued to console her. "Besides, it's not just you. Me and the other players can't avoid it either." Julie E lowered her head in remorse, saying, "Even so, He cut her off. "Enough. So what? If it's about the future, are we just going to let things happen? If I don't wake up, what will happen to my family here? We have families waiting for us, right?" Julie seemed to have an epiphany and repeated, "My family." She imagined her father hugging her lifeless body and crying, thinking, "If I don't wake up, Dad will be so sad." Julie clenched her fists with determination and said, "You're right. I had forgotten about my family, not realizing they were the reason I've held on for so long. Thank you for comforting me." Jiumin replied, "It's nothing. Eat some of this delicious food to cheer up." Julie replied, "Okay." She picked up a piece of food from the hot pot and said, "This is delicious. It feels like all the fatigue from round 4 has just been blown away." Ji Min replied, "I'm glad to hear you say that." Julie thanked him again. "Thanks for bringing me here." Ji Min said casually, "This is the first time you've called me without using my last name." Julie E replied, "Oh, is that so? If you don't mind, can I call you that from now on?" He said, "Of course, you can." Ji Min thought, "It looks like her mood has improved. Should I get to the main point now?" Just as he thought that, he said, "Julie, I called you here today to share some information about round 5 with you." Julie asked, startled. "Round 5? You've seen the future again?" Jiyu said, "Yeah, round 5 will be the most difficult round yet, and the regions will merge." Julie asked, "Regions merging?" Jiyu said, "Basically, the separated regions will combine into one." Julie E asked, "So, does that mean you and I can meet?" Jiyu Min brought the tea to his lips and said, "That's right, but not in round 5. He thought, "Actually, we will meet in round 5, but if I tell her we're in the same region, she'll want to meet me." He put his teacup down. "I have to meet her while remaining anonymous to make this work," Jiyu said. "Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. As I've revealed, round 5 will be even more difficult. You might not be able to clear it, but there is a way." Julie E asked, "What is it?" Jiyu Min revealed, "Black Scythe. Go meet him and ask for his help." Julie E said, startled, "Huh? Black Scythe?" She could hardly believe it. She continued, "The Black Scythe you're talking about. Is it that person? The one ranked number 1 in all regions?" Jiyu Min nodded firmly and replied, "Yes, that's him." Julie pointed to herself and said, "So you want me to ask Black Scythe for help in round 5? Jiyu Min gestured confidently and said, "Instead of asking for help, it would be more accurate to say you'll be cooperating with him." Julie asked doubtfully, "But Black Scythe is level 30. Will he really agree to cooperate with me?" Jiyu Min persuaded her, "You have your buffs. I'm sure Black Scythe will need you too. It will be a symbiotic relationship between you two." Julie fiddled with her hair, thinking, "If I can safely clear this round with his help, that would be great." Julie E expressed, "To be honest, I'm still worried. I don't know if Black Scythe would be willing to take me along just for my little buff." Min just gave a resigned smile, thinking, it's not just a little buff, your skills are amazing. Min comforted her. Julie, don't worry. Black Scythe will definitely cooperate with you. Not just for this round, but for the next one too. I've already seen it in the future, so you don't need to worry. Julie still asked worriedly, really? She smiled and said, thank you for telling me such important information. Min replied casually, we're friends. It's what I should do. Suddenly, Julie remembered something. She said cheerfully, oh, can you hold out your hand for a second? Julie released a stream of blue light into Min's hand. She said, I should give you something in return, right? A gentle blue light enveloped Min, and he said with a bright smile, thank you, Julie. He thought happily, I knew she would buff me because I know she doesn't like being indebted to others. Min's radiant smile made Julie blush. She didn't know he was thinking, now I can go home and use that, the system announced. All stats have increased by 50% thanks to the effect of the blessing skill. Current kills, 100 out of 100. All stats have increased by 50% thanks to the effect of the Butcher's Rune. Min sat down on a chair, thinking, thanks to the effect of Julie's blessing and the additional stats from the Butcher's Rune after killing 100 worms, the status window appeared. Min looked at the status window and thought, my stats must have increased quite a bit. Status window, nickname, Black Hook, rank, common, level, 30, class, Death God. Title, The Last Time Traveler, hidden. The first to kill an angel, hidden. Challenger of the God of Punishment, hidden. Stats, strength, 93, intelligence, 111, agility, 105, luck, 84. His attention was drawn to the luck stat, 84 luck. Min pulled a card from thin air thinking, with such high luck, I can expect to draw something good. The system displayed a notification. Lowest grade magic stone draw ticket, type, rare consumable. Effect, randomly provides from 1 to 5 lowest grade magic stones. Restriction, usable until the next round. Apprentice rank and above. Description, a limited time item that randomly provides you with magic stones. If you do not use it by the next round, the item will automatically disappear. It is affected by the luck stat. Min looked at the card. If I were a normal person, I'd probably pray to the gods to get a decent item. He smirked, continuing his train of thought. But to hell with praying to that damn god. A goddess dressed all in white with a winged helmet covering her eyes extended her hand and said, we will play 20 rounds on the first day of every month. Your souls will be brought to another dimension to play a game. Min continued to speculate. I don't know who that is, but this was definitely caused by a god. Who else could grab 8 billion people and throw them into a death game? The one behind all of this must be a god who is toying with humanity. Thinking this, Min's expression turned serious. He let his thoughts drift. If I clear the final round and can make one wish come true, I'll wish for the damn god who created this disgusting game to die a horrible death. Min raised his hand, and a golden light appeared around it. The system announced, lowest grade magic stone draw ticket has been used. Congratulations, you have drawn 5 lowest grade magic stones. Items obtained, lowest grade red magic stone, X2. Lowest grade yellow magic stone, lowest grade green magic stone, lowest grade purple magic stone. Min was stunned. 5 stones, 5 is the maximum amount. He thought with a sarcastic smile, so I got the best result by cursing, not by praying to a god? Heh, I guess I am lucky. Min tapped on the system window thinking, alright, let's start combining. First, I'll put the 2 lowest grade red magic stones together and press combine. The system displayed, combination successful. You have created 1 low grade red magic stone. Min held the pink stone in his hand. He thought with satisfaction, when you combine magic stones of the same color and grade like this, you can get a higher grade magic stone. Along with the magic stone I got from Sale Ain and the ones from the draw ticket, the system announced, combination successful. You have created 1 low-grade purple magic stone. Min focused on the system window. Next, if I combine the magic stone with an item. Combination successful. Assassin's Head Bug Helmet has gained plus 2% damage. He thought, great, now to combine the next ones. Shadow Gauntlets. All stats plus 2%. Resistance Ring has gained plus 2 luck. Cunning Long Boots has gained plus 2 agility. He continued, I'll separate the blue magic stone from the hunter's stone armor. Blood-soaked assassin's tunic has gained plus 1% damage reduction. After finishing, Min thought, so I've used up all the magic stones I had. Trading that information for the buff was well worth it. The sky was gradually getting dark. The twilight cast a gentle, quiet beauty on the tall buildings. Min thought, now it's time to prepare to meet Maji Gi and Mr. Locke, Gun asked with a stiff expression. So he sat on the plush sofa and talked to Min. Is the president of the company you invested in the heir to that corporation? Min replied, yes. I was invited to the party as their business partner and will be collaborating in the future. A pitiful Jilgun trembled and asked, "Can I really go to a place like that?" Jaemin casually fixed his tie and replied gently, "He said I could bring family, so you don't need to worry. Your tie is crooked." Suddenly, a knock on the door startled Jaemin, making him jump up and say, "They're here." Jaemin stood up straight and urged, "Let's go." Jaemin went to open the door, with a well-behaved Jilgun standing nervously beside him, hands clasped. Jilgun was stunned to see Sang-chun outside the door, bowing at a 45-degree angle and saying, "Hello, I'm here to escort you." Jilgun grabbed Jaemin's shoulder and said warily, "Huh, that's the guy we met before." Sang-chun asked, "This is..." Jaemin replied, "My younger brother." Sang-chun handed his business card to Jilgun. "Allow me to introduce myself. My apologies for not introducing myself to you sooner. I am Unit Chief An Sang-chun. We've met before, haven't we? This is my business card, although I've already apologized to your brother." Jilgun took it and replied, "Yes." Sang-chun continued, "But I sincerely apologize for my rudeness to you before." Hearing this, Jilgun was stunned. Sang-chun naturally extended his hand in a welcoming gesture and said, "Please consider this party as an apology, so I hope you won't mind. Shall we go then? The limousine is waiting for you both." That evening at Mr. Locke's hotel, the three of them entered the main hall one after another when a voice suddenly called out, "Oh, it's Jaemin!" Mr. Locke shook Jaemin's hand as he politely said, "The pleasure is all mine." Mr. Locke turned to Jilgun and asked, "And this must be your family member?" Jaemin replied, "That's right. This is my younger brother." Mr. Locke smiled warmly, shook Jilgun's hand, and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am President Maji Locke of the Celestial Demon Consulting Company." Jilgun stiffened and replied, "Hello." Jaemin reminded him, "Hey, you're supposed to use your right hand for a handshake." Mr. Locke asked Jaemin, "Is your brother a player as well?" Jilgun shook his head and said, "Ah, sir, I'm not a player." Jaemin patted his shoulder to reassure the anxious Jilgun. He said affectionately, "He's only 14 years old right now." Mr. Locke said, "That's truly fortunate. If you were just 1 year older, you wouldn't have been able to escape this death game. I'm quite envious of you." Jaemin smiled on the outside but sneered internally. Envious, huh? Mr. Locke led the way. To the two brothers, he said, "This way, please." Although it's a bit simple, we put a lot of thought into preparing this table. The food on the table was displayed appetizingly. The waiter and the chef stood solemnly. Jilgun was delighted, his eyes lighting up. Mr. Locke gestured and said, "You must be hungry. We couldn't prepare much, but it's certainly enough to fill you up." Jilgun looked around in bewilderment, thinking, "Is he kidding me? This isn't much?" Jaemin calmly called him over. Jilgun and Mr. Locke sat at the table as Mr. Locke said with a pleasant smile, "Well then, please enjoy your meal." Suddenly, there was a sound from the door. Jaemin immediately turned to look and was surprised to see a familiar face. Se-ein walked in, startling him, wondering, Se-ein? Jaemin still couldn't believe it. He thought, Se-ein was invited here too? The beautiful Ein also saw him. Ain gracefully approached the dining table. Meanwhile, Jilgun was still frozen in shock. Mr. Locke slowly stood up to greet her. "Ah, you finally arrived, Miss Ain." Ain spoke with an apologetic expression. "My apologies, sir. I had to attend the funeral of a fellow actor, so I'm late." Mr. Locke was courteous. "You don't need to worry. We understand. More importantly, this is the major shareholder of our company that I told you about." Ain gently tucked her hair back, slowly looking up as she said, "Hello, I am the actress Se-ein." Suddenly, as if realizing something, Ain looked at Jaemin and Jilgun in surprise, wondering, "Aren't you the two who stopped by with rice cakes when you moved in?" Jaemin gently pulled on Jilgun, who still looked completely shocked. He replied, "That's right," Ain exclaimed with a radiant smile. "So I'm neighbors with the major shareholder. How wonderful." But inside, she felt an inexplicable unease. "He looks even younger than me, but is already a major shareholder in the company. Is the president joking with me?" Jilgun finally managed to stammer out some words. His face was red, and his heart pounded with excitement as he asked Jaemin, Hey, bro, is that Se-ein?" Jaemin suddenly realized, thinking, "Ah, June still doesn't know about the relationship between Megan Locke and Se-ein. Seeing her show up so suddenly must have really surprised my brother." He silently mused while staring at June. More importantly, isn't this the natural reaction for anyone who sees what she looks like? Still looking at Ain with a flustered expression, "June, you're trembling." To avoid standing out or seeming strange, Jaemin decided he should probably act a little interested. Megan Locke had noticed the reactions and attitudes of June and Jaemin. He smiled, inwardly pleased. He's so young. So the prophet is just like any other man. Calling Se-ein here was the right decision. Then he put on a fake smile and said politely, "Well, everyone must be hungry. Please, enjoy the meal without any worries." At the lavish dining table, only 5 people were enjoying the exquisite delicacies. Jae-min and June sat opposite the other three. June regained his usual cheerful demeanor, eating heartily and exclaiming, "Brother, the meat is so tender it's melting in my mouth," Jae-min replied happily. "Is it really? Then eat up." The atmosphere was very warm. Suddenly, Magon Lok spoke up. "Mr. Major Shareholder, is the food to your liking? I told the chef to pay special attention to these dishes." Jae-min simply replied, "Ah, it's delicious." He then asked, "And what about you, Mr. June? Is the food to your taste?" June said, unexpectedly shy, "Ah, yes. This is my first time eating anything like this." Magon Lok smiled to himself, feeling lucky. He thought, "Good thing I have high standards for my chef." In reality, he had made the chef prepare the dishes multiple times to serve the two brothers. Magon Lok said cheerfully, "I'm glad to hear you say that." As he ate, he continued to ask, "I see you didn't bring any other family with you. Why is it just your younger brother?" Jae-min's expression turned melancholic for a moment as he said, "My brother is my only family. My parents have passed away." Magon Lok replied with outward sympathy, "Oh, I see. I'm sorry." Inwardly, however, he was furious with himself for carelessly choosing the wrong topic, silently cursing. "Damn it," he thought awkwardly. "Why did I have to ask that question? The harmonious atmosphere is completely ruined now." Seeing this, June looked sad and lost his appetite. Magon Lok was displeased, screaming internally, "Damn it, I should just shut my mouth until the mood improves." An awkward silence followed. By the time everyone finished eating, the servants had already cleared the table and brought out dessert. Magon Lok took a sip of tea, calculating, "Someone needs to fix this atmosphere." He turned his head slightly to look at Ain, who was awkwardly drinking her tea, and pleaded internally, "Miss Ain, please look over here." Miss Ain felt his gaze but had no intention of responding. He gently placed his cup on the table, stood up, and said, "Oh, Ain, could we talk for a moment?" Ain was surprised but quickly agreed. "Huh? Of course." The two of them left the room. Walking down the hallway in an awkward silence, Magon Lok spoke up. "Listen here, Miss Ain." She quickly replied, "Yes, Mr. Chairman." He suddenly stopped walking and calmly asked a question. "Was the food good?" Ain, not understanding his intention, answered casually, "Ah, it was delicious." Magon Lok let out a sigh. It was enough to show the frustration building up inside him. He turned to face Ain with angry eyes and asked, "Did you think I called you here just to let you eat to your heart's content?" He looked directly at Ain and continued to reprimand her. "I called you here to help liven up the atmosphere a bit. Why are you so slow on the uptake?" She looked worried and apologetic, replying, "I'm sorry, I thought you just invited me to a party." Magon Lok sighed in annoyance again. "Why on earth would I invite you to a dinner like this for no reason?" He rubbed his forehead helplessly and asked, "Didn't Unit Chief Ann tell you who that person is?" Ain was confused and asked timidly, "Isn't he the major shareholder?" Magon Lok dropped a bombshell that left Ain in shock. "He's both the major shareholder and the prophet." Ain was stunned. "The prophet?" he explained. "That's right, the prophet. Just as the name implies, his class is very special. He can see the future." She began to understand. Magon Lok wagged his finger and continued, "Do you get it now? We have to make him feel good. Imagine how big of an advantage it would be if we knew information about the next round in advance," he continued, his expression sinister. "So you need to use that pretty face of yours to go along with everything he says. Smile at him." Ain now looked genuinely scared and anxious. Magon Lok clenched his fist. He smiled smugly, using every trick in the book to capture the heart of that prophet. Ain felt uneasy and quickly said, "Forgive me for being so blunt." But before she could finish, Ma Gyeong-lok cut her off, striking at her weak point. "As the chairman, I'm the one who created the opportunity for you to succeed in your acting career. Shouldn't you be repaying that debt?" he continued, ignoring her sorrowful expression. "You don't need to hesitate. It doesn't matter what tricks you use, just make shareholder you happy." Ain remained silent, and seeing her silence, he asked a simple but heavy question. "Why aren't you answering me?" She panicked and stammered. "Ah, I understand." Ma Gyeong-lok calmly walked away, saying, "I'll be watching to see if you make a serious effort. Now, let's go." She replied dejectedly, "Yes." The atmosphere in the dining room was even more awkward than before, with just the two brothers sitting across from Sang-chun. All three of them were silent. Just then, the door opened, and Ain and Ma Gyeong-lok walked in. He spoke up. "Have you all been waiting long? We had some business to discuss, so we're a little late." Ma Gyeong-lok said cheerfully, secretly turning to give Ain a nod. "It looks like you've finished your meal. Shall we move to another location?" At that moment, Yu-min and Yu-gun walked towards the door, positioning themselves between Ain and Ma Gyeong-lok. Yu-min's approach left Ma Gyeong-lok annoyed and disappointed. "I already told her everything she needed to do. Why is she still hesitating like that?" Suddenly, Yu-gun spoke up politely. Excuse me," Ain replied, surprised. What is it?" He shyly gathered his courage and said, "I'm a big fan of yours. You're even more beautiful in person than in your photos. If it's okay, I was hoping we could take a picture together later. Ain replied warmly. Oh, thank you so much. She then happily agreed. Of course we can. Yu-gun's face lit up as he thanked her, prompting Yu-min to silently pat his brother's shoulder in congratulations. Seeing this, Ma Gyong-lok looked flustered, took out his phone to text something, and began to recalculate. The younger brother is more interested than the older one? We need to change the plan. Just then, Ain's phone lit up. Surprised, she picked it up and saw a two-line text message on the screen. Change of plans. Get close to the younger brother first. Ain looked reluctant and sad, thinking to herself that he was a fan with such pure intentions. But now I have to deceive him. They all walked together to the next location. Yu-min had already noticed Ain's somber expression. He also noticed Ma Gyong-lok walking ahead with a smug expression. The chairman was thinking that if they could get the younger brother on their side, the older one would have no choice but to follow. That way, we'll be able to get information about the next round easily. Ma Gyong-lok stopped in front of a door. Gesturing towards it, he introduced, This is a private room prepared for our VIP guests. You can order as many drinks and snacks as you like here. Accompanied by music, he led everyone inside. It was a lavish, red-toned room decorated with expensive paintings. Yu-gun couldn't help but be impressed, but then he asked awkwardly, about the drinks. If they're alcoholic, I'm still only a high school student. Ma Gyong-lok laughed and waved a hand dismissively. That's no problem. You can have other types of drinks. Then, he turned and gave an order to Sang-chun. Bring a special VIP platter and a non-alcoholic drink for our student here. He nodded. Yes, Chairman. Sang-chun then left, closing the door behind him. Yu-min then spoke up. Chairman Ma, I can't drink alcohol either. Ma Gyong-lok quickly replied, Oh, is that so? Since you're of age, you should take this opportunity to give it a try. Yu-min then turned to Ain and said, Miss Ain, could you step outside to take that picture with my brother now? Ain gave a slight nod and replied, Ah, of course. The two of them left together. Yu-gun looked a bit thoughtful as he glanced at his brother, while Ain gave a polite little bow before they closed the door and stepped outside. Once they were gone and it was just the two of them, Yu-min finally spoke, Mr. Chairman. Ma Gyong-lok was surprised, wondering what was wrong as he noticed Yu-min's calm demeanor was gone. With a cold gaze that seemed to see right through him, Yu-min asked, Do you take me for a fool? Ma Gyong-lok, looking flustered, laughed awkwardly and asked, What do you mean by that? Before he could finish, Yu-min crossed his arms and asked defiantly, Did you forget that my class is prophet? I can see the future. Do you really think I don't know about the conversation you had with actress Seo Ain? Ma Gyong-lok grew anxious, remaining silent as if Yu-min had hit a nerve. Jaemin asked again in a disappointed tone, How are we supposed to do business like this? He enunciated each word softly but menacingly, his face filled with displeasure as if he were giving a command. He said, Mr. Chairman, you shouldn't be hiding things from me. Ma Gyong-lok was in turmoil, unable to believe what he was hearing. He wondered, Does he know about my conversation with Seo Ain? How could he? Can he really see the future? Jaemin's eyes were cold as he pressed on. His voice was heavy with pressure. You told Miss Seo Ain to win me over. Ma Gyong-lok, anxious with sweat beading on his forehead, hastily tried to justify himself. If that made you uncomfortable, I sincerely apologize. I only wanted her to become your friend, nothing more. Ignoring his plea, Jaemin's tone hardened. His eyes seemed to pierce right through him. But you also plan to use my little brother, and that's crossing a line. Ma Gyong-lok flinched, his heart skipping a beat. He was horrified. He knows about that too? Realizing the situation was beyond saving, he bowed his head, his voice trembling with remorse. I am truly sorry, Jaemin. I made a foolish decision. You are a prophet, and I swear I will correct every mistake that has upset you. Jaemin wasn't too harsh, his voice softening a little. Since you have sincerely apologized, I will let it slide this time. What you said to actress Seo Ain, I'll pretend I never heard it. Ma Gyong-lok heaved a sigh of relief and raised his head. His eyes sparkled with gratitude. Thank you for giving me another chance. Just then, the door creaked open. Department head Seo Eung-hun peeked inside and spoke. Mr. Chairman, I have returned. He froze, stunned to see Chairman Magi in a posture of apology. The chairman quickly adjusted his suit and cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure. You may leave. Seo Eung-hun was baffled. Sir? Ma Gyong-lok shot him a look, his voice firm. I have matters to discuss with this VIP. Then, turning to the department head, he added, Take the other two to the adjacent room. Seo Eung-hun quickly caught on, replying, I understand. He left, gently closing the door, leaving a tense atmosphere in the room. Jaemin frowned at the door, his mood still sour. Ma Gyong-lok thought in frustration. Damn it, I tried to use Seo Ain to ease the tension. Who knew it would only make things worse? Suddenly, Jaemin spoke, his voice calm yet loaded with meaning. Do you want information on the next round? Ma Gyong-lok was taken aback, answering cautiously. Of course, you know about that as well? Jaemin looked at him. his eyes stern as if making a threat. The reason I accepted your invitation to this party was to provide information about round 5, but if you keep treating me this way, sharing information or cooperating with you will be very difficult. Magi Olok quickly said in a desperate tone. I am truly sorry, Jaemin. Please forgive my mistake. Jaemin looked him straight in the eye, his voice steely. I demand that you, Mr. Chairman, hide nothing from me. From now on, you will trust me unconditionally. His expression softened a bit. Also, I expect you to stop questioning my management of the company and to persuade the other shareholders at the meeting. Magi Olok nodded profusely. All right, I'll do whatever it takes to manage the shareholders. Jaemin finally gave a satisfied smile. In that case, good. I will do my utmost to help you grow the company. Then, he said what Magi Olok had been waiting for all along. Now, I'll give you the information about round 5. Magi Olok couldn't hide his delight, his eyes shining brightly, as Jaemin announced in a cold voice. The difficulty of round 5 will be the highest of any round we have faced. The color drained from Magi Olok's face as he grew extremely anxious. Seeing this, Jaemin reassured him. There's no need to worry. You won't have any major issues. Still uneasy, Magi Olok pressed on. What is the mission for round 5? Jaemin held up 3 fingers. The mission is to kill 500 orcs, but it's not that simple, he continued with a serious expression. The zones are going to merge. Magi Olok was astonished. The zones? Jaemin explained. Since the number of players has dropped significantly, the separated zones will be unified into one. Seeing an opportunity, Magi Olok quickly asked, so does this mean we can meet players from other zones, like Hak Kao? Jaemin shook his head. You won't be in the same zone as the player named Hak Kao. A bit disappointed, Magi Olok asked, do you know who Hak Kao is? Jaemin replied teasingly. I don't know who he is, but you'll be meeting him soon. He smirked internally. Aren't we meeting right now? Then, he spoke seriously. There's one more thing. You're pursuing someone, aren't you? Someone named Huang Dongmin? Magi Olok was stunned. You know about that too? Jaemin replied confidently. I told you before. It's useless to try and hide anything from me. Magi Olok said in admiration. Just as I thought, your ancient language that sees the future is beyond imagination. Before he could finish, Yeoman cut him off. Stop the investigation. Magi Olok was confused. Is there a reason? Yeoman closed his eyes, turned away, and warned. If you mess with that person, you will suffer a great loss, Magi Olok asked. Can I know the specific reason why? Yeoman refused. That's all I can say. Magi Olok thoughtfully placed a hand on his mouth and nodded. I understand. We will stop investigating Huang Dongmin. Olok smiled and walked towards the door, suggesting, then let's restart the party. This time, let's not drink to keep the atmosphere harmonious. Let me call the others back. Yeomin nodded. All right. As he left the room and closed the door, Magi Olok's smile vanished, his face showing a weary expression as he thought to himself, phew, I need to go blow off some steam tonight. Under the pouring rain, in a small dark alley, a man ran for his life, panting heavily, clutching his severed right shoulder as blood gushed out. He headed towards the light coming from a house, his face filled with haste and despair. Suddenly, he stopped in front of an iron gate, a bright light illuminating his terrified face. A scream escaped him, mixing with the sound of the rain. Another figure approached. A sharp sword swung up. Swoosh! The blade slashed horizontally, severing one of his legs. Blood splattered everywhere as the man collapsed to the ground, trembling and screaming miserably. A cold voice came from the swordsman, who was soaked to the bone by the rain. It was Magi Olok. If you don't want your tongue cut out, shut your mouth. The man looked up, aggrieved. Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? Magi Olok sheathed his sword, his voice dripping with contempt. A child molester like you is still making excuses? Do you really not know? The man cried, raising his bloody hands to beg. Wait, that happened a long time ago. I went to prison. I was released. Now I'm just an old man. Ignoring the plea, Magi Olok stabbed his sword forcefully into the man's back, and blood spurted out. The man screamed in agony. Magi Olok said coldly, if you don't want to die a slow and painful death, stop talking. If you attract any witnesses, the body count will rise. The man bit his lip, groaning with hatred. Magi Olok praised him in a sarcastic tone. That's more like it. You're a good actor, but your ears aren't deaf yet, are they? It's not good for scum like you to be alive. Suddenly, a stream of black mana, coiling like snake scales, surrounded him and transformed into a dark serpent magic, wrapping around his sword, beautiful yet demonic. The man panicked. What is this? The mana stream coiled tightly around his head, preventing him from screaming. The dark serpent squeezed his body, leaving only a trembling, bloody hand visible. Magi Olok clicked his tongue, thinking, if my dark mana didn't need replenishing, I would have killed trash like you instantly. Then he corrected himself. But to use the dark aura, I need dark mana. He raised his sword. Dark mana flowed along the blade as he mused. To replenish dark mana, I have to take someone else's life. With a single horizontal slash, the man's chubby body was cut in two. Magi Olak thought, killing people yields more dark mana than killing monsters. He brushed his hair back, revealing satisfied eyes. Isn't Dark Knight the perfect class? Looking at the corpse, he thought happily. Cleaning up this trash really helps me relieve stress. He chanted Devour, and the sword flared with dark mana, but then it faded. Magi Olak was disappointed. Just as I thought, the dark aura only devours the life force of the living. Suddenly, a noise came from a trash can. Magi Olak spun around, his eyes filled with killing intent, but it was just a stray cat that scurried away. He breathed a sigh of relief. There can't be any witnesses. Reconsidering, he muttered, I dragged him into a dead-end alley. No one would see at the crack of dawn. Suddenly, an image of Yomin appeared in his mind, and he became thoughtful. If he saw this scene through his prophetic ancient language, then he knows I'm a serial killer and still approached me. Magi Olak smirked. Interesting. He made a call. Come here and take care of this body. 2 weeks later, at Yomin's luxury apartment, he sat on his bed scrolling through his phone, thinking, I don't have anything specific to do. Staying home all the time just makes me think about the future. I need a little break. He scrolled to a headline. Players will change the world order. Yomin decided. Today, the rest period ends. He pressed the join group button, feeling a sense of purpose. It's time to act. Thinking of the deep blue stone that radiated a noble aura, Yomin felt confident. Now, it's time to get one of the 5 ancient languages in the real world, the replication ancient language. Top news stories flooded the internet, screaming a horrifying truth. 1.8 billion people were dragged into another world. Is now only 90 million after 3 months. The economy is reeling from the loss of the younger generation. Schools nationwide have closed, and in the social section, a tragic headline appears. Endless pain. Parents and siblings across the world drown in sorrow, accompanied by a quiet image of a white chrysanthemum. The person reading these news lines is Hyung Taek. His character name is Black Dragonfire. He sits casually on a chair in a classroom, his hands covered in blood, holding a phone, with blood splattered all around. A large, 2-bladed battle axe, also stained with blood, is slung at his side. He scowls, his voice filled with contempt. We're only at the 4th round and a whole bunch of people have already died. What a bunch of useless trash. Scrolling through the news, he reads the headlines. The number of deaths caused by players has skyrocketed after the 4th round. Thousands of surveillance cameras have been destroyed. The city has become lawless at night. Anti-government players have formed an online community, and public anxiety is growing. As an emergency solution, criminal psychologists suggest that people have lost their motivation to work. The more he reads, the more Black Dragonfire scoffs in amusement. What a mess. If they were players, they'd do the exact same thing. Hyung Taek limps to his feet, his body chubby, surrounded by the corpses of students. He shoulders his axe and grumbles, What's wrong with wanting to do whatever you want before you die? Damn those hypocritical phonies in power. That's why they shouldn't have always forced us into a box. Don't do this, don't do that. It's all because of their restrictions and rules. He swings his axe fiercely, slamming it into the floor. The floor cracks and shatters, debris flying everywhere, as Black Dragonfire screams in a voice full of rage. This is why we're all exploding now. He sighs, reassuring himself. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. No one can stop me now. His face twists into a vile, amused smile. He thinks, I'm a player after all. I'm superior to all of them. The classroom scene is revealed, the axe embedded deep in the floor, surrounded by a dozen bloody corpses. The axe marks are clearly visible. Black Dragonfire laughs smugly. Now, who should I kill next? He looks at his own hands, contemplating, I just killed people in real life, but I don't feel anything. Is it because I went through hell in the 4th round? He scratches his head and grumbles. But only 1 point per person? So stingy. Is it because they're civilians? Recalling the joy from that other world, he thinks the 4th round was truly amazing. Black Dragonfire recalls the notification he got when he obtained the rare item, the Devouring Ancient Script effect. Stats increase exponentially when killing enemies. When the point gauge is full, you receive a random stat. The number of stats is proportional to the enemy's level. He marvels, this is even better than killing monsters. Opening the classroom door, he leaves with a hint of regret. I want to kill players instead of civilians, because I get more points that way. Continuing to scroll on his phone, a news item catches his eye. Anti-government players have formed an online community. Black Dragonfire is surprised. Oh, is there an online player community forum? He grins sinisterly. I wonder if I can join the forum and meet other players to kill? Smugly, he thinks this way. I'll get way more points. He clicks on the Join Forum section. A description appears. This is the nation's first online forum to help players. Below are instructions and questions for personal information. Hyung Taek is annoyed. What? They want all my information? And an interview too? What a pain. he reassures himself, but I have to get in here to meet other players. Entering his information, he smirks. The other players would never think there's someone out there killing other players. The next morning, at a small, simple house. Surrounded by dense trees, Black Dragonfire stands at the door in casual clothes, looking at his phone. Is this the right place? A message from the interviewer appears. Please come to Velcom Cafe in Gabu Namgang before noon. You can order anything you like. He looks at the address sign, thinking this is it. Remembering the long, bumpy journey, he grinds his teeth and curses under his breath. Damn it, they called me out to the middle of nowhere like this. The bus doesn't even run through here. Annoyed, he opens the door. He decides he'll kill the damn interviewer if he pisses him off. Inside, the house is cleaner and more modern than it looks from the outside. Hyung Taek is surprised. Looking around for someone, he thinks the interior is more modern than I expected. Near the window, two guests are sitting opposite each other. He thinks, are these the only two people here? A man in a white shirt with weary eyes. Looks up at him and quickly stands. Are you the one we scheduled for an interview? Black Dragonfire nods. That's right. The man smiles warmly. What's your username? He replied, Black Dragonfire in hand. The man shook his hand and introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I'm the interviewer. My username is Age 30. Black Dragonfire in hand was surprised. Huh? You're a player? Age 30 gave a wry smile. Yeah, I don't really look the part. But I'm already 30 this year. This way, please. He led him to a table at the back of the room and introduced him to the person in the pink jacket. This is Little Cuckoo, also here for an interview. This is Black Dragonfire in hand. You two might become teammates, so go ahead and say hello. Black Dragonfire in hand sat down next to him, his suspicious eyes silently judging. This anchovy-looking bastard is a player too? So damn weak. Outwardly, he gave a perfunctory bow. Hello. Little Cuckoo bowed back. Oh, hello, he observed and assessed. I'm guessing this business isn't doing too well. No customers and I don't see any part-time staff. Age 30 laughed. It's pretty far from the city, so that's understandable. That's why we rented this place for the interviews. Black Dragonfire in hand remarked. Oh, so you guys rented this place, but shouldn't the owner still be here? I don't see anyone, Age 30 explained. The owner is preparing food in the kitchen. This is a cafe, but they also serve meals. He nodded. I see. As he scanned the room more carefully, he thought, there aren't even any cameras. If I kill these two and run, no one will know. But he immediately argued with himself. No, just killing two isn't enough. I can't miss this opportunity, he asked. Aren't we going to start the interview? Age 30 replied. Oh, we're waiting for one more person. We'll begin when he arrives. Black Dragonfire in hand was surprised. There's another person? He asked again. So there are three of us? Age 30 nodded. Yes, we're a little past the appointment time. So let's just wait a bit longer. Age 30 looked out into the garden and saw a man in a black suit and a striped shirt approaching, and his face lit up. Oh, he's here. The door creaked open, and Age 30 stepped out to greet him, his face showing a hint of surprise. Are you here for the interview? The man replied. Yes, Age 30 asked. What's your username? The man uttered, Black Hook. Hearing that, Age 30 was both overjoyed and astonished, his eyes sparkling as he covered his mouth, laughing speechlessly. A few days ago, on a computer screen, an online meeting was taking place with some big shots. The largest screen showed a man in glasses, the chairman. He greeted each person. Welcome, Yami. Welcome, Bobo Din, the girl in the pink dress. Yami smiled and greeted back. A pleasure to meet you. Age 30 was also in the meeting but seemed distracted. The chairman announced, everyone is present except for Ram, so let's begin the meeting for the third week of April. He called on Lot Y. You can go first, Lot Y replied. Yes, chairman. The chairman asked, how many people participated in the forum this week? Lot replied, around 2,000. The chairman remarked, that's more than last week. Lot agreed. Yes. The number of players has been decreasing monthly, but the number of forum participants is increasing every week, he continued. I think the article written about us attracted them. The chairman asked, who hired the reporter? Yami. The girl in the pink suit smiled, raising her hand. That was me, chairman, the chairman replied. I see. I didn't expect you to have connections in that field. Yami smiled. It's a new connection. The chairman raised a hand in praise. That's wonderful. I'd expect nothing less from a long-time member. He then asked, so Lot, out of those 2,000 people, how many are actually skilled? Lot replied, if we exclude players without a class and those below level 10, we have about 1,200 people, the chairman pondered. How many are actually useful? Bobo Din, the man in the blue patterned shirt, adjusted his glasses and looked at Lot. I'll speak on that. Bobo Din continued where Lot left off, explaining. One noteworthy player is Black Dragonfire in hand. From the SX-455S region, he's a common class warrior, but he managed to rank 3rd in his region. The chairman was surprised. 3rd? He must either have a good legacy item for his level, or he's lying. Bobo Din continued. but I think he's good enough to be an executive candidate. The chairman agreed. Indeed. Anyone else? Bobo Din said. Another one is Little Cuckoo from the SC-27 region, who consistently ranks from 4th to 10th. He added, besides those two, there are 50 players in the top 100 of their respective regions. The chairman looked pleased. That's quite a few. It seems I'll be busy with interviews. He turned. His voice was critical. Isn't that right, my dear age 30? Age 30 was dozing off. Startled, he apologized as the chairman glared angrily. Were you sleeping? What were you doing last night that you're already this sleepy? Age 30 stammered. Well, about that. The chairman cut him off. I don't want to hear excuses. Handle all 50 interviews before the next meeting. If you can't, another senior candidate will take your place. Age 30 said in a panic. I understand. Please leave it to me. The chairman turned back. Anyway, Lot, has Black Hook been in contact yet? Lot replied, if there were, I would have reported it immediately. The chairman said regretfully, it's a shame. I would grant him an executive position immediately if he joined. He then said to Jamie, can you ask the journalist to write a few more articles? We need a promotional strategy to attract Black Hook. He rubbed his hands, smiling mischievously. Of course, as long as there's money. The chairman laughed. Don't worry, I'll reward you for your dedication, Jamie, for getting the word out. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman. The meeting continued when suddenly Lot looked at his phone in a panic and spoke up. Wait, Chairman. A big name just requested to join the forum. The chairman was surprised. Who is it? Lot trembled. Black Hook. The 6 people in the meeting were stunned, utterly astonished. Back at the interview location, the man in his 30s warmly shook the hand of the self-proclaimed Black Hook. It's a pleasure to meet you. It wasn't too hard to get here, was it? Black Hook replied curtly. It was. The man in his 30s was flustered, scratching his head and giving a weak laugh. Sorry about that. This is the best place to maintain privacy, he complimented him. Anyway, you're really handsome. You must be popular with the ladies. Leading Black Hook to a seat, he pulled out a chair for him and then made the introductions. These two are also here for an interview, just like you. Black Dragonfire, who had been staring the whole time, gritted his teeth, his annoyance obvious. Little Cuckoo observed him carefully, only giving a slight bow. Oh, hello. Black Hook leaned back in his chair with his arms crossed, giving an arrogant nod. I'm Black Hook. Little Cuckoo looked up and smiled, revealing the face of Yao Min, the real Black Hook. He introduced himself. I'm Little Cuckoo, while thinking to himself, how ridiculous. That bastard has a real sense of humor. Black Dragonfire's hands clenched, sweat beaded on his forehead, his eyes filled with panic. That person is Black Hook, the one who killed me 5 times? I really want to ask if we've ever met in real life. Why does he enjoy killing me so much? The man in his 30s spoke up, his voice breaking the tense atmosphere. What's wrong, Black Dragonfire? Aren't you going to introduce yourself? The chubby guy was tense, looking down and stammering. Hello. I'm Black Dragonfire. The young man in the suit, the self-proclaimed Black Hook, crossed his arms and nodded with a satisfied look. Black Dragonfire bit his lower lip hard, his mind in turmoil. What the hell? He didn't even bother to respond. I thought if I said my player name, he would recognize me, the person he's killed 5 times. The protagonist, Yao Min, took a deep sip from the cup of water he held in both hands, thinking to himself, did I really act that arrogantly? I'm also using a fake identity, but this guy is a real imposter. The young man in the suit, the fake Black Hook, In-hong, had one hand in his pocket and smirked while holding his phone. His player name is Gu Yu Bing Bong. Smugly, In-hong continued, he's a professional scammer who has pulled all sorts of tricks and schemes to make money. Right now, he's not a big problem, but later on, he will obtain the ancient language of duplication and become famous. Well, more like infamous, because he uses the ancient language of duplication to commit all kinds of criminal acts. Yao Min seemed to grasp the key point, thinking, this is the bitter reality, when even criminals can gain power from the other world. But it's a good thing I ran into him. As planned, I will use him to get the ancient language of duplication. The man in his 30s took a tablet out of his bag and said, everyone has introduced themselves, right? Then I'll start confirming your personal information. Let's start with Little Cuckoo. The protagonist slid his water cup and replied, fine. My name is Kim X. I'm over 20 years old. I'm a graduate school graduate and currently unemployed. The man in his 30s took notes and asked, it says here you're a level 13 assassin. Is that correct? Yao Min nodded. Correct. The man in the white shirt asked another question. You're also ranked 4th in your region, right? The protagonist answered dismissively. Yeah. Inside, he muttered. Like hell I am. It's all a lie. Of course, except for the fact that the player named Little Cuckoo actually exists. In other words, I'm also impersonating someone else. In his subconscious, Yao Min pictured other people, but I need to do this to meet the conditions for obtaining the ancient language of duplication. His thoughts drifted as he saw the fake Black Hook, In-hong, smiling sinisterly while hitting on a woman. Yao Min continued his analysis. The ancient language of duplication requires the recipient to kill someone at the location where the language is hidden. In Hong still doesn't know that his identity has already been exposed to me. In Hong still put on an aloof act with his arms crossed. Even though he's impersonating someone else, in the past, this bastard killed someone while pretending to be me, Yao Min, and obtained the ancient language of duplication. The man in his 30s smiled brightly towards Black Dragonfire. All right, you're next. The chubby guy replied in a trembling voice. My name is Shimhee Woong Ta. I'm 16 years old, and I'm currently in high school. The man in his 30s forced a fake smile. Oh, you're the youngest one here, but inwardly he sneered. This jiggly fat pig is a high school student? How disgusting. Yao Min pondered. I wonder if he would still dare to look down on him if he knew that Shimhee Woong Ta had killed his classmate. That's not something an ordinary high school student could do. The 30-year-old continued. You're a level 10 warrior, ranked 3rd in the region, right? Black Dragonfire slammed the table angrily. Yes. So what? Do you think I'm lying? The 30-year-old quickly reassured him. Ah, it's just part of the process. I apologize if you felt offended. Then he turned to Black Hook. It's your turn. Black Hook in Hong replied irritably. I'm in Hong, 28 years old, and I'm a fund manager. I've never dropped from the top ranks in the region, and I'm currently level 30. You must already know my class is Reaper, right? Is there anything else you need me to confirm? The 30-year-old smiled obsequiously. He thanked him. Yumin lifted his strawberry drink to his mouth, concealing his thoughts. Fund manager my foot, more like a manager for a bunch of scammers. Later, he'll use the name Black Hook to borrow money from other players. The 30-year-old spoke up. That concludes the identity verification. Then let's start the interview. Just tell us why you want to join the PCW. You go first, little Kako. Yumin stopped drinking and raised his head. Oh, the world is really dangerous right now, and it's scary to be alone, among other things. I think it would be better to stick with other players. The 30-year-old turned to the timid Black Dragonfire. Next up, the chubby Black Dragonfire, his face covered in sweat, stammered. I can't just say I came here to kill other players. He answered nervously. I feel the same as little Kako. I can't go to school anymore, and I'm worried about the next round of the game. The 30-year-old nodded. Is that so? Then he turned to In Hong. And what about you? Black Hook In Hong looked annoyed. I only signed up because I saw the forum. It piqued my interest. Yu Min bit into a strawberry. He'll pass no matter what he says, because he's Black Hook, Yu Min thought. The 30-year-old let out a fake laugh. I see. You'll all pass one way or another. With his narrow eyes, he concluded that your answers were all satisfactory. Now for the final part of the interview. He grinned, showing his white teeth, and made a grand declaration. Murder. You have to kill someone to pass the final stage of this interview. Yumin feigned fear. Kill someone? But why? The 30-year-old explained in a dreamy voice. You probably don't get it. Let me enlighten you. You've surely seen the articles. The government is starting to regulate players, turning its back on us. They fear us because we're stronger than they are. He clenched his fist. But players will soon rule the world. That world will come to fruition much sooner if we work together. His eyes looked crazed. That's why we don't need to be bound by laws. We must show the government that the players are the law. Yumin looked aghast. Is that why we have to kill someone? The 30-year-old confirmed firmly. That's right. It's how we show our resolve. Black Dragonfire nodded over and over. In Hong listened attentively. While the 30-year-old went on about showing them we aren't controlled by the law, he asked Yumin, Do you understand now? Yumin replied, Ah, yes. The 30-year-old continued, If anyone doesn't want to complete this final part, you're free to leave now. But leaving means you can never ask for our help in the future. Yumin thought he meant anyone who leaves will be blacklisted, a tactic to pressure us into committing murder. It'll be difficult to leave this community later. Black Dragonfire and In Hong were silent as the 30-year-old smiled and clapped. Looks like you're all ready. Good. I'll take that as a yes from everyone. We'll begin the final part right now. Black Dragonfire spoke up. What do you mean, start killing? But there's no one here to kill. The 30-year-old replied, You don't need to worry. I've already made all the preparations. Outside, dark clouds rolled in, and the rain began to pour. Strong winds caused the tree branches to clash loudly. The 30-year-old stood up. Shall we get going? The others agreed. The coffee shop owner came over. Oh, are you leaving already? You can stay longer if you'd like, since you rented the entire place, the 30-year-old answered. No, we're in a bit of a rush. By the way, is there a restroom here? The owner eagerly pointed. It's right over there in the corner. The 30-year-old put his hands in his pockets and glanced back. Thanks. Oh, could I ask you for a small favor? The owner asked. What is it? A car key was placed in her hand with the request. Could you please bring my car around from the parking lot? I'm in a hurry. The owner replied happily. Of course. I'll get it right now. Outside, the rain was relentless as she, under a red umbrella, approached a white car. She opened the door, folded the umbrella, and prepared to step inside. Suddenly, A pair of hands silently reached out and choked her. The owner struggled in absolute terror, her strength slowly fading. It was the 30-year-old, he sighed, holding the now unconscious owner. Too easy, Yu Min stammered. What did you just do? Black Dragonfire was horrified. Why did it have to be her? The 30-year-old shoved the owner into the car and dusted off his hands. What are you all standing around for? Get in the car. The owner's hand fell limply against the seat. Black Dragonfire anxiously rubbed the back of his neck as Yu Min asked, does he mean the person we have to kill is the coffee shop owner? The heavy rain washed away any evidence. A white car stopped, and the scene shifted to an old, abandoned warehouse. The 30-year-old carried the madam inside with 3 other people. We're here. This is where the final part of the interview will take place. The group opened the door, and the madam was thrown to the ground. The 30-year-old said, let's begin. Who's gonna kill her? He turned to In Hong. How about you do it, Black Hook? He hesitated. Okay, a voice rang out. Wait. The 30-year-old asked, what is it? Little Goio. A.K.A. Domin replied, can I do it? The 30-year-old was impressed. You want to do it? Interesting. I wasn't expecting much since you seem quite shy, he flattered him. Well, it's fine with me. Let him do it, Black Hook. Without waiting for a reply, Domin walked straight toward the madam on the floor. In Hong sneered. You better do a good job. I just helped you out. Domin shot him a sideways glance. Thanks. I'll be sure to make good use of the replication rune. In Hong was surprised. Huh, a rune? You're talking nonsense. In a flash, Domin grabbed the fake Black Hook's head and twisted it with a snap, sending him to meet his maker in an instant. The fake Black Hook, In Hong's body contorted and slowly collapsed. The 30-year-old watched the scene unfold, his face pale as a sheet, completely drained of color. He trembled, his voice cracking. What was that? Then, as if going mad, he screamed with a crazed expression. What did you just do? You dared to kill Black Hook? Are you insane? Domin stared at him, his eyes as sharp as blades. Hey, you're too loud! The 30-year-old stumbled back in terror, feeling as if that gaze was piercing right through him, like he was prey. What? That look in his eyes? It's like he's hunting me. What changed? What in the world just happened? The cold voice of the system rang out. You have killed someone while impersonating another. You have met the hidden condition. You have discovered the ancient script's duplicate. A hidden rune located at a predetermined position. The acquired rune has been automatically engraved onto your body. Brilliant golden streams of light enveloped Domin's body. Domin thought to himself, a smirk playing on his lips. Nice. There's finally a reward for impersonation. The 30-year-old stammered, his voice trembling. Mr. Little Goio, at least say something. Why did you kill Black Hook? Domin replied coldly, pulling out a white mask and putting it on. Why? Well, because he was a pathetic bastard who tried to impersonate me. The 30-year-old pointed doubtfully at the madam, his voice harsh. Impersonation? You were supposed to kill that woman, so why did you kill Black Hook? Answer me now. Domin knelt beside the madam, carefully covering her head, his voice like steel. Because he was trash, and so are you. The 30-year-old flew into a rage and threatened, huh? Say that again if you dare. A golden light flashed, and a sharp blade materialized in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. You just said. Before he could finish, he was stunned by the sight before him. Domin materialized his own weapon. A giant scythe, surrounded by an eerie red aura, appeared, radiating a deadly presence. I said, you're trash. What? Am I wrong? The 30-year-old broke out in a cold sweat, his hands trembling. What is that scythe? Could that be his main weapon? I've never seen a player with a scythe that big. As if realizing something, his jaw dropped in horror. A player who uses a giant scythe. His mind raced, piecing together the recent events. He was a pathetic bastard who tried to impersonate me. Impersonate. Wait. Domin, looking like a god of death, asked, do you understand who Black Hook is now? The 30-year-old was speechless, stammering, you're Black Hook. Domin's gaze grew even colder. Sorry for lying. The 30-year-old's entire body trembled, and his blade fell to the ground. So it's true, this isn't the little Go-Eo I knew. He's the real Black Hook. His earlier aggressive aura vanished, and he dropped to his knees. I beg you, Sir Black Hook, I'm so sorry for mistaking you. Your acting was just too good. Please spare me. Before he could react, a clean slice was drawn across his neck. His body hadn't even started to fall, when his head was sent flying to Black Dragonflame's feet by Domin's scythe. Black Dragonflame trembled and couldn't help but scream. Heh! His heart pounded with even greater fear. This is the real Black Hook. He's on a completely different level. I couldn't even see him swing the scythe. Domin swung his scythe and asked, now it's just you and me. What do you think my next move will be? His voice was cold. If you have any last words, say them now. Black Dragonflame trembled. I won't say something pointless like spare me. I just have one question I've always wanted to ask if I ever met you. Domin said nonchalantly. You're wondering why I killed you 5 times in the 4th round, aren't you? Black Dragonflame nodded. Yes. Dumin didn't hesitate. The reason is simple. I wanted to keep you under my control. Black Dragonflame asked again. Keep under control? Why me? Dumin continued. You seem to be the most skilled among the people I met at that time. I just needed to eliminate the competition. Black Dragonfire asked again. Is there anything else? But he was only met with silence. Jaemin said, now you can close your eyes and die. Black Dragonfire managed to ask, can I ask one last question? Jaemin answered unwillingly. What is it? Black Dragonfire stuttered. Why do you want to kill me? Jaemin's scythe remained pointed straight at him. Because you're trash. Black Dragonfire was in disbelief. Me? What did I do? Jaemin retorted. Didn't you come here to kill this girl? Black Dragonfire beat his chest, proclaiming his innocence. But I haven't done anything yet, Jaemin said. You've been standing there watching this whole time. He paused, observing Jaemin's attitude, but was only met with indifference. Jaemin snorted contemptuously and said, fine. Unlike those other bastards, your only sin was standing by indifferently. I'll give you a chance to live. Black Dragonfire was overjoyed. Really? Jaemin continued as his scythe touched the ground. But now you have to give up everything you have. Items clattered all over the ground. Jaemin thought to himself, wow, this guy has a lot of useful stuff. If I sell all of this at the store, I could make about 2,000 gold. Black Dragonfire scratched his head in confusion. I even gave you the axe and equipment I use. This is really everything I own. I have nothing else. Jaemin picked up 2 yellow items and said, did I say anything? Black Dragonfire stuttered. You're not taking anything else? Jaemin replied. I don't need them. You can use them. Black Dragonfire said politely, yes. Watching Black Dragonfire busily gathering his things, Jaemin thought, I can't sell that stuff to the store anyway. Black Dragonfire hesitated. So, you'll spare my life as you promised? Jaemin nodded. Of course I'll let you live. A man of his word. Black Dragonfire bowed deeply. Thank you, Jaemin. Thank you so much. Jaemin slung the scythe over his shoulder. Stop it. That's embarrassing. He kicked a corpse on the ground. From now on, live a decent life. You can deal with these bodies if you want. Black Dragonfire said politely, ah, yes. Jaemin knelt beside the shopkeeper girl. I'm taking her with me. Black Dragonfire stepped forward. Let me help. Jaemin refused flatly. No need. Why would I trust you? Now get lost. Black Dragonfire watched Jaemin carry the shopkeeper's limp body toward the door, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, I'm alive. I really thought I was going to die. Even though I lost some valuable items, nothing is more precious than life. He wiped his sweat, wondering, but what is this empty feeling in my heart? Black Dragonfire gritted his teeth, angry. Did I really do anything wrong? He took my items just because I stood and watched. His anger turned to indignation. It's so unfair! Then he looked up at Jaemin and the shopkeeper. In that moment, a malicious idea formed in Black Dragonfire's mind. Isn't he completely off guard right now? Not even Black Hook can survive an axe to the back, can he? He calculated what to do. If I kill a high-level player like Black Hook, my stats will increase several times over, right? Black Dragonfire made his decision. That's right. This is a rare opportunity, a chance that will never come again. He gripped his axe tightly, certain that if he didn't take this chance, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Tiptoeing closer, Black Dragonfire mumbled, don't notice me, don't notice me. As the distance closed, he raised the axe high, his face twisted with ferocity. Die, you son of a B times Chach! The axe swung down swiftly, hitting something. Jaemin collapsed in a heap at Black Dragonfire's feet. He laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, I killed Black Hook. Was it that easy? He laughed maniacally. Seriously? Black Hook was actually killed by a low-level player like me. Overjoyed, he stomped on the body repeatedly. You bastard! You shouldn't have turned your back on me. Who cares how high level you are? He gloated. Dumb as hell. Thanks for all these stats, you moron. Suddenly, Black Dragonfire froze. He realized something was wrong. Why hasn't the stat increase notification appeared? It should pop up immediately, right? He broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell is going on? Jaemin's grim voice echoed from behind, terrifying Black Dragonfire to his very core. Black Dragonfire screamed in fear, his voice trembling as he stammered, You. Jaemin spoke calmly, his voice deep and cold. What are you so scared about? Did you see a ghost? Black Dragonfire trembled uncontrollably, his eyes glued to Jaemin, his mind in a panic. How? But I'm sure I just killed him. Does he have some kind of resurrection skill or something? As Jaemin's footsteps grew closer, Black Dragonfire became even more terrified and flinched. Huh? There's no blood either? Jaemin explained in a calm yet sharp tone. The thing you killed was my clone. Black Dragonfire was confused. A clone? Jaemin continued, his eyes sparkling with confidence. The ancient language. Clone ability allows me to create an exact duplicate of myself. The only thing is, it can't fight. Ancient language. Clone effect. Creates a clone using a keyword. The user enters a spirit form for 10 seconds. However, the clone cannot engage in combat. You can't access skills or inventory either. The cooldown is 10 minutes, but you've been completely tricked. I guess even if it can't be used for combat, it's still useful. A very good experiment. Black Dragonfire wailed, his voice full of resentment. You tricked me? Jinmin tapped his finger on his head and smirked. Why are you acting like the victim now? I'm the real victim here. You almost killed me. Black Dragonfire retorted, his voice trembling. You're the victim? You were the one who threatened me first. Jinmin couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. Whatever, he summoned his death scythe, and a deadly aura filled the air. Black Dragonfire was frozen as if hit by a paralysis spell, his eyes wide. Huh? What is this? My body won't move? Jinmin was decisive. The scythe flashed. Listening to you is just a waste of time. In the blink of an eye, Black Dragonfire's body fell to the floor. Jinmin erased the evidence. Blue flames spread out, consuming the body and filling the room. He calculated to himself, no one will know this was a crime scene. Of course, except for one person. He approached the shopkeeper, his voice soft but filled with hidden meaning. Hey, you can get up now. How long were you planning on pretending to be unconscious? You can't fool a player. I can hear your thoughts. The shopkeeper scrambled to her feet. Awkwardly, she said, I'm sorry, she asked in a small voice. Can I take this off? Jinmin replied, no, keep it on until I leave. The shopkeeper mumbled. Yes. Jinmin stood sternly. I'm going to ask a few questions. Will you cooperate? She nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Jinmin asked how many customers there were. Do you remember each of their faces? Kneeling on the floor, she answered. There were 4 people. One was in his mid-40s. I remember his face because I spoke with him, but as for the others, Jinmin thought to himself, she's telling the truth. He nodded. All right, that's all. The shopkeeper hesitated. So, am I safe now? Is everything over? Jinmin replied. Yes. You can go home now. Don't report this to the police. It'll only backfire. She nodded. I understand, Jinmin said. You can take the bag off after 1 minute. The shopkeeper nodded eagerly. Yes. The countdown began in her head. 1, 2, 3, 58, 59, 60. A full 60 seconds. She quickly pulled the bag off her head, looking around in a daze. What just happened? She was even more confused when she saw the empty scene. There was nothing here at all. It couldn't have been a dream, right? The magnificent city was bathed in the afternoon sun. Jinmin entered. Jinmin, you're back! Yoongun ran out excitedly, but was surprised by his brother's appearance. That's my jacket. Where did you go? Jinmin awkwardly changed the subject, walking past Yoongun despite his little brother's suspicious gaze. Phew, so tiring, how embarrassing. Yoongun ran after him. Where did you go? Have you eaten dinner yet? Jinmin replied. Not yet. Yoongun called out. Let's order something, okay? Jinmin said softly. Yeah, order whatever you want to eat. He held up the jacket he had just taken off. Looking it over, it was spotless, but I can't give it back to him. Yoongun was shocked when he saw his brother throw the jacket in the trash. Huh? Jinmin, what are you doing? Why are you throwing it away? Jinmin fibbed. It's old. I'll buy you a new one. You've been wearing it for too long. Yoongun's eyes welled up with tears. But, Jinmin cut him off. I'll buy you a better one. Okay? Yoongun turned away sadly. I don't need it. School is closed anyway, and I can't go outside. Jinmin suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. It must be so boring being stuck at home, unable to go to school just because of people like Shim Hee-woong. He suggested, Yoongun, do you want to go out with me? Yoongun was as excited as a child. Really? Are you serious? Jinmin reminded himself to eat dinner quickly and get to bed early. Yoongun was brimming with excitement. It's been so long since I've been here. Jinmin watched his little brother look around, captivated, a smile on his face. He was so gloomy yesterday. Bringing him out like this was a good idea. The two brothers chatted excitedly. This place is still open? These days more places are closing than opening. Yoongun's attention was caught by a small family wearing bunny ears. He smiled innocently. Meanwhile, Jinmin followed behind, serious as a bodyguard. Yoongun pulled his brother's arm, pointing in one direction. Hyung, let's go over there, hurry! Ahead was a stall selling panda plushies of all sizes. Jinmin picked out a panda ear headband and put it on his brother's head. What do you think? Yoongun admired the flower stand. There are so many cute things. Jinmin indulged him. Yeah. Pick out whatever you like. Leaving the shop, Jinmin asked. What do you want to do now? Yoongun replied. We have to do everything there is to do here. They rode the roller coaster, the swirling boat ride, and watched the adorable pandas. Yoongun pulled out his phone to take pictures. The twin pandas are so cute. Jinmin was having fun, but Yoongun suddenly grew worried. But Hyung, tomorrow is May 1st. Is it okay for you to be out playing with me like this? Of course I'm happy, but... Jinmin patted his shoulder. Don't worry about it. I'll be fine. This time it will be over 10 hours, so don't be scared even if I sleep for a long time. Yoongun pressed him. 10 hours? It's not dangerous, is it? You have to come back safe, you hear? Min patted his brother's head. I promised I wouldn't leave you alone. Do you gun siget? Then let's go visit the zoo. Do you mean nodded? The city at night, November 30th, 10:50 p.m. Du Min lay on his bed, tossing and turning. His phone lit up with a notification from Yu Min Am. Humph, I'm so nervous, but it'll be fine this time too. Good luck, good luck. See you later. Du Min smiled softly. She must be really nervous. He replied, don't worry, I will protect you from now on. Placing his phone on the nightstand, the clock struck exactly 12 a.m. It's time to go. Many people were teleported to a vast land, including Du Min. A few people started murmuring. Huh? Is everyone here? No way. I think they just haven't arrived yet. In the last round, about 500 people survived. That sounds about right. It feels so empty. Du Min thought to himself, it really is empty. The first round had nearly 10,000 people, but this feeling will pass soon. An angel flew down from above, biting its lip. Tsk, your reactions are so boring. A total of 442 survivors have been summoned. There should have been 521, but we're missing nearly 80. It seems there's been some conflict in the real world. A rustling sound was heard. We're even fewer again. It's the same every time. The angel smacked its lips. Well, no matter what you all do in the real world is none of my business. It emphasized in a wicked tone, however. With so few of you, we can't play the game properly. The angel smiled sinisterly. So I've prepared something for all of you, the angel continued. It's a merger of the sectors. The angel laughed with delight, its eyes sparkling with amusement. A brave young man spoke up. Angel, could you explain in more detail? The angel frowned, its voice filled with annoyance. You don't get it just from that? You're making me do more work. It paused, and then continued. Its voice full of arrogance. It's a merger of the sectors. I don't know if you're aware, but your country has hundreds of sectors, 875 to be exact. A sound of confusion arose from the crowd. What? 875 sectors in our country? That many? The angel laughed loudly, delighted. Haha, no need to be so shocked. Compared to other countries, that number is actually small. A young man muttered thoughtfully. That makes sense. If each sector has 10,000 people then, another person chimed in. That's right. If each sector has one angel then, a lively discussion broke out. Doesn't that mean there are at least 10,000 angels? You're right. Are there really that many angels? The angel smirked, its voice dripping with sarcasm. That's just your speculation. One angel per sector. You're only realizing that now. How foolish. Another person questioned loudly. Then doesn't that mean there's someone behind you who created this survival game? The angel froze, its gaze turning sharp. It swooped down, pointing its index finger at the young man's forehead, its voice a low growl. What makes you think that? The young man trembled, but still answered, I don't think thousands of angels would team up just to create a survival game without a purpose. The angel became furious. And what if we really did team up? Would you praise us for it? Stop asking unnecessary questions, or you'll be killed. The young man went limp, falling to the ground and stammering, I'm sorry. The angel lost interest. It turned away, muttering, Phumph, you. Du Min thought to himself with sharp eyes. He must have hit a nerve. There must be a rule forbidding angels from talking about the creator of this game. Besides, there's no way an angel that's so easily defeated could create a survival game like this. The angel crossed its arms and declared, I will not answer any more foolish questions. You all should just focus on surviving. The authoritative words made the players below tremble with fear, not daring to utter a word. It continued, we can't waste any more time. Anyway, I'll begin the sector merger. Remember, I'm doing this because there are too few of you. The angel's wings flapped gently, its eyes filled with contempt. Don't make up ridiculous stories. The ground trembled and cracked. Golden streams of light burst forth, enveloping the players. An earthquake? The ground split into square sections, separated by a blinding yellow light. They broke apart and then slowly reattached. The yellow light rose like a giant wall, stretching straight up to the sky. The players were bewildered, horrified by the cataclysmic scene. Chunks of earth flew into the air, merging into the yellow light, and then reappeared. They pieced together into a complete plane. Some people clutched their heads and crouched down, while others observed calmly. A young man muttered, Is it over? A newcomer asked. Who are those people? One angel spoke up. The sector merger is complete, another angel urged. What is it? Introduce yourselves. How long are you going to just stare at each other? The young man from earlier broke into a sweat. Another angel? In the sky, countless angels had gathered. An angel spoke. Greetings, humans. As you may already know, we have merged the sectors with low populations. The angel smiled. We combined the sectors into one. The total number of people here is 4,842. The players buzzed. 10 sectors. Now we have almost 5,000 people. Oh my god, that's a huge crowd. The angel looked down and added, The same goes for the other sectors, so the sector's name must also be changed. This sector will now be called 0. and it only contains players from South Korea. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Everyone here is Korean? At least we can communicate. But we'll probably have to merge with other nations later. Yumin analyzed the situation with a serious expression. That's a given. Sector mergers will continue to happen whenever a sector's population drops below 5,000. When South Korea has fewer than 5,000 players, we'll have to compete with players from other nations. He looked up at the sky, wondering. Will that happen in the 11th round or later? Whatever. I should just focus on the present for now. The Angels will probably start a sub-game soon, another Angel announced. Before we reveal the main quest, we're going to hold a simple sub-game to celebrate the sector merger. An Angel asked. There was one representative for each sector, correct? But now that they've merged, what should we do? The Angel then flashed a wicked smile. Obviously, we need a new representative, right? A girl muttered fearfully. A new representative. The Angel pointed a finger down. The rules are simple. The former representatives will step forward and fight until only one survives. That person will become the new representative. The crowd erupted in discussion. The reactions were mixed. We have to kill each other to be the representative? Oh my god, how cruel. That sounds fun. I'm excited to see who comes out on top. I wish I had some popcorn. A muscular guy grumbled angrily. They can laugh all they want since they're not the ones fighting. One of the female representatives was shaking in fear. We have to kill each other just to pick a representative? The long-haired representative Hio bit her nails. I really shouldn't have become a representative. A blonde man smiled bitterly. Maybe if we die. We'll be revived? Each representative was lost in thought, but they all had the same question. Can I forfeit my right to be a representative? Yumin thought to himself. So far, there haven't been any perks to being a representative, but that will change starting this round. I must win this deathmatch and become the new representative, no matter what it takes. The Angel reassured them. Everyone, no need to panic. You won't die in real life. You'll be resurrected after the game is over. The long-haired representative Hio bit her nails until they drew blood. Oh, so we won't actually die this time. The muscular representative Hio muttered thoughtfully. The Angel crossed its arms, looking unsatisfied. You must be thinking there's no real benefit to being the representative. The new representative will be granted the position of dominance title instead of the position of authority. It gives you the power to dominate players of a lower level. It's an upgraded version that lets you control other players as long as they're a lower level. Naturally, it only has 10 uses, and the position will be passed to whoever kills the current representative. The Angel provoked them, fanning the flames of their greed. Pretty tempting, huh? The power to dominate all the others. The players were shocked. If their level is lower, you can control them unconditionally? Some of the players looked confident, as if victory was already in their hands. The Angel gave its trademark smile. Looks like you're all motivated now. Get ready. The Angels began to whisper amongst themselves. Now that the sectors are merged, we need to pick a representative. They gathered in a circle. A curly-haired blonde angel spoke. Is anyone willing to volunteer for the position? Another angel immediately shot it down. Of course not. An angel who volunteers for work is nothing short of an anomaly. The purple-haired angel sighed. We knew nobody would volunteer. So what's the plan? Any ideas? The curly-haired blonde angel suggested. What about rolling dice? The gray-haired angel shook its head. Relying on luck? It's not a bad idea, but it's a little boring. Another angel chimed in. How about we just follow the rules? But that was shot down immediately. That's not fair. The ones with higher numbers would never get a chance to be the representative. Another angel agreed. Exactly. And the sectors will just continue to merge anyway. A gloomy angel asked, Isn't there a method that's both fun and fair? The pink-haired angel grinned slyly. What about this then? The representatives prepared to fight. The angel whose champion dies first will be the designated one. The angels agreed. That sounds fun. Good idea. I like that idea. Does anyone agree? They raised their hands to vote. I agree. Me too. Another angel made a different suggestion. Wait a minute. Instead of the first one to die, let's choose the angel whose representative is the last one standing. A standard smile appeared on the angel's lips to become the leader among us. Oliver crossed his arms and explained with a confident smile. Let's choose the angel in charge of the final survivor as the representative angel. The angel next to him was surprised. Ah, a representative. As you said, the other angels must absolutely obey the commands of the representative angel. He emphasized that if someone is designated as the leader, they must be obeyed, because it is a royal command. Angel A stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming. So that means if our area's representative wins, we win too. Wouldn't the representative angel be just like the winning player? The angels began to chatter excitedly, their interest piqued. This is getting more interesting. A representative? Sounds appealing. A unique idea. The red-haired angel, Oliver, mused with a sharp gaze, daring to suggest the winner becomes the representative. He seems awfully confident. He turned to Angel A, who replied, Of course I'm confident. Angel A smiled, exuding arrogance. But what can you do? My area's representative is no pushover. That guy has never once lost the top spot in his area from the very beginning. Oliver laughed, his voice taunting. Is that so? Some stupid bird is the top of his respective area, and for that, you dare laugh at me, eh? Thinking of Jae-min, he said smugly. If you knew who my area's representative was, you'd be so shocked you'd fall right out of the sky, Oliver asked nonchalantly. So what? So we've decided? I have no reason to refuse. The other angels chimed in enthusiastically. I agree. This idea is more interesting. Me too. I'm confident as well. My area's representative is no slouch either. An angel looked at Oliver. So it's settled then. Shall we begin now? Oliver nodded. I understand. They looked down at the players below and spoke. From this moment on, we will begin an unscheduled game to select the unified area representative. All area representatives, gather here and await orders. The thunderous words made some of the prominent figures break out in a cold sweat and clench their fists, while others looked up at the angels warily. Jaemin simply remained silent, his face as cold as ice. A moment later, 10 representatives were separated from the rest, including Jaemin. Oliver smiled faintly and waved his hand. The ground shook violently, flames erupted, and a circular stone platform with intricate patterns gradually appeared. Tall stone pillars rose up, enclosing the platform and the players. A complete circular battle arena formed in the middle of the open space. The people inside were a mix of astonished and bewildered by the magnificent sight. Oliver looked down from above, his voice authoritative. From this moment on, within this area, we will conduct a death match. Kill each other until only one survivor remains. If you die outside the arena, you cannot be revived. So even if you must die, do not leave this arena. Everyone focused as he gave the signal. Then, begin. The 10 people quickly distanced themselves from each other, on high alert. No one dared to attack rashly, only observing silently. One representative glanced around the arena. I just need to kill the 9 people here. And I'll become the unified area representative, right? He looked at the blonde guy and the 2 tense girls. No one dared to make a move. They were all sizing each other up. That's right. If they've held the position of area representative before, they must all be capable individuals. He smirked arrogantly. Even so, none of them are stronger than me. He recalled his previous battles, his confidence soaring. He had never lost the top spot in his area. The ancient script of disintegration I possess is basically a cheat item. As long as my sword hits, the ancient script automatically activates and tears the opponent's body to shreds. The sword even moves on its own as if possessed. Thanks to that, I killed 312 guys in the 4th round. The angels above grew impatient. What are you all doing? Why aren't you fighting? Hurry up, stupid humans. He noticed their impatience and thought to himself. What's wrong? Did they bet money on this or something? Why are they so agitated? He told himself. You don't have to tell me. I was about to make my move anyway. He walked confidently in one direction. No one is stronger than me. If I use this chance to make a strong impression, they'll be too scared to attack. Suddenly, he stopped, turned around, drew his sword, and faced the entire group. A challenge. I need a sacrifice for my performance. He gripped his sword tightly and smirked. Whoever dares to crawl out first, I'll deal with them first. Just then, Jaemin calmly stepped forward, his long, cold scythe ready for battle. The smug representative smirked. Finally, one appears. My first sacrifice. He observed Jaemin, filled with suspicion. A huge, crude scythe. A weapon like that isn't common. Just as he was looking down on him, he suddenly froze. The scythe in the nickname. But this guy was actually holding a scythe. He stared at the brilliant golden letters above Jaemin's head. Black Scythe. Cold sweat poured down his back as his mouth hung wide open. He was speechless. Huh, is that the Black Scythe? The one with that nickname? His mind was in chaos, but he tried to calm himself. It has to be a coincidence, right? No, a nickname like that can't be a coincidence. The tip of his sword lowered, trembling. As Yao Min approached, the man screamed internally. Is that really the Black Scythe? The top-ranked player on the level 30 server-wide rankings? The angels above were puzzled. What's wrong with that player? He was so eager to advance. Why did he suddenly freeze? Oliver looked at Risila, who was biting her nails, and asked, Risila, isn't that guy your regional representative? She didn't answer, but her anxiety was obvious. She wondered, why is he just standing there? Oliver cut in with a mocking laugh. Hey Risila, do you find this situation funny? She glared at him. Oliver, do you find this funny? Oliver said smugly, sorry, but it's hilarious. He pointed to the guy below and explained, look at that human. He sees my regional representative and starts trembling like a leaf. How about yours? Risila focused her gaze on Yao Min, whose giant scythe exuded a terrifying pressure. That scythe is as impressive as the first time I saw it, so why is he so scared? She turned to Oliver. Are you saying my representative is scared of your representative? Oliver replied matter-of-factly. It certainly looks that way, doesn't it? Risila refused to argue. Don't be ridiculous. Oliver, you must think being #1 in the region is some kind of joke. Oliver rubbed his cheek, his eyes provocative. #1 in the region, you say? That's not a title just anyone can claim. My representative has never once missed the top spot in the server-wide rankings, has he? The other angels looked down in surprise. Huh? The top of the server-wide rankings? How dare he lie like that? Then one angel realized. He shouted, Wait, Black Scythe. Isn't he the one who always appears on the final tally board? Resila trembled, her eyes filled with panic. Black Scythe is Oliver's representative. If that's the case, my representative is no match for him. Suddenly, an unexpected sound was heard. Down below, the representative was slashed across the neck, and his head fell to the ground. The match ended in an instant. Oliver burst out laughing teasingly as Rasila's pick was eliminated right before her eyes. A blond man watching the scene broke out in a cold sweat as he recognized Yao Min, the Black Scythe. Why is the Black Scythe here? He looked around and saw that the others had almost completely lost their will to fight. Even if they all charged in together, they couldn't beat the Black Scythe. I'll die just like that guy. Without even a chance to react. He's level 30. How could we possibly win? I'm only level 13. Panicked, he saw Yao Min and forced a smile. Sir Black Scythe, it's an honor. I never expected to be in the same zone as you. He was so happy he could cry. The closer Yao Min got, the more panicked he became. Now, hold on. Let's talk this out. A girl with a bow put away her weapon to show her sincerity. See? I've put my weapon away. I have no intention of fighting the Black Scythe. The blonde man quickly put his weapon away too. He looked up at the sky. Sorry, angels, I forfeit. I forfeit. The others followed suit in unison. I also forfeit. An angel sighed in disappointment. How unsightly. Another angel was furious. What is this behavior? Forfeiting. Did you just say you're forfeiting? You humans! Another one spoke up. You're ruining the game. I worked so hard to prepare. The angels became furious in unison, their killing intent overflowing. From now on, anyone who mentions forfeiting will have their head blown off. The people below turned pale with fear. And if your head explodes, don't even think about resurrecting. Got it? The girl with the bow tremblingly took out her weapon again. The others silently followed suit, warily watching Yao Min. One guy tried to reassure the group, there are 8 of us, maybe we can win. Yao Min was a little disappointed by their expressions. He thought, are you saying those angels are scarier than me? It seemed they were planning to charge at him together. He smirked with interest. No matter how many ants there are, they're still just ants. The group's pride was wounded, and they felt annoyed. Is that bastard mocking us? Must be nice being so high level. We're well-known players in our own regions, too. As if spurred on, the group charged forward to attack, fearless of death. Yao Min leaped forward, his eyes bloodshot, and decisively swung his scythe. A single powerful attack sent several enemies flying, leaving the crowd astonished. He rushed forward, taking them down one by one without any hesitation. The scene descended into chaos. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and the battlefield was filled with a deadly aura. The angels above looked on in horror, murmuring amongst themselves. I can't believe it ended so anticlimactically. Is it over? Did the Death Scythe win? Rasila, realizing something, spoke up. In that case, the angel in charge of the Death Scythe, Oliver, will be treated like a king for a while, right? Another angel chimed in. She angrily shouted, pointing directly at Oliver. You knew it would turn out like this, didn't you? Oliver calmly smirked. Of course I knew. Rasila flew into a rage and yelled, I knew it, everyone! This snake tricked us! She knew she would win. That's why she made that offer. Ugh. It's even more infuriating to hear Oliver's response, his voice devoid of any regret. Why are you all stating the obvious? Of course I suggested it because this game benefits me. If there was no benefit, why would I suggest it? Oliver looked down at the angels, his voice filled with contempt. Besides, did I force you all to bet? No, you all agreed because you found it interesting, and now you're blaming me? Zilla growled angrily, but Oliver was defiant. What? You want to fight? If you're so confident, then go ahead. He raised his voice to remind her. If an angel fights in front of humans, you'll lose all face. If the archangel finds out, you don't even have to think to know you'll be locked in the punishment cocoon. Zilla tensed up and muttered, The punishment cocoon? That place is truly disgusting. I really hate the punishment cocoon. Are you provoking me because you know I won't dare to attack? According to the bet, I'm the king now, right? Zilla, for the time being, you'll be in charge as the representative of this unified region. Zilla was stunned. Huh. Until when? Oliver said calmly. Until my anger subsides. Now get to it. Zilla left, muttering complaints. Why on earth did I make a bet like that? She flew towards the humans to make the announcement. Humans, as you can see, the representative for the unified region has been decided. The system chimed in. Player Death Scythe has become the new regional representative of S007. Temporary skill, Right of Domination. Effect. Can command players and force them to obey. Players cannot disobey under any circumstances. Limit. 10 uses, 10 out of 10 remaining. Issues 1 command per player. The skill has no effect on higher level players. The crowd surrounding Yeoman murmured. As expected, Death Scythe became the representative. At level 30, he can control anyone. We shouldn't provoke him. Zilla looked down and declared, "The winner has been decided. I will now resurrect the dead players." Her feathered wings glowed, and a few feathers fell. The souls of the recently deceased lit up and came back to life. The man who had been struck down gasped in horror. Huh, what happened? My body was clearly cut to pieces. The others who were just revived were equally surprised. Zilla explained impatiently. You were all killed by Death Scythe. The new representative of the unified region is Death Scythe. They were skeptical. So it ended up like this in the end? She continued. Since there is a new representative, I am revoking the representative status of those of you who were revived. The group was disappointed, but Zilla added, Don't feel too bad. There will always be a chance to win back the representative title. She snapped her fingers. The side game is over. Now I will guide you through the official quest. Each of you will receive an information panel. New information. Round 5. Main quest. Eliminate 300 orcs within 10 hours. Side quest. Collect 4 stones of balance. Success will result in a reward for the entire region. Number of participants, 77,310,228. Number of completions, 19,327,557. Region S007. Number of participants, 4,884. Number of completions, 1,211. Someone was skeptical. What is this? We have to kill 300 orcs, but only 1/4 of the people completed it? Zilla noticed their questioning and threatened them. Why so many complaints? You're unhappy because the completion rate is low. Do you want me to lower it even more? The crowd reluctantly accepted. Zilla then reassured them. I've only ever given easy quests before. This time, I lowered the number of completions to prepare you for something harder, but don't be discouraged. Their spirits gradually lifted. 300 orcs isn't that hard. In games, they're just small fry. Zilla rubbed her temples in frustration. You'll find out how difficult it is when you experience it for yourselves. I won't say any more, 2 people asked in confusion. Angel, what's the side quest? Why is the reward a question mark? She was helpless. Unlike the previous rounds, this round's side quest is public, but the reward remains a secret. Yeoman was displeased, thinking to himself, everything is a secret with them. He pondered. The reward for the round 5 side quest is the Ancient Rune of Balance, one of the 18 mandatory ancient runes. Only 1 person in each region can get it, but the difficulty is even higher than the main quest. Even if it's completed, how many people can meet the conditions for the Ancient Rune of Balance? Zilla clarified. The side quest is to collect 4 stones of balance. If you have all 4, you'll immediately receive the secret reward, but only 1 person can receive it. The crowd grew uneasy. There are only 4 stones in the entire region. One person asked, what if no one finds all 4? Zilla replied, then the side quest is forfeit. She gave a sinister smile. But don't worry, you can kill other players to steal their stones of balance. They were surprised. We can steal them? Just like the representative position. She turned her back and reminded them, you can't steal other items. This only applies to the stones of balance. Unlike the previous round, killing someone will not result in resurrection. Death is final. Zilla left them with her final words. I've announced everything. Do your best. Remaining time, 9 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Yeomin watched her retreating figure with disgust. He disappeared in that infuriating way in the end. He planned to first eliminate 300 orcs as quickly as possible. To set a record, Yeomin turned around. The crowd looked back at his retreating figure. What was that? He just passed by. Thank goodness. He startled me when he got close. I thought my heart was going to leap out of my chest. Someone suggested, where is he going? Let's try following him, the man in the hood retorted. Are you crazy? You want to follow the Death Scythe and end up as his slave for life? The black-haired guy analyzed. But it's better than just sitting here. The Death Scythe acts faster than us. That's why he's always at the top. The crowd was hesitant to follow. One person was skeptical. What if we get caught following him? The black-haired guy came up with an idea to just follow from as far away as possible. Someone hesitated. Even so, the black-haired guy didn't care. If you don't want to, then stay here. I'll go alone. He turned his back and left. The crowd hesitated but eventually followed. Fine, let's go. If it's the Death's Scythe, he'll know how to find the stones. Yeoman appeared before a small orc village where the orc tribe lived, with each one having a specific role. Before the gate, a giant orc stood guard, its sharp eyes spotting the intruder. Yeoman, with the Death's Scythe, suddenly revealed himself. A few players followed him from a distance. Hiding in the shadows of the trees, they chattered excitedly, one person pointed. Oh, look. The hooded guy crossed his arms. Isn't that a small village? The one shielding his eyes observed. It looks like the Black Scythe is heading there. The orc guard roared, warning of the intruder. Yu Min confidently charged forward, swinging his scythe, the iron blade placed right behind the orc's head, its sharp aura spreading out. A familiar slash slid across the monster's neck. His cold precision prevented the orc from even forming a resistance. Its body collapsed before him, just one guard. Yu Min entered the village without any obstacles, just as planned. Yu Min quickly advanced towards 3 orcs working together, who spotted him and immediately drew their weapons. Shouting, "Kichu Sheik!" All 3 charged at an incredible speed. Yu Min was just as fast. Swinging his scythe, it sliced cleanly through the first one's neck in a perfect arc. Fresh blood spurted everywhere. He focused on the 2 remaining ones. The scythe was ready. One orc swung a spiked mace straight at him. Yu Min rotated his scythe 90 degrees. A powerful aura enveloped it, blocking the attack. He moved in a Z pattern, taking down both of them in the blink of an eye, their necks severed. With the outside targets dealt with, Yu Min walked to a fixed tent and pulled back the flap. The fierce roars of an orc echoed from inside, but fell silent as his blood-stained scythe emerged. He left the camp, leaving behind a deathly silence. The players watching from afar were stunned. The short brown-haired guy spoke up. "Whew, it seems there aren't that many orcs," the hooded man said confidently. "I think they're just like those boars we used to hunt before." The person sitting in front looked back worriedly. It seems like things went so easily because the one taking action up front is the black scythe. The discussion grew lively. Let's not get too confident in ourselves. That's right. There's nothing wrong with being cautious. Well then, this is no time for that. We should also find a village and clear it out just like the black scythe did. That's right. One person had an idea. It looks like I'll have to move with these bastards for now. He gestured with his hand. All right, let's go. It wasn't just that person. The other players had their own thoughts too. The big guy thought to himself, I'll just wait in the back for now and move in when I see one I can kill. The hooded man thought confidently, the more meat shields the better. The group advanced into the red leaf forest and discovered a new orc village. One person announced, "Oh, there's a village over there." They noticed the difference. "Ah, this one is a bit bigger. I think it's about 3 times larger than the last one." The group's attention was caught by the eyes of an orc guard up above. It roared, "Die." Then it took a giant horn and blew a rhythmic war horn sound, carrying a bloody stench that echoed throughout the village. A few players grew worried and anxious. "What? Why does that one have a horn? Did that thing just blow a horn to call the other orcs here?" Wait, from inside the village, countless orcs began to appear, not just 1 or 2, but hundreds of them. Knives, axes, and hooks gleaming in their hands. At least 14 elite ones surrounded the group of players. The ground shook from the tremors. The orcs, as numerous as ants, locked onto their targets. A few players tightened their grip on their swords, but their faces were pale. 2 people started blaming each other. "Damn it, I thought this village was a bit too big. I never thought there would be so many of them either. I think there are about over 50 of them here." A mage-class player holding a long staff that created fire said worriedly, What do we do now?" The short brown-haired guy gritted his teeth, his face pale. "Damn it, what else can we do? We have to fight for our lives." The attack begins. A big orc takes the lead. "Spikes are aimed at the players," one person shouts. "They're coming," a player responds. Swords clash with the boss's surprisingly tough spikes. The spikes deflect the attack, astonishing the player. "What is this? These damn monsters are a bit too tough to fight." The mage beside him adds that their attacks aren't that fast either. Seizing the opportunity, the swordsman stabs the orc. He forces a smile. "All right, not too bad," but his joy is short-lived. The sword is stuck and won't come out. The orc swings its spiky club, knocking the player down before he can react. The mage casts a fire spell, but it doesn't even leave a scratch. "Get lost, you damn orcs." The orc's roar shakes the area. An unlucky player gets hit by the spiky club, blood splattering everywhere. The mage loses an arm, his eyes glazing over. He looks at the orc's blade before him. "I'm going to die by an orc. Save me." No one hears him. The orc brings its blade down, finishing him off. The plan has failed miserably. Meanwhile, with the black scythe, Yu Min moves quickly, no one following him anymore. It was hard for them to travel quietly anyway. Good. I don't have to worry about them anymore. Unless they foolishly stumble into a large orc village. He imagines an orc village with strong guards. If they blow their horns, over 50 orcs will gather. Over 200 would be waiting. Yu Min had already cleared out a small village, from guards to grunts, with just a few critical hits. In front of him, one orc holds a spinning weapon. Another wields 2 axes. He considers that orcs are more muscular than humans. If a sword gets stuck, it's very difficult to pull out, and they have superior stamina. He dashes forward, parrying the first one's attack, his scythe at its neck. An instant kill. The axe-wielding orc is cut down by the scythe. A black aura appears as a precise slash splits its body in 2. Yu Min looks back coldly. That only applies to ordinary players. The scythe points at the motionless orc, its body collapsing like a character in a comic. The system announces time remaining 8 hours, 59 minutes, and 22 seconds. Main quest, Orcs 300 out of 300. Total participants 77,310,228. Completed 19,327,557. Sector S007, 4,844 participated, 1,211 completed. Yumin looks at the results. It took him 1 hour to complete the main quest. I secured first place, he thinks. Should I go help Min Julie? Elsewhere, a player runs up, calling out, Captain, are you okay? Information appears. Cho-man, member of the Young Climbers Club. The man in red, Dong-ho, the captain, wipes his sweat, his face pale. Yeah, I think I'm done for. Why are these orcs so strong? Cho-man replies, that's what I was about to say. Even though they look like walking pigs, a member sitting on the ground says, we shouldn't have underestimated them. Dong-ho asks, Mandai, how many have we defeated so far? Mandy, with his hands on his hips, says, about 50, sir. Dong-ho strokes his chin, looking down. 50 kills for 5 people in 1 hour. This pace is just terrible. At this rate, forget about 310 hours, we'll probably be eliminated first. The person on the ground raises a hand. I don't think eliminated is the right word to use here. The person standing next to him gestures, if we can't complete it this time, we'll just die, you idiot. Dong-ho scratches his head. Humph. It seems we need to take on a bigger village, everyone. Cho-man worries. But isn't that dangerous? The person behind him adds, he's right. We're already having a hard time dealing with just 3 of them. What about a larger village? Another person scratches their face. I think it'd be better if we just keep attacking small villages and fighting them off. Dong-ho considers this. Yes, what you're saying is correct. I don't deny that. And I'm not forcing you to participate. But at this rate, we won't be able to kill 300 before time runs out. It might be difficult, but we need to take the risk. Everyone falls into a thoughtful silence. Dong-ho emphasizes, but remember this, there's no future for those who stay on a sinking ship. In the Crimson Forest, the new Challengers Guild and the 2 Young Climbers Clubs decide to advance toward a new orc village. The red leaves dotting the landscape signal danger. A member of the group points, drawing their attention. Look, that's the village we spotted earlier, but Cho-man whispers worriedly, wait a minute, doesn't that place have a watchtower at the entrance? Seeing his teammates' unease, Dong-ho changes the plan. Let's go around. The group quickly changes direction, no one wanting to risk a confrontation with the guards at the main gate. As they circle around, someone spots something unusual and signals for them to stop. Everyone, look, there was a gap between the fences, a narrow opening just big enough for one person to slip through. Without hesitation, Choi-man approached, his sharp eyes peering inside. Before him lay at least 20 neatly arranged huts, a settlement larger than any they had encountered before. Strangely, not a single orc was roaming around. Man signaled that there didn't seem to be any monsters around. The group slowly entered, cautiously assessing the situation. Dong-ho asked, Man, you scouted ahead, so are they all inside the huts? Man, still observing, replied with a guess. There are probably about 5 of them in each hut, right? Worry washed over Dong-ho as he stroked his chin, evaluating the situation. This seems to be more than we anticipated. The 2 teammates behind them were acting strangely. One pushed the other's head down and said, Keep your head down, you idiot. The one who was pushed down accepted it. Then, a calmer teammate turned to Dong-ho. We don't have another choice. Should we go into each hut and launch a surprise attack? Dong-ho turned to Man. All right, we'll go with this plan. Are you ready to move? Man looked back and replied, Absolutely. There are about 5 in each hut. If we launch a surprise attack, this should be easy. The group stealthily advanced toward the nearest hut. Dong-ho, leading the way, gave a subtle signal. We'll start with this hut first. Wait for my signal. Moving into attack, they passed through a cloth flap to a wooden door. Dong-ho placed his hand on it, and with a click, the door burst open as all 5 of them blocked the exit. But instead of determined faces, they went pale with horror. Gasp. In front of them weren't the 5 orcs they expected, but a whole crowd of them, staring back in surprise. Dong-ho quickly counted 10 of them. One orc stood up, brandishing a spiked club in its hand, and let out a guttural roar. A wave of dread washed over them. A teammate beside Dong-ho asked for his lead. There are too many of them in here. What do we do? Dong-ho made a decisive call. We kill every last one of them, right now. As the orcs attacked, Dong-ho's party charged forward without retreating. Dong-ho led the charge ahead of the other 4. A spiked club crashed against a teammate's iron shield. Meanwhile, Dong-ho closed the distance and slashed at an orc's leg, leaving a long trail of green blood. As the orc stumbled, Choi-man seized the opportunity, swinging his sword cleanly through its neck. Green blood pooled on the floor. The party had taken down their first target, stunning the other orcs. But the silence was broken when an orc with braided hair and glowing red eyes let out a furious roar. It swung its spiked club and charged toward Man. The immense pressure made Man acutely aware of the danger. The orc's red eyes blazed, trailing streaks of light, enraged by the death of its comrade. It brought its club down with devastating force onto Man's shoulder. The crack of breaking bone rang out as Man collapsed to the ground. Dong Ho screamed in a panic. "Man!" He charged at the monster. "You damn pig, die." His sword pierced the orc's neck, sending blood spraying everywhere. The second target was down, but the remaining orcs didn't panic, instead roaring even more ferociously. Dong Ho's party quickly formed a defensive line. A teammate helped the injured man to his feet, draping his arm over their shoulder. The 4 remaining fighters were exhausted. 2 orcs were dead, but their predicament was unchanged. Dong Ho forced himself to think. 8 of them left. Can we really handle this on our own? The teammate with the shield yelled, "Hyung Nim, we can't keep this up. We have to retreat." Dong Ho agreed. "I think so too. We can't win this. We have to run." The entire group turned and bolted for the door. Dong Ho commanded, "Let's get out of here, now!" But their pace was slowed by carrying the injured man. The orcs closed in from behind as they burst through the doorway and pushed past the cloth flap, only to stop dead in their tracks. Other orcs had been alerted by the commotion. They were waiting outside the hut. Their leader roared. Damn it! They were surrounded. The odds were no longer in their favor. The teammate in purple supporting Man asked, "How many of them are out here?" The shield bearer scanned the area nervously. "It looks like at least 10 of them." Calculating the numbers was pointless now. Escape was impossible. Cold sweat trickled down their faces as the party's morale crumbled. The teammate in purple said in despair, "Ha, it's over. Everything is over." Man felt helpless, clenching his fists. "This is all so pointless." But Dong Ho calmly picked up his weapon. The others hadn't regained their composure. The shield bearer said gloomily, "Hyung Nim, it's finished." The teammate in purple was utterly dejected. "It was an honor fighting with all of you." But Dong Ho posed a question. "Have you considered why they haven't killed us yet? Look at those orcs' faces." The party looked over and saw the orcs sneering as if they'd found a new toy. Their exaggerated smiles were filled with mockery. Dong Ho gestured behind him with his thumb. "These bastards are mocking us. They're sneering as if we're nothing but a bunch of cowardly rats." His words hit their pride. "Doesn't that make you sick? Are you just going to let these damn orcs laugh at you? They're treating us like a joke, like monkeys in a zoo," he rallied them. "Don't give up until the very last second. Pick up your weapons and kill at least one of them so you can face death without shame." His words ignited their fighting spirit. The swordsman tightened his grip, understanding. "Yes, sir." The others, including Manso with his injured arm, picked up their weapons. The man in purple said, "I'm sorry. I apologize for showing such shameful weakness. We will stand with you until the very end." "Sir!" Their morale soared, and the orcs' mocking smiles vanished. War cries of Hila, Hill, erupted. Dong Ho commanded, "When I give the signal, advance and attack them one by one, discreetly." "Got it?" everyone replied. "Understood, sir." The battle began. But suddenly the orcs stopped paying attention to them and noticed something else. The blare of a loud horn echoed. The orcs began to move out. The pressure lessened, leaving the group bewildered. What's going on? Why did the orcs suddenly turn their attention away? Dong Ho pointed to the 8 orcs remaining in the tent. To be precise, only 8 of them are still active. The group of 5 attacked the 8, managing to blind and cripple all the orcs. Dong Ho's group, though exhausted, was proud. "We did it! We defeated all 8 of them at once!" the shield-bearer exclaimed excitedly. "Sir, we succeeded! You did it, sir!" "That's right. Without you, we would have given up and died." Dong Ho smiled. "Don't say that. Everyone maintained their resolve and fought with all their might. That's the real reason we won. Otherwise, I would have died too." Looking at Mande's bleeding wound, Dong Ho asked, "Anyway, Mande, how's your injury?" Mande, pale, gave a forced smile. "Ugh, it's tough, but I can manage. I'll be okay." Seeing the severe wound, Dong Ho approached him. "Get some rest. Don't move, no matter what happens. The rest of you, hide here. I'll scout the area for an escape route." The brown-haired man scratched his head. "Isn't that too dangerous?" Dong Ho replied, "Don't worry, just stay put and wait." As he headed off, the brown-haired man called out, "Be careful out there, sir." Dong Ho scouted quietly but felt anxious. This is strange. Why is it so quiet? It's been a while, and I haven't seen a single shadow. He stepped outside to observe. His gaze accidentally fell in one direction, and his anxiety spiked. Huh? What is that? Before his eyes, a horde of orcs lay scattered, their bodies dissolving. Dong Ho was stunned. What the hell is going on? Orc corpses were strewn everywhere. He wondered, who could have done something this insane? His eyes focused on a figure in the center of it all. Yumin appeared, and Dong Ho called out loudly, "Hakko!" Yumin glanced over in surprise, thinking, "Humph, someone was here before me." He noticed the name above Dong Ho's head, Roy Dong Ho. Yumin realized this guy was Roy Dong Ho. The king of mercenaries, Roy Dong-ho. The mercenary class is like a professional warrior, masters of countless weapons, complemented by a set of equally masterful skills. But what truly sets them apart is that mercenaries can only unleash their full power when they've signed a contract with someone else. For that very reason, they dislike adventuring alone. They always seek the companionship of familiar faces or form a pact with the king of mercenaries, a unique character class who possesses the ability to lead and guide mercenaries in fulfilling contracts. Upon making a pact with the king of mercenaries, they are granted extraordinary power, as if the fire within them burns more fiercely than ever before. The man standing before me is Dong-ho, the one and only person to possess the unique king of mercenaries class. Meeting a king of mercenaries in a situation like this was truly something no one would have dreamed of. He had quickly turned the tables, saving the entire group from the brink of death. But Dong-ho, despite his noble title, seemed flustered, fidgeting constantly and stammering. Ha ha, oh, hello, Hakko. Yumin looked straight at me, his eyes gleaming as if they could see right through me. A question immediately followed. Do you know me? Dong-ho regained his confidence and flashed a proud smile. Of course I do. Who doesn't know Hakka, the #1 player on the entire server? But immediately after, his expression turned pensive, as if lost in deep thought. Oh my god, I never thought I'd meet the #1 ranked player right here. Would he hate me if I went up and shook his hand? Across from him, Yumin's eyes lit up, as if he could read Dong-ho's every thought. He immediately realized that Dong-ho wasn't the type to backstab people. That was precisely why he became the king of mercenaries, a position that demands a kind heart and sharp leadership skills. Seeing Dong-ho remain silent, Yumin broke the stillness. By the way, all the orcs here, Hakka, did you eliminate all of them? Yumin nodded, his voice low but firm. Yes, that's right. Although he had already guessed the answer, Dong-ho couldn't hide his astonishment. Wow, that's truly impressive. As expected from the #1 ranker. After a moment of hesitation, Dong-ho bowed deeply, his voice full of gratitude. Thanks to you drawing the attention of the orcs, my teammates and I were able to stay alive and escape. Maintaining his cold expression, Yumin cut in. I didn't even know you were here. Dong-ho looked up, adding with a strained smile. I know it wasn't intentional, but I still received help, right? Reading the other man's mind, Yumin glanced to the side, his lips curling slightly. I understand. Once you're done here, gather your teammates and leave quickly. Don't worry, I've already killed all the orcs here. Before he could add anything, Dong-ho asked, Is that right? But how did you know I still have teammates here? With his sharp senses, Yumin gestured with his eyes toward the space behind Dong-ho. He immediately turned around, and the reason was clear as day. Dong-ho's teammates, who had been hiding in the shadows, were now standing right behind him. Dong-ho was stunned. Everyone, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to wait inside? A teammate carrying a sword on his shoulder stepped forward and explained, We were worried you'd leave us behind. Hi-young, another teammate teased, making Dong-ho slightly flustered. You say that like it's a joke, but it really felt like you were about to abandon us and leave. Yumin stood by, observing the group that had just appeared, silently sizing them up. It seemed these four were mercenaries under contract with Dong-ho. They had followed him out of concern, truly worthy of the title, the King of Mercenaries. The group of mercenaries recognized Yumin, stunned. Hey, is that the Black Scythe? Oh my god, what are you doing here? Yumin answered curtly. What about it? I came here to hunt. His teammates let out a nervous laugh, but their eyes shone with admiration. Ha ha, I see. Man, you handled everything here so effortlessly, one of them whispered. Weren't there hundreds of orcs? Yumin interrupted in a cold tone. If you're finished here, then go. The reason was clear in his mind. After annihilating all the orcs, the final boss would appear soon, and it would be dangerous for this group to remain. Taking his words to heart, one of the teammates gave a formal bow. Oh, I understand. Yes. We'll see you later, Black Scythe. Dong-ho bowed his head in farewell, his eyes shining. It was an honor to meet you here. The group started to leave. As the surrounding orc corpses began to fade away, they hadn't gone far when the shield-bearing player, Cockle, asked, Hey, do you guys hear that? The swordsman, Tammy, responded. What are you talking about? Cockle insisted. Just listen closely. A strange tremor started to build. Dong-ho, who had yet to leave, glanced around nervously. What could this mean? The orcs had completely vanished, and Yumin spoke up. It's a mid-tier boss. Be ready. The vibrations became more and more distinct. Dong-ho broke out in a panicked sweat. What? A mid-tier boss? In the distance, beneath a blood-red moon, a gigantic monster standing 6 meters tall slowly advanced. The teammates' faces turned pale. Whoa, what is that? Is that an orc? There was no mistaking it. It was an oversized orc, growling ferociously with countless glowing red eyes on its face, holding 2 colossal blades at its sides. Its massive muscles radiated in terrifying pressure. Yumin made his assessment. It's finally here. the orc warrior. I just wiped out all the orcs in this village, and this is the reason I didn't leave immediately. I need to kill it to obtain the balance stone, a subquest item. A faint smile graced his lips. Kill this monster, then 3 more bosses in 3 other villages, and I'll complete the subquest. Without any hesitation, Yu Min locked onto his target and dashed towards the boss. The player in purple, who was supporting Hoang Dong Min, asked nervously, "Hyung, is that guy angry?" Dong Ho, his face pale, stammered. I guess so." Suddenly someone yelled, "Oh, run!" The boss's eyes shifted, drool dripping from its mouth, as it targeted Dong Ho. Its giant blade swung high and came crashing down in a flash. An explosion of dirt and rock erupted right where Dong Ho had been standing. He collapsed to the ground, drenched in a cold sweat, as a nearby teammate screamed, "Hyung!" But in that exact moment, Yu Min zipped by, his scythe pulling Dong Ho away from the brink of death. Dong Ho tumbled to the ground, a dazed look on his face. Hoang Dong Min came over and asked, "What are you doing standing there all dazed?" Dong Ho snapped out of it, collecting himself. "Ah, thank you." The black scythe paid him no mind. Yu Min stared intently at the monster. "Get back." To avoid being crushed, Dong Ho quickly did as he was told and ran to one side. The massive boss growled, blood dripping from its mouth, and advanced towards Yu Min, who moved to stop its rampage. Yu Min charged forward with his scythe. The scythe aimed straight for the massive boss's foot, and energy exploded on impact. The monster roared in pain, swinging its blade in a counterattack. Yu Min easily dodged it, leapt to the side. The boss swung its second blade, but Yi Min had already predicted it, dodging the slam that sent earth and rock flying, and circled behind the boss. Yi Min noted, if he took a major hit, how could he dodge? It would all be over. The boss realized his movement, its eyes shifting towards Yi Min, who spun around and charged straight forward. The scythe closed in, no more complaining. A crescent moon from the scythe sliced cleanly, green blood spraying from the orc's neck. Yi Min used its body as a foothold and jumped back. The boss turned, but Yi Min had already lunged in, creating another green gash. A groan echoed, but the monster still swung its blade repeatedly. Yi Min dodged each strike as dirt and rocks flew. "Your neck is thick, so you didn't die from my 2 attacks." He rushed forward, his scythe covered in energy, aiming for the nape of the boss's neck face to face. Yi Min landed on the monster's leg, swinging his scythe in a half-arc through the air, a perfect cut, and the orc's head separated from its body, collapsing under the blood-red moon. Yi Min stood on the boss's corpse, his scythe gleaming, his cold gaze fixed ahead. A system message appeared. "You have defeated the orc warrior. Experience gained plus 37.73%, gold gained plus 4,000, plus an additional 2,000. This caused all eyes to turn to where the orc had fallen. Yi Min stood proudly on the monster's corpse, his gaze sharp yet calm, like a king in the middle of a bloody battlefield. His comrades behind him were stunned, unable to believe the scene that had just unfolded. The person helping Manjay spoke first, his voice full of shock. "Do you guys get it?" He took it down. Dong Ho, despite being known as the mercenary king, couldn't hide his shock. "That huge guy?" Yi Min slowly stepped down from the orc's corpse, looking as calm as if he had just completed a trivial task. He paid no mind to the admiring gazes or the chaos around him. The settlement notification panel appeared. Update: Orc Warrior has been defeated. Experience gained plus 3,773%, gold received. Plus 4,000 gold, bonus plus 2,000, you have received. Sword of Perfection. Orc's Heart. Low-grade blue mana stone. Balance stone. Side quest progress. Balance stone, 1 of 4. A faint smile crossed Yi Min's lips as he read the notification. In his mind, sharp calculations flashed. Defeating a mid-boss yields much greater rewards than the small fry. These items are all high quality. He glanced at the Sword of Perfection, and its details appeared. Type, weapon, rarity, excellent, attack power 100, effect increases attack speed by 5% with each hit on an enemy, stacks up to a maximum of 10 times, durability 1,000 out of 1,000. Requirement, level 20 or higher. Description, a sword with an eye-catching circle on the hilt. Yi Min frowned slightly. "Its attack power is even higher than my scythe. Maybe I'll replace it later." He turned his attention to the orc's heart. Item type. Description. A solid red stone. It looks like a heart, but isn't real. If anyone else saw it, they would think it's disgusting and throw it away immediately. But Yi Min knew its true value. Throw it away, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. This is the key to creating a unique item. His thoughts were interrupted when Dong Ho led his team running over, his voice full of emotion. "Black Scythe, thank you for killing that monster. We're alive because of you." Dong Ho paused, a questioning look in his eyes. "By the way, did you know this monster was going to appear?" Yi Min thought for a moment. It's better to give a vague answer. He closed his eyes, his voice indifferent. After wiping out all the orcs, a mid-level boss usually appears. Dong Ho nodded as if he had just understood. I see, so that's why you told us to leave immediately. Relief was clear on his comrades' faces. To them, Black Scythe, the one who survived the fight with the orc warrior, was a symbol of invincibility. Sweat beaded on his forehead, Eamon added in a cold tone. My job here is done. I'll be leaving. Dong Ho's group bowed deeply. In unison, yes. Thank you again for saving us. Please be careful. Black Scythe Yimin turned to leave, his scythe shimmering under the red moon. But just as Dong Ho's group was about to depart, something unexpected happened. Man Jae, who was being supported by Young Sheik, suddenly collapsed, his face pale with pain. Young Sheik panicked. Man Jae, are you okay? Man Jae trembled. He said, Hyung Nim, it seems I can't go on anymore. This pain is unbearable. Dong Ho knelt, his hands shaking, his voice anxious. What do you mean? Didn't you say you were fine? Man Jae weakly shook his head. His voice was faint. I said that then so you wouldn't worry, but now it's beyond my limit. A sense of unease washed over Dong Ho. Hang in there, Man Jae. We'll return to the real world, and you'll be healed. But Man Jae, the weak mercenary, shook his head. Hyung Nim, you know, if I don't get 3 kills, everything is meaningless. Just leave me be. I don't want to be a burden. Dong Ho was on the verge of despair. Man, it can't be like this. There has to be a way. We just need to capture the orcs, and you can land a hit with your weapon. What do you think? Mondi gave a faint smile. If we do that, no one else will be able to hunt anymore. Even if we catch 300 orcs, we still wouldn't have enough time to survive. The pain caused him to collapse, coughing violently. Ugh, cough, cough. My time has come. But as it turned out, Yuman hadn't left. He stood not far away, observing the situation. A surprising thought flashed through his mind. Dong Ho, the mercenary king who commands hundreds of men, is acting this weak in front of his comrades. Old memories came flooding back. He had been in a similar situation with his younger brother, June, and that painful feeling came rushing back. He quickly made a decision. Yumin broke the gloomy atmosphere. Hey, it looks like you need some help. May I take a look? Everyone was stunned, their eyes fixed on the black scythe. Dong Ho asked with a trembling voice, Is there any way to save him? Yumin observed the wound on Mandy's shoulder and determined that while it was serious, it wasn't beyond saving. A blue light emanated from his hand, covering the wound. The bleeding stopped, the wound gradually closed, and the arm was restored to its original condition. Dong Ho and his comrades were dumbfounded. Huh? The wound is already healed? Dong Ho turned to the black scythe. How did you do that? Yumin replied calmly. It's the emergency treatment skill. Anyone can buy it from the shop. His comrades had a moment of realization. I remember now. I've seen it. It's a skill that costs 20 gold. Yuman added, Don't get me wrong. Emergency treatment only stops bleeding and heals minor cuts. It's not enough to fix a broken shoulder. But with a divine grade skill, combined with my 123 intelligence stat and a rune stone that increases the effect by 1% per level, I was able to achieve this result. He looked at Mandy and said, Go on, try moving your shoulder. The scar is still there, but it won't hinder you. Mandy rotated his shoulder in amazement. It moves normally! He bowed a full 90 degrees. Thank you, Black Scythe. You're my savior. Dong Ho and his comrades also bowed their heads. Black Scythe, thank you for helping us in our time of need. Dong Shik added, Thank you for saving our comrade. In return, Dong Ho took out a red mana stone. I don't know if this will be useful to you, but please accept it as a token of my sincerity. The other comrades also offered up valuable items. A sword, a necklace. Black Scythe, please take these. You can get a good amount of gold if you sell them. Yuman thought for a moment. I should probably refuse politely. He raised his hand. You all don't have to do this. But they insisted. Man, this is our gratitude. Please just take it. In the end, Yuman accepted everything, looking slightly bewildered. Even if they were just common items, receiving gifts from 5 people was a huge reward. He looked at Dong Ho. Our friend now has a hope of survival. More than just these items. I promise to repay this debt. Dong Ho's smile spread to Mandy. Yumin thought to himself. Gaining the support of the mercenary king isn't bad at all. He collected the items and said his farewell. All right, I'll see you around. Yumin walked away, leaving the group bowing respectfully behind him in a red-leafed forest. Julie sat under a tree, looking at the notification window, her heart filled with anxiety. Is this really going to be okay? 1 hour has passed and I still haven't done anything. The notification window displayed, time remaining, 8:55, main quest progress, orcs, 0 out of 300. She mumbled, At this rate, I'll be eliminated before I can even get 300 orcs. Covering her mouth with her hands, she whispered, It's my fault. I was too scared, so I lost track of the black scythe. Memories flooded back. Since the 5th round, finding the black scythe hadn't been difficult because he was always in the top 10 players. But the image of Yuman decapitating an opponent with his scythe, blood splattering everywhere, made Julie tremble. After everyone was revived, She looked at Yumin and thought, the bonus game is over, I have to say something, but her legs wouldn't move. Don't be afraid, he won't hurt me. She closed her eyes. But he could also shove a knife into someone's mouth the first time he meets them. She looked around. He was gone. The opportunity slipped away. June's advice popped into her head. The mission to eliminate 300 orcs is not easy. Orcs are aggressive and travel in packs, so don't try to hunt them alone. After the zones merge, either find the black scythe or wait for 1 hour without moving. Julie rested her chin in her hand and mumbled, June told me to wait, but there's no guarantee the black scythe will come back, is there? Julie made a firm decision. She had to go find him, no matter the danger. Walking through the forest, vibrant with red leaves, she moved forward. Her anxious eyes scanned every tree and every bush. It seems like he went this way, she told herself. Her hand gently pushed aside a nearby branch. Suddenly, her face lit up with a flash of surprise. Huh, what's that? After walking for only about 10 minutes, the faint silhouette of a village appeared in the distance. A thought immediately flashed through her mind. A village? Could that be where the orcs live? She observed intently. Her heart beat faster and an idea started to form. Black scythe. Could he be in there? But then she shook her head, dismissing the bold thought. Her voice came out trembling but firm. No, it's best not to take the risk. That place could be very dangerous. I have to get away from here right now. However, a cold sense of unease suddenly ran down her spine. Something was lurking behind her. She froze, clearly sensing a terrifying presence she didn't want to face. An orc. She whipped around, her heart pounding, her eyes widening to confirm her suspicion. Before her stood a massive orc, the blood-stained axe in its hand glinting with a deadly light. The monster roared, the echoing sound making the air feel thick. This was an unavoidable battle. Julie immediately activated the power within her body, her gaze sharp but her heart still trembling. I don't want to fight orcs. A notification window appeared in her vision. All stats increased by 50% due to the effect of the BL skill. She tightened her grip on her sword, preparing a defensive stance. The orc raised its axe high, ready to strike. Julie locked her eyes on the enemy, but a glimmer of hope remained in her mind. Luckily, I only have to face one, and I know their weak spot. The orc's slash cut through the air, rushing towards her with lightning speed. Julie dodged to the side, relying on Ryuman's previous instructions. I have to aim for the neck. That's the only weak spot. The other parts are too tough. She focused all her concentration, but anxiety still crept in. If I miss, it'll counterattack immediately. She unleashed the power from her sword, the tip of the blade swinging up, heading straight for the monster's neck. But the orc's blazing red eyes suddenly turned, and it jerked its shoulder sharply, deflecting her attack. The sword's tip plunged into its shoulder instead of its neck. An enraged roar erupted, the monster's eyes glaring menacingly. Julie panicked and took a step back. It dodged. Luckily, the sword isn't stuck. She looked at her blade and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens. The stab wasn't deep, so the weapon is still safe. But before she could compose herself, the orc raised its axe again. A series of consecutive slashes aimed straight at her. Julie rolled and dodged, each slash missing her by a hair's breadth, sweat rolling down her forehead. She told herself, there's no other way. I have to focus. She raised her sword again, the blade's tip aimed more accurately this time. A lightning-fast strike shot forward, and this time she succeeded, the sword tip piercing the orc's neck, green blood spraying out like rain, accompanied by a pained roar that echoed throughout the forest. Julie stood her ground, her eyes shining with confidence. All right, the attack was effective. She didn't stop, continuously landing fatal stabs on the monster's neck. The numerous wounds made its body tremble until it finally collapsed to the ground, losing all control. Julie panted heavily, quickly wiping the sweat from her forehead, a victorious smile spreading across her lips. I finally did it. I defeated an orc in a head-on battle, but her joy was short-lived, as the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from behind. Startled, she turned around, her eyes widening in astonishment. A familiar figure appeared. Rune, a black scythe slung over his shoulder, looking as carefree as if he were just out for a stroll. Julie rubbed her eyes, not believing what she was seeing. What is this? What am I seeing? I rubbed my eyes, but he's still there. Her heart pounded erratically when she realized it was Black Scythe, the person she was looking for. But Black Scythe just walked past her, without a word, his gaze cold. Julie was stunned, a feeling of disappointment washing over her. No, I can't let this chance slip away. She whipped around and shouted, excuse me. Black Scythe stopped and turned, his voice calm. What is it? Julie took a deep breath, her eyes shining with determination. Yes, that's right. I mean, Black Scythe, let's party up. Black Scythe looked at her, his eyes icy. What? Julie quickly hid her sword behind her back, stammering. A party. Black Scythe raised an eyebrow, as if the word party was not unfamiliar to him. He asked in return, why should I party up with you? Min Julie was flustered, not knowing how to explain. Suddenly, she reached her hand out towards him. A stream of green light emanated from her hand, and a glittering symbol appeared, the energy seeping into Blackscythe's body. A look of surprise flickered across his face. Min Julie smiled and explained, "This is my buff skill. It lasts for 3 hours and increases all stats by 50%. Blackscythe checked his status window, then turned to her. "I've checked, and it seems so." Min Julie quickly continued, "This power of mine can help you while you hunt. See?" Blackscythe smirked and asked in return, "So, if I want to keep receiving this power, I have to cooperate with you." Without hesitation, she replied, "That's right. To be more precise, please help me hunt." Hako's face returned to its emotionless state. Fine." But then he continued, in a cold voice, "I'm the one in charge right now. I can use you as a subordinate immediately." Min Julie was stunned, as if struck by lightning, seeing her bewilderment. Hako continued, "Can you promise not to stab me in the back?" Min Julie was taken aback by the strange question, but she quickly nodded. "Okay." Hako extended his hand. "All right, then let's give it a try." The two shook hands, and he introduced himself first. "Hako, level 32, Death God class." She replied in an excited voice, "I'm Min Julie, a level 13 buffer." Hako got straight to the point. "Do you need my help with anything? I saw you handled that orc pretty well." Min Julie gave a strained smile. "Actually, this is my first time fighting one, so it was very difficult." Hako was dumbfounded. An hour and a half had passed, and this was only her first one. Min Julie looked embarrassed. "Ahem. Actually, it's like this." But then, Hako cut her off. "It seems we don't have much time. We need to speed things up." Min Julie nodded and asked, "What should I do?" Hako led her in a certain direction, his steps decisive. Noticing her lagging behind, he turned back, his voice cold but carrying a hint of concern. "Don't stay behind. Come stand by my side. If you're out of my sight, I can't protect you." Min Julie blushed and hurried to stand next to him. A thought flashed through her mind. From the way he talks, he's not as cold as I thought. It's a good thing I made the right decision. Lost in thought, she was startled when 3 orcs suddenly appeared before them. The swords in their hands glinted with steel. Min Julie panicked. 3 orcs at once! Hako raised his scythe, his gaze sharp and cold. "Wait here a moment," he said, his voice calm and deep. Before she could understand, he lunged forward, swinging his scythe horizontally as his killing intent flared. The 3 orcs stood frozen. Before they could react, their legs were cleanly severed. Agonized screams echoed out. Hako didn't stop, continuing his assault, chopping off one arm of the orc behind, and then the other. Min Julie stood there, stunned by his terrifying speed. The 3 orcs were now barely clinging to life. Hako retracted his scythe and wiped a speck of blood from his face, his voice calm. "Now, go finish them off." Jimin had incapacitated all the mobs, rendering them unable to fight in the blink of an eye. He turned back, his sharp eyes on Julie, who was still standing there, utterly astonished by his speed and power. "What are you doing?" His voice rang out, calm but with a hint of questioning. Julie was startled, her heart pounding erratically, and she answered awkwardly, "Ah, sorry." She carefully stepped forward, her hand tightening around her sword, her eyes still showing a hint of anxiety. "I have to aim carefully for their weak spots," she told herself. With intense focus, Julie delivered a fatal stab to the neck of the nearest orc. Green blood spurted violently, and a series of notification windows popped up. "You have defeated an orc. Experience gained. Plus 2.35%. Gold gained. Plus 40. Julie was stunned by the notifications. This is," she muttered, unable to believe her eyes. "Is killing an orc this easy? Even if everything went smoothly, there should have been some risk." She glanced at Jimin. His eyes were cold but exuded an irresistible charm. Hako is truly too powerful. A wave of admiration washed over her. Seeing that Julie had completed the task, Jimin turned and walked away, his deep voice ringing out, "If you're finished here, then let's go." Julie awkwardly hurried after him, her voice hesitant. "Ah, I haven't looted any of them yet." Jimin didn't reply, just continued walking leisurely, his black scythe slung over his shoulder. His powerful aura made Julie feel both respectful and flustered. Looking at his back, she thought to herself that she was truly lucky to have partied up with Hako. The hunt went exactly as planned. Jimin would beat the orcs until they couldn't fight back, and Julie just needed to deliver the finishing blow, taking down several more. Julie couldn't contain her joy, saying excitedly, "It's really amazing when things go like this. I had no idea hunting could be this easy." Jimin paid no attention to her excitement, merely asking indifferently, "So far, how many have you killed?" Julie answered quickly, her eyes sparkling. "I've taken down 52 in 30 minutes. Impressively fast, isn't it?" Jimin didn't answer, just continued walking in silence. In his mind, this speed was nothing remarkable. For others, it might be fast, but for him, it was too slow. He chose to hunt around this area for a reason, to avoid the risk of being surrounded. If they attacked a village, they could both be swarmed by dozens of orcs. He wouldn't mind if he were alone, but with Julie, protecting her would be a challenge. Suddenly, Jimin stopped, his eyes thoughtful. There's no other way. I have to find an orc noble. Seeing him silent, Julie spoke up curiously. At this rate, we can reach our goal of 300 monsters in just 3 hours. Yumin turned back, his sharp gaze startling her. 3 hours is too long. Let's aim for under 1 hour. Julie was shocked, unconsciously covering her mouth and stammering. Huh? Is 1 hour really possible? Seeing her doubt, Yumin calmly explained. We'll use the orc summoner. Julie was confused. What's that orc mage? He slowly replied. An orc summoner is a monster that can summon other orcs. If we let it summon them, we won't have to waste time searching. Julie nodded, her eyes lighting up as she grasped the idea. So you mean we don't kill the orc summoner and let it summon more orcs, right? Yumin nodded. That's right. I plan to keep it alive until we've killed all 300. Julie stepped closer, asking curiously. By the way, how does Black Scythe know about the orc summoner? You've never met it before, have you? Yumin smirked slightly, coming up with a perfect excuse. I had a brief encounter with it before I met you. That's how I know its location. Julie smiled, completely convinced. Oh, I see now. To put her at ease, Yumin added, There's nothing to worry about. I'll protect you from any threat. His words were like a warm current enveloping Julie, making her blush slightly, her eyes never leaving him. He pays attention to every detail so incredibly well. The two of them entered a forest, arriving at an ancient village with simple wooden huts, with no orcs standing guard. Julie wondered, There's a boss monster in this small village? Yumin nodded. Yes. It looks simple on the outside, but players who underestimate it often become victims of the orc summoner. He remembered his regression. Behind the village was a pile of player corpses, proof of the monster's cunning. It's a trap to lure in players. Julie pointed forward, still hesitant, but Yumin was already walking, leading her in one direction. Why don't I see any orcs? She asked. Yumin explained, The houses here are camouflaged to make it easy for players to approach. In reality, only the orc summoner lives here. He stopped in front of a house larger than the others, scythe raised. Inside was where the orc summoner was silently setting its trap. Julie asked worriedly, Is it a trap? Yumin nodded. The trap is very simple. Inexperienced players who step inside will trigger it. The orc summoner will summon 10 to 20 orcs to overwhelm them. Once surrounded, there's no escape. Seeing Julie's concern, he stepped closer, his voice calm, but it's not like there's no way out. Julie blushed as he suddenly moved close, her heart pounding. What's the plan? She asked. Yumin, this plan has been tested. Julie placed a hand on her chest, confident. Then leave it to me. Yumin raised an eyebrow. You plan to do it alone? Julie nodded. Yumin was still worried. Yes, there's no need for both of us to do it, right? Letting ourselves be sitting ducks, waiting to be eaten is unacceptable. Yumin crossed his arms, surprised by her confidence. All right, good luck. I'll wait outside. Julie took a deep breath, opened the wooden door, and a dark hallway appeared. Lit only by a single hanging oil lamp, she stepped inside, gripping her sword tightly, her eyes scanning carefully, when suddenly the narrow space opened up into a large room with a bright red carpet. This must be the trap Black Scythe mentioned. Julie recalled the plan, step on the red carpet and then leave immediately. The orc summoner will think it missed its prey and send out scouts. She walked forward, placed her foot on the red carpet, then immediately turned and dashed outside. The door slammed shut behind her. Julie was panting, her heart still pounding. Thank goodness I made it out, Yumin asked quickly. Are you okay? Julie smiled confidently. Haha, of course. I went to the red carpet and came right back. Yumin nodded in satisfaction. Good, the orc summoner will send out scouts, we just have to wait. Before long, the door opened, and 4 orcs holding weapons stepped out, their eyes searching intently. One of them suddenly turned upon hearing Yumin's voice. What are you looking for so intently? He lunged from above, swinging his scythe, his killing intent spreading, and in an instant, the orc's limbs were severed. They screamed horribly, falling like straw. Yumin retrieved his scythe and said coldly, You can come out now. Julie stepped out from her hiding spot, amazed. It's already over. Yumin nodded. We'll go back in and lure more out again. Julie asked worriedly. Will it fall for it again? He smirked, a confident smile on his face. They might be smart, but they have the memory of a goldfish. They'll forget right away. Julie burst out laughing, a radiant smile answering his. They both stood still, watching as groups of orcs appeared only to be cut down like straw, so quickly and easily it was hard to believe. Julie recounted the number of monsters they had defeated, her eyes sparkling. She turned to Jae-min and said excitedly, Hakko, I've taken down all 300 of them. Jae-min glanced at her and nodded. That's right. 1 hour has passed. In just 1 hour, we took down 248 orcs, 300 in total. Julie E. smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. Thanks to Hakko, we were able to hunt so quickly and easily. She paused, her heart filled with gratitude. Thank you so much. Jaemin looked at her, his voice calm. How many levels did you gain? Julie E held her head high. Proudly. I've reached level 19. Jaemin gave a slight nod, his gaze thoughtful. She only needs another 10,000 points to level up, then she can learn new skills, improve her existing ones, and become a more valuable ally. He thought to himself that her blessing would become stronger, helping him set new records when taking down bosses. He looked at Julie and said, "Let me help you reach level 20. It'll make it easier when we face the next orcs." His words made Julie's heart pound. Her face flushed slightly. "Does he care about me that much?" She stammered. "Yes, it's embarrassing that I have to ask for your help with this." Just then, a voice rang out, catching both of their attention. "Hey, look over there!" A group of players appeared, heading deeper into the village. They were stunned by the pile of orc corpses and began to whisper, "Isn't that Hakko? Who's with him? What's with all these orc corpses?" A young man in the group had a hesitant expression and stepped forward to speak. "Hello, Hakko," Jaemin asked. "What is it?" The young man nervously explained. "Yes, well, we came here to hunt orcs, but we didn't expect to see a scene like this. Or you here." His mind was in turmoil. Just 2 people took down this many orcs? Doubt was clearly written on the faces of the other players. "It's strange, for such a small town to have so many orcs," a heavy-set man whispered. "Who's the girl next to him? Hakko's teammate? How unusual." Another person gave a strange smile. Sizing up Julie, "Is this girl a fan of Hakko?" "Interesting." Julie grew anxious. Sensing the malicious gazes from the group, Jaemin suddenly slammed his scythe into the ground, creating a small shockwave as his killing intent flared up. His voice was cold. "Don't bother me. Get lost." The group was startled by his action. His gaze was piercingly sharp. A thought flashed through Jaemin's mind. "I can kill anyone, but I shouldn't cross the line," he continued in an icy tone. "If you have no business here, get out." The young man who first spoke got angry and spoke up. "Ha! Since when did you start speaking so disrespectfully?" Another person chimed in. "That's right. Isn't it rude to be so disrespectful to someone you've just met?" Julie E was stunned, covering her mouth as she thought, "Huh? Is he crazy, daring to argue with Hakko?" The young man continued. "Ha! Even if you are the #1 ranker before he could finish." Jaemin swung his scythe, the blade flashing towards the bandana on the man's forehead. The bandana was sliced apart, leaving a shallow cut on his forehead. The man was dumbfounded, while Jaemin remained cold. "Get out of here if you value your lives." The group turned pale and hurriedly turned to run. "Ah, sorry. Let's go. Sorry for bothering you." They rushed back the way they came, thinking, "Damn it. I knew we shouldn't have confronted him, but their minds were still scheming. We have to hide somewhere and see what Hakko is planning." Jaemin watched them leave, his eyes like ice. "These fools are planning to follow me, want to learn how to hunt orcs. If they want to kill the boss, I have to take down the orc chieftain first and claim the reward." He turned to Julie. "First, we need to get you to level 20. Let's head deeper inside and hunt some more." The group that was chased away stopped in a hidden corner, whispering, "We should be out of his sight now, right?" The man with the scar was asked. "What are you planning to do?" He replied, "I'm wondering how Hakko hunts." Another person was surprised. "Oh, I'm curious too. Where did he find so many orcs?" The other person crossed his arms. "So what should we do? Let's sneak closer and watch." The scarred man nodded. "As long as we keep our distance, we won't be spotted. If you're scared, then back out now. Determination overcomes fear." They turned back and began to watch stealthily from outside the gate. Inside, after the next wave of monsters was lured, a horde of orcs rushed out again. One of them spotted Jaemin and the whole pack charged straight for him. Jaemin swung his scythe, clenching his fist, and threw a powerful punch into the first orc's stomach. It stumbled back, crashing into the one behind it, its weapon falling with a clatter as both lost their balance. Jaemin rushed forward, his scythe cutting cleanly. The orcs' limbs were severed from their bodies, leaving the rest of them bewildered, while the group outside the gate whispered in astonishment, as expected of the #1 ranker. "We struggled just to take down one." They watched with growing suspicion. "Why isn't he finishing it off himself? What is that girl doing?" Julie slowly approached, her sword piercing the weakened orc's neck. The people outside the gate were stunned. "Huh? Is he letting her get the kill on purpose?" they murmured. "Why would Black Dog do that? Damn, hunting this easily? I'm so jealous." Meanwhile, Julie went back into the house. A moment later, she dashed out, her eyes filled with excitement. The group outside the gate grew annoyed. "This is so irritating." One of them noticed that every time she went in and ran out, a horde of orcs would chase after her. "That's strange. Are there really that many orcs?" Their suspicions grew, and they whispered, "Is that house an orc respawn point? It's the only thing that makes sense." The comments flew. "Is it really a respawn point? Are they camping here to farm it continuously? Did they chase us away to monopolize this spot?" An idea sparked. "Why don't we wait for them to leave, and then take the spot for ourselves?" They agreed on the plan but knew they weren't strong enough to confront them directly. Meanwhile, Julie beamed with a radiant smile. A status window appeared, and she turned to Jumin excitedly. "Black Dog, I've reached level 20!" Jumin replied. "Congratulations, you couldn't hold back," Julie continued. "I also learned a new skill." She stepped closer and explained. The effect of the BZ blessing increased from 50 to 60%. Jumin asked, "Can you cast it on me now?" Julie smiled brightly. "Of course." She raised her hand, and a blue light spread out, enveloping Jumin as a notification window appeared. BZ skill activated. All stats increased by 60%. Duration, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Julie made a new hand sign, smiling. "What I just did was bestow a blessing upon you. This is the new SP skill I learned." A turquoise light covered Jumin as the notification continued. SP skill increases attack and movement speed by 60%. Duration, 29 seconds. Jumin nodded. An increase in attack and movement speed. Not bad, though the duration is a bit short. Julie quickly said, "That's right, I'll recast it in 30 minutes when it wears off." Jumin smiled. "Thank you for your support." Seeing his skeptical look, Julie snapped, "I'm not kidding, I'm serious." Thanks to Ruler of the Slaughter, Jumin understood her feelings perfectly, but he maintained an indifferent expression. "All right, we'll stop leveling here and focus on the orc shaman." Julie hesitated. "Is there anything I can do to help?" He replied, "Just stay out of danger so you don't become a burden." Suddenly, Jumin's gaze turned ice cold. Ruler of the Slaughter activated, and he glanced at the sneaky group behind them, his voice filled with annoyance. "Those guys are talking trash about me and Julie," paying them no mind. He turned to Julie. "Let's see how this plays out." Julie nodded, oblivious to the people lurking nearby. Jumin stepped into the house while Julie watched from outside. The lurking group whispered, "What's going on?" This time, Black Dog went inside. Suddenly, the door shattered under 2 crimson slashes. Jumin burst out with a horde of orcs chasing him. The exit grew wider with each moment. Radiating a fierce aura, he shot forward like a whirlwind, the orcs relentlessly in pursuit. Julie was stunned, and the group outside the gate was horrified, unable to believe their eyes. But then, a distinctive figure appeared amidst the orcs. A massive monster holding a shimmering staff. Its aura was completely different from the regular orcs. An orc mage, Julie realized, her heart pounding. The staff was raised high, and a wave of dark energy spread out as the mage roared in a strange foreign tongue. Sik goth sotor. A giant mouth appeared on its body. The staff pointed straight ahead. The regular orcs chasing Jumin were enveloped by pillars of dark energy, and from them, 5 more orcs emerged to block his path. At the same time, the 5 orcs from behind also caught up. The players outside stared with wide-eyed astonishment. One of them pointed and stammered, "What is that monster chasing him?" Another whispered, "It's bigger than a regular orc. Could it be a boss?" Someone else said in panic, "If that's a boss, then the orcs weren't respawning. They were being summoned." Julie stood there, her face pale and filled with worry. Black Dog is surrounded. What should I do? Should I go help him? But then she was amazed to see Jumin, alone and encircled, remain terrifyingly calm. Not a single orc could touch him. The monsters charged, but he dodged them with incredible speed. Julie thought to herself, he's not flustered at all. The orc mage, seeing that Jumin was unharmed, raised its staff and summoned 10 more orcs. The horde was as numerous as an army, terrifying the onlookers. As the 10 new orcs appeared, he took one down, only for 3 more to charge at him. An orc swung its club down where Jiu-Min had just been, but he leaped up to dodge it cleanly. A second one slashed horizontally, and he ducked under it. A third brought its weapon down from above, and he slid to the side, his movements as fluid as flowing water. The players on the sidelines were stunned. He dodged all of them. That's insane. Black Scythe is a real monster. But while they were still in awe, one of the group flashed a sinister smile. He whispered, "Everyone, this is our chance. That boss over there has no one protecting it. Let's just steal the kill." 2 others hesitated. "But what if Black Scythe finds out?" The other guy waved his hand dismissively. "He's busy dealing with the orcs. Even Black Scythe has to struggle in this encirclement. If he asks, just say we wanted to help him." The group agreed and cautiously circled around Dimin and the orc mage. Julie noticed the movement, her eyes widening. "Huh? What are they doing?" Realizing their intentions, she panicked. "Don't tell me they're planning to steal the mage while Black Scythe is drawing the orcs aggro. I can't just stand by and watch." Julie tightened her grip on her sword and shouted, "Black Scythe!" She rushed towards him, her voice filled with concern. "I'm really grateful for your help. Am I getting in the way of your quest?" Dimin, still calm amidst the encirclement, replied, "Don't worry about it. I've already completed the main quest." Julie was stunned. "What?" Dimin turned back to explain. "My main goal wasn't the main quest, but a side quest. I've already obtained 1 balance stone." Julie blinked. "I still don't quite get it," you continued. "I got it from killing a boss called the Orc Warrior. The other stones probably dropped from the other bosses too." Julie nodded, her eyes lighting up. "Oh, you already have one?" Dimin gave a slight nod. "What I need are the bosses, so you don't need to feel bad." Julie replied. All right. But she immediately turned to look at the players sneaking up on the mage. No way. That mage belongs to Black Scythe. Her determination flared. Julie drew her sword and charged forward to stop them. The players had gotten close to the mage, a smug smile on their faces, when suddenly a curtain of dark fire erupted, accompanied by a resounding nocturnal sound, causing the whole group to freeze. Pale, one of them stammered. What is this? The person next to him quickly covered his mouth. He whispered quietly, but it was too late. The orc mage turned around, its crimson eyes flaring with killing intent. Skirk, skirk, it roared. It raised its staff high, and the players panicked. The two in the lead quickly turned to flee, but the three in front were spotted and screamed. Damn it, we've been exposed. The giant mouth on the mage's body gnashed its teeth, releasing a blinding pillar of energy. 10 new orcs were summoned, surrounding all 5 of them, leaving no escape. The players panicked. One was immediately cut down, the life draining from his eyes. Another was grabbed and brutally slammed into the ground, his agonizing screams echoing. One lucky person managed to crawl away, but came face to face with an orc raising its foot to stomp down. He screamed, "Please help me," but the giant foot came crashing down, splattering blood everywhere. On the other side, Min remained composed, his scythe slicing cleanly through an orc's neck. The monsters collapsed without a chance to fight back. Sweat trickled down his forehead, but he stood firm, his sharp gaze fixed on the players being attacked. I lured the mage out to see what they would do. They chose to steal the kill, and that's why they failed. He tightened his grip on the scythe and advanced towards the orc mage. Skrock. It roared and summoned more orcs, but Min didn't flinch. One charged at him but was sliced in half, its body torn apart. The others met the same fate as his scythe swung, sending limbs flying. Min smiled, feeling a surge of power. His attack speed had increased significantly thanks to a blessing and the nighttime effect. A system notification appeared. Ancient language of death. Scythe damage doubled at night. Attack speed plus 50%. Detection probability decreased. He leaped and dashed towards the mage with the speed of wind. It shrieked, "Skirk!" in a panic, raising its staff high, but Min had already zipped past it, his glowing red scythe held against its neck. "Good boy," he said in a cold voice. "Goodbye." The scythe swung, and the mage's head and body were severed, falling in the perfect arc of the weapon. A notification window immediately popped up, the brilliant text cheering his victory. "Congratulations, you have defeated the orc shaman. Experience plus 3,773, gold plus 4,000. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have obtained the eternal seed. You have obtained the mystic wood totem. You have obtained a small blue magic stone. You have obtained a balance stone. Side quest progress, balance stone, 2 out of 4. Min clenched the necklace that had automatically equipped itself, his sharp eyes gleaming with pride. I've reached level 33, he thought to himself, a thoughtful smile appearing as if he were imagining his future victories. Plus, this seed of eternity is a truly broken item. The detailed information appeared before his eyes, affirming its power. Seed of eternity. Type. Necklace. Rarity. Epic. Effect. Gain 1 stack every time you kill a monster. Durability decreases by 1. Every 100 accumulated points can be converted into 1 stat point. Durability 1000 out of 1000. Usage restricted to normal grade or higher. Description. A necklace decorated with an opaque white bead, containing the souls of the vanquished. A thought flashed through Jumin's mind. The eternal bead is an amazing item, able to increase stat points after every 100 stacks. Is it like the absorption rune that the Blackfire dragon once possessed? The face of his old enemy briefly appeared, but Jumin quickly shook it off, focusing on the present. The only downside is that its durability gradually decreases. When the durability drops from 1000 to 0, this gem will shatter. But a glimmer of hope flashed in his mind. The durability rune from the 8th trial can restore durability. With the help of a blacksmith, I can keep the eternal bead forever. Suddenly, Min's voice called out from a distance, interrupting his thoughts. Jumin, where are you? He turned around, a slight smile on his face as he realized she was trying to find him. Activating the rune of fading makes me nearly invisible, Jumin thought, glancing at the scattered orc corpses. First, I need to unlock Night Off. The erase presence skill was activated, concealing all traces of him in the blood-red space. The darkness gradually faded, and the surrounding scenery changed strangely, startling Min. Oh my gosh, why did it get dark and then suddenly bright again? Her eyes suddenly spotted Jumin, and she rushed over, her voice full of excitement. Jumin, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. Jumin stood beside the orc mage's corpse, replying calmly but sharply. As you can see, I was busy. She looked on, but didn't seem surprised, as if she had predicted this victory. She walked closer and asked urgently, Did you get him, but didn't you see anyone else? There were people trying to steal the orc shaman from you. Juman gripped his scythe and replied nonchalantly, I didn't notice anyone. Min was skeptical, her voice uncertain. That's strange. I swear I just heard a blood-curdling scream. A question mark appeared in her mind, but Juman just remained silent, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Bragging about his achievements would bring no benefit, he thought, then changed the subject. Let's go hunt the next boss. Min nodded, gripping her sword, her voice full of determination. Yes. They advanced to an orc barracks. The guards had already been wiped out by Juman. Orc corpses lay everywhere, covered in blood, arrows stuck in the wooden walls. Only one giant orc was left, continuously firing arrows at Juman, but all its attacks were meaningless against his speed and power. In the blink of an eye, the black scythe closed in, and the monster's eyes showed a look of panic. One slash severed the arm holding the bow, followed by a horizontal cut across its back. The monster's body split in two and fell as if diced by the blade of fate. Notifications flooded in. You have defeated the orc archer. Rewards have been granted. Experience plus 3,773%. Gold plus 4,000. Obtained agile archer's boots. Obtained rusted arrow. Obtained small blue magic stone. Obtained balancing stone. Subquest progress. 3 out of 4 balancing stones. Juman looked at the information, his gaze sharp. I should check the item. The detailed information window appeared. Agile archer's boots. Category. Boots. Grade. Epic. Defense 60. Effect. Agility plus 10. Durability 1000 out of 1000. Usage restriction. Normal grade or higher. Description. Boots for agile archers. Agility increases. As you become faster, they are superior to my current boots. Juman muttered, his eyes lighting up. There's no reason not to switch. Additional information. High agility boots. Grade. Normal. Defense 15. Effect. Agility plus 4. Movement speed plus 5%. Juman equipped them and combined them with the low-grade blue magic stone he just got. They'll be even stronger, he confirmed, and a notification appeared. Combination successful. Agile archer's boots. Agility plus 4. He closed his eyes in satisfaction. Done. I've taken down all the mid-tier bosses. The image of the twin orcs appeared in his mind. It made his heart beat faster. Only the final boss, the twin orcs, remained. Unlike the others, it follows a time rule. Time is everything, he mused. I have to act fast, very fast. The previous record was 43 seconds. Min approached, her voice excited. Let's go. She stood nearby and smiled brightly. Okay, Juman thought. With the support buff from Min, I can break the record. They left the barracks. I need to shorten the time as much as possible. First, I'll max out my level and use the eternal bead to increase my stats. In a new area, a monster had just fallen to Juman's scythe. A notification appeared. Time remaining. 3,041 seconds. The monster vanished, all to reach level 40. But time was up. The necklace glowed, but Juman told himself he had no regrets. I've accomplished my goal. Min came over and asked, Juman, aren't you going to keep hunting? He replied, this is enough. The enthusiastic Min asked, so, are you going to defeat the final boss now? Juman raised his hand nonchalantly. We'll part ways here. Thanks for your help. Min shook his hand in disappointment, her heart heavy. She felt sad about parting ways. Should I stay until he defeats the final boss? She hesitated. I'll only get in the way. Min noticed her lingering attachment, thinking a high-level orc was too dangerous for her. Min smiled, raising a hand that glowed with green energy. Min, this is the final buff. The priest and ST effects have been activated, she said. Thank you for your help. I couldn't have done it alone. Min took out a blue mana crystal. This dropped while I was hunting. Do you need it? Min refused. You keep it. Min waved her hands. I only need the experience. In her heart, she thought, I have 2, so I have to give him 1. Min understood her intention and smiled. Let's just call it even then. I'll take it. He took the crystal. See you next time. Min watched his retreating back, her heart heavy with sadness. Min dashed off at an astonishing speed, and a notification popped up. Target, orc, distance 1,121 meters. He focused. No one had ever killed it. Among the 4 bosses of the 5th round, the orc was the strongest. It would take 100 level 20 players risking their lives just for a chance to take it down. His speed didn't falter. I died 4 times before I finally defeated it, he thought, setting a record of 43 seconds. Leaping through the branches, the distance closed to 321 meters. This time, I'll break my own record. The orc came into view, 160 meters away, but Juman was startled to see a blonde-haired player caught in its grasp, blood gushing out, surrounded by other players. The orc had crushed a player in its very grasp, plunging everyone into chaos at the horrific sight. A deathly pallor spread across every face. A wave of terror washed over them as everyone cried out in despair. Oh my God, what is happening? How did it turn out like this? Everything was perfectly fine just a few minutes ago. And so, the past began to weave into the present narrative. pulling everyone back to the moment they first met and formed their party. A group of people had gathered, full of determination, laying out a clear strategy. The orcs are forming alliances, so why can't we do the same? Let's hunt together. The speaker raised his hand, his voice ringing with enthusiasm. Let's introduce ourselves to build some trust. Let's all introduce ourselves. Can you all see our nicknames? I'm Uman Kok, a level 12 warrior. An archer then introduced himself, his voice warm and sincere. My level is the same as yours. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Bradabit, an assassin. A hooded figure was next. His voice was steady and filled with pride. I'm an unarmed fighter, level 13. The name's Biokbok Bibuk. It might be a little hard to pronounce. I kinda got carried away and just typed whatever came to mind. The five of them completed their introductions in a warm atmosphere, filled with a sense of camaraderie and hope. It was like a flame lit in the darkness. It all began as a mutually beneficial arrangement, but for a spontaneously formed party, their teamwork and the overall atmosphere were truly fantastic. Everyone felt empowered by this genuine solidarity, which transformed their fear into an undying drive. They started assigning roles logically and efficiently. Bradabit, the archer, asked, Umun Kok, can you draw the monster's aggro? Umun Kok stood up, his voice brimming with confidence and courage. All right, I'll do it. And so, he faced an orc wielding a chain. He provoked it with a defiant shout. Hey, you ugly orc bastard, look over here. That was how we synchronized our attacks. Wiping out a small orc village became a resounding victory, affirming the strength of our party. A female player managed to restrain one of the orcs. She shouted, her voice filled with excitement and urgency. Bradabit, now's your chance, snap its neck. But then another orc approached, and a different player gave an urgent warning. Bibuk, watch your back. After hunting for 6 consecutive hours, we were drenched in sweat, but our spirits remained high. Everyone gathered together, ecstatic. I hit my target of 300 kills. Me too. Congratulations. Everyone made it out alive. The main quest was completed with flying colors, bringing them immense joy and pride. Then, Umun Kok suddenly proposed a new idea, his voice tinged with regret and eagerness. Isn't it a shame to split up now? It feels too soon. How about we hunt for just a little longer? Bradabit replied with a grin, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Of course, I want to hit level 20. So we began our hunt once more. Everyone continued to work together seamlessly. The orcs were cut down as easily as falling autumn leaves. System messages popped up continuously. Level up. You have reached level 20. You have been promoted from apprentice to a full-fledged warrior. You can now use combination skills. We finally reached level 20 and even learned a new skill, making our fights easier than ever before. These damn orcs are now nothing more than dog food. Heh, I can't believe we used to struggle so much against these pigs. That's right. We've become so much stronger after hitting level 20. Their confidence soared to an all-time high, an unquenchable fire driving them to conquer greater challenges, turning fear into unparalleled strength. They began to consider taking on the larger orc fortresses. Bibukbuk turned to the others and asked excitedly, should we try to conquer a large fortress for our final challenge? But suddenly, Ungrunsok interrupted, pointing forward with a worried and uneasy voice. Huh? Wait a minute. What is that? Ungrunsok pointed towards a strange orc, the likes of which they had never encountered. It was unusually tall and massive, with 2 heads coexisting on a single body, exuding a terrifying aura that made their hearts clench. Bradabit, his voice trembling slightly with disbelief, said, It looks like an orc. But Ungrunsok held up his hand, observing it with extreme anxiety. I've never seen anything like it. Could it be a boss? Everyone started to wonder. A boss? Before, they would have been terrified at the mere mention of one. But now, Ungrunsok and his party were at the peak of their confidence. With no proof, they just felt that it was doable. Voices filled with excitement and ambition rose from the group. Want to try taking that thing down? The 5 of us can probably handle it, can't we? It's a boss, so the rewards must be amazing, right? Ungrunsok looked at them and spoke in a fair and unifying voice to settle things beforehand. If there are rewards, we'll split them evenly. Any objections? Bradabit immediately replied with a smile, his voice filled with determination. All right, let's do this. And just like that, they set their sights on the massive orc. But to their surprise, the 2-headed orc turned its heads toward the human party. The moment they met its strange golden eyes, they instinctively felt that their opponent wasn't prey, but death itself. A primal fear surged, making their hearts pound wildly. I thought we'd gotten stronger for sure. The 2-headed orc in front of them let out a strange rumble from the ground, and then it vanished, leaving only cracked earth in its wake. The orc leaped towards them. The massive creature, over 10 feet tall, landed before the party with a deafening crash that shook the earth, sending one person flying while the others struggled to stay on their feet. Its first target was the girl in purple, and it swung its sharp-clawed arm at incredible speed. With just this single basic attack, the first player was sliced in half, dying instantly. Blood sprayed through the air, making it feel heavy and grim. With its first target down, it whipped its heads around, locking eyes with the player who had collapsed on the ground. Realizing they were the next target, the player trembled uncontrollably as fear consumed their very soul. The monster's hand shot out before they could even react. Splat! They died an unrecognizable death, their body mercilessly crushed into a pulp. The sickening crunch of shattering bones echoed, a grim reminder of how fragile life was. This opponent was no mere prey. Now, only 3 remained. Its next target was Bradabit. Facing the overwhelming aura of the powerful boss, he was no different from the 2 before him. His entire body trembled as despair surged through him. A hand shot out without hesitation, snatching him into the air. A single, powerful squeeze shattered every bone in his body as blood erupted outwards. He was utterly helpless. The monster looked down at its handiwork with satisfaction. 3 people were dead, each in a unique, brutal way. Only Bibuk Buk, frozen in shock, and Ung Run Suk, who had stumbled backward, remained. It was death incarnate. Snapped back to reality, Ung Run Suk watched his comrades die one by one, his spirit completely broken. The pain of loss was soul-crushing. One of its arms whipped out at high speed towards Bibuk Buk. It looked like Bibuk Buk would be sent flying, but instead, the monster decided to snatch him into the air. The monster's attention shifted completely, ignoring the corpse it still held in its other hand. Before he died, Bibuk Buk could only manage to utter a few last words in absolute despair. "Help me!" The body was slammed down, its insides a mangled mess. With only 1 person left, it once again locked its 4 eyes onto its target. An invisible pressure that felt tangible enveloped his body, a single thought repeating in his head. "We're going to die. We're going to die. We're going to die. We're going to die." Turning its hideous mouth towards Yoon Run-suk, it let out a continuous growl, gathering all its remaining strength. Yoon Run-suk took a step back, screaming in absolute terror. "Ah, don't come any closer!" Monsters often do the opposite of what humans want. It closed in, and its shadow completely enveloped Yoon Run-suk. A tear streamed down his cheek, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Please, no!" An arm was raised once more at high speed. Just at that moment, someone suddenly leaped high into the air, heading for the monster's blind spot. A scythe was already at the ready. "Jumin, you managed to get close without being detected." Exhaling sharply from behind, he swung his scythe with all his strength, cleanly severing the twin ogre's neck. A red line appeared as proof. The head then separated from the body, while the other head actively turned to where he had landed on its body. The creature only turned to see the form of the human who had killed it. A long red gash appeared on that neck as well. To Yoon Run-suk's shock, the monster collapsed with a loud thud. It caused a massive tremor. Color began to return to Yoon Run-suk's face as he looked at him, seemingly starting to recognize him as the person from above. He then gently floated down, landing softly. The other man had now completely confirmed his identity as the Grim Reaper. Looking at where the monster had fallen, he was surprised by his own thoughts. "I never thought it would die in a single attack." The notification window began to update, bringing the joy of victory after the horror. "The twin ogre has been defeated. Congratulations on leveling up. You have reached level 40. Your rank has increased from normal to expert. You can now use the trade function." He looked at the system window, but it showed no signs of stopping. Skill. Deathmark's normal damage has increased from 120% to 140%. Skill. Midnight's domain range has increased from 500 meters to 1,000 meters. You have learned the class-exclusive skill, Grim Reaper's Moonslash. The next skill will be unlocked at level 60. Looking at the notifications, he let out a satisfied and excited smile. "I've finally learned it. The exclusive skill, Grim Reaper's Moonslash." The details were listed. Exclusive skill, Moonslash. Effect. Charges for 1 second, then deals 1,000% cone-shaped area of effect damage. This is mixed damage, half physical and half magical, and is multiplied by 15 times when used at night. The cooldown is 10 minutes, and it can only be activated while you are wielding a scythe. He analyzed the information, his conviction growing. Normally, having only 1 attack skill is a huge risk if you miss, but this Moonslash is an AoE damage skill, which makes it much easier to hit a target. It's very useful, and it's dual damage. Even enemies immune to physical damage will still take the magic damage. He smiled. "That's right, the monsters now are still low level, but later on, some enemies will become ridiculously powerful. Therefore, this skill is essential. Now, I just need to check the next rewards." The information scrolled out in a long list, showing rewards worthy of his effort. You have obtained High Ogre's Gauntlets. You have obtained a Twin Ogre's Fang. You have successfully protected the low-grade purple mana crystal. You have obtained a Balance Stone. Side quest progress, Balance Stone, 4 out of 4. You have completed the side quest. You have received the reward, Rune of Balance. A turquoise stone appeared in his hand. The goal of this round was to obtain the Rune of Balance from the very beginning. Without further delay, the acquired rune automatically began to engrave itself onto the player's body. A golden light appeared and began to envelop his body. New detailed information appeared. Rune of balance. Effect. When the difference between pure stats is 10 or less, all stats are doubled. Only stats increased by stat points are recognized as pure stats. He smiled again, this time with pride. The Rune of Balance requires the 4 pure stats, strength, intelligence, agility, and luck, to be balanced in order to activate its effect. And I've distributed my stats evenly just to prepare for getting this rune. His stat distribution is as follows: strength plus 27, intelligence plus 18, agility plus 26, luck plus 28. The attribute point distribution didn't activate any effects, so he mused thoughtfully, his voice full of anticipation. Now that everything else is done, let's see how much my stats will increase. After the upgrade, his stats increased monstrously: strength plus 374, intelligence plus 614, agility plus 518, luck plus 374. With no attribute points to distribute, a bead of sweat suddenly dripped down his face. All my stats are actually over 300. Jumin's eyes widened in surprise at the new stats displayed before him. It was mostly thanks to BF and B, but the numbers still far exceeded his imagination. He was nothing like Unzun-gok or anyone else. Jumin had grown stronger at an astonishing rate, like an unstoppable, blazing fire. It was time to check the time attack rewards. Countless notifications appeared, shining brightly like the light of victory. You have defeated the round 52 SS-Rank boss in just 1 second. This SS-Rank boss follows time attack rules. Additional gold will be awarded based on your performance, since you defeated it in less than 10 seconds. You have received the maximum reward of 100,000 gold. Congratulations, Jumin smiled faintly, celebrating inwardly. Last time it took me 43 seconds to beat it, and I only earned 23,255 gold. This is a real breakthrough. With this much gold, he knew he could learn all the missing common skills, opening the door to new achievements. The notifications continued to appear. You have set an unprecedented record in history. Your achievement will be recorded in the archaic records. A unique item selection ticket. Jumin was momentarily startled. What is this? He suddenly realized his 1-second victory had marked his first record before the angel. He hadn't expected an additional reward. He checked his inventory and, sure enough, found the unique item selection ticket. It's a reward for setting a new record, he murmured as a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. I can choose any unique item, anything at all, right? Without hesitation, he pressed the use button. You can choose one of the following unique items: weapon, shield, helmet, armor, boots, gloves, necklace, ring. Jumin paused, stroking his chin, his sharp eyes weighing the options. I can choose anything, but I'll craft a unique weapon after I return, so it's not necessary right now. But what about the other things? He needed utility more than immediate power. Which ability would be most useful in this situation? A thought flashed through his mind. A helmet. That could be great. His finger touched the third option on the list. Ung Dun-sok stared intently at Jumin, his eyes wide and pupils dilated, his clothes soaked with sweat. He couldn't believe the scene before him. This can't be real. The orc monster that had crushed his comrades with a single punch now lay motionless at Jumin's feet, like a cruel joke of fate. Is Black Hook that strong? How could he single-handedly take down a monster that 5 level 20 players couldn't defeat? Anxiety welled up, but then Ung Dun-sok suddenly realized, now is not the time to be stunned. I have to thank him. Just as Ung Dun-sok was about to speak, Jumin turned his back and disappeared from sight without a word. Ung Dun-sok was dumbfounded, filled with regret. I didn't even get to say thank you. When the round's time was up, the surviving players gathered in one place. The silhouette of an angel appeared from afar, her voice ringing out, "How did it go? Have you all completed the mission?" Looking at the sparse crowd, she assessed that the number of participants had decreased significantly after 10 hours, but then she smiled, thinking of Jumin. Surely he couldn't have been taken down by those lowly orcs. Did he participate in the scramble for prey? Without waiting any longer, she snapped her fingers. Let's see the results you've achieved. Her wings fluttered. The results screen appeared, summarizing Round 5's overall ranking. First place, BXA, level 40, Death God, time 1.6 seconds. Second place, Jumin user Sam, level 25, time 2.301 seconds. Third place, Shadow Demon Knight, level 24, time 2.47 seconds. Sector S007, first place, Black Hook, level 40, Death God, time 1.6 seconds. Second place, BAP Support, level 21, time 2.5538 seconds. Third place, Elderly Straight Man Guk Geo Mage, level 23, time 3.1912 seconds. The sight stunned everyone. The achievement of Black Hook, also known as Jumin, was incredibly impressive, but it was his level of 40 that truly captured everyone's attention. He said he killed 300 orcs in just 1 hour. How is that possible? Murmurs spread through the crowd. As one player sighed, I wish I had received the reward earlier. The notifications continued to appear. Congratulations. You have achieved first place in this sector. Congratulations. You have achieved first place in the overall rankings. Sector reward. Intermediate epic necklace selection ticket, a mid-round reward. Then the special reward selection. This one seems familiar. But the next message caught Jaemin's attention, confirming you are the first player to achieve 5 consecutive #1 positions in the overall rankings, an incredible achievement. You have been awarded the title, the leader. A slight smile appeared on Jaemin's lips. It's done. I've obtained the title as planned. The title information appeared. The leader. Requirement. Achieve 5 consecutive first-place positions in the overall rankings. Effect. Increases experience gained by 15 times. This is the reason I relentlessly pursued the #1 spot. Jaemin thought, his eyes gleaming. With this title, I can increase my leveling speed by 15 times. I can't miss an opportunity to grow this fast. He opened his inventory. Now that I have the title I wanted, let's choose the reward. Information appeared. You may select one of the following epic necklaces. Necklace of the Skeleton Knight. Necklace of the Java Tribe. Necklace of Fortitude. Jaemin considered. A normal person might choose randomly, but I've experienced every choice in my past regressions. Without hesitation, he chose number 2. Necklace of the Java Tribe. The reward quickly appeared in his inventory. Necklace of the Java Tribe. Type, necklace, rarity, epic. Effects. All stats +3, resistance +35%, durability 1000 out of 1000. Requirement. Normal rank or higher. Description. The necklace of the mysterious Java Tribe, imbued with magical energy. Jaemin knew that despite his formidable strength and skills, he still had weaknesses. I need to increase my resistance to abnormal status effects. Items like this are extremely rare and valuable. If I don't need it, I can sell it for a good price. Next, more information appeared. You may select one of the following special rewards. 1. A 3 times experience boost, limited to round 6. 2. 6,000 gold. 3. Information about round 6. Without a moment's hesitation, Jaemin chose number 1, the experience boost is the best choice. The angel, Pilla, clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. Have you all checked your rankings? She asked, her gaze cold. If you're done, I'll make the announcement. 1,585 people completed the main quest, but anyone ranked below 1,211 will be mercilessly eliminated. Those who didn't meet the requirement began to fade away. No! Wait, Angel, please have mercy, they begged. But Trisilla just sneered, pathetic, pleading like insects. Jaemin, standing below, gave a cold smile. How are you any different from them, Scylla? Scylla's gaze shifted to Jaemin, a flicker of unease in her eyes. But I thought you could do it, he replied with a confident smile. Dismiss the results screen. Scylla radiated a brilliant energy. All right, get some rest. We'll meet again in the next round. An announcement rang out. Round 5 has ended. Overall rankings, 132,755 survivors. Sector S007, 1,211 survivors. Your souls will return to their original state on June 1st, 2022. At midnight, round 6 will begin shortly. Congratulations on surviving. Returning to reality in 10 hours. Sunlight streamed through the glass window. Jaemin stretched, his eyes closed. Jigo sat across from him, watching. Jaemin, you're done eating. Let's begin. The synthesis window appeared. Jaemin moved the materials from round 5. Main material, Death God's Scythe. Sub-ingredients, Ogre's Heart. Mysterious wooden totem, corroded arrowhead, 2-headed ogre's molar, and finally, black gold ore, Jaemin pondered. If I just press combine, the weapon will be enhanced into an epic item suitable for my level. But with the black gold ore, I can upgrade it into a unique item. He pressed the button. A brilliant white light erupted. Synthesis successful. Dizurli has been created. Dizurl. Type. Weapon. Grade. Unique. Attack power. 300. Effects. All stats +10. Skill damage +10%. Durability, 3,000 out of 3,000. Requirement, expert rank or higher. Description, a fearsome scythe favored by the god of death. The shadow of death always follows. Jaemin looked up at the sky with a grotesque smile. I've finally outgrown my beginner's weapon. Jigo looked at him, startled. Jaemin thought, I have plenty of gold now. Why not learn some common skills? The shop displayed 4 skills. Zone Scan, which provides environmental awareness like a mini-map. Enhanced Vision, which greatly increases sight range. Basic Resistance, which increases abnormal status resistance by 15%. And Dexterity, which increases skill accuracy by 20%. The total cost was 220 gold. I can learn all of them. Jaemin thought. After buying them, he had 140 gold left, and there was nothing else worth buying. He opened his status window. Name, Jaemin. Nickname, Black Dog. Rank, Expert. Level, 40. Class, Death God. Titles, Thamzik. So, Hidden. Angel Slayer, Hidden. Challenger of Zikbusan, Hidden. The One Who, and Hidden. Stats, Strength 106, Intelligence 150, Agility 136, Luck 106, Unallocated attribute points, none. Skills, General, Tracking, Detection, Erase Traces, First Aid, Area Control, Enhanced Vision, Basic Resistance, Dexterity, Exclusive Skills, Seal of the Night, Deathly Slaughter, Moonlight Worm. Additional functions, Shop, Item Purchase, Combination, and Trading. Yumin smiled. These are all the stats from Offerland's charm. If I use the Rune of Low, they will double. He closed the system window. I've reached my maximum potential. Now it's time to proceed with the plan related to Magillock. Then there's Huang Dongmin. He was startled. Wait a minute, how is Huang Dongmin doing? Activate tracking skill. Yumin smiled. Still alive. Good. I can use him one more time. His eyes turned cold, but this will be the last time I use Huang Dongmin, both in the game and in real life. The next day, when everyone returned to the real world, the scene shifted to a cozy cafe where Yumin, with a calm yet mysterious demeanor, sat across from Julie. She was anxiously waiting for something important. Why does Yumin want to see me? Julie wondered, her heart racing. A strange thought crossed her mind, making her shake her head repeatedly to dismiss it. Calm down. I can't let my feelings show. Just then, the cafe door opened. Yumin walked in, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room. He approached Julie's table. His voice was gentle yet confident. You're here? Have you been waiting long? The other girls in the cafe couldn't help but turn to look. But Julie quickly stood up, trying to hide her confusion. Oh, not at all. I just got here. She changed her tone, making her voice sound more natural. Let me get us some drinks. What would you like? My treat, so feel free to choose anything. Yumin smiled. I'll have an iced Americano, and please get one for yourself, too. Julie hurried away. All right, I'll be right back. After ordering the drinks, the two of them sat facing each other. Yumin smiled and broke the silence. Enjoy your coffee. Julie nodded, her lips touching the straw, but her mind was in turmoil. Why am I so embarrassed? Is it because of that strange thought from earlier? The brief moments of silence became uncomfortable, as if the atmosphere was testing her confidence. To break the silence, Yumin spoke up. So, how was the 5th round? He pretended to scratch his face, looked away, and then continued asking. Did you meet Black Hook like I said you would? Julie replied, startled. Ah, yes, just as you said. We met and hunted together. She smiled brightly, her voice filled with excitement. To be honest, she said, I was doubtful that the top-ranked player would want to team up with me, but when he saw my charm, he agreed immediately. Yumin nodded, with a warm smile. I told you, if Black Hook saw your charm, he would want you on his team, Julie continued excitedly. Thanks to that, I had an incredibly comfortable hunting experience. I even placed second in the region for the first time. Yumin maintained his smile. Second place, that's amazing. What reward did you get? Julie took out an item, her eyes sparkling. I got a mid-grade rare necklace that increases agility. Don't you think it's beautiful? Yumin looked at the necklace and nodded. Oh, it looks great. Julie suddenly offered it to him. Take it. Yumin was surprised. Huh? Why are you giving it to me? Julie explained. Her voice was sincere. Because of your prophecy, I was able to get this, so you deserve it too. Yumin quickly waved his hands. Oh, I don't need it. You worked hard to get it. Julie insisted. I didn't have any trouble at all. Thanks to Black Hook, the hunt was a piece of cake. Yumin frowned and asked, then why don't you give it to Black Hook? Julie laughed naturally. Do you think a high-level player like him would need a low-grade necklace like this? Yumin thought to himself, of course not, but still politely refused. I appreciate it, but I really don't need it. I haven't even reached the regular class yet. Julie was taken aback. Huh? You haven't reached the regular class? What level are you? Yumin replied, his voice slightly hesitant. Level 19. I had a hard time just killing 300 O's in 10 hours. Julie sympathized, taking back the item, her eyes showing a hint of disappointment. Well, a prophet isn't really suited for combat. She changed the subject. By the way, Yumin, how do you fight? He scratched his head and laughed. Ah, I use magic, but I'm shy about showing it. Julie analyzed. So you don't need an agility necklace. I get it. You need to increase your intelligence more. She took a low-grade red mana stone from her inventory instead of the necklace. I'll give you this instead. I found it while hunting. Please take it. Don't refuse. This is my sincerity. Yumin accepted the stone. Thank you for thinking of me. Julie became flustered and quickly waved her hands. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to thank you for helping me so many times. Seeing her embarrassed reaction, Yumin found it quite cute, he continued, surprising Julie. I should probably give you something too. right? Julie was astonished. Huh? For me? Yu Min smiled. Information about the 6th round. Julie looked slightly disappointed but quickly brightened up. If you tell me, I'll be incredibly grateful. Jin Min didn't hesitate. All right. They continued to discuss the mission for the 6th round. Julie's eyes widened. So I have to team up with Black Scythe again? Jin Min said confidently. He probably won't refuse. Considering the strength you demonstrated in the 5th round, Julie said excitedly. It looks like we'll have a new partnership. Jin Min flinched, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. You're happy about that, aren't you? Julie beamed. Of course, Black Scythe is very kind to me, more thoughtful than I expected, even though he's a bit arrogant. Jin Min looked dazed. Is that so? Julie continued. He's also very insightful. It feels like he understands everyone's hearts. Jin Min looked down, thinking to himself that it was thanks to his regression ability. Julie didn't know about his regressions. She only saw an impressive Black Scythe. Jin Min recalled failing 99 times. The final round required a party of 5. The information appeared in his mind. The boss room clearly required one of 5 players to enter. Back in reality, Jin Min was lost in thought. We have to make it to the final round no matter what. Julie has to come with me, along with the American priest. Seeing him silent, Julie asked, Jin, what are you thinking about? He replied, Huh? It's nothing, don't worry about it. Julie continued, You're worried about the next round, aren't you? Jin Min smiled. Yeah, I'm not that strong. You know that. Julie comforted him. If the regions merge, I'll help you. Jin Min was surprised. Of course, Julie sighed. I'm always being helped, so I feel a bit insecure that I haven't been able to help you. Jin Min smiled. You've been more than helpful, thanks to you. I defeated 2 orcs in a single second. He reassured her. Don't worry, we'll see each other again soon. Julie smiled. You think so too? Determination shone in her eyes. Let's do our best until then. Jin Min felt a bit awkward. I'm worried about how she'll react if she finds out I'm Black Scythe. The scene shifts to the next day at the Cheonma Corporation, where an assistant bows and greets his superior. The major shareholder, Jin Min, has arrived. Jin Min walked in, wearing an elegant suit and glasses. Majin Lork stood up with a smile. Welcome, our esteemed major shareholder. He gestured for him to sit. Manager An, bring 2 cups of chamomile tea. Manager An replied, Yes, sir. Majin Lork turned to Jin Min. Was your trip here comfortable? Jin Min smiled. Very comfortable. Your driver was very kind. Majin Lork was relieved. Haha, that's good to hear. If anyone makes you uncomfortable, just let me know, and I'll take care of it immediately. Jin Min kept his smile but thought it's hard to imagine Majin Lork, a man who murders people weekly, talking about appropriate measures. He replied, making the atmosphere a bit tense. Majin Lork changed his tone. Have you eaten yet? If not, we could have a meal together. Jin Min refused. There's something more important. Majin Lork understood. Perhaps you're here to provide information about the 6th round. Jin Min smirked, thinking he's desperate. He said, Of course, I'll share the information, but in exchange, I want to call an extraordinary shareholders meeting. He clasped his hands, his voice serious. It's time to talk business. We need to change the industry and the company's name. Majin Lork asked seriously, How can I help? Jin Min explained, At the meeting, I want you to support the project I'm about to propose. Majin Lork looked worried. They won't be happy about this. What kind of business is it? Jin Min paused deliberately, his eyes confident. The business I'm about to launch, he smiled, an exclusive social media platform for Magi players. Lork was still confused by Jin Min's bold proposal. You mean a marketplace website? Jin Min nodded, his gaze sharp. That's right, but with a major twist, only players can access it. Instead of regular posts, they'll trade in-game items, not ordinary goods. Majin Lork frowned, posing a question. So they can exchange items for cash? Jin Min explained, That's up to the seller when they list an item. They can choose to trade for real money or swap items with other players. Majin Lork looked at Jin Min, his eyes filled with curiosity. I understand the idea of bartering, but would players really need real money? Jin Min smiled confidently. Some players will definitely need cash. Don't you think so? Especially since there aren't many viable trading options right now. Majin Lork's expression remained unchanged. But he pressed on, By right now, you mean there will be other options in the future? Jin Min's eyes lit up, as if he had been waiting for this question. He's sharp, just as expected. He smiled. I've foreseen the future. Players who reach level 40 will soon be trading with gold instead of cash. Gold? Majin Lork was surprised. Jin Min nodded and explained. Once they reach level 40, the trading function will unlock. Players will be able to exchange gold with each other. As the intermediary, we will build a secure trading system. We'll charge a commission in cash or gold. Olak clenched his fist thoughtfully. An online social market exclusively for players isn't a bad idea. No one has ventured into this field yet, so we have a significant first-mover advantage. He looked up. If it succeeds, we could monopolize this market. Even though he was manager Olak, he was still cautious. But would players really use a platform like this? Yumin interrupted, his voice persuasive. We're in the 5th round. Players have already accumulated a large number of items. As you know, items from monsters can't be sold in regular shops, making it a headache for players to manage them. Moreover, most have reached level 20. Once the crafting feature is unlocked, they'll be eager to try out new crafting recipes. He paused, letting Olok picture it. If a website appeared where they could buy and sell those items, what do you think would happen? Olok nodded, starting to understand. Everyone would flock to it. Yu Min concluded. Exactly. Now is the perfect time. Olok took a sip of his chamomile tea, musing that if the prophet was right, building the system now could be a huge success. He grew excited. We could attract users with newspaper ads, create an app for easy access. An auction system would be a good idea too, maybe with free initial listings. A satisfied smile spread across Yu Min's face. He's completely hooked on the idea. As the prophet, it's hard to refuse my proposal, he thought. If I monopolize the crafting materials with unknown uses, I could easily create legendary or even god-tier items. Oh, Locke spoke up after a moment of thought. Regarding the business, we've chosen the social market. But what about the company name? Yu Min smiled. Do you have any ideas? Oh, Locke skillfully tossed the question back. Don't worry about my suggestions. At a time like this, we should follow the path laid out by the prophet. You're the major shareholder, aren't you? Yu Min's eyes crinkled into a smile. Haha. You're right. Since you suggest it, let's call it A+ for player. A place exclusively for players. How does that sound? Oh, Locke nodded. It sounds good. We could shorten it to PP. I like that name. How long will it take to develop and launch? Yu Min replied. About a month if everything goes smoothly. It should be ready after the 6th round. He changed the subject, his voice full of anticipation. Speaking of which, I have information about the 6th round. Oh, Locke and An Sang-jin leaned forward eagerly. Yu Min explained the details of the 6th round, including key points and necessary strategies. Oh, Locke nodded, his eyes sparkling. Cooperation will be crucial in this round. He bowed his head. Thank you, Prophet. Yu Min waved his hand dismissively. Don't mention it. Inside, Olok thought that keeping the prophet close was a wise decision. Everything was going smoothly, both in the game and in the real world. Yu Min noticed the other man's thoughts but didn't let on. Olok quickly changed his expression. All right, let's proceed with the business plan today. I'll arrange a temporary shareholder meeting as soon as possible to pass the resolution. Mr. Yu Min, could you personally attend and present the idea? Yu Min nodded. Yes, I agree. Olok turned to An Sang-jin. Department head On, please escort the prophet home. On your way, stop by Sane's place and share the information we just received. An Sang-jin replied, Yes, sir. He walked ahead. Yu Min followed as Olok gestured. Let's go, prophet. A few days later, Yu Min sat on his bed, scrolling through his phone. Today is the day the epic item appears, he muttered, opening the system window to check the shop. An item appeared. Tattered Cloak of the Wanderer. Type, Armor, Grade, Epic, Defense, 1, Effect. Attack speed plus 30%, movement speed plus 30%, durability, 1000 out of 1000. Usage restriction, normal grade or higher. Description. A filthy, tattered cloak that can no longer perform its original function, but still possesses outstanding advantages. Purchase price, 20 gold. Time remaining, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Yu Min smiled. The epic item has finally appeared. The defense is terrible, but the attack and movement speed are amazing. He hit the purchase button. An epic item for only 20 gold was a steal. Closing the system window, Yu Min thought this marks the end of my reliance on the shop. From now on, I'll buy everything from the social market. The blueprints will sell for a high price. He envisioned a blueprint containing a formula for a specific item that would save players from trial and error crafting. Because it could be resold, it would surely be a hot item. If I use this well, I can attract a huge amount of traffic to the social market. But first, Ryumin, lying on his back in bed, had to ensure the next day's shareholders' meeting went smoothly. The following day, at the shareholder meeting for Cheonma Company, Ansangji Eon hands out pamphlets to the shareholders. Please take a document and find your seat. The shareholders glance at the pamphlets before focusing on the stage. Yumin steps up, his voice calm yet persuasive. Today's meeting went as smoothly as expected. There were a few voices of doubt, but I answered every question without hesitation. The number of questions gradually dwindled, and the resolution passed without any issues. After the speech, Ma Gyeong-lok approaches with a smile. Major shareholder, you did very well. So confident without a hint of worry. Yu Min replies, Ha, I practiced many scenarios at home. It seems to have paid off. Ma Gyeong-lok places a hand on his chest. Really? I'll handle the development and system setup from here. You just need to focus on surviving the next round. Yu Min smiles, thinking to himself, he's worried I'll die and he'll lose access to the prophecy. Ma Gyeong-lok suggests, You must be hungry. Let's have lunch at the hotel. Yumin nods. Sounds good. He thinks that's all for today. Now all that's left is figuring out how to use Huang Dongmin. The scene shifts to a regular meeting at the Players Haven Cafe. Jami appears on a video screen, her voice full of energy. Hello. But unlike her, the expressions of the others are heavy. Huh? Why is the atmosphere like this? Jami asks. Buin's face darkens. Haven't you heard the news? Jami is surprised. What news? Buin explains. We've lost contact with the 30-year-old player and Made from Honey. They haven't shown up since round 5. It seems they didn't survive. She understands, her eyes showing a flicker of sadness. No wonder the mood is so heavy. But she inwardly thinks it's still a bit strange. They only meet via video call. Why are they so grief-stricken? She suddenly realizes. They're acting to please the chairman. The chairman, the founder of the Players Haven Cafe, is the most powerful figure. It's only natural to show empathy for a superior. Jami covers her mouth, activating her actress tears. I can't believe the 30-year-old player and Made from Honey are gone. The executives all put on similar expressions, their eyes welling up. Don't cry, Jami. If you cry, I'll start crying too. Jami covers her face, thinking, look how united they are at a time like this. Humans are so fragile. A notification pops up. The chairman has joined the chat. The chairman looks at everyone in surprise. Why is everyone crying? Lot quickly reports, Chairman, this is what happened. The chairman covers his face in sorrow. Why did this have to happen? In any case, it's the price for others to survive. He closes his eyes. Things like this just keep happening. Our number of executives is down to just 6. One person raises their hand. Chairman, can we recruit new executives? The chairman muses. I'd like to, but we're short on talent. The previous candidates haven't even gotten back to us. Lot replies, yes, sir. I've called many times, but no one answers. The chairman sighs. Could it be they didn't survive round 5? Lot interjects. While we don't know about the other 2, Blackhound is still alive. The chairman listens intently as Lot explains. Everyone saw the results of round 5, right? Someone that strong is surely safe, both in the game and in real life. Recalling the round 5 ranking board, where Blackhound was at the top, the chairman wonders, so why is it Blackhound? Why did he remain anonymous until now? Even though he applied to join, Lot and another person on the screen are also confused. I don't know. Lot replies. Could he be trying to trick us? Bo Ding, as if realizing something, speaks up. What if that person wasn't Blackhound from the start? The reason we can't contact him might be because he died in round 5. The chairman nods. That makes sense. It could be an imposter. Maobang, with a listless expression, suddenly chimes in. There's no way someone like Blackhound would want to join this cafe. Realizing his slip of the tongue, he quickly shuts his mouth, but the chairman's expression has already turned cold. Lot and Jami show worried looks. The chairman's voice is sharp. Hey, Miobang, did you just say this cafe? Is there something wrong with our cafe? Miobang stammers. I didn't mean it like that. The chairman is unforgiving. Our cafe is a pioneer in the new era, uniting players through cooperation. Is there something about that you're not satisfied with? Miobang stands up, waving his hands. I'm sorry, Chairman. I didn't mean it that way. But the chairman has made up his mind. All mistakes are unforgivable. From now on, Maobang, you are stripped of your executive position and permanently expelled from the cafe. Maobang is stunned. Huh? The chairman continues. We do not tolerate those who belittle our organization. From now on, you are on the blacklist, so adapt to the new era. Miobang's screen turns off, accompanied by a system message in the chat window. Miobang has been removed from the conversation. The chairman returns to his cheerful demeanor. Now that the troublemaker has been dealt with, shall we continue the meeting? The faces of the remaining executives were tense. Realizing the chairman's word was law, Lot suddenly cried out. Ah, the chairman asked. Lot, what is it? Lot was staring intently at the screen. A player just submitted an application. His nickname is Black Hook. The chairman and everyone else were stunned. Black Hook had appeared again. Lot analyzed. Yes, but his real name is different from the previous Black Hook. This applicant is Huang Dongmin. After a moment of thought, the chairman decided to visit his house. We're not sure if it's Black Hook, but we must meet him to verify. Someone asked, what if it's not him, Mr. Chairman? The chairman's voice was cold. Then he will pay the price for daring to mess with us. The scene shifts to an internet cafe. Yumin sat lost in thought before the screen. His gaze was sharp. Someone was impersonating Black Hook, and the PHC leadership couldn't sit still. His plan was to use Huang Dongmin as bait to lure out the PHC executives. They would use the interview as an excuse to go to his house. I've already provided Huang Dongmin with a detailed address. Yumin stood up from his chair. PHC's recruitment method of forcing players to kill people, ostracizing and enslaving civilians is wrong. These actions only divide players and civilians, leading to destruction. He continued to think, that's why I can't just stand by and watch. It's best to eliminate the executives at their root and control the organization myself. One day, PHC will become a great power. With over 30% of the country's players as members, instead of destroying it, I will use it to control the players. That's why I applied to join PHC in the first place. When I use Huang Dongmin to take down the executives, I will seize the chairman's seat. Yu Min then stepped outside. The scene shifts to a small store. A shrill bell chimed as the door opened. A masked person carrying a large black bag approached the counter where the store owner was reading a newspaper. Hearing the footsteps, the owner looked up. "Hello." The bag slammed onto the counter. The stranger's voice was ice cold. "Put all the cash in this bag. Don't make me cause any trouble." The store owner hesitated, confused. The masked man narrowed his eyes, his fist slamming down on the counter like a sledgehammer. "Damn it, what are you waiting for? You think this is a joke?" The store owner trembled and quickly took the bag to the cash register. I'll do it right away." He hastily stuffed money into the bag, his eyes filled with anxiety. The masked man checked it, dissatisfied. "Is this all?" The owner explained. "Business has been bad lately. Ticket sales were suspended, so I'm just selling things like a convenience store." The masked man leaned in closer. "I didn't ask about that. I know you have a safe." His fist raised. "Bring it out now." The owner reluctantly ran off and got the money from the safe. The bag quickly filled up. The masked man nodded. "About 10 million should be enough." He turned to leave but suddenly stopped. "If you report this to the police, I'll break out of prison and kill you with my own hands." The owner was stunned into silence. In the darkness of the night, the robber left, choosing a hidden corner to escape. Reaching a safe location, he took off his mask, revealing the face of Huang Dongmin. Dongmin checked the bag, and a smile spread across his face. Today was productive. This money is enough to live on for a whole month. But he paused, worried. I can manage in the real world. But what about the other world? Will I survive the next round? His fists clenched tightly. Dongmin roared in the alley. "It's all because of that damn Grim Reaper. He made me lose my friends, and my stats dropped." He screamed. "Grim Reaper, you bastard. Don't let me find you in real life, or I'll cut you in half." A cat suddenly jumped out, startling Dongmin. He continued on to a building, out of breath. Dongmin hurried up the stairs, but was surprised to see a man holding a phone standing in front of his apartment door. Dongmin rushed closer and asked, "Who are you?" The stranger, who was Lot, replied, "You're Huang Dongmin." Dongmin was cautious and didn't answer. Lot put away his phone. "Your reaction confirms it." Dongmin cut him off, pulling the bag behind him. "Who are you? Are you the police?" Lot gave a friendly laugh. "Haha, did you commit a crime? I'm Lot, your interviewer from PHC. You applied this morning, right?" Dongmin was bewildered. "What the hell is this bastard talking about? What the hell is PHC?" he yelled. "Do you think I'm Black Hook? Is this a joke?" Lot sighed, realizing the mistake. "I apologize for the confusion. I'll leave right away," Dongmin yelled. "What the hell? At least explain what this is all about," Lot explained. "It seems someone used your information to play a prank." The name and address matched. Dongmin was stunned. "What bastard did this?" A voice rang out. "It was me." Both Dongmin and Lot turned around in the hallway. A man in a white mask, fully equipped, stood imposingly, his voice cold and firm. "I used your name, Huang Dongmin." Huang Dongmin stared at the person who had suddenly appeared, his voice full of caution. "Hey, what the hell is this? Who is this psycho standing in front of me? Do you know who I am?" Yumin's cold gaze pierced through his mask as he replied, "I know." And it wasn't hard to figure out. Huang Dongmin roared, "Who the hell are you?" Instead of answering, Yumin took the death scythe out of his inventory. "You ask who I am?" He raised the enormous weapon, stunning both Lot and Huang Dongmin. Yumin added with a firm statement, "Does this answer your question? Scythe-wielding players aren't common, especially ones so large and menacing." Lot looked at the weapon, thinking, "Is that the death scythe? But he's so short, less than 170 centimeters, and his build is small, completely different from the image of the black scythe I had imagined. He looks easy to deal with." But Huang Dongmin, who had faced the black scythe before, felt a familiar fear wash over him. "That's him. It's really the black scythe," he muttered. "Today is truly a terrible day." His appearance is different, but his voice, his aura, and especially those eyes piercing through the mask are unmistakable. He unconsciously took a step back. Huang whispered, "He's really here, in the real world." With a twofold level difference, Huang's face turned pale. A series of questions swirled in his head, but more importantly, why is he here? Why is he using my identity? We have nothing to do with each other anymore, right? Showing up with his weapon is not a good sign. He clenched his fists as sweat beaded on his skin. Trying to calm his nerves, Lot looked at Huang and thought, is he trembling? Because their opponent is the real Black Scythe. He turned to Yumin anxiously. "I've never met the Black Scythe in person. But if this is really him at level 20, I'm no match." Yumin shifted his gaze to Lot and said in a cold tone, "You didn't come alone, did you? Tell the others to come out. I know they're there." Lot was shocked that he knew about the other executives. Before he could respond, two people emerged from the stairs. Cha Oyu and Bo Bo Din. Cha Oyu exclaimed, "Oh man, we've been caught." Bobo Din asked. How did you know we were here? Ignoring the question. Yumin raised his scythe, warning, don't come any closer, unless you want to die. Cha Yu sneered, talking so big in that tiny body. Bobo Din raised a hand to stop him. Hey, are you the Black Scythe? Yumin brandished his scythe. Is this not clear enough? Bobo Din answered bravely. I heard the Black Scythe uses a scythe, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. A scythe alone isn't convincing enough. Yumin frowned in disbelief. Why are you still asking? Do you want to hear it from my own mouth? He said coldly. Fine. I am the Black Scythe. Is that enough for you? As Yumin admitted it, Bobo Din's expression changed. A status window appeared. The target is speaking the truth. The Rune of Truth confirmed it. Bobo Din turned to Cha Yu and said, he's telling the truth. Lot looked at Yumin, astonished. I didn't want to believe it, but it's true. Cha Yu, the only one trembling, thought, it's over. My big mouth has ruined everything. What do I do? Should I apologize? Or maybe he didn't hear me? He raised his hand and said in a trembling voice, Black Scythe, it's a pleasure to meet you. Yumin spoke. This isn't the time for greetings. As his scythe pointed at Cha Yu. You wanted to confirm that I'm the Black Scythe, right? Then use your skill to confirm it. Cha Yu panicked. He heard me. Damn it, there's no escape. He bowed low. I apologize for my rudeness earlier. Sir. Yumin retracted his scythe. An apology? So you don't need to confirm anymore? Bobo Din intervened. There's no need to demonstrate your skills. The verification is complete. Yumin said coldly. I only just said my name, didn't I? Bobo Din explained. I have a Rune of Truth that confirmed you were telling the truth. Yumin nodded. Fine. But I'm not letting this go. If he can block one of my attacks, I'll forget about his rude behavior. Cha Yu's face turned pale, and he pleaded, Please, Black Scythe, just spare me this one time. Yumin gestured. I'm starting now. With a chilling slice. Cha Yu's head fell to the ground as Lot and Bobo Din watched in disbelief. Lot screamed, Damn it! What is this monster doing? Yumin stepped forward, his voice calm. What do you think? I proved I am the Black Scythe with my skills. Lot clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. We came to recruit you, but he kills people without warning. How can we accept him as an executive? Bobo Din thought. The Black Scythe is too dangerous to be an ally. If we can't recruit him, we have to kill him right here. The two agreed. He's level 40 and won't be easy. We'll have to feign surrender. Lull him into a false sense of security, and then ambush him. Yumin sighed. How ridiculous. You're all reeking of killing intent, and you think I wouldn't notice? Bobo Din was startled. Huh? What did you say? Yumin exposed their plan. You were planning to kill me, right? Pretend to surrender and then ambush me. The two were silent, their minds read like an open book. Yumin turned to Huang Dongmin. Do you know why I used Huang Dongmin's name and address to apply? It was to lure you executives out here. Lot felt uneasy. What are you planning to do? Yumin raised his scythe. It's simple. All of you will die by my hand. Bobo Din trembled, trying to persuade him. We can talk. But before Bobo Din could finish his sentence, with a slash, the man fell, becoming a corpse. A chill ran down Bobo Din's spine. He lured us here to kill us. I didn't even see him swing his scythe. Bobo Din's voice trembled. Why do you hold a grudge against us? Yumin placed his scythe against Bobo Din's neck and asked, What grudge? When you were killing innocent civilians for your recruitment test. Bobo Din tried to argue. They weren't innocent, they looked down on and were jealous of players. Those two-faced scoundrels deserved to die. Yumin cut him off. And yet you people are strict with others but lenient with yourselves. Isn't that a double standard? Bobo Din was skeptical. You're really annoying. You don't even know who I am. Yumin sneered. How would I not know? My Rune of Truth sees through everything. With a slash, his scythe cut Bobo Din in two, blood splattering onto his mask. Yumin thought only scum would kill innocent people. He turned to the trembling Hong Dong-min. Yumin spoke, his voice cold. Don't be scared. I'll send you to your friends soon enough. Yumin glanced over, seeing Hoang Dongmin tremble as he approached. Hoang backed away, pressing himself against the wall, his voice tense. How do you know about my friends? Yumin approached slowly. How would I not know? We used to hang out, didn't we? To be more precise, I was dragged around everywhere by your group. Hoang looked at Jae-min, his eyes seeming to ask, what nonsense is he spouting? The blood of the men he just killed still clung to Jae-min. He slowly removed the white mask, revealing a familiar face, along with a smile completely devoid of killing intent. It's me, Yumin, the one you used to bully. Hoang was stunned, his face frozen like stone. Two images flashed in his mind. A cowering Yumin being beaten by Hoang. You bastard, didn't I tell you to bring the money? And the Black Scythe, with his Black Scythe, cutting off his opponent's limbs, overwhelming everyone. That loser is the Black Scythe? Hoang looked up, and even after rubbing his eyes, he still recognized the person before him was Jae-min. He trembled at the thought of what he had done. Hoang heard Jae-min probe. You don't believe I'm the Black Scythe, do you? Jae-min closed his eyes, put away his mask, and continued. Just last year, I was getting beaten to a pulp by you. Hoang refused to believe it. Have you been toying with me all this time? Why would you pretend to be a foolish loser? Jaemin frowned. What are you talking about? When was I ever pretending? The black scythe swung in an arc, slashing through Hoang's arm. The money bag dropped, coins scattering all over the hallway. Hoang collapsed to his knees as pain shot through his body. Jaemin held the scythe and explained, hearing someone like you call me a foolish loser really pisses me off. Hoang screamed in pain. But Jaemin yelled, silence, unless you want to lose your tongue. Hoang held back his tears as blood seeped from the cut. Jaemin said coolly, don't die on me so easily. Good, stay quiet, and I'll give you first aid. He raised his hand, and a jade-green light enveloped the wound. The bleeding stopped, and the wound healed as if new. Hoang was bewildered. What? My arm is healed? Jaemin replied coldly. It doesn't matter. You're going to die soon anyway. Hoang trembled, struggling to keep his voice steady. You really are Yu-Min. Jaemin shook his head, his eyes cold. The Yu-Min you knew is long gone. He raised his scythe like an executioner, ready to strike. Goodbye, Hoang screamed. Please, wait, Min. I know I bullied you a lot, right? I was wrong. I regret it. Please don't kill me. The scythe stopped in midair. Jaemin looked at Hoang, his voice cold. You regret it? Hoang saw a glimmer of hope and chose his words carefully. Yes. Killing me won't do you any good, right? Why not use me instead of killing me? I can be your exclusive servant. I'll leave if you want me to leave. I'll run if you want me to run. I will do anything you ask, from chores to assisting in hunts. Jaemin brought a hand to his chin, seemingly in thought. Hoang watched him, his eyes filled with hope. But a moment later, Jaemin shattered his dream. You're not good enough. Hoang was stunned. Huh? Jaemin continued. You're still thinking about stabbing me in the back, aren't you? This whole servant act is just to buy time so you can kill me. Hoang broke out in a cold sweat. What are you talking about? Why would I think that? He feigned surprise, but inwardly he was terrified. Who is this bastard? How does he know? Is he just guessing? Jaemin spoke slowly. A mutt that tries to bite its master. I can't keep something like that by my side. He raised the scythe high. Hoang panicked. Wait, at least give me a reason. Swish! The scythe swept across Hoang's neck, quick and clean. Hoang collapsed, his body motionless. Coins lay scattered across the hallway. Looking at the pathetic corpse, Jaemin sighed. I already gave you a chance. In the regression before I had the Rune of Truth, you tricked me and I let you live. The result was a knife in the back. Back then, I was just an easy target. He looked at Hoang's corpse and said his final farewell. You bastard. Our terrible relationship ends here. Jaemin narrowed his eyes. This is the last time I'll have to see his cursed face. He dusted off his hands. First, I need to clean this place up. Hoang's body and the 3 other corpses vanished using the erased traces skill. No witnesses, no evidence. Dio Min put away his scythe, smiling cleanly. Now, it's time to visit his house. Dio Min vanished into the darkness. The scene changes as a message pops up. Jam T has joined the chat room. An emergency meeting was underway. Jam appeared on the screen, waving hello. It's good to see you all. Chairman T. Winder greeted her back. Oh, Jam T, there you are, seeing only 3 people on the screen. Jam felt a sense of unease. Did you finish your interview with Black Hook? Where are the other executives? T. Winder sighed. They're dead. They went for the interview and were killed. Jam T was startled. He actually managed to do that. Terrified, she immediately thought of one person. It couldn't be. T. Winder nodded. That's right, Black Hook. He's hunting down members of the cafe. Jam T waved her hand, her voice urgent. So Sapo Du, Teng, and Bo Boing were all killed by the same person. T. Winder confirmed. That's right, Jam T asked. But what did they do wrong? The chairman replied instantly. Does a murderer need a reason? Maybe he's just doing it for his own satisfaction. Or maybe he hates our growing influence. Jam T nodded in agreement. There are always vile people who want to take what others have out of sheer jealousy. Is he really doing this out of jealousy? Her image of Black Hook began to change. We have to kill Black Hook. She slammed her hand on the table. So the request to join the cafe was just a trap to lure out the executives. The chairman confirmed. Correct. Jam T brushed her hair back in frustration. I was actually looking forward to meeting Black Hook. Turns out he's just a hostile psychopath. She breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing we didn't let him in. We would have been done for. The chairman looked grim. For real. He might have taken my head as well. His expression was heavy. Having lost so many executives, he gave an order. From now on, Black Hook is an enemy we must hunt down to avenge our fallen members. Jam T remained suspicious. But are we sure it's the real Black Hook and not an imposter? The chairman replied, We have a witness. Lot, explain it to Jam T. Lot appeared on the screen, his voice ringing out, Yes, Mr. Chairman. The meeting was down to just 3 people. Lot explained the situation of his confrontation with Black Hook. The chairman ended the meeting. I'll see you all at the next regular meeting. Jam and Lot replied, Yes, Mr. Chairman. Goodbye, sir. A message popped up saying the chairman had left the chat room. Lot said goodbye to Jam T. See you later, Jam T said with concern. You must have had a tough day dealing with this unfortunate event. Please take care and get some rest. Lot nodded in thanks. He typed on his keyboard, ended the chat, and his feed disappeared. On the black screen, Lot's thoughts appeared. Luckily, they didn't notice anything. He took off the helmet, and his face rippled like water, returning to its original form. It wasn't the dark-skinned man, but Dio Min. He smiled. Just as I thought, acting really suits me. Flashing back to before, Dio Min looked at the system panel. He thought. The 5th round's limited combat reward is the Assassin's Mask. This is the perfect item for my needs. Item information. Name, Assassin's Mask. Type, unique helmet. Defense, 1. Effect. Mimics the appearance of a player you've killed, changing your face, skin color, voice, and physique. Durability, 3000 out of 3000. Restriction, expert level or higher. Description, a thin, transparent mask favored by assassins with a 99% success rate. No one knows the true face of the wearer. Its defense is practically 0, but the ability to change your appearance to that of someone you've killed is a massive advantage. Nothing is easier than assassinating someone from the position of an ally. Dio Min turned around, thinking he wanted to kill the chairman and transform into him. But the assassin's mask doesn't work on him because the chairman is not a player. How ironic. He began to walk away. As for Jam T, the chairman's confidant, at my current level, I can't go up against her skills. I need to find a countermeasure first. I will avoid direct contact with the other executives for now. I'll just play the part of Lot through video calls and keep an eye on things. A door opened and Dio Min left. They won't look for Lot until the next meeting. Now, I should restore the durability of the Stone of Eternal Sleep. Looking off into the distance, Dio Min made his plan. I'll go on a trip abroad. The scene shifts to a log cabin in an English forest. A man swings a hammer, forging iron. He quenches the steel in water, and a sizzling sound rings out as steam billows everywhere. The steel now has the shape of a long dagger. This person then sharpens the blade on a grinding machine. His eyes filled with satisfaction. Daniel holds the dagger and smiles. It's finished, but then he sighs. What's the point of making it if I can't sell it? He continues. Ever since those damn angels showed up, my customers have dropped off significantly. I've tried to make ends meet, but I've reached my limit. My bank account is empty. Should I look for a different job? Staring at the dagger, Daniel muttered. My dream is to continue being a blacksmith. Isn't there some way? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. They say if you clear the 20th round, you get a wish to pursue your dream. He slammed his fist on the table. I can't give up on being a blacksmith. A man's gotta have a passion. I'll clear the final round and make my dream a reality. Daniel remembered another world. I was destined to receive the blacksmith profession. Although not suited for combat, my weapon polishing skill increases attack power by 150%. Thanks to reaching level 20, I easily took down an orc. He was determined to make it to round 20. But reality pulled him back. Money was still an issue. I don't have enough money for materials. Daniel looked into the distance. I'll take a break for a while, save up money for materials, and then return to my top-tier smithing tent as a hobby. He packed his things, planning to find a job after leaving the mountain. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. Daniel turned around to see Yumin walking in casually with a large bag. Daniel noted that it was rare for a young Asian man to come to this place. He asked, "What's going on? Are you lost?" Yumin asked. "You're Daniel, right?" The famous young blacksmith spoke fluent English, making Daniel jump and stand up straight. "Who are you?" Yumin replied. "Your reaction confirms I've come to the right place." Daniel searched his memory with suspicion. "Where did you hear about me? I've never met you." Yumin placed a hand on his chest. "I am a prophet. I can see the future." Daniel was bewildered. "A prophet? That's a ridiculous claim for a first meeting." Yumin continued. "Level 21 blacksmith profession. Area CU 008. Right?" Daniel was stunned. He knew his exact profession level and area. He clenched his fists. "You can really see the future." Yumin smiled. "It's rare, so it's normal for you not to know. The prophet is a unique class. Only one person can possess it." Daniel was skeptical. "Why would someone like you come here?" Yumin gave a calm, forced smile. "Daniel, I've come to propose a deal. You repair an item for me using your skill, and I'll provide you with useful information." Daniel was cautious. "What kind of information?" Yumin replied. "Information about round 6. Daniel's eyes widened. Round 6 is the merchant round. He observed Yumin, thinking that if he knew the next round in advance, he could pass it. He asked again, "You'll give me information on round 6 just for me to restore an item's durability? You don't want anything else?" Yumin saw Daniel's confused expression. He thought that Daniel wouldn't accept so easily. He said, "I want to partner with you." Daniel stammered. "What did you say?" Yumin continued. "I've seen a future where you reach the pinnacle of the blacksmithing profession, surviving until round 15, without anyone's help." Daniel was shocked, but Yumin added, "But your future stops there. How tragic. However, I can help you get past round 15, and continue the blacksmithing profession that is your lifelong dream. Daniel couldn't believe it. He even knew his dream. He said slowly, "What do you want from me?" Yumin smiled. "Nothing major, just us helping each other out." Knowing Daniel was troubled, Yumin gave him time to decide while adding a new thought of his own. He was the only blacksmith who could survive until round 15. Maintaining a good relationship with such a talent would be helpful in many ways. He stared blankly, still hesitating. It seemed he had a lot to think about. "Do you want me to help you make a decision?" Yumin had practiced his English over and over for situations just like this. He smiled brightly and spoke fluently. "My request isn't much. You just need to repair my equipment when necessary, and use a few of your skills with me. In return, I'll provide you with information about the upcoming rounds. If you do that, you can gain the advantages you usually miss out on and grow stronger much more quickly." The offer kept getting better, which only made his suspicion grow. It was an offer he shouldn't even have to think about. But can I really trust a person like this? Based on what he said, he seems honest, but it's still better to be cautious. After a series of thoughts, Daniel slowly took off his gloves and came up with a compromise. "I appreciate you thinking so highly of me, but I'm still not sure. Therefore, I'll decide whether to continue this deal or not after seeing the results of round 6. Yumin smiled confidently at that decision. "Do whatever you feel comfortable with. I'm not asking you to sign a contract or anything. Just like with Megon Locke, once you confirm the prophecy with your own eyes, you'll have no choice but to participate. So, let me repair the item for you first. Then I can get the information about round 6 from you." Understood. The initial deal was made. Yumin then took the soul stone out of his inventory. Its information was displayed once more. Stone of Eternal Rest, type, necklace, grade, epic, effect. Gain 1 stack each time a monster is killed. Loses 1 durability per kill. Every 100 stacks will be converted into stat points. Durability 1 out of 1,000. Requirement: normal grade or higher. Description: the necklace has a cloudy gray bead. It was said that this bead would imprison the soul of the person killed. Ryomen knew the item only had 1 point of durability left, which made things very difficult. But with Vol's help, he was sure it wouldn't be difficult at all. After receiving the necklace, Vol immediately used his skill without even needing to check the item's information. A moment later, Vol held out the item. It was completely repaired. Ryomen took it and observed it before checking its information again. The durability had reached 1,000 out of 1,000. The rest of the information was the same as before. He held the item in his hand, staring at it intently. Ryomen became more convinced. "Good, now I can stack them." With a similar expression, Vol came to a new conclusion. "I don't know what kind of necklace this is, but it looks quite nice and seems to be of good quality. It seems he's trying to keep using it, even going so far as to restore its durability." But this thought was unexpectedly read completely by Ryomen. He looked back at the other man more intently. "From what he's thinking, it seems he doesn't know anything about this item. I know that's your private thought, and I didn't mean to read it." Storing the item in his system, the two continued their exchange. "Thank you. Thanks to you, the durability has been fully restored. Now, you can tell me the information about the 6th round, right?" "Of course." Ryomen then revealed a lot of advanced information about the 6th round. Pondering those words, Vol crossed his arms, looking troubled by what needed to be done. "If what you just said is true, then it would be best for me to gather strong allies." Ryomen reinforced that decision. "That's right. I suppose that would be helpful. After all, those monsters are very strong." Having gotten the information he needed, Vol felt their business was concluded here. But he brought up another point. "So our deal is concluded here." Ryomen was silent for a moment, but then broke the silence immediately. "Perhaps you could sell me an item?" "It's black iron powder. You have some, don't you?" Vol had been skeptical, but this time he was truly astonished. "He can even guess what items I possess?" The fact that this person could know what he possessed made the prophecy even more believable. But he wasn't the only one surprised. Ryomen asked for his opinion again. "So, how about selling me that black iron powder? I'm guessing you're looking for a job to cover material costs. I'll pay you generously." This wasn't a prophecy. Ryomen was reading his mind. Vol froze on the spot. He even knows I was planning to find a job to cover my expenses? Lost in a daze for a moment, Vol resumed their conversation. "Truly amazing. Now I believe you are a prophet. To be honest, I suspected you might be using some kind of trick. I sincerely apologize." Ryomen smiled and waved his hand as if to dismiss those words. "There's no need for apologies. I only speak of the future as I've seen it, and whether you believe it or not is up to you." With these words, it seemed Vol's belief in him grew even stronger. After some deep thought, he made a new decision. "I'll give you that black iron powder." Ryomen was stunned right there. "Huh?" And he added an explanation. "I feel like I've received far more from you than what I've done." He took out a black, pyramid-shaped pouch. "I'm not that shameless or ungrateful. Take it." The information was specified once again. Black iron powder. Category consumables. Description black iron powder, from which a faint magical power can be felt. He couldn't believe the other guy was just giving it to him. Ryuman remained stunned for a long while. He's giving me this rare item for free? Black iron powder is a key material for crafting mythic-grade items, and he seemed unaware that it's incredibly hard to find until you reach the 11th round. Thinking this, he felt ashamed by such kindness. I'm the one who should be thanking him. Although he knew what he needed to do, Ryuman wanted to confirm the other's intention. Are you sure you can give this to me? Vol scratched his head and replied, rushing to agree. I'm fine with that. To be honest, I don't even know what it's used for. Only the prophet could know its true value. In addition to being talented and smart, Vol now possessed a deep understanding, and he internalized that thought. If you look at the exact request, it must be something quite important, but I won't be curious about that. I've already received help, so it would be greedy to ask for anything more. The craftsman had gathered all the important and necessary elements. He only lacked luck before, but now he had it with Ryuman's arrival, who even offered a beaming smile. He has a good personality. Seeing Ryuman's suspicious smile, the craftsman became even more doubtful than before. Just as planned for his visit here, Ryuman then tossed his rather large black bag towards him. Here, open it. Having something suddenly thrown at him, the man instinctively caught it and was left completely dumbfounded. As requested, he opened the bag and inside were countless stacks of cash with Queen Elizabeth's image on them. Pushing another stack forward, Ryuman explained what it was, a total of 20,000 British pounds. I wouldn't feel right taking that item for free. That should cover a lot of your expenses, right? The craftsman replied without hesitation. Of course, at the current exchange rate, 20,000 British pounds is equivalent to over 37 million won. Benefactor Ryuman had thus successfully recruited a new member, and the craftsman was on the verge of tears. With this much, I won't have to worry about finding another job. However, it's not like a huge pile of money just falls from the sky. The two then exchanged a look, and the craftsman zipped the bag shut, shedding his cold and serious demeanor. A flustered craftsman voiced his concerns. But can I really take this much money? Ryuman explained confidently. Because the previous owner realized its value too late, it's worth that much, so you can take it without any worries. And of course, I'm not just giving this to you for some materials. At this point, the craftsman's mind was completely blank, so, not wanting to leave him guessing, Ryuman became serious again and extended a hand in an inviting gesture. Open an overseas stock account. Invest about half of the money I gave you into Korean stocks. The two began to delve deeper into the matter. Korean stocks? The company's name is Player Place. I'm not forcing you to do this, but it's a company that will soon skyrocket. If you invest, you'll never have to worry about the cost of materials again. As for the rest, whether you believe me or not is up to you. The craftsman was no longer hesitant like before. He made his choice with full confidence. Since it's advice from the prophet, I'll believe it. Besides, it's money I got without even trying. Seen from outside the window, the two shook hands on their new, upcoming plans. Well then, I wish you luck in the next round. Oh, and can I leave my number with you? Of course. Daniel took out his phone to save the number but forgot something. He looked up and asked Ryuman directly. I completely forgot to ask your name when you first appeared. Your name is Ryum. With his hands in his pockets, he smiled and replied briefly, just call me Mr. R. Time waits for no one, and that day arrived as usual. June 1st, at midnight, a desert-like place would be the next location they had to face. Ryuman, dressed rather nicely but with a slightly torn cloak, was once again summoned into the game world. Other players then began to appear in droves around him. Seeing that he wasn't summoned to a place like before, it had changed from lush green to a distinct yellow. Murmurs spread among the crowd. After this round, it's all dust and stuff. Were we summoned to a wasteland this time? What kind of damn quest would bring us to a place like this? Activating his tracking skill, Ryuman added a few new thoughts. The next round is a cooperative one. I need to find someone to work with me. The first person I need to find is Julie. To be honest, besides Julie, I don't really need anyone else, but I need 3 more people to form a 5-person team. Just then, he suddenly looked to the side when someone called his alias. Julie had spotted his location and immediately waved while running over with a smile. As soon as she reached him, Julie kept that smile and asked him right away, "It's great to see you here. How have you been?" He first greeted her back. "Has it really been that long?" The Julie of today was smiling brightly, and she was no longer as fearful as she had been before. It's already been a month since we last saw each other. However, their conversation inadvertently caught everyone's attention, and just like that, thoughts began to circulate. Who is that woman? Who could possibly talk so comfortably with the #1 ranker? Is July a high ranker worthy of HCK? Come to think of it, I believe she placed second in the results of the last round. I was a little jealous before. There's another high ranker in the line. Ignoring everyone's expressions and actions, the two of them walked together, making small talk. You were the one who defeated the final boss in the previous round, weren't you? He replied coldly. That's right. Even though she knew he was strong, Jolly had her questions. You managed to take it down so quickly with so little time left. Did you also manage to collect all the balance stones? Knowing what she was about to ask next, he cut her off. I did, but I'm not telling you what the reward is. Jolly pouted at his words. How did you know? I was just about to ask. He answered succinctly. I can tell just by looking. Although she wanted to ask, Julie voiced a thought she'd been having instead. I felt this for a long time now. HCK, you truly have a profound gaze. He stopped to look at Julie, seemingly unable to say another word. She felt him stop beside her and stare blankly. After saying those words, Julie's face flushed red and her heart began to race. Hey, Julie, what did you just say? So embarrassing. I can't let the atmosphere get any worse. Julie decided to take a step back, bowed quickly, and said loudly, That was awkward, wasn't it? I'm sorry about that. Rune didn't mind. What is there to be sorry about? Jolie realized this. Ah, you said you had to make up for those words. He then broke into a smile. In any case, thanks for the compliment. Jolie laughed along. Hey hey. And a new thought formed. Sometimes he's thoughtful, other times he has a cold aura. He's truly an interesting person. And so she started talking again. But HCK. However, their conversation was forced to a halt because S. Aaron and An Sang-chan, who were standing nearby, had spotted them. She wondered to herself who the woman with HCK was. Immediately, the two of them approached Rune's position, and Sang-chan offered a greeting. Ah, it's been a while, HCK. Meanwhile, S. Aaron was a bit flustered. Hello, HCK. Unable to hide her curiosity any longer, S. Aaron asked him a new question. Is this person your companion? Hearing the other's words, which seemed to be directed at her, Julie paid close attention. However, Rune glanced over and replied in a cold tone. I see no reason to answer that question. Is that so? Seeing him being so cold to her, S. Aaron broke into a light sweat. Right. That's right. But then she became confused as she recalled his earlier smile. Just a moment ago, you were smiling so freely. But with me, he cut off her thought and asked a question in return. Anyway, what do you two want from me? Asked so suddenly. Saren still hadn't regained her composure enough to answer him. In reality, Rune knew the reason but pretended not to, thinking, she must be here because I predicted she would team up with HCK, right? But then, An Sang-chan, after some consideration, stepped in to handle the awkward situation for S. Aaron. Well, to be honest, we want to form a team with you. With a killer expression, he narrowed his eyes and questioned them back. A team? You two with me? With his words, Rune made An Sang-chan just as flustered as S. Aaron had been earlier. I know we might just be a hindrance. However, we'll do our absolute best to avoid causing you any trouble. Faced with their anticipation, Rune stroked his chin, thinking he should feign some concern. Honestly, these two are just here to fill the required number of slots for a team. But if I let these two into my party, instead of others, Maglock will look more favorably upon HCK. Seeing Rune's clear hesitation, An Sang-chan grew more anxious and began to make his proposal. I won't ask you to team up with us for free. I currently have information about this 6th round. If you let us join your party, I'd be happy to share that information with you. His eyes narrowed a bit more at the other's decisive offer. What information? Are you trying to use it to bargain with me? I suppose I'll have to see what it is first. Rune crossed his arms and replied curtly. Not necessary. Just with that, and Sang-chan, who couldn't believe what he was hearing, looked at him with a bewildered expression. Not necessary? Wouldn't knowing information about round 6 be more helpful? Rune then explained his reasoning. I can handle things my own way. I have no intention of relying on any unreliable information. And Sang-chan was bewildered. However, Rune didn't give him any time to think. He immediately followed up with more questions. Where did you get that information? Who was your source? Being interrogated so rapidly. And Sang-chan was taken aback and couldn't give a clear answer. Huh? I? His opponent's hesitation only sparked more questions in Rune's mind. You can't tell me? Not even if I let you join my team? Faced with this barrage of questions, the already flustered An Sang-chan bowed his head low. I'm sorry. Seeing this reaction, Rune's eyebrows furrowed as a new thought occurred to him. He's not telling me about the prophet. He's more tight-lipped than I thought. Not bad. In contrast, An Sang-chan looked dejected. Ha, so I guess But his words were suddenly cut off. I'll let you both join my party. And Sang-chan's mood quickly shifted to disbelief, unable to process what he just heard. Huh? What was that? Rune smiled, still with his arms crossed, and explained his new decision. The fact that you didn't reveal your source makes me think it's a reliable one. I don't like people who can't keep their mouths shut. Beside him, Julie was also surprised by his way of doing things. And Sang-chan took a breath as a thought flashed through his mind, silently celebrating his wise decision from moments ago. Thank God. If I had mentioned the prophet just now, I would have been judged poorly and put under his scrutiny instead. S. Aaron was perhaps quicker to react to the situation. She bowed low. Thank you, Black Orb. Following her lead, and Sang-chan quickly reacted and bowed even deeper. Thank you so much for allowing us to join your party. Knowing they were probably curious about Julie, who was standing beside him, he introduced her without hesitation. This is the buffer I've contracted to join my party. Confused by his introduction, the two of them looked at each other and wondered in their minds. A contract? And what's a buffer? How did they even meet? Despite their questions, they knew they had to introduce themselves. S. Erin stepped forward and held out a hand to introduce herself. Hello, I'm S. Erin. It's a pleasure to meet you, Julie responded in kind. Oh yes, I'm Julie. However, Julie blushed slightly, as if she recognized the name, and suddenly added, wait a minute, you're not actually the actress S. Erin, are you? Did you just change your appearance to look like her? Faced with this sudden question, S. Erin handled it smoothly and replied, no, this is my real face. Hearing this, Julie jumped for joy and grabbed both of S. Erin's hands. Ah, I'm a huge fan. Oh, this must be fate. There's this drama that's my dad's favorite, and you're his favorite actress in it. Flattered by the compliment, Erin felt a little awkward. Really? Thank you for your kind words. While the two women seemed to be getting along, and Sang-chan turned his attention back to Ryaman. So, are you really okay with me not providing information about round 6? With the same cold demeanor, he replied, I don't need it, so don't worry about it. I don't want to be indebted to anyone. And Sang-chan felt a bit let down by this, since he put it that way. Hearing it from Black Orb, and Sang-chan was even more disappointed as he had drawn a clear line between them, as sharp as a knife. I just wanted to repay him by providing information. Well, if he does something that goes against the strategy, I'll just give him a little hint then. Still feeling out of the loop from a moment ago, An Sang-chan then approached Julie to start a conversation. Julie, your class is a buffer. What exactly does that mean? Julie happily answered his question. Oh, it's a class that casts stat-boosting buffs on other people, and I'll cast them on everyone later. Seeing Julie's smiling explanation, S. Erin chimed in with the mood, placing a hand on her chest. I have something similar to a buffer as well. I can summon a fairy spirit, which can provide a protective shield. Julie's eyes lit up. It really was a fairy. S. Erin replied with a smile. I'll show you later. Seeing himself being completely ignored for having nothing to offer, and Sang-chan just stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Not wanting to be left out, and Sang-chan interjected, bowing towards Julie. My name is Sang-chan, he thought to himself. I should at least introduce myself. Julie looked over in surprise. It's nice to meet you. Right after that, their conversation turned to Ryuman, who was staring off into the distance. I get the feeling you've known Hakko for a long time. And Sang-cho dazedly recalled an old memory. Ah yes, Hakko saved both of our lives once. Looking at him again, Julie's favorable impression of him grew. He saves people in danger. Just as I thought, my judgment of character wasn't wrong at all. Just then, golden feathers began to fall from the sky. The angel Priscilla appeared in a flash of light, smiling warmly at everyone. She began to speak. Hello everyone, you have all rested well this past month. After observing and counting those present, Priscilla noted with satisfaction that this round had 1,010 participants. What a perfect number. Her wings spread out behind her. Well then, let's get straight to the point, shall we? To everyone's surprise, a notification window slowly appeared before their eyes. Details for the 6th round. Main quest. Defeat one boss within 6 hours. All participant areas. 1. 61, 2,059. People with a record of 0 out of 8,602,950. Applied area CES-007. 10 participants with a record of 0 out of 505. As more confusing information appeared, he looked up and listened to the constant chatter from the crowd. What? Defeat a boss? A boss has finally appeared? How are we supposed to kill that thing by ourselves? Priscilla, hearing the murmurs, broke into a satisfied smile. You didn't expect us to make you do it solo, did you? Right? Don't worry. You couldn't do it by yourselves anyway. The crowd grew even more confused. We can't defeat it? Then what are we supposed to do? Priscilla immediately addressed the issue. Of course, you have to do it together. That's why we need to prepare for a few things. She gently raised a finger with that familiar smile. A party system. A party is a system that allows you all to form groups and cooperate with each other. You need to have 5 people to form a party. And once you're in a party, each member will be recognized as an ally and will be unable to cause any harm to one another. The people below began to see things in a new light. Ah, so we can't fight each other anymore. I don't have to worry about being backstabbed while fighting the boss anymore. Seeing how quickly the crowd understood, Priscilla looked even more pleased. Of course, attacks from other parties or from monsters will still affect you. Only members within the same party are unable to damage each other. While in a party, experience and gold will be shared equally among all members. This is regardless of who lands the finishing blow, but if you are more than 100 meters apart, you will not receive a share of the rewards. As always, each new piece of information sparked another round of discussion. Experience and gold are shared equally? Then what about items? Spreading her hands wide, Priscilla explained in detail once more. Items drop based on contribution rate. For example, if two people contribute 70% and 30% during a hunt, they will have a corresponding probability of receiving the items. A player raised another question. So even if you contribute very little, you can still get an item drop if you're lucky enough. Priscilla confirmed. Correct. Even with just 1% contribution, you can still get an item if you're lucky, though the probability is very low. Wagging her finger, Priscilla seemed to recall something else. Oh, and one more thing. The contribution rate is calculated by the system based on an overall assessment of all factors. Dealing high damage will be weighted more heavily. But it's not just based on damage. Even players who only use buffs will be counted as contributing. He glanced over at a surprised player with his arms crossed nearby, thinking a support-type player can do that too. It would be great if I were that type of player. He understood this rule perfectly, and his eyes glowed with a more intense red. Thanks to this, players who cannot directly participate in combat can also receive high contribution points. Another reminder came from Priscilla. If you are not in a party, you will not be able to complete this quest. If you have formed a party, you will immediately pass this qualifying round by killing a boss. This applies to all members of the party. A girl gasped in surprise. Looking around at everyone here, a new notification appeared. There are a total of 101 bosses, meaning only 505 people who participate in the boss hunt will pass this round. Her hand extended again as a few more feathers fell. The explanation about parties ends here, see? The quest isn't that hard. You just have to kill one boss. It's so simple. He stood below with his arms crossed, commenting to himself as usual. To them, everything is simple. The light flashed one more time, and Priscilla gradually finished her instructions. Now, everyone please do your best to defeat the boss. Oh, and there are no side quests in this round. Although the details were sufficient for the quest, some people clearly showed their dissatisfaction. Damn it, and they call this easy? A boss is a boss for a reason. It's definitely not going to be easy. But there was no other choice. Everyone's first task was to form a party. Information windows appeared one after another. To create a party, everyone must hold hands and shout "Form Party" in unison. If you are not in a party, your quest progress will not be counted. Remember that. The remaining time for this round is 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Form your parties now. Rune's group currently had 4 members, feeling both surprised and worried, and Song-chan pondered. Just as the prophet said, the 6th round is a mandatory quest for a 5-person party. It's a good thing I listened to the prophet and followed Hakko early on. He voiced his thoughts aloud. Hakko, can we form a party now? He suddenly cut himself off. Wait a minute. The party needs 5 people. We're still missing 1 person. Aaron and Julie were both flustered. So who should we choose as the last member? And Sang-chan knew he didn't need to worry about this, and said, let's have the strongest person in our party, Hakka, decide. He fell silent, as if waiting for someone to appear here. It would be great if that person were nearby. Putting a hand to his chin, Rune continued his earlier thought. If so, I could pretend to choose randomly and subtly bring him in. While he was lost in his own thoughts, the others were already focused on finding teammates. First, I have to form a party. If you're not in a party, it won't count even if you kill a boss. So it has to be 5 people in one party, huh? Among them, some had already found teammates. Excuse me, do you want to party up with me? What's your level? Another person raised his hand high and shouted, Level 20 warrior. Anyone want to form a party? But there were also some who stared at Rune's back, harboring their own intentions. If I'm going to join a party, it has to be Hakko's. Just like that, one person gathered his courage and approached him from behind, bowing slightly. This person smiled and began, Hello, Hakko. Could you consider partying up with us? He answered coldly and curtly without turning around. Get lost. Instant confusion followed. Yes. They sheepishly returned with sad faces. But above all, those words created a direct sense of shame for everyone. He told us to get lost without even pretending to think about it. So humiliating, damn it. There's no chance to leech off Hakko. The message was clear, but Rune paid no mind to those fools. In the past, I would have accepted anyone just to fill the spot. But this round, I have to recruit people with the potential to grow with me. Anyway, it seems I attract a crowd of strangers every round, and some others still hadn't given up hope as they approached him. Hakko. However, they received the same result as the others. Don't bother me. Get lost. Because I'm a girl, another female player said with a smile right after. Can I join your party? He just stood there with his eyes closed, uninterested. Those who initially had hope now felt a sense of disgust towards him. What the? Is it that hard to let one person into the party? Damn. So stingy. They should have at least heard me out. The 2-person party from before suddenly started noticing the other people around him. Did those people standing next to Hakko get into the party? Lucky them, their survival is pretty much guaranteed now. Not only were the others confused, but Ansang Chan's party was just as baffled, staring at him intently. They wondered who he would choose for the final spot. Looking in another direction, someone's worries grew. If only Chairman Megan was here, I would have nominated him for the party then. July was also thinking of someone. If Rune were here, he would have definitely fought for the last spot. What a shame. Just when everyone was unsure of what to do next, a person with a familiar voice approached them all. Black Hook noted that the approaching person seemed somewhat familiar, but Ansang Chan still sized him up like the others before. Who is it now? Another no-name? However, Rune unexpectedly took notice of this person. When he realized it was Jong Ho, his demeanor completely changed. Meanwhile, Jong Ho smiled and extended a hand toward him. It's great to see you again. Black Hook returned the smile. Rune took the outstretched hand. It's good to see you're safe. I thought you were eliminated back in round 5. Jong Ho let out a big laugh at that. Don't underestimate me so much. His smile grew even brighter. Watching you fight back then motivated me to finish my own hunt quickly. Is that so? Well, thank you anyway. Thanks to you, this friend of mine also survived. Jong Ho looked around, calling out loudly for Man Ki. Like a flash of lightning, Man Ki instantly appeared beside Jong Ho and bowed deeply to Rune, saying, Black Hook, thank you for healing my shoulder back then. It's thanks to you that I managed to stay alive. Sensing his sincerity, Rune asked a question to lighten the mood. You managed to kill 300 monsters in that condition? Startled, Choi Monkey bowed again and replied, It was all thanks to you, sir. Black Hook, you're my lifesaver. With the greetings out of the way, Rune was suddenly hit with another question. Black Hook, are you looking for a party? Noticing Rumen's odd expression, Jong Ho realized he might have misspoken and quickly waved his hands to explain further. Don't worry, we're not here to ask to join. We've already formed our own party. Rune maintained his usual expression, confirming this in his own mind. I already knew they had a party. Everyone has a golden chain on their wrist, the symbol of the link, cutting off his train of thought. He got straight to the point. I didn't think much of it, but why did you come to see me? Jong Ho smiled and replied, partly to say hello, and partly to make a proposal. A proposal? How about our party cooperates with you? We're not aiming for any experience or items. If a boss appears, we'll let you have priority. Everyone in our group is really looking forward to it. However, Rune said nothing in response to this. This made Jong Ho flustered. We just want to lend a hand. You don't need to be so wary, really. Rune could read his thoughts and knew the truth. He made his decision instantly. I refuse. Jong Ho became awkward and stammered as he questioned him in return. Huh? Why? Because we'd get in your way? Rune shook his head and said, No, I just don't like unnecessary complications. Thanks for the offer, but I'm fine. Rune hadn't misunderstood, but Jong Ho still felt dejected. That's a shame. I really wanted to help. Rune cut through the gloomy mood. If I really need help, I'll ask for it myself. Instantly, Jong Ho regained his confidence. You really mean that? One of them was delighted. The other was bemused, and the two continued their casual exchange. Then promise us you'll call if you need help. All right, fine. I told you I get it. For some reason, the whole group bowed deeply once more. Jong Ho added, Well, we'll take our leave then. If you need help, just call us anytime. Once they had left, and Sang Chan chimed in with a reminder, Black Hook, it's time to decide. Who are you going to choose for the final spot? Rune suddenly turned to one side, his gaze cold as he said, I've decided. Without hesitation, he pointed his finger straight in one direction. Startled, everyone followed his finger with their eyes. In the direction he was pointing, a fully cloaked figure with their back to the group flinched as he spoke. You in the cloak, get over here now. The person turned around, still trying to stay hidden, but revealed black hair, a small frame, and hunched shoulders. He was a young man who didn't look strong at all. Once he was within range, Rune confronted him directly. You've been watching me for a while now, haven't you? He stammered before his cold demeanor. Yes, he asked again. Why are you so flustered? This guy really lacks confidence. He bowed his head and slowly repeated his hasty answer. It's because I want to join your party. Hack Cow got straight to business. He immediately started asking the usual questions, like his level and class. Level 23. Dark Mage. The answer was clear. He pretended to think. Whatever. Turning to look at his teammates behind him, he had already made a new decision. He would be the last member. The boy was confused by such a quick decision, while Julie, Aaron, and Trung were astonished. Meanwhile, Sang Chan, standing at the back, was bewildered. What? His eyes narrowed slightly, his confusion giving way to his own thoughts. He rejected everyone else just to pick someone that weak? Once again, everyone focused on their slightly trembling new member, while he let out a cryptic smile. His nickname is No Pen Noin. One day, this guy will establish a cult that worships Hakko as a god. He extended his hand, knowing this man would become his most fervent follower. Building a bond with him early on will be very useful later. The young man shook his hand, and he instructed everyone. All right then, let's form the party like this. Everyone, place your hands here. As soon as they did, a golden light of connection appeared. The party was formed, and a bracelet etched from that golden light materialized on everyone's wrist. It didn't take long for the golden bond to form perfectly. However, the new guy had a strange expression on his face. No way, Mr. Hackcow chose me. Yeah, but just as his joy began to sink in, a tragic past came flooding back to the fifth member of the team. For me, someone everyone had turned their backs on. I had been nothing more than a puppet for violent bullies since my freshman year of high school. A group of 3 big guys surrounded me. You bastard, what are you sneaking glances at? Ah, I wasn't looking. This damn guy is scary as hell. My heart was pounding like crazy. There was no real reason for the bullying. I just seemed like an easy target to them. It started with taunts, and then they moved on to threats. Friends should get along, right? Don't forget to bring the money. Hey kid, are you even listening to us? Do our words mean nothing to you? My face was pale from lack of sleep, and my body trembled as I stammered. I'm sorry. I live with my grandmother, so I don't have any money to give. They were immediately stunned. What? Whether you have to steal it or work for it, you better bring the money. You idiot. If you don't, you'll see what we're capable of. Because of you, we're all broke now. When your grandma kicks the bucket, do you want to be buried right alongside her? Once they attacked his pride, Hiotisiok snapped and lost all reason. He leaped up with all his might, swinging his fist to strike back. You damn bastards. And as expected, the result was disastrous. Hiotisiok was beaten to a pulp, left lying in a heap on the ground, groaning in pain. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. His body trembled, tears streamed endlessly down his face, and his mouth was covered in blood. Hiotisiok wished for one thing. I want to die. I think that would be easier. But if I'm gone, what will happen to my grandma? She's already had to endure so much because of me. I promised I'd make a lot of money to give her a more comfortable life. That's right. I have to endure it. I have to keep enduring for the sole purpose of taking care of my grandma. I gave it my all for the next 3 years, and finally, the results were right in front of me. A student from Bango High School achieved a high score on the placement exam. We will be cheering for everyone, but with the appearance of the angels, a new, great disaster struck. It became difficult to find a decent part-time job, let alone provide a better place to live. Then, around the time of the second trial, he opened the door to his home as usual. I'm home. However, an unwelcome voice suddenly echoed from inside the room. Oh, look who's home, our little Hiotc. The trio of bullies had attacked his grandmother this time, and they wore provocative smirks. Didn't I tell you? I'd bury you right alongside your grandma. Hiotisiok froze on the spot, but once again, he started to lose his sanity. Grandma, grandma. 2 packs of instant noodles immediately dropped to the floor. A purple and black energy formed around Hiotc as weapons began to materialize. Break arrow, dark arrow. 2 successive attacks pierced the side of the red-robed man's face and the blue-robed man's shoulder. The red-robed man, hit in the eye, foamed at the mouth and suddenly screamed. Ah, no, what the hell is this? The spot where the arrow hit was rotting away. The remaining yellow-robed man drew his blade, his weapon pale as he trembled in fear. Damn it, don't mess with this bastard. Did you already complete your class change? In an instant, he had eliminated all 3 of them. He then knelt down, covering his grandmother with a blanket as if she were no longer breathing. Perhaps from that moment on, I built a wall between myself and everyone else, and I started to stutter whenever I spoke. And I decided to enter the final round and use the wish to save my grandmother. A summary screen appeared. I managed to do it in this round as well. Round 3 results for all regions. Rank 1, Ha, level 30, 31 kills. Rank 2, Doomy Dias, level 13, Salmon, 982 kills. Rank 3, Heavenly Demon, level 13, 963 kills. Region SS-351, Rank 1, HTC, level 11, 721 kills. Rank 2, Furry First from Aongin, level 11 Warrior, 535 kills. Rank 3, level 11, Assassin, 81 kills since the class change. After that, I never lost the number 1 spot in my region. However, there's always a bigger fish. After the first region merge, Rune personally took action and eliminated all the representatives. None of this escaped HTC's notice. His eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening before him, defeating all 9 regional representatives in the blink of an eye. If only I could have done something like that, I could have saved my grandmother. I wondered how he could become so strong so quickly. I wanted to meet him at least once, back in the present, Rune. As the representative of the group, spoke first, Hiotc. Hiotc subconsciously replied, yes. Rune immediately made a request. We've formed a party, so let's introduce ourselves. Hiotc was a bit bewildered. He pulled back one side of his hood, and the introductions began. I am a level 23 Shadowmancer. My skills are Shadow Arrow and Chains of Darkness. HOTC was surprised at himself. I usually stutter a lot when I talk in front of other people. But strangely, I don't feel nervous at all right now. Is it because I feel a sense of confidence in front of HCK? Or is it because I want to make a good impression on him? After the introductions, Rune looked over at Julie and said, "Let's go hunt then." Julie smiled brightly and waved her hand. "I'll buff everyone." A green seal immediately appeared on Ansang Chan first. Blessing skill. All stats increased by 60%. Blessing skill duration, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Next was a turquoise one for S. Aaron. Swiftness skill. Attack and movement speed increased by 60%. Swiftness skill duration, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Immediately, all three of them were left stunned on the spot. What the heck? My stats increased by 60%? Attack and movement speed also increased by 60%. Is this a system error? At this point, and Sang Chan had to look at Julie in a new light. So that's why HCK is with Julie, huh? You're amazing. The support got praised? Julie puffed up her chest and smiled. He. It's nothing. Meanwhile, S. Aaron was a bit flustered, but then she realized she also had skills. I'll use my summons to buff everyone too. When cast, 2 cute fairies appeared before everyone, flying around, surrounded by a golden light. Julie and HOTC took turns expressing their amazement, saying, "Wow, are these spirits? They're so cute." They hugged them to their chests. S. Aaron smiled and explained in detail. Before, they could only create shields and had no combat abilities, but as soon as I reached level 20, I could summon 2 of them, and they started using attack magic. Aaron's hand condensed something more, and she could also summon a golem now that she's level 20. Julie's eyes went wide with admiration as she looked at the big lump of earth. S. Aaron smiled again and said, "The golem doesn't have buffs, but it will draw the monster's attention." Julie's admiration hadn't faded. A support and a tank, that's amazing. However, S. Aaron wanted to receive praise directly from Rune. "See, HCK, I'm pretty useful too, right?" Rune acted as if it was all normal. "Everything's done, let's go." Rune led everyone away. S. Aaron sighed helplessly as she walked beside him. Meanwhile, HOTC had a new thought. One buffer, one summoner. I have to contribute as well. As the mission began, both Rune and Heo took the lead to scout. Just then, they both sensed a sudden loud sound from a specific direction. Without hesitating, HOTC immediately ran towards that location. Just as he emerged from behind the tall stone pillars, HOTC arrived at a larger area where a group of players was fighting a golden, spear-wielding, centaur-like monster. The team members were all smiles. "We found the boss this easily? Let's attack now." Following the signal, the 2 of them charged straight at the monster before them. Die. However, the monster suddenly swung its spear, knocking a player's sword away. With their momentum broken, the 2 were forced to retreat. "This thing is no joke. Let's split up and attack." A female player positioned behind the monster's flank asked, "How are we supposed to take it down?" The player in the pink cloak swung their sword and replied, "If we attack it from behind." But it seemed Rune wasn't pleased with this. HOTC, standing nearby, also sensed something was off. The player in the pink cloak was kicked squarely in the stomach by the monster's hind leg, the force sending them flying and tumbling several times before hitting the ground. Once they stopped, a teammate ran over and shouted, "Bing, princess, I've analyzed what just happened." "Attacking a horse from behind? How stupid. We can't stop the attack." The female player then threw several short swords forward. The archer on their side coordinated with a volley of arrows. The weapons struck the monster's chest one after another, making it shriek in agony. The 2 of them waited on the sidelines as the group in front shouted, "Now's the time! Die, you bastard!" HOTC looked on, bewildered. What's going on? After a barrage of attacks, the huge monster in front of them collapsed sideways. The players erupted in excited cheers. "We won! We got first place! We finally completed the mission and got first place!" HOTC stood beside him, his face pale. He thought, could it be? Did we really lose first place just like that? Ahead of them, the joyful voices of the other players still echoed. "We finally completed the mission in first place. This round was easier than I thought." HOTC was stunned, utterly shocked. While I was distracted and before I even realized what was happening, did I really lose the #1 spot? His eyes darted around, feeling incredibly disappointed about not securing first place. Why is he so unusually calm? Just as he was trying to figure things out, a member of the team up ahead voiced a serious doubt. Did everyone else get the mission completion message except for me?" Another person, startled, quickly checked their messages. "Huh? No, why isn't it showing up for me either?" "Ha, don't tell me." Nearby, Rune crossed his arms, watching their helpless confusion. So, someone finally realized that the centaur we just killed wasn't the final boss. The real final boss is the minotaur. In order to defeat the minotaur, you need at least 20 players at level 20. That means it takes at least 4 teams of 5 to even have a chance of winning. That's the trap of this round. It's designed to make everyone mistakenly think that a single 5-person team can defeat a boss. The problem lies in what the angel said. Once in a party, as long as you can defeat the final boss of this round, all members of the group will pass. But she never said that 5 people could actually defeat the boss. Those damn angels know how to twist things to make them seem different. I can't just go around telling everyone about this either. So for now, just watching is fine. He glanced over at the dejected Hiotc, who was filled with regret. He stood there helplessly without explaining anything to him, except for Hiotc, who knew nothing of the prophecy. Everyone else appeared very calm, but the calmness he mentioned was actually just confusion from the other 3. To break the awkward atmosphere, he let out a dry cough as a signal. I guess I really have to put on a bit of an act. His handsome and pensive features were on full display. Judging by the reactions of the other teams, that thing we just saw wasn't the final boss. The real final boss is out there somewhere else. So, let me tell you all our plan from now on. We're going to put aside defeating the final boss for now, and start farming the surrounding centaurs to level up. We'll do that until the time limit is almost up. Everyone seemed surprised by his decision. With his tendency to overthink, Hiotc voiced the question on everyone's mind. Huh? Why? The leader narrowed his eyes and began to explain. It takes 5 level 20 players to kill a single centaur, and that's just a regular monster. So, to even fight the final boss, we'll need at least 3 or 4 teams to have any chance of defeating it. We don't know how strong it is, so rushing in to fight the boss would be an unwise decision. There might be other traps lurking there, waiting for us. Oh, and what if we defeat the final boss early and get stuck inside a pillar of light? Then we'd just be wasting the remaining time for nothing. Hunting monsters first and observing the situation seems like, and definitely is, a better option. Ever since they first met, Ansang Chon has been constantly amazed by his accurate judgments. To be able to figure out a strategy on his own without even needing to hear the oracle's words, I really didn't think Hak Kao could have such profound insight. However, Hiotc standing next to him still hadn't gotten his mindset right, stubbornly fixated on one thing. But if you wait to fight the boss like this, you might lose first place. Are you okay with that? Ryuman gave the other party a satisfactory answer without any problem. Even without the first place reward, the experience we'd gain from 6 hours of hunting would be enough to make up for it. Besides, first place might not even be determined by who kills it first. At this point, Ansang Chon was speechless. How could he possibly find the right path without an oracle's prophecy? What Ansang Chon was thinking was like trying to escape a maze on your first try without ever making a single wrong turn. Regardless, the 2 girls in the group still had their own worries. So, shall we go hunting together? Shouldn't we come up with a simple strategy first? But he denied it. No, that's not necessary. I'll be the only one killing the monsters. The whole group was stunned by his decision and immediately spoke in unison. Huh? Rin, thinking she misheard, asked for confirmation. Hak Kao, are you really going to fight alone? And then she replayed his previous words. Even the monsters that require a 5-person party to defeat? Hiotc nodded at his weighty decision. Well, if it's Hak Kao, he'll probably be fine on his own. He confirmed it to reassure everyone. That's right. None of you have to do anything. I'll be the one killing the monsters. Feeling that just standing around wasn't right, and Sang Chon then asked for his opinion. Then what should we do? And it was true. He really intended for them to do nothing. Just follow me and collect experience and gold. Consider it a carry. But all item drops based on contribution will be mine. In exchange, you get gold and don't have to take any risks. What do you say? It's a deal. He presented them with an offer, and since this offer was so sweet, no one refused. In that case, I agree. Us too. We'll do as you say, Hak Kao. When everything went his way and fell into place, he smiled and took out his black scythe, which had something red on it. Good choice. You won't regret it. Next, he turned his back to everyone. All right, let's go. 3, 2, 1. Only 4 people remained where he had just been standing, and before anyone could understand what was happening, he had already sped off. Reacting the fastest, and Sang Chon commanded everyone, quick, follow him. Ryuman just kept rushing forward, not realizing that the other members couldn't catch up even if they strapped rockets to their backs. And even though everyone was buffed with the effects of sweep, the gap didn't close at all. At this point, both Aaron and Julie were asking themselves a big question. How can he move so fast? What is his agility stat? And Hiotc, who thought he was relatively fast, but at this level, it was like a cat trying to race a cheetah. Just as that thought finished, Hiotc fixed his gaze in one direction, pointing his finger to mark it for everyone. Ah, over there. At that moment, Ryuman had also changed his position, directly confronting the first centaur of the new quest. Blinking, he vanished from where he was moving. In the next 0.3 seconds, he landed in a different spot, leaving a familiar slash on the centaur's neck, one that most monsters who fought him received. And just as the centaur was knocked on its side, everyone from behind finally caught up. But instead of joy, a sense of utter shock completely overwhelmed them. Right now, they saw him as something even more terrifying than a monster. What in the world just happened? No one could have imagined that a centaur monster could be defeated in a single blow. Despite these thoughts, Rune charged straight toward his next target, and right in front of him, two centaurs were rushing his position. Encountering the first one, he stopped, lowered his body, and swung his scythe back. A crescent-shaped slash was unleashed, aimed at the legs of the charging monster, then he swung the scythe back in a reverse crescent moon arc. At the same time, the monster lost its balance, and somehow, its head fell right into the path of the waiting scythe. The blade sliced through, and the monster collapsed. With one centaur down, he charged at the other. This time, instead of waiting, he leaped directly onto the horse-like body. And when it saw something lunging at it, it reared up on its hind legs. He used the momentum to plant his feet on it. A similar scythe movement was executed. Without a single wasted motion, its neck took critical damage from him. As the monster fell, the process ended, and the system window updated its information. Centaur has been defeated. Triple EXP boost is now activated. Title effect: experience increased by 1.5 times, plus 0.89% gold, plus 60. Repeating similar actions, the system provided another result. Monsters defeated, 172 out of 100. Slaughter gem effect. All stats increased by 100%. He temporarily stopped hunting to assess his satisfaction. 172 monsters in 30 minutes. A pace like this wasn't bad at all. There are a total of 200 centaurs active on the battlefield. At this rate, I might be able to monopolize all of them within 6 hours. Of course, minus the few that other parties have already killed. While he paused, everyone else finally had a chance to catch up to him, and the defining characteristic of being in a party with him was becoming crystal clear to everyone, which was being completely exhausted from doing nothing but following. His face remained emotionless as he looked at their state. Ha, I'm dying. Ha ha. Ahem. He couldn't just let everyone feel awkward. He cracked a smile and made a suggestion. If you're tired, you can rest for a bit. Finally, a break. Julie and HOTC felt a wave of relief. Really? Thanks so much. Without waiting another moment, everyone collapsed to the ground. HOTC was even worse, lying in a heap. Only Insang Chan managed to stay on his feet, voicing his complaint. Just trying to keep up with you is killing me. Fanning herself with her hand to cool down, S. Aaron chimed in with an analysis. I thought a distance of 100 meters would be enough, but I guess not. Face flushed, a bewildered HOTC asked, What do you mean? Ignoring them, Julie smiled and offered a compliment to him. Hack cow. You're seriously incredible. Your hunting speed is unbelievable. In response to the praise, he asked a mischievous question. Does that mean you're not satisfied? Julie was visibly flustered by his question. No, that's not it. How could I possibly hate leveling up just by following you? HOTC stood up and gave him a shaky thumbs up. You're the one working harder than any of us, hack cow. He crossed his arms, feigning confusion in his reply. Looking at you guys, I'd think you were the ones suffering. As they were chatting cheerfully, another group of people started approaching. Or more precisely, it was a group much larger than a 5-person party. Because of this, everyone's attention simultaneously shifted in that direction. What is it? Someone's coming our way? As everyone got to their feet, the mysterious group drew closer. A player from the group of 20 stepped forward to greet them. Hello, Hack Cow. It's my good fortune to be able to see you here in person. Ha ha. He indifferently crossed his arms and asked the other person. All right, what's this about? The other person replied with a smile. Ah, it's nothing major. We're recruiting a party to hunt the final boss. I'd like to invite you to join our group. I refuse. He cut the person off coldly before they could say more. His teammates behind him looked a little worried, while the rejected person was stunned, unable to believe he'd been turned down so quickly. Ah, yes. What? Why? Regaining his composure, he looked in another direction. Hack Cow, I don't know if you're aware or not, but the final boss of this round is no pushover. Over there. Do you see that creature that looks like a bull? Following the direction the player pointed, a rather powerful-looking minotaur was wandering around. That is the boss we need to defeat, and it's an incredibly formidable creature. It's not a pushover. In fact, another party already challenged it and got completely wiped out, he said, turning to look at him as if he held all the cards. When I realized that, I understood that the parties had to cooperate. Still wearing a cold expression, he said flatly, You guys do it on your own. Don't drag us into it. Staring at him, the player became just as flustered as the first time he was rejected. But wouldn't it be better if we helped each other? I'll even give you priority, especially for landing the final blow. So please, reconsider. Unlike before, Ryaman became genuinely angry after hearing that. Don't make me say it a third time. The aura radiating from a level 40 made the level 20 small fry so anxious he had to flee. Ah, I understand. I sincerely apologize. Returning without success, they began to confer with each other. I couldn't do it. I'm at a loss. Did you tell him you'd let him get the final blow? I did, but he still refused, telling us to just do it ourselves. However, as things got out of hand, suspicions began to arise. Why? Even the Black Dog Guild needs to defeat this boss, right? Could he actually be afraid of that boss? I guess we have no other choice but to try and take it on ourselves, right? Yeah. For now, we'll have to give it a shot ourselves. A minotaur, a massive creature standing 6 meters tall, stomped along, making loud noises. It looked like a bull, or perhaps a buffalo. It paced back and forth like a human, wielding an axe as large as its head. A group formed from several parties decided to approach it by sneaking up from behind. More accurately, they were swallowing their fear. It looks even bigger up close. Hey, we can win this, right? Oh, of course. After all, there are 20 of us. At that moment, the minotaur drooled and suddenly stopped in its tracks. And then, the inevitable happened. The bull turned, its gaze locking onto the group of 20 people. Its eyes met theirs. Panic erupted among the players, amplifying their fear. Wielding its battle axe, the minotaur let out a roar and charged at the group. It was incredibly effective, as the faces of several members turned pale. Curses immediately followed. Damn it, it's running straight for us on 2 legs. Though fear gripped the group, some brave members still stepped up to lead the charge. Everyone, let's go! Kill it! Take this! Rune couldn't miss such a good opportunity. He chose a high pillar of earth and leaped onto it to observe. How long will it take them to defeat it? The Minotaur wasn't as tough a boss as it looked. Despite wielding a massive axe, its attacks weren't skillful or swift. Its slow movements made them easy to predict and avoid. Realistically, if 20 people were to rush you, no matter how skilled you were, you'd find it hard to move. However, the Minotaur's true strength was its incredible durability and a hide tougher than stone. This was proven when one player tried to injure it. It's huge. Its hide is incredibly tough. Another player attacked its leg, but with the same result. My sword is useless. Slashing it has no effect. In analyzing how to deal with it, Rune identified the first problem. Its incredibly thick hide was a major obstacle, but if you attack it dozens of times, you're bound to hit a weak spot eventually. And when the Minotaur was finally struck by such a blow, it would be rendered helpless. A player launched a ranged attack, drawing their bow. The arrow shot out and struck its elbow joint. At that exact moment, the Minotaur faltered for a second. From above, he continued to watch the battlefield intently. This is definitely going to take some time. The players, however, remained determined. This big oaf is seriously tough. The archer also shouted a strategic reminder. Focus on dodging its attacks as much as possible. But then, something happened that gave the rest of the players a decisive advantage. The player with the large axe focused his mana into the great axe. Taking a deep breath, he tilted the great axe and pulled it far back. Die, you big bastard. Just as he cursed his opponent, the great axe left his hands, spinning in countless arcs as it flew forward. Because of this surprise attack, Minotaur received a deep wound on one side of his chest. With an opening created, the others charged forward in unison with their weapons, without a shred of hesitation. They rushed in, its chest already wounded. Everyone, focus your attacks. Taking advantage of the large wound, the first person landed another sword strike in the exact same spot. Another person launched a similar attack with their 2 short swords. However, the strike landed slightly lower, enraging the monster. It roared and grabbed a hold of that player. Careless in their retreat after the attack, the player was caught by the Minotaur. The inevitable happened. A single, tight squeeze crushed the player's bones, and their limp body was flung far away. Inadvertently, this spurred the other players into action. Not about to let the fireball go to waste, the magic user redirected the attack at the target. Taking more massive damage, the bull-like monster stood its ground and roared continuously. And that was its final act of resistance, as it finally collapsed to the ground amidst the excited shouts of the players. I see. We finally did it! We're the first team to kill it! With the boss successfully defeated, a pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped one player. The remaining 4 people were then also surrounded by similar pillars of light. Our party survived. The quest window finally displayed the word complete. Not bad, considering we succeeded on our first coordinated attempt. But the members who weren't on the kill team had looks of clear disappointment on their faces. Damn it, so we have to fight it again. It seems that after defeating the boss, that pillar of light appears and you can't do anything else. The members inside the pillars of light confirmed it, but are we really going to just sit here and wait until the time runs out? I guess so. Getting to rest early is nice, but I can't shake the feeling that we're losing some kind of advantage. We can't waste any more time. The remaining members made a new decision. Let's find another group to party up with. At that moment, a player looked in a certain direction, right where he was standing. The words slipped out unconsciously. Black Scythe, join our party. But they quickly extinguished that thought and left dejectedly. It's useless to say anything anyway. After everyone had left, he jumped down from above, saying, "It's a good thing we didn't kill the boss early." We would have wasted all the remaining time. July's confidence was renewed. That's right. It's just as you predicted. Black Scythe gathered everyone together. He then announced his next plan. That's enough rest. Let's get going. Just stick close to me. Once again, the party members started to run. He took the lead, and his teammates followed closely behind. Their objective was singular: to hunt the centaurs. Time passed quickly, and soon many pillars of light were shining down from the sky. Once a team completed the objective, all they could do was wait for the time to run out. A deep sense of boredom began to set in. I wonder what our rank is? There's no leaderboard displayed, so I guess we'll just have to wait. Oh well. As long as we killed the boss and survived, we're good, right? I'm just going to lie down and rest for the remaining time. However, there's always one busybody in the group. Hey, what's that over there? Nearby, Black Scythe was targeting a large centaur. He made a clean cut with his scythe. He'd just added another kill to his total. This unbelievable sight caught the eyes of a few players and quickly became the new topic of conversation. Isn't that Black Scythe? He can kill that thing in a single blow? Level 40 really is on another level. But why is he just hunting centaurs instead of fighting the boss? Wouldn't it be better to just kill the boss and rest? A look of contempt crossed their faces. If he kills it now, he'll only rank below the top 50. He must have given up on his ranking. Now he's just focused on grinding points to level up. What a shame. I thought he'd take first place again. Even Black Scythe can't be number 1 forever. Still, it's a smart move. At least he's grinding points to level up until the very end. While they were busy chatting, he had already killed another one. And this was officially the last one, as the system panel displayed, Centaur target not found. Current kills, 1,920 out of 2,000. Time remaining before the round ends, 20 minutes and 43 seconds. There were a total of 2,000 of them, and he learned that the rest had been eliminated by other teams. He let out a sigh and moved on to the next task. It looks like they're finally all dead. And just as he paused, the other team members caught up, breathing a little heavily. Hack cow, can we rest for a bit? He put his hands on his hips and answered everyone concisely. Sure, the hunt is over. Now it's time for us to hunt the final boss. Minjuri looked at him with a hint of confusion. The hunt is already over? He directed her gaze toward the last centaur he had personally hunted. I used my tracking skill and discovered that there isn't a single centaur left on the battlefield. Ah, Minjuri finally understood what he meant. And it wasn't just Minjuri who was curious. And Sangcheon hurriedly opened his status window, but something prompted him. He shouted to the other members, "Oh my god, everyone, check your levels!" At An Sang-cheon's words, the team members opened their status windows and were immediately flooded with confusion. Huh? My level? It really went up this much? To be honest, Ryuman had poured all his time into hunting and had almost no time to rest. Occasionally, he'd get a few notifications that his level had increased, but he paid them no mind. He then approached An Sang-cheon and asked, "How many levels did you gain to make a face like that?" And Sang-cheon answered without hesitation, "I was at level 20 when I first came in, but now I'm at level 34. Sel Aaron had the same increase. I'm also at level 34. Minjuri's was a bit different. I went from level 21 to level 35. Haeoguk froze like a statue when he saw his current status. I was level 23, but how am I level 36 now? The first digit changed from a 2 to a 3. Ryuman could clearly sense the confusion in their voices, and he also wanted to see how much he had leveled up, so everyone went up by about 13 to 14 levels. Me too. My level went from 40 to 54. Status window, name Ryuman, nickname Hakko, rank professional, level 54. Class, Death God. Titles, The Last Regressor, hidden. The First Punisher of Angels, hidden. Not only that, he decided to check the items that dropped from the hunt. 19 magic stones, 9 common equipment items, various other miscellaneous items, and even the necessary materials for God-tier equipment combination. One of those items was the shiny horsetail, a utility item whose description perfectly matched its name. A horsetail that emitted a brilliant light, from which a faint magical power could be felt. As he was focusing on the item, Minjuri suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, the gold. It's piled up like a mountain," the other teammates chimed in. "Me too. A whole 115,000 gold?" Hyoguk's eyes spun in circles. Since they all participated in the battle together, every member received the same amount of gold. And Sang-cheon was the first to start calculating. "I'm so flustered to suddenly have so much money. It's like I'm in a dream. What should I do with all this money?" Having regressed many times, he knew the most optimal course of action. He offered a few suggestions. Buy the common skills from the shop, and especially remember to get things like presence detection, enhanced physical vision, and basic magic resistance. If you see anything you need in the special shop today, buy it. Haeoguk decided to follow his advice and open the shop. Presence detection? However, Ryuman didn't want to do it just yet. "I'll shop later. We can't just stand here talking until our time is up." He turned around and commanded everyone, "Follow me. It's time to hunt the final boss." Hyoguk was startled by his basic mistake. "Yes, sir." His wide area observation skill activated, his eyes turning blue with the energy of the minotaur tracking. Once he located it, he accelerated like the wind. He continuously scanned the surrounding terrain and decided to stop at a specific location. The giant figure of a minotaur appeared in the distance, but it seemed a few teams had already targeted it, and they also noticed his arrival. Huh? The strongest has appeared. They simply approached to invite him. Hakko, please come and join us. But Hakko had already made his decision. Ryuman shook his head without a second thought. No. I have no intention of sharing my contribution with another group. Huh? Then I'll fight the final boss alone. They were ordinary words from him, but to the ears of those around, they were completely baffling and confusion. Does he want to solo the boss? Even if he's the Black Scythe, isn't this the Minotaur boss that takes 20 people to defeat? Putting it all together, they figured he must have the skill level of 20 players over level 20, and they were proud of their own abilities. But their pride wouldn't allow for that. Looking back now, it seems you were showing off a bit. The Black Scythe? Showing off? Ruman's gaze turned icy. You really underestimate me. If you guys could kill it, why can't I? The players were baffled by his declaration. But we had the advantage in numbers, didn't we? A smile crept onto his face. Numbers don't help you, huh? Isn't that a bit much to say? Ruman paid them no mind and stepped forward. His party members were also surprised. They'd never heard that he would charge in to fight alone. Black Scythe, wait. Despite his teammates trying to stop him, he continued to walk forward slowly. I'll finish this quickly. And because of his unusual movements, the players who had already completed the quest started to chime in. Don't tell me he's actually going to fight it alone. Anyway, I was getting bored. Perfect timing. It wasn't just them watching him, he had noticed them too. His thoughts raced as he made a quick judgment. Including those inside the pillar, there must be dozens of people watching. If possible, it would be best to hide my ultimate special moves, but this could also be the perfect opportunity to show them my true power. If I show them how fast I can take down the Minotaur, at least they won't look down on me anymore. I'll make this quick. The back of the final boss came into his view. Next, Ruman stopped at a specific distance. Having entered its aggro range, the Minotaur sensed him and quickly glanced back. The moment the monster saw him was also the moment his black scythe began to activate. The people in the Pillar of Light squinted to get a better look at this new spectacle. What's he doing? It looks like he's about to use some kind of skill. What a weird stance. Activating his prediction mode, the system timer began. When he was close enough to attack the boss, he flicked his wrist. The angle was adjusted according to the scythe's movement, meaning he was still in the preparation phase, so the clock hadn't started yet. As if in a simple simulation, the Minotaur let out a massive roar, raised its huge axe high, and charged straight at him. Entering attack range, 3 seconds. He adjusted his ankle, turning forward. 2 seconds. He ducked down low just as the Minotaur leaped into the air. 1 second. He activated Night of Death. Darkness fell, and the bull froze in place. He knew this was the moment, and channeled energy into his scythe. Now, a crescent moon was drawn, a flash of light appearing in the endless darkness. Moonslash cast a brilliant light on the Minotaur's face. The sound of something being sliced was loud and clear as the light flashed across its neck in the blink of an eye. Its thick neck, which couldn't be cut even with 20 swords, was severed by a single black scythe. The plaza suddenly fell silent, leaving only the sound of the bull's head hitting the ground. The next thing they heard was the heavy thud of the rest of its body collapsing. The players' faces turned pale, terrified by the spectacle he had just created. Look, the Minotaur's head was sent flying. Did the black scythe kill it in a single blow? They couldn't understand what had just happened. Impossible, he smiled amidst their loud shouts of disbelief. Impossible? What? Do you have any idea how high my stats are? The system's settlement window slowly appeared. You have slain the Minotaur. You have obtained bull hide. You have obtained Minotaur armor design. He knew what he was getting, so it was no surprise. Minotaur design and bull hide, huh? Item data details. Bull hide. Category, material. Description. High-quality bull hide, very durable and excellent for crafting armor. While everyone else stood frozen in shock, Ruman turned to his teammates. I guess I can sell this for a high price. The display wasn't finished. Minotaur armor design. Category, consumable. Description. An item containing 6 combined recipes to create a unique Minotaur armor set. You should prepare to take notes before using it. As everyone wore the same shocked expression, he walked over and snapped them out of it. Is everyone okay? Julie hesitantly replied. Yeah. We're fine too. They never imagined he would use such a swift attack, but among them, Hiotc's expression was the most spectacular. It was as if he wanted to kneel for him right on the spot. I responded to that cute expression. Not daring to accept it, I worriedly looked away. This kid, what's with that weird expression? I understand that he's someone who will follow me later, but I definitely need to keep more of a distance from him for now. The sun gradually reached its zenith, signaling that the player's time was coming to an end, just like those before. A pillar of light enveloped and sealed him inside. When the game officially ended, golden feathers flew everywhere. So you finally managed to defeat all 101 bosses, have you? Then next, we will eliminate the remaining teams that didn't defeat the final boss, without a second thought. The angel Priscilla's voice slowly echoed as she revealed a bewitching smile that sent shivers down the spine. Trash needs to be eliminated and disposed of. The eliminated players were those not enveloped by a pillar of light. The cries of the losers, just like in previous rounds, began to fill the air. Ah, no! Oh, angel, wait a moment, please save me! Those who were lucky enough to survive silently rejoiced that they didn't share that fate. When the wails of despair ceased, the angel Priscilla clapped her hands with a bright smile, drawing everyone's attention back to her. Now then, let's check the rankings together. A massive results screen appeared in view. Round 6 results summary. All regions, first place, Hao and 4 other players, 0 minutes and 1 second. Second place, Chma and 4 other players, 32 seconds. Third place, Scythe and 4 other players, 49 seconds. Sector CS007. First place, Black Dog and 4 other players, 0 minutes and 1 second. Second place, Kim Suhan and 4 other players, 5 minutes and 31 seconds. Third place, The Abandoned, and 4 other players, 5 minutes and 58 seconds. As they processed this information, some teams seemed to panic, their words and thoughts becoming twisted. Why isn't our team ranked first? We were the first team to kill it, weren't we? How did Black Dog's team take first place? Didn't his team kill it much later? Something must be wrong. Priscilla, who heard those mumbles, scoffed. Who said that? Are you ranking by the order of kills? As you can see, the rankings are based on the time it took to defeat the boss. The mood of some players suddenly plummeted. Time? Does that mean our team is in last place? Her teasing smile made them feel even more humiliated. 11 minutes and 30 seconds. I don't understand why you would take over 11 minutes to kill a cow, but then again, you are lowly humans. Perhaps not looking closely at the results screen, Priscilla spoke without thinking. On the other hand, the shortest time is 1 second. And that is the team managed by Black Dog. So this result is quite good and understandable. A player quickly interrupted her. Angel, the time isn't 1 minute. Priscilla blinked in surprise and looked again, as if she sensed something was off. Round 6 results. All regions, Black Dog's team, 0 minutes and 1 second. The information shattered her perception. 1 second is 1 second, not 1 minute. The time Black Dog took to handle the boss was 1 second. After realizing this, her expression turned blank. The inherent arrogance of an angel was now flustered by the participating players. Oh, to think I'd make such a silly mistake in front of these lowly beings. Changing her expression, she crossed her arms and complained on the spot. So there's even a 1 second record. Anyway, was the boss really that weak? These words went in one ear and out the other for the players. Having dealt with her mistake, Priscilla announced something else. All right, first, we will present the rewards to the top 3. Please note that rewards are only given to the players with the highest contribution. He crossed his arms and waited for the results from the screen. Congratulations! You have completed the mission in the number 1 position in your sector. Congratulations! You have completed the mission in the number 1 position in all sectors. First place ranking in the corresponding sector. Optional reward, Advanced Epic Helmet. Selected as the first place ranking reward for all sectors. Special reward selection box. He smiled, looking at his inventory, which was already open, and waiting for the item. It's time for me to change my helmet. As he touched it, the notification screen began to glow. You can choose one of the following epic grade helmets. Reward. Touch the reward you desire. 1. Angel's Ring. 2. Minotaur's Bull Mask. 3. The Feathered Hat of Head. There was no reason for him to hesitate. If there was anything I needed, it was a feathered hat, an incredibly appealing choice. Item information for number 3 appeared. Feathered Hat of H. Epic grade helmet. Defense 180. Effect. Agility plus 10. Can use stealth. Durability. 1500 out of 1500. Usage restriction. Professional level or higher. Description. A helmet modeled after the feathered head of Het. It is not the genuine article. He equipped it right away. A temporary skill info window for invisibility appeared. Effect. Completely conceals your appearance from opponents. Sound cannot be hidden. Automatically dispelled upon attacking or being attacked. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. The item that could turn him into a perfect assassin was now in his hands. He couldn't stop smiling because of it. From now on, I can use a stealth skill. Its only drawback is that it can't conceal sound. If I can also get a rune to conceal my presence, my invisibility will become unbeatable. There was one more thing he wanted to activate on the spot. You can choose one of the following special rewards. Reward. Touch the reward you desire. 1. Random item selection. 2. 14,000 gold. 3. Information about round 7. I'm not short on gold, and I already know the information from regressing 99 times. That leaves only the first option for him to choose. I don't need gold or information. For this type of special reward, the only choice is number 1. Additional selection information appeared. Reward. Choose one of the following materials. 1. Broken iron tree branch. 2. Bubbling solution. 3. Hard magic shell. 4. Angel's gold dust. Knowing what they were, he immediately chose option number 4. There was no need to worry as he already understood the use of each material. He chose the Angel's gold dust, a divine grade item, Angel's gold powder, category, consumable, description. Powder fluttering from an angel's hair. It is not dandruff. Golden energy lit up around him as the voice of the angel Priscilla began to fade. All rewards have been distributed. You may now return. See you all in the next round. A large, system-wide announcement was activated. The round has concluded. All sectors, number of survivors, 860,295. Applicable sector, CESS-007, number of survivors, 505. After some time, souls will be transferred to their bodies in the current dimension. Round 7 will begin at midnight on January 1st, 2023. With that, see you all in the next round. Congratulations to all the survivors. Back in reality, the person who appeared was not Rune, but Magian Locke. More accurately, someone was knocking on the door and calling out loudly, "Director, Ma!" Annoyed at being woken up, Majin Locke forced himself to get up. But with someone calling so urgently, he put on his slippers and went to open the door. It was department head and Sang Tron, dressed impeccably in a vest, waiting for him. "What happened to bring you here the moment we got back?" And Sang Tron's voice trembled slightly. "May I come inside to talk?" "Of course." The two of them moved to the guest table. Magian Locke poured himself a drink. "So, you must have leveled up a lot, right? After all, you partied with Black Dog and hunted for 6 hours." Getting straight to the point, Magian Locke asked with a cold stare. "So how much did you contribute? And how many levels did you gain to come running here so excitedly?" And Sang Chan was flustered, not knowing where to begin. He just blurted out the result. "I went from level 20 to level 34, a total of 14 levels. Magian's hand, about to lift his whiskey, froze in midair. 34. Are you kidding me? He took a gulp to steady himself. Yes, it's incredible, isn't it? It makes sense, since Black Dog handled all the hunting. Still, thinking about it is a huge surprise. Yes, he handled everything all by himself. We just ran to keep up. Majin Locke swirled his drink. I assumed he kept all the item drops. In his anxiety, and Songtron's expression brightened with joy. That's right, but I don't regret passing on those items one bit. I never imagined I could level up so fast. Magian Locke's voice was a bit cold as he took another drink. I never thought you would surpass me in level, and Sang Chan asked quickly. So what level is the director now? 29. The answer left An Sang Cheon so stunned he couldn't speak. His previous joy was gone in an instant. An Sang Cheon showed no emotion. No matter what, this couldn't be a comfortable situation for the director. So, I assume actress S is at the same level as you, isn't she? To think my level is lower than hers, it seems I need to try a lot harder. Though he smiled, it was a bitter one. Magian Rock refilled his glass once more. Tell me, is manager An Hukgu really that fast? Yes, he took down that herd of centaurs in a single blow. That's incredibly fast. Even with 5 people in a party, I couldn't do it that quickly. That's Hukgu for you. I saw the results. Hukgu annihilated that minotaur in just 1 second. Is that true? An Sang Cheon rubbed the back of his neck, recalling how he did it, and said, It's true. He used some kind of glowing skill and then chopped its head off in a single strike. I've never seen that skill before. Even though I knew this would be the result, Magian Rock was still visibly shaken. He took down that minotaur with a single skill in just 1 second. Has the gap between him and the rest of us really grown this large? The Dark Knight is strong, but still no match for Hukgu. Could I become that powerful when I reach level 40? Right now, I need to focus on grinding levels instead of daydreaming. His pride wouldn't allow Magian Rock to hesitate any longer. I guess I'll have to force myself to try harder. It looks like I have Hukgu to thank. He gave me the motivation I thought I had lost, and he can also help manager An and actress S become even stronger. If we ever meet again, I'll give him a gift he deserves. He lowered his head dejectedly. When the prophet appears, I'll ask when I'll get to meet Hukgu. That's the key question. An Sang Keon asked, Do you think the prophet is still alive? Magian Rock was displeased by this question. Instead of wondering, why don't you just call to confirm? That's your job. Manager An Sang Cheon knew he was at fault. My apologies. I'll check on it immediately. He watched the managers retreating back and said, There's no need to apologize. Just report to me once you've confirmed it. Oh, and have you learned those 2 skills I told you about? Yes. I've made sure to learn both tracking and erase traces, just as you instructed, Director. Good. Then we'll test those skills later when we go out to do some cleaning up. It's been a while since we've done some cleaning up, An Sang Cheon understood. Are we still working now? The sun is already starting to rise. Magian Rock didn't seem to care. It's fine. We're not killing anyone on the street, anyway. Understood, Director. Through the glass, the sun was indeed beginning to rise. This gloomy weather is perfect for blowing off some steam. The scene shifts to a room where someone is still asleep. Hyo Chio-K blinks his eyes open, remembering him. Hyuk-gu. He let me into his party. And that immense power. Hyuk-gu is on a completely different level, someone I don't even dare to look up at, so he really is a god. He ruffled his hair vigorously. How can I ever repay his kindness? Is there anything I can do to help him? I'm not as useful as that corn girl. Sitting up on the spot, if only my class could be of some support to him. The more I think about it, the more I realize I can't help him in this world. So what about in the real world? A smile slowly spread across his face. That's right. What does a god need most? Loyal followers, of course. At this thought, he rubbed his hands together and shivered strangely. Why do I keep getting a chill down my spine today? The cold sensation coincidentally made Rumen's mind feel a bit foggier. I'm feeling a little creeped out. Maybe I'm just a little tired. Before he could figure out what to do, the phone on his nightstand suddenly rang. Rune thought it was an international call. He couldn't just ignore it, so a second later, he picked up the phone. Since there was only one contact linked to a foreign country, he pressed the answer button to take the call. Hello, Datsul. It's me. The voice on the other end of the line sounded a bit awkward. Hello, Prophet. First, let me offer you my thanks. It's thanks to your prophecy that I managed to survive. Concerned for this important person, he quickly asked, did something happen? Vol replied with a bright laugh. I'll head over there first and tell you everything in more detail. All right, so you're coming to South Korea? Rune asked, probing for information. Meanwhile, Vol was packing his things into a backpack while still on the phone. Yes, I just booked a ticket a moment ago. Instead of being happy, Rune was utterly confused. What is this? This has never happened in any of his previous regressions. This reaction indicated that while he had helped Russell in previous timelines, this was the first time Russell had come to find him directly. And Russell noticed his slight confusion, so he asked, Mr. Rune, am I bothering you right now? If you're bothered, please tell me, and I'll cancel the appointment immediately. Not at all. I was really looking forward to seeing you. It's great that you could come all the way to my place. Brushing aside his confusion, he replied with a bright smile, not stuttering once, and by some miracle, that expression spread to Russell on the other side. The next day, the two met again, but this time it was in Rumen's own country. Dressed in simple clothes with a small backpack on his shoulder, Russell waved at Rune, who was waiting for him. Being a foreigner, Russell was a head taller than him, and as they shook hands, Russell spoke first. It's so good to see you again. Really. Rune smiled in welcome. Welcome to South Korea, Russell. After the greetings, Rune began to guide his new friend through his country. Let's go. I'll be your guide. A new conversation echoed in parking lot A3. There are so many things I want to say, but I don't know where or how to start. First, I'll restrain myself a bit. The first place Rune took Russell to was a large restaurant. A hot pot with countless ingredients had been prepared meticulously and elegantly. The two of them sat down, and it was easy to see how surprised and pleased Russell was with the meal. How can there be so many different kinds of food like this? This is the first time I've ever seen such a lavish spread. Rune couldn't let his partner, an important future teammate, feel embarrassed. He didn't hesitate to add, eat as much as you like, it's on me. Russell gladly accepted his generosity, but there were a few things that needed to be said right now. No way, Rune. I can't keep receiving favors from you. Please, at least this time, let me pay for the meal. Everything has a reason, and Rune wasn't going to let him do that. He spoke without hesitation. Russell, don't do that. Just let me pay for this meal. But in exchange, please repair my item's durability like you did last time. Russell was surprised, but quickly composed himself. Durability? Of course, that's something I should naturally do. After placing the familiar item in Russell's hands, Rune watched his every move and gesture carefully, an ability that was restoring the durability of the Eternal Slumber item in just a short time. Afterwards, he received the newly enhanced item back. Thanks, I'll pay for the meal. Here's a quick look at the item's information. Gem of Eternal Slumber, an epic grade necklace. Effect: each monster killed grants 1 stack and reduces durability by 1 point. Every 100 stacks converts into 1 attribute point. Durability: 1000 out of 1000. Usage restriction: players of normal rank and above. Description: a necklace with an opaque gray orb that absorbs the souls of the slain. As the information window appeared, Russell's voice became a bit hesitant. I still feel like I haven't done much to help you. We can't keep talking about the same thing. Rune changed the subject after putting the item away. It's fine. By the way, what on earth happened? You said you almost died. Russell had forgotten that he had this story to tell him. About that, he grew more horrified as he spoke, recalling the giant shadow of Minotaur. Following your advice, I hunted for nearly 6 hours, O Prophet, and then we went to challenge the boss. It was so strong that I nearly died fighting it. If I hadn't raised my level a bit like you said, we would have been completely wiped out. While Russell was still scared, Reuben just laughed naturally. I'm glad I could help. So, what level are you now? Russell answered quickly. I've reached level 29. But I feel a little embarrassed asking this. But can I really become a top-tier blacksmith like you said? Russell stammered. It's hard for me to believe it. Reuben answered that question with confidence. If you keep working hard, yes, and with my help, you can achieve even more than that. At those words, Russell's cheeks suddenly flushed red. Haha, that's enough to put my mind at ease. As long as I have guidance from a prophet like you, I have nothing left to fear. The two of them hadn't eaten yet, and their conversation was still going. Have you looked into the company I told you to invest in? I opened an account that very day. However, I invested a little more than the amount you recommended. He nodded in praise, saying it was a wise decision and that it was enough to secure his future. Holding his chopsticks, Joe looked at him intently and asked, but how exactly will that company become so famous? What kind of business are they in? To just throw in a lump sum? You mean you didn't even research it before investing? How could anyone blame Joe? I just trusted your words, Prophet. I figured everything would be fine. In that case, let me properly introduce you to the company. Instead of just talking, he took him straight to the company's location. Here we are. It was a building with unique architecture that clearly showed its sophistication. Not only that, but there was also a special area and pathway designated for players. So the Chma construction sign had been replaced. Joe put a hand in his pocket, a look of amazement on his face once again. It seems all the preparations are complete. Stepping inside, Joe couldn't contain his curiosity and immediately asked, so, this is the company I invested 70% of my entire fortune in? Ah, to be more precise, it's your money, Prophet, not mine, Reuben replied shyly. That money is yours. Don't feel too pressured. They stopped at the elevator and pressed the button. Reuben processed what Joe had said and turned to look at him. But if you only kept 30%, will you be able to live comfortably? Joe seemed a bit flustered but told the truth. It's a little tight, but I can manage. I'll just cut down from 3 meals a day to 2. I can't let someone important to me eat like that. He made an offer. I'll earn you some money after we leave this company. 10,000 should be enough, right? It was an offer Joe could hardly refuse, and his confidence soared. And then, he brought up that unpleasant figure as an example. Prophet, are you some kind of angel? No, not an angel. Reuben tried to laugh off the strange thought. Ha ha. As they stepped into the elevator, Joe began to realize something was off. Hey, on second thought, is it really okay for us to just waltz into someone else's company like this? He answered seriously, it's fine. While I'm not a major shareholder, it's not an exaggeration to say this is my company. Recently, we changed the company's name and completely overhauled the business model. I'll explain the new model once we get inside. Joe listened intently to him, and then, his cheerful mood returning, he said, actually, I don't even need an explanation. If it's something you've poured your all into, Prophet, it's guaranteed to be a massive success. As the elevator approached the 48th floor, Reuben chimed in, well, you've invested a lot of your money into it anyway, so the least I can do is tell you what kind of company it is. Once you hear it, I'm sure you'll be even more excited, because it's a business that any player would be interested in. He led Joe down a long hallway, guiding him further. As soon as they walked into an office, he noticed strange glances from the employees. What's going on? Walking a little further, he spotted Manager Ann standing in front of a door, staring intently at his phone. Why is he blocking the door? Is there a visitor? As expected of a manager, his powers of observation were sharp, and Sang Chun had already noticed him. Mr. Reuben, our major shareholder, what brings you here? Reuben calmly replied, I apologize for arriving unannounced, then stepped aside to introduce someone. I was planning on giving a foreign investor a tour of the company. I'd like to see the director. He's in there now, right? Putting his phone away in his jacket, Manager Ann hesitated, avoiding his gaze. Yes, he's here, but he's busy with a guest at the moment. Reuben forced a smile and asked, oh, a guest? Despite Reuben tilting his head to see past him, and Sang Chan didn't move an inch, Reuben saw this and thought to himself, it seems Magrok ordered him not to let anyone enter. Still, even after I gave such a clear signal, he's going to pretend he didn't see it? A cold look started to creep across his face. He might be a fool destined to die for following Magrok, but still, who the hell is in there? He began reading the thoughts of the flustered Manager Ann across from him. Ugh, this is troublesome. Why did he have to show up now while the director's fiancée is here? After reading that, he was startled for a moment, but then a smile slowly spread across his face. So that girl has arrived. After some time passed, the door to the room was personally opened by Ma Gyeon Rock. Surprise slowly crept onto his face. What brings you here without any notice? Ma Gyeon Rock took a step forward to ask, but Ryuman questioned him first. Oh, do I need to schedule an appointment just to be invited in? Ma Gyeon Rock laughed awkwardly, trying to explain. Ah ha ha. It seems my wording was a bit off and caused a misunderstanding. In business, profit always comes first. Whoever brings in more benefits is the one who gets priority. He understood that perfectly well. What's there to misunderstand? The prophet class isn't exactly a powerful one. Other than seeing the future, it has no special combat abilities. So, you're secretly looking down on me, aren't you? Ma Rock forced a conciliatory smile. I apologize. A major shareholder such as yourself can naturally visit at any time. It's just that you always schedule your visits. So, I was a bit surprised this time. Paying no mind to Ma Rock, Ryuman glanced at the woman beside him. Ha ha. Is that right? A foreign woman with blonde hair stood there with an elegant posture. Ryuman briefly recalled her details in his mind. Christine Great, a woman with the unique class of priest, and someone who managed to survive until round 15. The priest is a support type, an essential support class, especially the resurrection skill learned at level 60, an undeniably broken skill that can bring the dead back to life. It does have some limitations, though, as only players who have been dead for less than 10 minutes can be revived. Still, having an extra life is an enormous advantage. I had originally planned to approach Christine later. Meeting her at this point isn't anything out of the ordinary. But this might actually turn out to be a good thing. No matter what, I have to make her an ally and ensure she survives until at least round 20. Magion Rock began to notice the strange look in his eyes. Without hesitation, Magion Rock gestured and introduced her. Ah, this is my friend. Her name is Christine Great. Hearing this introduction, once again, Ryuman gave him a dark look. Oh, a friend. Don't make me laugh. You told me you wouldn't hide anything from me, yet you went and hid your own fiancé, right? He quickly adjusted his expression, offering a smile and extending his hand for a greeting. And in perfect English, he said, It's a pleasure to meet you. Miss Great, my name is Ryuman, and I'm a business partner of Mr. Ma Gion Rocks. She shook his hand and replied, A pleasure to meet you, Ryuman. Please, just call me Christine. I wasn't aware the director had a business partner. Ma Gion Rock was shocked. Huh? He can speak English? Meanwhile, Ryuman continued, and I couldn't have imagined that the director's fiancée would be this beautiful. Christine's reply only served to heighten Magion Rock's fear. Oh, so the director told you about me? This time, Ryuman turned to look at Magion Rock, whose anxiety skyrocketed. He even knows about my fiancé? Magion Rock immediately bowed to him. I'm sorry, Prophet. I didn't intend to deceive you. Ryuman's tone softened slightly. It's fine. I'm sure you were in a difficult position. Thank you for understanding. However, that doesn't change the fact that you lied. It would have been better if you had trusted me just a little more. Magion Rock didn't dare to look him in the eye, cursing himself inwardly. Damn it. Beside them, Christine still couldn't grasp what was going on. Although he wasn't pleased, he still had to address the important reason for his visit. Ryuman said, I was planning on providing information about the next round to your fiancé anyway. Let's all go inside and talk. He didn't forget to turn and instruct Jaho. Jaho, please wait outside for a moment. Jaho didn't object to his request. Understood. Ryuman once again returned to the director's office. Magion Rock stood next to Christine, gesturing as he spoke. Christine, I didn't introduce Mr. Ryuman properly just now. He is one of our business partners and also an executive director at our company. He kept glancing at Ryuman, his mind clouded with anxiety, and before he could continue, Magion Rock paused, seeking permission to reveal the next piece of information. When Ryuman nodded, he continued, He is a prophet who can see the future. Christine was once again bewildered. A prophet? What's that? Ryuman answered for Magion Rock. It's exactly what he just said. I am a prophet, a special class with the ability to see the future. For example, information and strategies about the upcoming 7th round are still met with such disbelief. Christine looked at Mage Rock again. Really? Mage Rock nodded with a smile. The prophet's words have never once been wrong, and he has never failed to achieve his goals. It was an unbelievable and, more importantly, a significant declaration. But there was something Christine still didn't understand. She turned back to him and asked, Then why would you want to reveal that to me? He replied seriously. I will provide you with information about round 7, with no strings attached. Silence fell. After a moment, Christine lowered her guard. I'll hear you out. Pausing for a moment, he analyzed the situation before speaking further. Even when I offer to reveal the future, her reaction is the same. She must still not trust me. And then, the message he delivered was, Do not be swayed or bewitched by temptation. For round 7, that is all everyone needs to remember. Receiving only that single sentence, Mage Rock was genuinely worried. Is that it, Prophet? He nodded in confirmation. I cannot say more. If I say any more, everyone will be in danger. Do not be bewitched by temptation. Memorize it as if you were learning a spell. That is all I can say because there is an extra person here today. He then addressed her directly. Christine, I have something else I want to tell you. Yes? Part of the reason I arranged this meeting was to tell you about it. He sat down, his expression turning serious. Christine, in the 11th round, you will be in danger. Your life could be threatened. Sounding like a threat, Christine pointed to herself. Me, not wanting to let her worry, Ryuman added. But don't worry about it. A lifeline will be thrown down to save you. The rest of their conversation was top secret. A flight took off. It was Christine's flight back to the United States. She was staring out the window, but her mind was focused on a serious matter. More accurately, she was bewildered by the Prophet's declaration that she would be in danger during the 11th round. If Dad were here, this would be a huge issue. With his temper, he'd definitely fly into a rage. But then I remember another detail from our talk. A lifeline will appear. What does that mean? He said it meant someone would save her. Who will save me? Regarding that, he had held up his hand to stop her. That, I cannot say. Christine found it all to be completely absurd. He can't say who? Can he really see the future? All of his prophecies are so vague. Could he be trying to trick me? Just then, the airplane's announcement came on. The plane will be landing shortly at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Dragging her luggage out of the airport, she was met by a familiar face who had come to pick her up, the butler, Bishop. He was quite handsome and smiled as a greeting. Christine, Miss, was your trip to Korea a pleasant one? Let me take that for you. Christine paused for a beat. I didn't expect you to come all the way to the airport to get me. Taking the suitcase from Christine, the two of them continued walking. He instructed me to bring you straight home, with no detours. Christine wasn't surprised by this. Is that so? Let's go. Leaving the international airport, they headed to the largest guild hall in America, the Shining Hall. They continued walking down a wide hallway. Upon reaching a room, Bishop knocked on the door. Sir, Miss Christine has returned. A voice from inside responded, let her in. The door opened, and this time only Christine entered. Waiting for her was a middle-aged, blonde-haired man sitting opposite her. You're here? It was Christine's father, Non-GR. She replied cheerfully to his words. Yes, father. As his daughter sat down opposite him, he immediately began asking his daughter questions. So, how has he been doing lately? Ah, he's still doing well and is as proper as ever. His tone turned a bit serious. Has he ever been disrespectful to you? Without looking at her father, she answered. Not even once. On the contrary, he has always been very polite. Hearing his daughter's words, he laughed with great satisfaction. Of course, he has to be polite. Whose daughter are you, after all? So, did you two get any closer this time? Christine shook her head and let out a soft sigh. I still don't know. Her father's expression faltered for a beat. What do you mean you still don't know? You two have been dating for 6 months now. Regarding this statement, Christine wasn't just unhappy, she was even a little disgusted. Dating? Just seeing each other without any feelings. Could you even call that dating? He knew his daughter didn't like it, but this was a matter that needed further discussion. The Ocean Group is a major Korean conglomerate, famous worldwide. A marriage with the eldest son of such a tycoon would only benefit you. There's nothing bad about it. No matter how much you hate it, won't feelings develop later on? A deep sadness filled her. I don't know anymore. I still get the creeps because he seems to be hiding something and scheming. He changed his tone. As a child of God, your discipline is still lacking. Why are you always so suspicious? Because I'm your daughter. It was an answer that left him unable to offer any further reproach. After a moment, the awkwardness hadn't faded. Ahem. All right. What has he been up to lately? Did he say he's preparing to start a business? The world has connected with God's world, and yet he still can't let go of his worldly greed for material things, Christine said, without a hint of hesitation. You're the same way, father, he protested. I wasn't the one chosen by God. At that moment, a light shone from Christine's palm. Do you really believe this is God's choice and God's power? He nodded and answered firmly. I believe my daughter has received the grace of an angel. Christine was at a loss for words with her father. The grace of an angel? I've told you so many times what the angels have done, yet you still refuse to understand. Wanting to talk more with his daughter, he continued speaking. Ah, is your fiancé also making good use of God's gift? He's already level 29. His overall regional ranking is also 23rd. Seems he's a person of considerable strength. Just looking at his level, you can tell he's even higher than Jeffrey. Not wanting to hide anything, Christine looked at her hand and spoke the truth. This time, he said he's going to create a trading market for players, and he even has an investor. I've forgotten the name, but that investor calls himself a prophet, able to see the future. He once again had to hear another strange story. She crossed her arms and shook her head as if to dismiss what she was about to say. He was showing off while giving me information about the 7th round, but I don't know if it's trustworthy. Because he only spouts nonsense, his daughter wasn't interested, but he was the complete opposite. A prophet? In these chaotic times, what ability is more attractive than seeing the future? What do you think about maintaining a good relationship with that person? Christine's answer was still the same. I'm not sure. She let out a tired sigh because he always says unbelievable things, like I'm going to die or that I'll be in danger. Hearing that someone dared to curse his child, he became furious on the spot. What? What did you say? She replied as before. It's just a nonsense prophecy. You don't need to pay it any mind, father. In this mess, are there any normal players left? If you just make vague prophecies like that, anyone could become a prophet. Despite that, he still reminded his daughter. Don't let your guard down. What if someone among your followers betrays you? She closed her eyes confidently. Don't worry, father. Have you forgotten that I'm the regional representative? Compared to those who might betray me, the number of people protecting and accompanying me is far greater. I'll be safe. He seemed to make fewer demands. If you say so, then it must be true. But you must always be prepared for unexpected situations. The conversation gradually came to an end, and Christine stood up from her chair. I know, father. Feeling uncomfortable and tired, Christine walked out of the room. By chance, Bishop noticed her. He had been observing her the entire time, and then an order was gradually imposed upon him. Jeffrey, yes, sir. The coldness of the leader emerged. I heard that Magrock's investor is a prophet. He dares to impersonate a prophet and spout nonsense that my daughter will die. He paused for a moment to think. If the prophecy that she will be in danger is a lie, I'll have to give him a taste of hell a little early. As Bishop waited, a direct order was issued. Investigate whether he is a fraud or not. He accepted seriously. In the name of the Lord, I will carry out the order. The chat room information screen was connected. Lost has joined Player X's chat room 3. Jomti has joined Player X's chat room. With an invisibility mask, Rune went to the studio where Joel lives, and now, as the other party, he smiled and spoke. Welcome, Joel, a voice responded to him. Lost, you're here so early, he replied. It's because I had nothing else to do. Haha. While the two were talking, another important figure appeared on the OCA feed. The chairman had joined Player X3's chat room. The meeting room now had 3 people, and the chairman spoke seriously. Hello, everyone. Let's begin the meeting. Last time, we decided to select candidates for the executive positions. Correct, Mr. Lost? Among those who applied, have you selected any candidates? Lost brought up the statistics he had prepared on his computer. The chairman waited for his report on the matter. From the current applicants, I have selected 30 people, ordered by level and region, for consideration. The chairman asked, There aren't any blacklisted players among them, are there? Of course not. If there were, I would have reported it immediately. What about the other names? I've looked into those as well. There are no nicknames like Heavenly Demon or the Fool. The chairman frowned in annoyance and said, Then we have no choice but to select the executives from these 30 candidates. The 5 who pass the evaluation test will be appointed as executives. Velo, you will conduct the test. Yes, I will do so, Mr. Chairman. At that moment, Rune received another message from the chairman, and the next topic seemed to be about a congressman who had started to condemn players. Lost, also aware of this information, said, I saw that news. That's right, Representative Lee Chung-hoon of the National Assembly, correct? The chairman's expression didn't change, but his tone and manner of speaking did. Indeed, after the executives are appointed, we will discuss whether and how to deal with that person. The enemies of us players are the lawyers, and they are trying to bind us within their so-called legal framework. Rune smirked inwardly. He's not even a player, so why is he including himself in us? The message ended there. The chairman gave his final words before leaving. That's all for today's agenda. This concludes the regular meeting. Rune was back in his home, stepping out of the bathroom. He was drying his hair with a towel, his eyes glued to his phone screen. The day has finally come. The official Player Place website had successfully launched. Just as predicted, tens of thousands of players had logged on, and items were being listed. Everyone must be short on cash to be listing all this stuff. First, let's sweep up the unique materials. Quickly, a few items caught his eye. Earth Root for 100,000, Black Diamond for 300,000, Orc Fang for 95,000, Norn's Spine for 70,000, and Hunter's Gauntlet for 100,000. Among them, he picked out a few he liked, starting with the Earth Root, the Black Diamond, the Orc Fang, and Norn's Spine. He was satisfied after making his selections. With this much, I can craft at least 3 unique items. His on-screen shopping cart now had 4 items, and he decided to select express delivery for all of them. Done. Unique items are basically common items now, so next up are the magic stones. Each magic stone is known to be worth over 2 million. Even though these are just low-grade magic stones, I'll buy them all. 90 items were snapped up by him in a second. The sky was clear blue with few clouds and plenty of sun. Just like that, 2 days passed by quickly. Ryugan returned, carrying a rather large bag. As soon as he opened the door, he was completely astonished to see the room piled high with cardboard boxes from item deliveries. Rune was plopped on the sofa, hearing his brother's desperate cries from the other side. Hyung, what is all this? He feigned innocence. He walked out from inside and spoke casually while looking at the massive pile. Oh, you're back? His brother's face was pale as he said in disbelief, You ordered all of this? What on earth did you buy so much of? Rune smiled brightly and stated his purpose. It's nothing big or special. These are just items for players to use. Ryugan understood but couldn't help feeling overwhelmed. Ah, that player place thing. The exclusive market for players. Is that it? After taking a long time to calm down, Rune had brought the item boxes inside, leaving them scattered about as if he lived alone. Most of them were magic stones of various colors. Picking up a purple one, he made a decision in his mind. Everything is here. Nothing is missing. In that case, I'll start trying to combine them. First, I'll begin with the magic stones I have the most of. Opening the synthesis status window, he placed a red stone in the center and 15 similar stones in the smaller linking slots. He explained the reason for this in detail. With 16 low-grade magic stones, you can create one highest-grade magic stone, and just like that, a magic stone was formed. Combination successful. A series of endless notifications popped up. You have created the best quality red magic stone. You have created the best quality orange magic stone. You have created the best quality yellow magic stone. And with that, for a grand total of 7, Rune completed his collection of the highest grade magic stones for each color. However, he then switched back to the combination window, but it seemed different than before. Now, if I combine these into my equipment, a golden aura appeared. Combination successful. Death Scythe plus 16% damage has been added. He continued the process rhythmically. Head's feathered hat plus 32 strength has been added. Traveler's cloak plus 32 luck has been added. Attribute resistance ring plus 16 to all stats has been added. The next thing to do is to equip them all. I was already looking sharp, but I just had to add more accessories. Alright, I've equipped them all. Status window. Your stats have increased by a significant amount. Strength plus 206, intelligence plus 284, agility plus 244, and luck plus 202. Even without the slaughter rune or the blessing buff, all my stats are over 200. He smiled, satisfied with the change. If I apply more buffs, they could go from 600 up to even 900. He raised an arm, and on top of all the other information, a new message appeared. You have equipped 7 highest grade magic stones of 7 different colors. The rainbow effect buff has been activated. The equipped gear began to emit a subtle light. With the rainbow effect buff, resistance to adverse status effects increases by 50%. My only weakness to status effects has been mitigated, he mused with satisfaction. I've increased my resistance to adverse status effects by 50%. Add Java's necklace for 35%, the attribute resistance ring for another 35%, and what if I apply the common skill basic resistance for another 15%? With multiplicative stacking, I can block the effects of debuffs with an 82.1% probability. At this point in time, I'm probably the only one who has filled their equipment with the highest grade magic stones. Since I've monopolized all the magic stones, of course, new ones will appear over time. But by then, their value will have skyrocketed and a shortage will begin. Even the lowest grade stones are already priced at over 20 million. So, I need to stay one step ahead. He looked at a few boxes beside him. First, I need to store the remaining unique items. If possible, it would be more beneficial to enhance high-level gear to the unique grade. But that's a matter for later. I'll combine them when I reach level 60. Getting up from his chair, he checked his phone screen. Until then, I'll keep an eye out for any unique materials that appear. Suddenly, he noticed something come up that even he himself found hard to believe. Huh? Wait a minute. There was a good reason for his surprise. This is a necessary crafting material for a legendary item. Information. Immortal's hide 1 million. Item description. A piece of hide cut from a creature known as an immortal. Trading method. Direct trade only. Trading location. Suwon. He recalled a piece of information. Similar to player ranks. Items also have 6 grades: common, rare, epic, unique, legendary, and mythic. The items you can buy from the store only go up to the epic grade. As for the higher grades, players must craft them through combination. The higher the grade, the lower the drop rate for the crafting materials. Of course, it's not impossible, it's just very difficult to obtain them. And right now, there is only one place where the Immortal's hide can drop, and that is from the 5th floor boss, the High Orc. When you kill it, there is an extremely low chance for this Immortal's hide to drop. But for someone to not only kill the High Orc alone, but also be lucky enough to get that material, and then it dawned on him. Could it be that guy? Someone with enough skill to kill the orc? And on top of that, he has the item drop ancient rune. Everything suddenly made sense to him. If it really is that guy, then this is most likely a trap, and a very dangerous one at that. He forced himself to take a closer look. It seemed to be true that it only applied to direct trades. Alright, let's see. He selected the chat box. The message connected. Hello, are you the one selling the immortal fragment? A quick response came back. Yes, at 4:07 p.m. He sent 2 messages in a row. You listed it for 1 million. Can you lower the price a little? The other party was a bit surprised. Huh? What price did you have in mind? 900,000? That puts me in a tough spot, huh? Alright, I guess that's fine, but it seems he had a new plan. Maybe I'll try to push the price down a little more. Never mind, that was a typo. Go a little lower. He quickly offered 800,000. The seller seemed completely stunned by the offer. Are you kidding me? Why not? The market price isn't set for it anyway. To be honest, I don't even know how to use it. If you don't know what it's for, why are you trying to buy it? His eyes started to well up. I just want to try crafting a few things. Everyone buys materials for that, right? My wallet's a little tight right now, so please, can you give me a small discount? He began to second-guess his message as the other person went silent. Excuse me, are you not going to sell it? Hello. However, the other party's pause was just hesitation, and when it ended, the reply came very quickly. Fine, I'll sell it for 800,000, but only in a face-to-face trade. Can you come to my location? His smile returned. Ah, so this guy really is the one. Of course he'd still sell it even after I knocked off 200,000. This gives me a better read on him. The item is just bait to lure people over. For a psycho bastard like him, this isn't surprising at all. Opening the door to a room, well then, before another victim appears, let's go see what this guy looks like. Time to gear up. Of course, I'm also taking that legendary grade item. Yeah,